Star Odyssey Chapter 186 to Chapter 236. In the Tao of Purgatory, Euro appeared outside the fathomless pool. He had arrived secretly. Because of the newspaper, this place had attracted the attention of many students. If he was discovered, he would definitely attract attention, but he did not want to be noticed before he could take back the fathomless pool. Xiao Luo and Silver were not far from the fathomless pool, but Lulu had already dived in. Euro's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the two of them. These two were not easy to deal with. Although Wu De had exaggerated his battle with the five of them, it had not been exaggerated by much. These two were indeed very strong. Euro left the Tao of Purgatory and went to find Frankfurt. "You want my help?" Frankfurt was surprised. Euro's face darkened. "If those people from Astral 10 join forces, I won't be able to handle them alone." Frankfurt could not help but laugh. "That's not easy. Could it be that the report is true? Did those melders beat you up so badly that you lost your temper?" Euro's eyes darkened. "I'll tell you the truth. They aren't my match in a one-on-one fight, but if they join forces, even you will die without a doubt." Frankfurt was disdainful. Out of all the area masters in Astral 6, Euro was at the bottom, followed by Sharon, who was second only to Realm Master Dao Bo. "If I ask for your help, I'll naturally pay the price." "Just tell me if you're going to help or not," Euro said impatiently. Frankfurt sighed. "Sorry, I don't want to cause internal strife in Astral 6. "What do you mean?" Euro was furious. Frankfurt looked at Euro. "Don't tell me you haven't heard that one of the 5 people who attacked you is called Luin. His backer is Sharon. If I make a move, Sharon won't just stand by and watch." Euro was shocked. He had not heard of this since he had been cultivating in the fathomless pool all this time. Why would Sharon help him? "I don't know about that. Or, you can ask Jared. Aren't you on good terms with the Blaze Realm?" "Even your battle techniques are from the Blaze Realm," Frankfurt said. Euro had left, and Frankfurt had made it clear that he would not help. There was no need for Euro to ask for help anymore. Did he really have to go to the Blaze Realm? Although he had a good relationship with the Blaze Realm, they were on equal footing. If he asked Jared for help because of this matter, then it would be troublesome in the future. After thinking about it for a long time, Euro finally decided to ask Jared for help. The fathomless pool was very important to him, and the Astral Combat Tournament was just around the corner. He hoped to obtain a good ranking and become famous throughout the universe. Before long, Jared appeared near the sky platform in the Tao of Purgatory. This was where he had left the Tao of Purgatory. Gazing at the sky platform in the distance, Jared had a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, he had wanted to compete for the sky platform as well, but he had been powerless against Dao Bo. The person who occupied the sky platform was the Realm Lord. Jared didn't want to be a domain lord. His goal was to become a Realm Lord. However, whether it was Dao Bo of the Tao of Purgatory or Fengshang of the Tao of Illusion, they were both terrifying beyond imagination. He could only watch them from afar. "Sooner or later, I'll become a Realm Master," Jared muttered to himself before looking into the distance and walking away. He was going to the fathomless pool to accept Euro's invitation and help him teach those people from Astral 10 a lesson. Because of Luin, the Blaze Realm had banned all of Astral 10 students. However, he had not expected that each one of them would have such a powerful background. Now, he had no choice but to take action personally. The Blaze Realm was not afraid of trouble. Suddenly, Jared stopped and stared in front of him. A man was leaning against a black tree trunk with a smile on his face. Jared narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists before lowering them again. "Dao Bo, Realm Master." The person in front of Jared was Astral Six's strongest student, a member of the Council of Astral Academy, the Realm Master of the Tao of Purgatory, Dao Bo. He was also recognized by the Lockbreaker Society as a genius, a lockbreaker who far surpassed Sharon. He was also a monster who had once defeated Mira, who had yet to break through to the Explorer realm. Dao Bo's hair was silver gray and his appearance was ordinary. At first glance, he didn't attract much attention, but this person had beaten all of Astral Six's students into submission. No one dared to resist, and Jared couldn't help but feel fear. This person was a true monster. He could have broken through to become an explorer and left the Astral Combat Academy, but he had chosen not to. Most of the Astral Combat Academy's realm masters were like this. Only this kind of person could make Jared despair, and he would never step into the Tao of Purgatory unless he had no other choice. Jared, long time no see. Dao Bo leaned against the tree trunk, smiling as he stared at Jared. He seemed harmless, but in Jared's eyes, this person was a monster who could kill him at any time. Realm Master Dao Bo, long time no see. Jared's voice was hoarse. Dao Bo's smile remained. Why have you come to the Tao of Purgatory? I've been invited by a friend to help. Dao Bo looked up. Euro? Yes. Jared didn't deny it. Go back. There's no place for you here, Dao Bo said domineeringly. Jared's eyes narrowed. The Astral Combat Academy's rules state that anyone has the right to set foot in other trial zones, and they aren't under the Realm Master's jurisdiction. Realm Master Dao Bo, I have the right to enter the Tao of Purgatory. Dao Bo looked at Jared. Of course, rules are rules. Of course you can enter, but I can also kill you on the spot. When he heard this, Jared's pupils shrank, and he clenched his fists as he stared straight at Dao Bo. Dao Bo didn't seem to care at all, as if killing an area master was an easy matter for him. After a while, Jared deflated. I understand. As long as Realm Master Dao Bo is in the Tao of Purgatory, I, Jared, will never come back. He then left the Tao of Purgatory. Dao Bo's smile faded, and his gaze turned cold. How can someone from my society be bullied by someone like you? You piece of trash. Just as Jared left the Tao of Purgatory, a shocking event occurred in the Astral Combat Academy. The impact of this event far surpassed that of the Fathomless Pool. Astral Ten's Big Pao and Little Pao had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. Realm Masters were a group of people who looked down on everyone in the Astral Combat Academy. Even a genius from the Blaze Realm like Jared could only retreat in front of a Realm Master. Any Realm Master was someone who had emerged from the ranks of geniuses of the same generation and was looked up to by countless people. Any Realm Master who broke through to the Explorer Realm and left the Astral Combat Academy could directly join the 10 Arbiters Council, and they could even make their own decisions to a certain extent. This was the power of a Realm Master, an existence who could speak with the 10 Arbiters. The Tao of Heaven had the ocean of death, and anything that fell into it would sink. No one could walk on it, and even birds would find it difficult to cross. Only extremely powerful beings could cross it. It was rumored that on the other side of the ocean of death, there was an island where the skeletons of countless powerful beings were buried. There was also an ancient inheritance there, but rumors were just rumors. No one could verify them, as no one had ever set foot on that island. Even the 10 Arbiters had avoided talking about it after crossing the ocean of death. The Ocean of Death was the Tao of Heaven's largest training ground, and it was also where the Realm Master resided. At this moment, there were dozens of people gathered on the shore of the Ocean of Death, all of whom were students who had entered the Tao of Heaven. All of them looked at the shore in shock, as if they were dreaming. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master had been suppressed. Boom! The shore trembled once more as Big Pao leapt up. His eyes were cold, and he looked completely different from his usual self. He had an ancient spear on his shoulder, and he growled at the shore. The spear shot out countless bullets that emitted hot steam towards the shore, tearing the void apart as the rain of bullets shattered the ground. The shore caved in, and the Ocean of Death's seawater flooded over. Little Pao also leapt up and raised his palm. Black lines that resembled flames appeared on his palm and spread out from his palm, forming a giant black flaming palm that pressed down on the shore. It slammed into the shore and left a giant black palm imprint on the shore. This was Little Pao's battle technique, the Black Inferno Palm. The shore of the Ocean of Death was silent as more and more students appeared and stared at the scene in shock. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master had been suppressed by 2 of Astral Ten's trash. It was rumored that the other academies had refused to accept those 2 because of their poor aptitudes. But what the hell was this? How could poor aptitudes suppress a Realm Master? High up in the sky, Big Pao and Little Pao stared at each other. Was the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master really being suppressed? Was it really that easy? Realm Masters were all monsters, and the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master was not alone. He came from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, one of the Innerverse's 8 great flow zones. His tamed beast was the azure dragon, which had yet to appear. A gust of wind blew past, causing the waves of the ocean of death to sweep towards the shore. Everyone stared at the waves as a figure slowly stood up, bent over, and coughed a few times. As the waves receded, the figure straightened up, revealing a rough and powerful face. He grinned at the sky. This person was the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, Kuang Wang. Kuang Wang was the name of the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. He would not change it, nor did he want to. I can't figure out how to hide your strength. You two clearly have such great strength, so why did you hide it until now? Kuang Wang raised his head and stared at Big Pao and Little Pao with excitement in his eyes. Big Pao and Little Pao landed on the shore. It's just our personalities. Then why did you reveal yourself now? Kuang Wang was curious. Little Pao shrugged. Our juniors have already caused such a huge commotion. As seniors, how can we not step forward? We have to tell everyone that Astral 10 is not without people. If anyone dares to stretch out their claws, we'll chop off their claws. Little Pao's words made one of the spectators' faces turn ugly. He was from the Blaze Realm, and the Blaze Realm was Astral 10's greatest enemy. Ha 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 ha. Kuang Wang laughed. Well said. I like it. Just because of what you've said, I'll show you the difference between a realm master and a normal student like you today. He then raised his arm, and everyone stared at the tattoo on his arm. It was an azure dragon. Those from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone would seal their tamed beasts within their bodies, and Kuang Wang was currently taming an azure dragon. A resonant dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and everyone's hearts trembled. The azure dragon's appearance shocked everyone, and even the void seemed to freeze for a moment. On the shore, the tattoo on Kuang Wang's arm gradually expanded, transforming into an azure dragon that was 100 meters long. Its appearance was similar to a sylvan dragon, but it did not have a tumor on its tail. Its entire body was silver gray, and it looked much more imposing than a sylvan dragon. This was an azure dragon. Many people retreated as they stared at this scene in fear. Azure dragons were a type of astral beast, and they were powerful creatures that could not be faced by normal people. In the entire Beast Tamers Flow Zone, only the freaks from the Divine Great Hall could tame such creatures, and Kuang Wang was from the Divine Great Hall. Big Pao and Little Pao's faces turned serious. They had already investigated Kuang Wang and naturally knew of the azure dragon's existence. However, when faced with this colossus in front of them, they could not help but feel shocked. The azure dragon rose into the sky and circled above the shore. Its enormous eyes stared at Big Pao and Little Pao as the sunlight cast its shadow over them. As Kuang Wang pressed down with his finger, the azure dragon roared and swung its tail at the two. Everyone felt their scalps go numb as they subconsciously retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Big Pao and Little Pao both retreated at the same time. A huge crack appeared on the shore as the waters of the ocean of death flooded the area. The azure dragon brandished its claws, and the wind and the void condensed into a terrifying blade that slashed at the two. The blade instantly tore through space as if it was made of paper. Big Pao raised his spear and fired at the azure dragon. Countless bullets rained down on the azure dragon's body, causing it to roar. Despite facing Big Pao's attacks, the azure dragon's body remained unaffected. Kuang Wang laughed. In the entire Astral Combat Academy, there are less than 20 people who can injure the azure dragon. This is a realm master. Do you understand now? Big Pao was still unwilling to give up and continued to attack the azure dragon. The azure dragon was enraged by his attacks and slammed down, causing the entire shore to tremble. At that moment, Little Pao appeared above Kuang Wang's head. He raised his palm and a black flaming palm pressed down. This was their strategy: one person would delay the azure dragon while the other dealt with Kuang Wang. Of the 9 realm masters, only Kuang Wang was from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. The Beast Tamers Flow Zone's main power lay in their tamed beasts, so as long as they could delay their opponents, defeating them would not be impossible. The azure dragon accounted for more than half of Kuang Wang's strength, and Little Pao was confident that he could defeat the current Kuang Wang. At this moment, the spectating students understood that one person was delaying the azure dragon while the other was defeating Kuang Wang. These two from Astral 10 had come prepared. More importantly, Little Pao had been hiding his true strength all this while. When the black flaming palm landed, black lines appeared on his body. This was battle force, two-lined battle force. It was on the same level as Frankfurt's battle force. Bang! Kwang Wang was once again slammed into the shore by the black blaze palm. Little Pao rushed down and punched out. Little Pao, be careful! Big Pao suddenly shouted. Little Pao's expression changed as he subconsciously switched from offense to defense. He raised both arms in front of him to block, but in the next second, his entire body was struck by an enormous force. His two-lined battle force was immediately shattered, and the sound of his arms breaking could be heard. Little Pao's pupils shrank, and through the smoke and dust, he saw Kwang Wang's cold smile and the purple stripes on his black battle force. It was three-lined battle force. Little Pao had never thought that Kwang Wang had actually cultivated three-lined battle force, and no one in the entire Astral Combat Academy knew about this. Little Pao had been thrown into the ocean of death by a terrifying force that he could not dispel. No living person could cross the ocean of death, and falling into the ocean of death meant certain death. Big Pao's face paled, and he used the Azure Dragon's sharp claws to retreat 100 meters away. He looked at Kwang Wang in shock. It wasn't just him, everyone was staring at Kwang Wang in shock. When had the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master managed to cultivate three-lined battle force? Kwang Wang slowly floated into the air, and the purple stripes on his black battle force dazzled everyone's eyes and sent a chill down their spines. This was a Realm Master, a terrifying powerhouse that far surpassed an Area Master. He was a member of the Council of Astral Academy and a freakish genius who had the qualifications to meet with the 10 Arbiters. They did not know how powerful the other Realm Masters were, but the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master in front of them made them feel despair. He had an invincible Azure Dragon and his own three-lined battle force. Who could defeat such a combination? Big Pao and Little Pao were already very strong, and they were at the peak of the Area Master level. However, even if they worked together, they still could not defeat a Realm Master. Kwang Wang looked at Big Pao and praised, "You guys are not bad. I don't like to hide my strength, but it's a pity that everyone in Astral 5 is trash. No one was able to force me to use my true strength, but you guys did. Astral 10 is not bad." Big Pao bitterly replied, "I've heard that Realm Masters are all monsters, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. Also, is this really your bottom line?" Kwang Wang laughed. "Prove it yourself if you have the ability. You guys are still too weak." He then waved his hand, and the Azure Dragon roared as its claws pierced through Big Pao's body. At this point, Big Pao and Little Pao were both dead. They could not defeat a Realm Master. However, no one dared to underestimate them. There were very few people in the Astral Combat Academy who could fight a Realm Master to this extent. At Euro's level, even if there were 3 or 4 of them working together, they would not be able to shake Kwang Wang in the slightest, let alone 2. This was something that everyone understood. Astral 10's 2 publicly acknowledged trash were strong enough to compete with the most powerful Area Masters. Astral 10 was not without talent. The dark sky was always beautiful. Meteorites streaked past him as Luin held on to the Giant Emperor's third eye and looked away from the sky. He had been like this ever since he had left Astral 10. Battle force enveloped his body as he used the Giant Emperor's third eye to observe the sky. He could cultivate his battle force and also simulate the stars. The 9th star was becoming clearer and clearer, and it had even stabilized. The universe that he could see now was completely different from what others could see. He was confident that if he continued to lockbreak in this state, his chances of success would be very high. This time, he was going to the Dark Mistweave to complete his lockbreaking mission. Since he had a month of free time, it would be good if he could improve his lockbreaking skills. The person who had surprised Lu Yin the most during his battle with Euro was Xiao Luo, as he had actually been able to neutralize Euro's attack. Xiao Luo's control over star energy had definitely surpassed Lu Yin's own. It was impossible for Xiao Luo to comprehend a domain, but Xiao Luo was very close to it. Xiao Luo's innate gift was extremely high, as Lu Yin had only been able to control his star energy to the realm of infinite changes after fusing with delay. Right in front of Lu Yin, a medium-sized spacecraft was slowly cruising along. There were hundreds of people on board, most of whom were seekers with weapons in hand. There were only a few sentinels and melders, and there was only one Lemmeter. "Captain, there's a signal from the front. Another spacecraft is approaching, and it's quite fast, a ruffian-looking man reported excitedly from the command deck. The captain was a middle-aged man with a fierce gaze and a machete in his hand. He did not look like a good person, but his eyes lit up when he heard the report. How fast? It's at least 7 to 10 times faster than our spacecraft, the man replied. The captain was delighted. All right, get ready to rob him immediately. It looks like he's a fat sheep. Yes, Captain. The hundreds of people in the spacecraft busied themselves with the order. They were pirates that had just been formed and had not even completed 5 missions. Although they were not professional pirates, they were still quite strong, and there was at least one leader among them. Generally speaking, most small-scale interstellar pirates did not have any leaders. Only professional, large-scale pirate groups had leaders or even space-exploring powerhouses. This pirate group was not bad in the field of non-professional pirates. Of course, it was precisely because they were not professional that they had poor vision. At the very least, they did not recognize the Astral 10 insignia outside Lu Yin's personal spacecraft. Warning, warning, the area ahead has been sealed. Warning, warning, the area ahead has been sealed. Warning, warning, the area behind has been sealed. Please be prepared, please be prepared. Lu Yin was astonished and looked outside the spacecraft. It's been sealed? Pirates had plenty of ways to seal off the void. Many of their spacecraft had been modified to seal off an entire region of space. Without such methods, they would not be able to rob them. Give up resisting, friend. You should have guessed who we are. Cooperate obediently, and I guarantee that I won't hurt you. Listen up, connect your spacecraft to mine immediately. I said immediately, don't make me repeat myself. You're right. Lu Yin was stunned. He was stunned. Lu Yin was astonished, he had just been robbed. He turned to look into the distance and saw a medium-sized spacecraft quietly parked in space. It looked rather sinister and had a strange pattern on it. This was a pirate ship. Strange undulations pulsed all around them, and it was these undulations that had sealed off the void. Anyone who tried to barge through would be hit, and they would interfere with the spacecraft systems and cause it to malfunction, forcing it to stop. Friend, are you testing my patience? Bring your spacecraft in immediately. The captain's tone was much more solemn. Lu Yin took a deep breath and controlled his spacecraft to enter the pirate ship. There was a swaying sound as the spacecraft came to a steady stop. The hatch opened, and dozens of star energy guns were aimed at Lu Yin. There were dozens of pirates waiting for him inside, and there were at least 5 melders among them. Get down, someone shouted, glaring fiercely at Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and was immediately searched by a fierce-looking man. Lu Yin frowned. Brother, I don't have a habit of being touched by men. Behave yourself, the man barked as he reached out to grab Lu Yin. At that moment, another man was about to enter the spacecraft to search. Lu Yin had no choice but to kick the man in front of him away. At the same time, he turned around and kicked the other man away as well. Dozens of star energy guns were aimed at him again. Don't move, kid. Don't you dare resist. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and saw that the highest power level in this area was 7,000, which meant that he was a lemeter and not even a peak lemeter. His lips curled up. Sorry, you've caused trouble. He then released his star energy and stunned the surrounding pirates. He then walked towards the spacecraft's command center. At that moment, the middle-aged pirate captain was staring at a screen in the command center. Beside him, the ruffian man was stunned. Captain, this kid isn't simple. It looks like you'll have to act personally. The captain's face twitched as he noticed a small detail. That kid had looked at his gadget before attacking, and the gadget could detect his power level. The captain hadn't hidden his power level, so Lu Yin must have known about it. If he still dared to attack, it could only mean one thing: this kid was fearless. He wasn't afraid of the captain. How could a melder challenge someone of a higher realm? People like him were known as realm breakers in the universe. They were rare, but they were all geniuses. The captain regretted provoking such a genius. There was a saying in their pirate circles that they shouldn't provoke a young man or a dying old man. He had forgotten about it, but now that he thought about it, he seemed to have offended one of them. "Captain, he's here," the ruffian man shouted in surprise, a trace of fear in his eyes. The captain gritted his teeth and walked out of the command center. The grudge had already been formed, and now it was time to see how to resolve it. The captain didn't have to wait long before he saw Luin. Behind him was a group of unconscious pirates. Luin wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and he didn't sense the stench of blood from these pirates. This meant that they had only robbed but not killed, so they didn't deserve the death penalty. "Friend, this is a misunderstanding," the captain said in a low voice. Behind him, the ruffian licked his lips in fear. Luin laughed. "There's no misunderstanding. Friend, this is our fault. It's hard to avoid being blinded when doing things in the dark. I'm willing to prepare some wine and treat you to a drink, and we'll let this matter rest." "How about that?" the captain asked as he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This guy was testing him. If he didn't pursue the matter, the captain would definitely think that he was putting on an act. Perhaps the wine he had prepared was actually poison. "I've already said that there's no misunderstanding. This is a robbery. Hand over all your belongings, and I'll spare your lives." With just one sentence, the middle-aged captain and the ruffian were stunned. Robbery? Wasn't that their line? You're also from the underworld?" the captain asked in disbelief as he sized Luin up. Luin sneered. "The universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you can't rob me, then it's my turn to rob you. Now, either hand over your belongings or die. Choose. Kid, since we're all from the underworld, don't go overboard. We'll see each other often, so it won't be awkward if we meet again," the captain said in a low voice. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he raised a palm. "Let's see if you have what it takes to embarrass me." There was a bestial roar as the skybeast claw came crashing down. The skybeast claw wasn't considered too strong in the eyes of Euro and the other Astral Combat Academy students, but it was still a battle technique that the Great Yu Empire had passed down to Yu Academy. The moment the 96th form of the skybeast claw appeared, the ruffian was almost scared to death. Although the captain was a Lemmeter, he had only recently become one, so he didn't know how to defend himself against Lu Yin's skybeast claw. He could only watch helplessly as the attack slammed him into the wall. Luin pulled back his hand with a strange expression. This guy was too weak, he was still a Lemmeter. In reality, after entering the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin's perspective had changed. Before entering the Astral Combat Academy, the Skybeast Claw had been one of his strongest attacks, and at that time, he already had the ability to challenge those above his level. Furthermore, he had comprehended the 96th form of the Skybeast Claw, which was the best technique in Yu Academy. How could mere pirates block Yu Academy's top battle technique? Even if Euro did not care about the Skybeast Claw, he would still take this attack seriously. This attack was enough to injure a Lemmeter from the Astral Combat Academy, and this pirate was just an ordinary Lemmeter. Even Gerbok could defeat him, let alone a Lemmeter from the Astral Combat Academy. The difference between their levels was too great. Luin finally understood why Wendy Yushan had looked down on the younger generation of the Great Yu Empire. They were too weak, and even Schutz, who had been in the Astral Combat Academy for a long time, was considered second-rate in Lu Yin's eyes. There was no need to even talk about Gerbok and the others who were still in the Great Yu Empire. The gap between them would only grow larger. Back then, countless people in the Outerverse had believed that Astral 10 was their capital to rise to prominence, and it was not without reason. For example, if Schutz were to return to the Great Yu Empire, he would definitely be able to impress Bezer. Schutz had already surpassed the level of the Outerverse, and he had reached a level where he could compete with Innerverse powerhouses of the same level. Of course, not everyone in the Outerverse was like Gerbok and the others. There were always a few freaks like Dark Void. Even if he had not entered the Astral Combat Academy, his innate gift would have allowed him to dominate a region and not be buried. The ruffian was stunned when he saw Lu Yin heavily injure the captain with a single blow. He was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, feeling rather sullen. From the moment he had joined the pirates, he had known that he would not have a good ending, but he had at least been able to enjoy himself for a period of time. But damn it, how long had it been? They had only robbed 5 people, and that was only 5 people. They had already encountered such a tough opponent. Their luck was too bad. Luin walked over to the ruffian and looked down at him. The ruffian looked at Luin in fear. "Pen no, boss, big bro, boss, this is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Please let us go. We're just a newly formed pirate crew, and we haven't killed anyone yet." Luin smiled. "Hand over all the treasures you've robbed." The ruffian hurriedly complied and took the captain's cosmic ring. He used the captain's blood to open it and poured out a pile of items. Most of them were a mess of medicine, furs, ores, and even crystal cards from banks and other weaves. The star crystals that Luin cared about the most, however, were only 2,000. He frowned. Were pirates this poor? They must have hidden it, he thought as he glanced at the ruffian with an unfriendly expression. The ruffian was smart and immediately said, "Boss, we've only robbed 5 people, and that's all we got." "Oh, right." The ruffian seemed to have thought of something and roughly flipped open the captain's collar to take out a crystal card from the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw it. He recognized the black card with the word Xiaogu engraved on it. It had given him more than 10,000 star crystals, and this card was measured in star crystals instead of universal currency. "We got this from a merchant ship. It said that there are 10,000 star crystals inside, and we don't need a genetic code to open it," the ruffian said as if he was presenting a treasure. Luin accepted it with satisfaction and squinted at the man. "There's really 10,000? "Yes, definitely," the ruffian assured him. Luin nodded and glanced at the pile of useless items on the ground. His eyes twinkled as he stood there. Pirates, robbers, this seemed to be the fastest way to make money. They were pirates after all, and they had no qualms about robbing him. The ruffian stayed behind Luin and glanced at him nervously from time to time. He didn't know what to do if the captain woke up and saw that he had been robbed. Luin felt like the sky was falling just thinking about the ruffian, but he didn't care. He had to coax this plague away first. "Hey, what's your name?" Luin turned to the ruffian. "What's your name?" The ruffian smiled. "I'm Little 7, boss." Luin frowned. "No, that's not a good name. From now on, you're Little 8. The ruffian stared blankly at Luin. Luin asked coldly, "What? You don't want to?" No, I'm Little 8. "Thank you for the name, boss." "From now on, I'm Little 8, the ruffian hurriedly admitted, suddenly having a bad premonition. Luin nodded. "I'm 7. From now on, I'm requisitioning this ship." The ruffian was stunned. "Requisitioning?" Luin smiled. "Piracy is a good profession with great prospects. I like it. You, take me to see the other pirates." The ruffian's mouth fell open as he looked at Lu Yin's smiling face. He then looked at the ground and suddenly realized that this guy wasn't satisfied with robbing them, and now he wanted to rob others as well. No, definitely not. Pirates had their own principles, and they couldn't betray their fellow pirates. Although they wished for their fellow pirates to all die, if they did that, they would no longer be able to mingle in the pirate circle. They might even be hunted down by the pirate king. "Boss, please don't joke around. Pirates are a bunch of boorish bastards. They have no manners, no morals, and love to fart. They can't even be considered human. You should stop looking at them," the ruffian begged. Lu Yin's eyes were cold as he stared at the ruffian. "I'll say it again. Take me to see the other pirates. I don't want to repeat myself. Or, I can get someone else to take me. There are hundreds of people on this ship, so there should be a few who are willing." The ruffian's face turned bitter, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He had 2 choices in front of him: either he wanted to live, betray his fellow pirates, and leave the pirate circle forever. He might even be hunted down by the entire pirate circle, or he wanted to die and become a glorious pirate who had died in the line of duty. Of course, just as he had said, pirates weren't even considered human. He didn't want to die as a pirate, and who would want to die if they could live? Thus, he gave in. The middle-aged captain was locked up, and from now on, the ruffian Little Hatchie was the person in charge of this pirate ship. It could be said that he had fulfilled his addiction of being a captain, and even used his official position for personal gain to lock up a group of pirates that he disliked in the past. Luin wasn't interested in any of this. He stared at his gadget in disbelief. Big Pow and Little Pow had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master? That was too exaggerated. Astral 10 was now famous throughout the entire Astral Combat Academy. First, 5 Melders had defeated Area Master Euro and taken over a training ground. Then, 2 students had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master and even forced him to reveal his 3-lined battle force, shocking the entire academy. Once upon a time, Astral 10 had been known as an exiled academy that no one cared about, and it had even been on the verge of collapse. However, as the Outerverse new students had entered, their reputation had grown. They had completed the highest Sentinel mission, defeated students from various academies, given birth to a lockbreaker, defeated an area master, challenged a realm master, and so on. This series of events had caused the various academies to no longer dare to underestimate Astral 10. This incident in particular had pushed Big Pow and Little Pow's reputation to the peak. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, Quang Wang, had said that the two of them had the strength of a top-tier area master. This evaluation had been published by Wu Gali in the Academy's newspaper, causing the sales volume of this issue to soar once again. On the other hand, the Blaze Realm was embarrassed. Someone had spread the news that Jared had entered the Tao of Purgatory to fight on Euro's behalf, but he had been forced to withdraw in a sorry state. This had caused the Blaze Realm's reputation to plummet. At an important juncture in the Astral Combat Tournament, Astral 10 seemed to be catching up. Luin looked up with excitement. As expected, those 2 seniors were not simple. They were both area masters, and they had even been able to force a realm master to reveal his true power. How powerful! However, the 2 of them had still been defeated, which made Lu Yin's heart sink. Were realm masters really that invincible? The 5 of them had been able to defeat Euro if they worked together, and they might even be able to defeat any area master. However, against a realm master, even with Big Pow and Little Pow's help, it was still impossible. It was indeed true that every realm master was a freak. The Astral Combat Tournament was getting closer and closer. Although the exact date had not been set yet, it should be within half a year. Realm masters were also students, and they were also opponents. In reality, there were many other powerhouses besides realm masters in the 10 great academies. Due to the special nature of this year's Astral Combat Tournament and the addition of terrifying geniuses like Lu Xiaoqiu, there were definitely more than 9 realm masters. In other words, if one wanted to reach the top 10 in this year's Astral Combat Tournament, they would need to possess the power of a realm master. Reaching the power level of a realm master was incredibly difficult, and Luin was confident that he could reach that level within half a year or even surpass it. However, reaching the realm master level was just too difficult. Was he destined not to participate in this year's Astral Combat Tournament? The Astral Combat Tournament was held once every 20 years, and the younger generation could only participate once. However, with Lu Yin's skeletal age, he could participate in the next tournament, but he did not want to wait for 20 years. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. "I hope you can bring me a miracle." At that moment, the ruffian Little 8 rushed in and shouted excitedly, "Boss, we've discovered pirates." Luin casually dispersed the die and stared coldly at Little 8. "Remember to knock before you come in, or I'll cut off your hand." Little 8 was startled, but he quickly nodded. "Pirates? What's their scale?" Luin asked. Little 8 nervously answered, "Half a region ahead of us, there's a pirate group called the Flying Fish. They were established a few years before us, and they can be considered professional pirates." Luin laughed. "Professional pirates? So there are even amateurs?" Little 8 smiled. "Boss, many pirates aren't actually pirates. Being a pirate is like a mask. When someone is poor, has financial problems, or has a special goal, a new pirate group will be born. Once their goal is achieved, the pirates will disappear. It's very normal." Lu Yin's eyes flickered. "The dark side of the universe." Little 8 nodded. "Boss, what about this Flying Fish pirate group?" "Get close and then rob them," Luin said calmly as he walked towards the command center. Little 8 hurriedly followed after him. He had thought things through, and since he could not resist, he might as well perform well. Perhaps there would be another opportunity. The various Wi's of the universe had never slacked off in their efforts to eliminate pirates. Pirates were a serious hindrance to the various Weaves' economy, and there were often rumors of important people being killed by pirates. Thus, the various Weaves had their own armies that specialized in eliminating pirates. However, pirates were too cunning. Aside from a few particularly powerful pirate groups, small pirate groups would not stay in one place for too long, and the Flying Fish pirate group was one such pirate group. "What's the style of this pirate group?" Luwin asked as he looked at the medium-sized pirate ship that was getting closer and closer. Little 8 replied, "They're similar to us. They just rob and don't kill." "I didn't expect you guys to be so principled." Little 8 smiled bitterly. "Boss, it's very difficult to be a pirate. Robbing is risky, but killing is even more so. For the various Weaves' armies that purge pirates, robbing and not killing is an ironclad rule. Once you violate this rule, you'll be placed on the military's must-kill list. Furthermore, killing someone is very likely to draw the attention of certain major powers." Luwin nodded, as Little 8's words made sense. Although the universe was cruel, that was only true for cultivators and those who wandered the edges of darkness, such as pirates. Ordinary people rarely faced any unnatural deaths outside of natural disasters. Generally speaking, as the various Weaves grew closer and closer together, humanity was becoming more and more aware of how to protect themselves. Not long after, Luwin stretched lazily as he looked at the 2 Lemeters who had been knocked down. This was the Flying Fish pirates' spacecraft, and Luwin had easily robbed it. These small pirate groups did not have many powerhouses, and their Lemeters were only equivalent to the average Melder from the Astral Combat Academy, which was similar to Gerbach and the others. "Boss, this is the reward." Under the furious gaze of the captain of the Flying Fish pirates, Little Mina took out a black Mavis Bank card as if he was presenting a treasure. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "How much?" "Hee, 60,000 star crystals," Little 8 said. Luwin frowned. "So little? Hasn't this pirate group been robbing for years?" "Boss, a pirate group's expenses are very high. After deducting the cost of deaths, weapon maintenance, ship maintenance, and so on, there's also the need to buy medicine, gather information, pay tribute to stronger pirate groups, and pay for the powerhouse's cultivation, etc. It's already pretty good to have 60,000 left." Luwin glanced at the captain and saw that his face was ashen. He grunted and took the card without hesitation. "Not bad. Divide the rest among your brothers." Little 8 was delighted. "Thank you, boss." Lu Yin's actions surprised Little 8. He had not pocketed anything for himself, which was a good way to win people over. Luwin looked young, but he was not stupid. The rest of the pirates cheered and worked even harder. Luwin did not care about a measly amount of money. He did care about money, but he would not do anything for it. He would spend what he needed, and he still hoped that these pirates would bring him even more wealth. Robbing ordinary people was not as profitable as robbing pirates, and he would bear the risks. This was the best outcome for these pirates, even if they would be banned from the circle if word got out. Over the next half a month, Luwin and Little 8 explored the surrounding filaments. There were 97 filaments in the Dark Mist Weave, and according to Little 8, this was where most of the Outerverse pirates gathered. They had robbed no less than 10 pirate groups in half a month, and it was like entering a den of thieves. Of course, their gains were not bad. Luwin alone had obtained about 700,000 star crystals, which was enough to make him rich. The rest of the pirates had also obtained enough wealth to last them for the rest of their lives. Even if they did not become pirates, they could still be rich ordinary people. "Eighth bro, isn't that the Jazz Pirates' territory up ahead? Let's rob them," one of the pirates said excitedly in the command room. Little 8 smacked him on the head. "Are you crazy? Rob the Jazz Pirates? Scram." Luwin happened to walk over and asked, "Why can't we rob the Jazz Pirates?" Little 8 was startled by Lu Yin's voice and quickly turned around. "Boss, the Jazz Pirates are the strongest pirate group in the surrounding filaments. They have at least 5 Lemeters, and their captain, the Mad Viper Knight, is an absolute powerhouse who graduated from the Astral Combat Academy." Luwin was shocked. He graduated from the Astral Combat Academy? Is he a space-exploring powerhouse? Little 8 shook his head. No, an explorer wouldn't just wander around the surrounding filaments. He's a picometer. Lu Yin relaxed. As long as he wasn't an explorer, then everything was fine. This meant that this person's claim that he had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy was a lie. The Astral Combat Academy's rules stated that one had to be an explorer before they graduated. Otherwise, they would only be expelled when they reached the age limit and would not be considered a graduate. The Astral Combat Academy was split into 10 academies. Aside from Astral 10, the other academies had an average of 1,000 students, but less than a third of them had successfully graduated. These people were the absolute elites of the universe, and even those who had been expelled were not weak. After all, becoming an explorer required luck and talent, and without a 5-stage formcast model, it was too difficult to become an explorer before the age limit. However, no matter where they went, the expelled students were all outstanding and would not become pirates. This person had to be bluffing. Let's go and rob the jazz pirates. If they can dominate the surrounding filaments, then we'll definitely reap a lot of rewards, Lu Yin said expectantly. Little Eight's expression turned bitter. Boss, this pirate group really can't be provoked. An army once surrounded them, but nearly half of them died in the end. Their blood dyed the planet's oceans red, and even an explorer was killed by the Mad Viper Knight. This person is truly terrifying. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's it. Immediately. Little Eight helplessly glared at the pirate who had spoken up before changing course and heading towards the jazz pirates. It wasn't easy to find a pirate group, and pirates couldn't stay in one place forever. They needed to rely on luck, but since they were all pirates, Little Eight's chances of finding them were quite high. At this point, Lu Yin had long since forgotten about his lockbreaking mission. Although lockbreaking was important to him, it wasn't as important as star crystals. His die was the only shortcut that could quickly increase his strength. He now had more than 700,000 star crystals, and he would be able to return to Astral 10 after robbing the last one. There, he could peacefully wait for the Astral Combat Tournament to begin. The jazz pirates traveled through many filaments, and Little Eight had thought that it wouldn't be so easy to bump into them. However, a day later, he saw a large spacecraft among a group of asteroids. It was the jazz pirates' spacecraft. Under Lu Yin's stern gaze, Little Eight sent a communication request to the jazz pirates. Soon, their spacecraft was allowed to dock with the large spacecraft. There was a shudder, and Lu Yin looked at his gadget. There were quite a few people on this ship, and there were nearly 1,000 of them. 3 of them were limeters, and more importantly, one of them had a power level of 10,000. The glaring power level almost scared Little Eight to death. This was a picometer, which should be the Mad Viper Knight's power level. This person was only one step away from breaking through to become an explorer. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, but he didn't pay it much mind. He had encountered many picometers in the ported battles, and although they had suppressed him greatly, they weren't as invincible as explorers. Euro was a picometer, and there was also Frankfurt, as well as the spear-wielding expert he had killed when he first entered the Tao of Purgatory. B-Boss, it's not too late to regret. I think it's best not to provoke the Mad Viper Knight. We'll just resupply in the name of offering and then we can leave, Little Eight stuttered. Lu Yin waved his hand and walked out of the cabin, entering the jazz pirate's spacecraft. He had indeed made preparations before coming here. If the Mad Viper Knight was too strong, he could give up, but he should be able to deal with him. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. His identity as a lockbreaker could be used to exchange for his life. He requested to meet the Mad Viper Knight as a pirate captain, which was not an unreasonable request. Soon, Lu Yin was brought to the Mad Viper Knight's lounge, where he saw a limeter. Just as the limeter was about to speak, his expression changed, and his gadget beeped. The limeter's expression changed, and he quickly left. The pirate who had brought Lu Yin here also quickly left, leaving Lu Yin alone. Lu Yin frowned, but he didn't pay it any mind. He pushed open the lounge door and walked in. The Mad Viper Knight was a middle-aged man. Most pirate captains were middle-aged men, and he wore an elegant aristocratic robe. He held a walking stick in one hand, and there was a python tattoo on his face. At first glance, he looked quite formidable. Lu Yin's entrance did not disturb the Mad Viper, who was staring at his gadget. Lu Yin didn't know what he was looking at, but there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Luin wandered around the lounge and saw a star chart of the surrounding regions, as well as the Astral River's location. Not far from the Astral River, there was a special sign that read, Pirates Harbor. Pirates Harbor? Luin looked at the location, which was less than 10 regions away from his current location. It would only take him 5 days to travel through a wormhole. That was the secret harbor where countless pirates gathered, and it was also one of the darkest places in the Outerverse. Who are you? A dull voice sounded in Lu Yin's ear as the Mad Viper Knight stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. Luin turned around and smiled. I heard that you graduated from the Astral Combat Academy, so I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. The Mad Viper Knight's eyes widened and a murderous glint flashed through them. Good plan. You want to get rid of my pirate crew? It won't be that easy. Star energy erupted from the Mad Viper Knight's body, materializing into a visible python that opened its mouth to bite Luin. The lights in the lounge instantly shattered. Luin retreated and was struck by the star energy. The floorboards shattered, and a trace of green liquid splattered everywhere, corroding the metal walls. Venom? Luin raised an eyebrow as the Mad Viper Knight's staff stabbed out from his side. Their surroundings were forcefully sealed by star energy, which left Luin astonished. This person was not weak, and he was definitely a highly educated Lemeter. Perhaps he really was from the Astral Combat Academy. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the lounge's surroundings shattered, unable to withstand a Lemeter's attack. Luin evaded the attack with flash. The Mad Viper Knight's strength was not bad, far surpassing that of all the pirates he had encountered before. He was strong enough to crush ordinary peak Lemeters in the Outerverse. Not only had his star energy control reached the realm of infinite changes, but he also had powerful battle techniques and the venom he released. However, these were useless against Luin, as this person's strength was not enough to threaten him. If he really was from the Astral Combat Academy, then he would definitely be one of the weakest. There was a whoosh as Luin tore through the python's star energy and slammed his palm into the Mad Viper Knight's body. Not only did Lu Yin's attack shatter the Lemeter ring armor that the knight had just put on, but his star energy was also shattered as his entire body was forcefully smashed into the wall. The Mad Viper Knight spat out a mouthful of blood as shock filled his eyes. Realmbreaker! The Mad Viper Knight was overwhelmed with shock. Lu Yin's palm strike made him feel as if he had returned to his time in the Astral Combat Academy, where he had seen a batch of despair-inducing freaks. Back then, he had been overshadowed by those freaks, and now, he had encountered such a person once again. The lounge was plunged into darkness, but Luin relied on the hazy starlight to approach the Mad Viper Knight step by step. He wanted to obtain his spoils of war, but right at that moment, a sword light flashed past. Luin dodged to the side, but the entire lounge was split into two. An incomparably sharp aura came from behind him, filling his surroundings with an aura that could cut through everything. Lu Yin's expression changed. Was this a domain? He raised a hand, his battle force enveloping him as he circulated his art of Sirius. A long sword pierced towards him from behind, but he easily dodged it and countered with a palm. Palm of Sirius. The 9 stars exploded, and together with the invincible battle chi, not only did it break the attacker's longsword, but it also smashed onto the attacker's body, sending her flying out of the lounge and smashing into the distance, penetrating through the walls of an unknown distance away. With a thump, the broken sword fell to the ground, attracting Lu Yin's attention. He frowned as he looked at the broken sword. Red? How familiar. Was this Shuade Knight? Lu Yin's expression changed, and he hurriedly rushed out of the lounge. Inside the lounge, the Mad Viper Knight spat out another mouthful of blood as he struggled to get down from the wall. He panted heavily as he looked outside in fear. Where had these terrifying powerhouses come from? One had a domain, and the other had battle force. They were so young, could they be freaks from the Astral Combat Academy? He gritted his teeth, and a bone-deep hatred flashed through his eyes. He hated those freaks who stood at the top, preventing people like him from ever having a chance to shine. Cough, cough. The Mad Viper Knight dragged his heavily injured body out of the lounge. At this moment, the entire pirate fleet was enveloped in the stench of blood. Countless pirates had died tragically, and the corridor was dyed red with blood. The two other Lemeters had also been decapitated. Luine rushed past several destroyed lounges and found Shui Day Night 100 meters away. Her face was deathly pale, and she held a broken sword in her hand. So it really was you. Luine smiled bitterly. In such a dark environment, he hadn't been able to see clearly, and his attack had been too heavy. However, he couldn't be blamed, as Shui Day Night had been the one to attack first. Luine took out a medicine and fed it to her. Shui Day Night coughed twice and forced herself to open her eyes. She vaguely saw Luine. It's you. Luine was helpless. Why are you here? Shui Day Night looked at him weakly with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her pure face was so pale that it made one's heart ache. Why are you here? I was robbed by accident, Luine replied. Shui Day Night looked around and then at her broken sword. She exhaled and coughed again. Blood flowed from her lips, and her eyes gradually lost focus before she fainted again. Luine hurriedly tried to push her away, but it was no use. Her internal organs had been severely injured. That was serious palm with 9 stars, and its power was terrifying. Even Yuro would be unlucky if he had been hit head-on, let alone Shui Day Night. She was lucky to have survived that attack. Luine had no choice but to carry her in his arms. He couldn't let her die here. Although this woman had schemed against him before, she wasn't a bad person. From the looks of it, she was cleaning up pirates again. Right, this route just happened to lead back to the Innerverse, so it wouldn't be strange if they ran into each other. Shit, the Mad Viper Knight. Luine suddenly remembered this person, and he hurriedly rushed to the lounge with Shui Day Night in his arms. However, the Mad Viper Knight was nowhere to be seen. A personal spaceship flew out from the Night Pirate's spaceship. The Mad Viper Knight dragged his heavily injured body and stared at the pirate ship with a ferocious gaze. Die, all of you. Die with my pirate ship. With that, he pressed a button and destroyed the entire pirate ship. A red light flickered within the pirate ship, and Lu Yin's expression changed when he heard the urgent alarm. He hurriedly carried Shui Day Night and rushed to the docking area. Little 8 and the others had also seen the red light flickering from the spacecraft, and they immediately knew that it was about to explode. They hurriedly gave the order to leave, not caring about Lu Yin's life or death. Fortunately, Luine had arrived at the last moment. Little 8 immediately went up to greet him with a rich expression. Boss, it would have been too late if you hadn't arrived. Those people wanted to escape, but I held them back until you arrived, boss. Shut up and look for a doctor, Luine barked. Little 8 immediately gave the order to leave the asteroid field and look for a doctor. Not long after, the asteroid field exploded, and the Night Pirate's spacecraft was reduced to cosmic dust. Aside from the Mad Viper Knight, no one else was left alive. Luine sighed, as all of his efforts had been for nothing. Boss, we just saw a spacecraft escape. It should be the Mad Viper Knight, Little 8 said nervously. Luine nodded, but then he suddenly thought of something. I remember you saying that the Night Pirates had at least 5 Lemeters. Why were there only 3 on that ship? The Night Pirates have 2 pirate ships, and they usually only use one to rob others, Little 8 said. Luine frowned. They're really cunning. This pirate group isn't considered strong in the universe, but they paid a huge price to buy 2 pirate ships. It's no wonder that they were able to trick an explorer to death. It's a pity that they managed to escape. Otherwise, with their wealth, your gains would have at least doubled, Little 8 said regretfully. Luine felt his heart ache at the mention of this, as it was all Shui Day Night's fault. Things had been going so smoothly, but it was such a pity. Boss, 8th bro, that woman's injuries are too severe, and we can't treat her with our resources. There are no planets in the surrounding regions that can treat her injuries, so we can only send her to the pirate port, a pirate reported. Luine grunted. Go to the pirate port. Yes. Boss, you and that woman. Little 8 probed. Luine grinned at him. What? Did you recognize her? Little 8 smiled sheepishly as fear flashed through his eyes. He had recognized someone from the Day-Night clan at a glance. Although he didn't have much experience as a pirate, he had heard of powerful clans that were famous throughout the universe. Why was there a Day-Night woman in the Night Pirates? He didn't dare to think about it. you'd better forget about this. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to you, Luine said calmly. Little 8 was confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? I don't know. Luine smiled, this guy was very clever. Alright, tell me more about the pirate port. Little 8 explained, the pirate port is a port where pirates replenish their supplies. Although it's called a port, it's actually a planet where people from the dark side of the universe gather. There are pirates, assassins, fugitives, rebels, and so on. You can find any kind of dark side that you can think of there. Of course, there are also the occasional the Mavis clan, disciples from powerful clans in the universe who train. After Little 8's introduction, Luine gained a slight understanding of the pirate port. In the end, it was a place where people from all walks of life gathered. The entire dark mistweave was filled with such people, and the pirate port was the quintessence of this place. Many people didn't use their real names there because the moment their identities were exposed, the price would be huge. The pirate port is so close to the Astral River. Does no one care about it? Luine was curious. Of course they do. How could they not care? However, they only occasionally send out troops to scare them. After all, the pirate port doesn't just provide services for pirates, but also for the military and for travelers passing through the innerverse and outerverse. As long as you have the money, you can get anything you want there. To pirates, it's a pirate port, but to outsiders, it's just a supply planet that's shrouded in the shadow of the Leo clan. The Leo clan? Luine was puzzled. Little 8's face grew solemn. This pirate port was established by the Leo clan. They were once incomparably glorious and ruled over an entire weave, but their talents gradually withered away. Their ancestors were rather courageous, and they gathered the strength of the entire clan to come to Dark Mistweave and establish this pirate port. Think about it, who would be able to destroy a pirate port established by a clan that once ruled over an entire weave? After all, the Leo clan once had a hunter, and even if they're in dire straits now, they still have a cruiser overseeing them, which is more than enough to protect the pirate port. Luine understood. It was no wonder why they could establish a pirate port in such an obvious place. The Leo clan? You know quite a bit, Little 8. Luine looked at Little 8. Little 8 was shocked and forced a smile. Don't scare me, boss. You can easily find out about these things. At least half of the people on this ship know more than I do. Is that so? Luine did not comment. He had chosen this person to replace him in controlling these pirates because he felt that this person had a different temperament from a fugitive. That ruffian aura seemed to be faked, but it had nothing to do with Luine. They would go their separate ways once they reached the pirate port. His current headache was Xuede Knight, and he hoped that she would not die. After leaving the command deck, Luine went to the infirmary to check on Xuede Knight. She was lying in a nutrient solution, and her entire body was surrounded by it. Her heartbeat was normal. She won't die immediately, right? Luine asked. Behind him, the ship's doctor replied, no. Although her injuries are serious, they've stabilized. She won't die immediately as long as she doesn't experience any turbulence. However, if she doesn't receive treatment within a month, she'll definitely die. Luine relaxed and looked at Xuede Knight. He still remembered the first time he had met her. He had seen her murderous intent, and there had been despair, regret, helplessness, and other complex emotions in her eyes. What had attracted him and prevented him from abandoning her? Was it a deal? Luine himself did not know. He could have just thrown her into the Jazz Pirate spacecraft and turned her into dust, but he had not hesitated to save her. Why? Luine did not understand. Xuede Knight frowned as she lay in the nutrient solution. Her pale face made one's heart ache. Her originally pure appearance now carried a trace of helplessness and weakness. She did not look like a day-night powerhouse who could kill countless pirates with her sword. I beg you, let them go. Let my parents go. Please release the cage technique, please. Xuede Knight unconsciously muttered to herself, constantly pleading for something. Luine got closer and vaguely heard something about her parents and the cage technique, but he did not understand. He shook his head and walked to the door. When he looked back, his heart trembled. At this moment, Shuadai Knight's tightly shut eyes were tearing up. She was so sad and desperate. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his gaze flickered. This line of tears touched his heart, and after looking at it for a while, he took a deep breath and walked out of the infirmary. The pirate port was bustling. At least in Lu Yin's eyes, this place was not inferior to Xinyu Star. There were not just one or two space stations, but a whole bunch of them for all sorts of people. The pirate spaceship was docked at a relatively hidden space station, including his own Aurora spaceship. Lu Yin officially parted ways with Little 8 and the rest without any reluctance. To him, there was nothing else important besides earning money. Little 8 and the rest rejoiced at the fact that they had parted ways with Lu Yin. They needed to discuss how to deal with their former captain, as well as the fact that they had left the pirates. They had already been exposed, and it was said that the pirates who had robbed them in the past had issued a joint hunt. They had no choice but to flee. Lu Yin carried Shuadai Knight out of the space station and casually flagged down a spacecraft to the nearest hospital. The pilot of the aircraft was a man with long ears and arms, and he immediately set off upon hearing Lu Yin's command. Looking at the people shuttling back and forth outside, the scenery here was very bad, especially since there was no sun. The whole world was dark, and occasionally, there would be a thick fog blowing, making this place look very gloomy. Explosions could be heard from time to time, but the pilot did not panic at all. Apparently, he was used to it. Shuadai Knight's conspicuous hair was covered up by Lu Yin, and her entire body was buried in his embrace. Her forehead was burning hot, and her heart was beating very slowly. Lu Yin helplessly leaned back against the cushion. Soon, after a few minutes, the aircraft stopped. "We're here, sir." Lu Yin looked at the small bungalow in front of him in astonishment. "This is a hospital?" "Yes, sir." "This must be your first time here." "All the hospitals on this planet are built underground. It's not just hospitals, shopping malls, trading houses, and so on. All the public facilities are built underground. As for the reason, you should have heard of it before." Lu Yin immediately understood. That's right, this was a pirate port, and there were vicious criminals everywhere. Fights were all too common here. After paying a star crystal, Lu Yin carried Shuadai Knight out of the aircraft. Just as he was about to leave, the man blocked his path with a fierce gaze. "Sir, the fare is not enough." Lu Yin raised a brow. "How much?" The man's lips curled up. 10 crystals. Lu Yin laughed and gently pressed a hand on the man's shoulder. The man's expression instantly changed as he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. "Brother, I'm not in a good mood right now." "I don't have the time to joke around," Lu Yin said calmly. The man's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he quickly smiled awkwardly. "My apologies for disturbing you. I wish you a pleasant journey." Lu Yin released his hand and walked past the man into the bungalow. The man panted heavily. "Damn, I'm so unlucky. I've offended a tough nut to crack. Although he's a melder, he's definitely more terrifying than a Lameter. This guy must be a disciple of some large organization who came out to train." He shook his head and boarded the aircraft again, before quickly disappearing. Although that person had tried to extort money from Lu Yin, he had found a good place. When Lu Yin stepped into the bungalow, he followed the flow of people to the underground hospital. It had to be said that although it looked simple and crude, the facilities here were definitely not bad. They were even more high-end than the ones used to treat undying Yushan. After all, this was a major transportation route that connected the innerverse and outerverse. No one could guarantee that they would not be injured, and this included the powerhouses of the innerverse. Thus, the pirate port's medical facilities were definitely top-notch. The Leo family had also spent a lot of money to purchase them, and the ample medical facilities had attracted countless customers. This was what Little 8 had told him. There were quite a few people lining up for treatment, and all of them had gloomy expressions. Some even hid themselves, unwilling to be exposed. Lu Yin was the same. He covered his body, not wanting to reveal his identity. It took a full hour before it was his turn. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside as dozens of people rushed in, shouting fiercely, "Where's the doctor? Quick, our boss can't hold on much longer." As they spoke, they pushed aside the crowd and carried a large man covered in blood. Luin frowned, as these people reeked of blood. Cough cough. Shuade Knight suddenly coughed, and Luin patted her back. Coincidentally, these people arrived in front of Luin and raised their hands to push him away. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and he raised his hand as well. There was a soft crack as one of the people's arms was broken by Luin, and the person was pushed several meters away. Everyone looked at Luin. Get lost. Luin barked. These people were enraged, and they suddenly attacked without any intention of discussing anything. The people in the hospital hurriedly dodged, as did many of the patients. Luin was enraged, and his hand turned into a claw. With a roar from the void, the skybeast claw slammed down, killing more than 10 people. The others were also forced back, and they all looked at Luin in shock. At this point, the soldiers arrived. They were the Liu family's private soldiers, and they all surrounded the hospital. Violence is not allowed in the hospital. Everyone, raise your hands. The surroundings were in chaos, and Luin frowned as he looked around. He needed to find a doctor, as Shuade Knight's injuries seemed to have worsened after the chaos. Suddenly, the large man covered in blood stood up, took out a fist-sized metal ball from under his body, and smashed it against the ground. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, and he instinctively flashed away. There was a violent explosion where he had been standing, and the shockwaves distorted the air and shattered the lights and glass. The violent impact sent the surrounding soldiers flying, and many of them died. Luin used flash again and again, dodging with extreme speed. Finally, he punched through the roof and escaped. Just as he reached the ground shook and caved in, burying everyone in the hospital. Luin stared at the scene in shock. What was going on? He did not understand. Smoke and dust filled the air as alarms rang out. Luin used flash again and left with Shuade Knight. Cough cough. Shuade Knight opened her eyes and weakly said in Lu Yin's arms, "Don't get hit. You're awake." Lu Yin's voice was low. Everything that had just happened had been too chaotic, and he had no idea what had happened. Shuade Knight breathed weakly. That was a game between the great powers. A game? Luin was puzzled. Some great powers use extreme methods to obtain certain benefits. Shuade Knight continued to speak before falling asleep again. Luin exhaled and stood in a dark corner, looking in the direction of the hospital. A game between the great powers? What about those soldiers? Those doctors and patients were just pawns in the game. In truth, Luin had never considered himself to be a good person, and the deaths of others had nothing to do with him. He could also use extreme methods for his own benefit, but this was the first time he had seen this scene from the most humble and direct perspective. It was even more direct than when he had been on Earth. If he had been weaker, he would have been sacrificed like those people. Power was a good thing, and it could affect everything. He looked at the weak Shuade Knight in his arms and felt a headache coming on. He had to find the next hospital. However, the heavens seemed to be playing a joke on Luin. Dozens of explosions occurred on the pirate port in a single day, and all of them were concentrated in the hospital. This caused the pirate port to fall into an unprecedented state of panic. The Liu family had sent out several space-exploring powerhouses to suppress the situation, but that was not enough to suppress the fear. Without a hospital, what would the pirate port use to attract others? This was the pirate port, a dark place where bloodshed occurred every day, and people were injured every day. The first step was to find a hospital, so what was the second step? Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were definitely one of the options. Luin thought about it, as he did not want to be dragged into this mess again. However, Shuade Knight's injuries could not be delayed. Suddenly, Luin thought of Coco. It was said that people from Windrift Hall often traveled the universe. If there were people from Windrift Hall in the nearby weaves, he could bring Shuade Knight along for treatment. Those people did not seem to need advanced medical facilities, so Luin immediately contacted Coco. Outsiders could not use their gadgets to contact students in the Astral Combat Academy, but students could still contact each other. Coco might be in the trial zones, so Luin could not contact her. He then contacted Zora, but it was the same. The two of them were together, so Luin had no choice but to wait. He randomly found an abandoned house that seemed remote and deserted, and moved in with Shude Knight. For 3 days, Luin was unable to contact Coco. His guess was right, the attacks had shifted from the hospital to the hotels and shopping malls. The entire pirate port was filled with a terrifying atmosphere, and the space station was packed to the brim. People were only allowed to leave, but not enter. Countless people wanted to escape the port. Food and water were crazily snatched, along with all sorts of resources. Even Shamrock Enterprises branch had been sold out. The Dark Mist Weaves Bank branch had long since evacuated, which indicated that something big was about to happen. 3 days later, at noon, Luin finally managed to contact Coco. "What's the matter, Brother Lu?" she asked. Luin was anxious. "Coco, my friend is heavily injured. Do you know anyone in Dark Mistweave?" "Dark Mistweave? Let me ask." Coco hurriedly checked and asked Zora for help. Coco quickly looked up. "Yes, Brother Lu. My senior is on a strange planet in Dark Mistweave." "That's great. Tell me the location." Luin was delighted. Coco was conflicted. "I don't know the location. I'll give you my senior's contact details so you can contact him yourself." "I've already told him." She then sent Luin a string of numbers. Luin hurriedly cut off the call and dialed the number. Soon, a voice answered, "Windrift Hall, Xianxia. I'm Luin." "Sorry, Coco must have mentioned me," Luin said politely. "Yes, I did. You can come find me. I'm at Dark Mistweave's pirate port. You know about it, right?" Luin was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. "I'm at the port as well." Xianxia was clearly stunned as well. "Tell me your location, and we'll meet in the center." Luin immediately sent his location, and he quickly headed north with Shude Knight in his arms. Along the way, he stole a spacecraft and increased his speed to the maximum. Shude Knight's injuries seemed to have worsened, and her face was even paler than before. Her consciousness was hazy once more, and she kept muttering to herself. Luin did not know why he was so anxious. Her desperate and helpless eyes kept appearing in his mind, along with her weak and pale face. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. The pirate port was huge, but the two of them were not far from each other. They met up in less than an hour. The spy was a rather delicate-looking man who was much older than Luin. He had probably surpassed the limits of the younger generation, and there was a girl beside him. It was said that the Windrift Hall always split into pairs, and this girl was his partner. Shude Knight. With her. The two simultaneously looked at Luin. Xianxia nodded and didn't ask any more questions. To Windrift Hall, they would heal regardless of race. They only differentiated between good and bad, not race. This was Windrift Hall, which was why they had such a good reputation in the universe. "Can he be saved?" Luin asked nervously. Hearing this question, the originally quiet spy raised his head and suddenly smiled proudly. "There is no patient that Windrift Hall can't save." Luin was flabbergasted. Xianxia, who had seemed so dull, had suddenly become so arrogant. The girl said, "Don't disturb him. Your little girlfriend isn't the most seriously injured patient he's ever saved." Luin hurriedly said, "She's not my girlfriend." "Is that so?" The girl did not believe him and turned away. Luin was stunned. He seemed to have been too anxious. He stood up and walked away to look at the dark pirate port. This planet was a battlefield, and countless people would be sacrificed. It was too sad. "I heard from Coco that you're Astral 10's leader." The girl walked up to Luin and asked curiously, "I'm Xianxia, an expelled student of Astral 7. Luin was surprised, but he saw that Xianxia did not seem to be affected by her expulsion. "I was lucky." Xianxia sized him up and smiled, "There's no luck in defeating the monsters of the Astral Combat Academy. Coco told us about the 12 new students, especially you." "Thank you. If not for you, she might not have been able to get into the academy." Luin smiled, "You're welcome. With Coco's innate gift and speed, no one can stop her." "That's because you don't know her. That girl is very timid. Once she hears that someone from the Blaze realm is trying to stop her from taking the exam, she definitely won't dare to take it." No matter what, Windrift Hall owes you a favor. Luin smiled but did not reply. A favor from Windrift Hall was very valuable. Kanem glanced at Shuade Knight, who was being treated, and asked again, she's really not your girlfriend? Luin shook his head, we met by chance. That's good, said Karname. Luin was confused, why? Kanem looked at him seriously, don't have any feelings for her. If you do, erase them immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear it for the rest of your life. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Shuade Knight before looking back at Kanem, why? Kanem shook her head, this involves the Day Knight clan, so it's not convenient for me to say too much. Listen to me, you absolutely cannot have any feelings for her. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. She then turned and walked towards Xianxia. Luin turned back, and the scene of Shuade Knight crying suddenly appeared in his mind. He also recalled the words she had muttered to herself, them, her parents, the cage technique. Half a day later, Xianxia finally managed to bring Shuade Knight's injuries under control. Xianxia stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He seemed exhausted as he said, all right, she'll recover completely after a few more months of rest. Luin was grateful, thank you, Brother Xing. Xianxia smiled, you're welcome. I still haven't thanked you for Coco. I've already said that Windrift Hall owes him a favor, Kanem said. Luin raised a hand, you've already helped me save her, so I've already repaid the favor. Xianxia's expression turned serious, Brother Lu, that's not right. Saving people is Windrift Hall's mission. Even without Coco, I would still have helped you. After all, the more we save, the more destiny we have and the longer we can live. Luin blinked. These words sounded familiar, as if Coco had said something like this before. These people had really been fooled by their master. We should leave, Kanem reminded him. Xianxia looked at Luin, Brother Lu, this planet is very dangerous right now. It's best if you leave immediately. Luin nodded. Xianxia and Kanem quickly left, and Luin picked up Shuade Knight. She had finally stabilized. He thought about it and flew his spacecraft towards the space station once more. It was time to leave. More and more explosions swept through the pirate port, and countless people fled in panic. Luin sat in his spacecraft and looked down, his heart filled with complex emotions. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Who was that? He parked his spacecraft on the roof and left Shuade Knight behind as he rushed towards the crowd. Luin quickly caught hold of a man in the crowd. The man was shocked and tried to knee him, but Luin blocked him, Big Chong, it's me. The man looked at Luin in shock and cried out, why are you here? Luin pulled the man out of the crowd and happily asked, why are you here too? The man named Big Chong was anxious. Did the family send you? That's impossible. Why would they send you here? What do you mean? Luin was uneasy. Don't ask me what I mean. Let's go, we have to leave immediately. Big Chong grabbed Luin and wanted to take him to the space station. Luin shook Big Chong off, as he had many questions to ask. Suddenly, he felt his scalp go numb as a blinding light descended. Everyone looked up and saw the final scene of their lives. A beam of light descended from the void and bombarded the ground, obliterating everything in its path. This was an attack from a warship. Little Seven, run! Big Chong shouted. The crowd held in despair. The buildings on both sides collapsed. Luin could no longer hear any of this, as he had been struck by the beam of light. He instinctively activated his serious art, but against an attack that could kill an explorer, any form of defense was useless. With a boom, an entire street was reduced to dust, and Big Chong was sent flying by the violent impact. Luin had used flash at the last moment to avoid a direct hit, but even so, he had still been swept up by the shockwaves and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair, clothes, and everything else had been incinerated. His body had been scorched, and his blood had been instantly charred. His body had been smashed into a distant wall like a pile of rotten meat, and he had lost consciousness. Following that, another beam of light descended and bombarded the neighboring street, one after another. This was an attack that could destroy a planet, and anyone would be insignificant in the face of such an attack. Only space-exploring powerhouses could withstand it, but that did not include ordinary explorers. This was because these beams of light had originally been used to deal with the cruisers of the Leo clan. The entire pirate port had been plunged into a sea of death as the beams of light mercilessly bombarded it, killing countless people. On the abandoned street, Lu Yin's body had been destroyed to the point where not a single piece of flesh remained intact. Logically speaking, such injuries should have meant certain death, but the strange seal on his back that had prevented him from breaking through had appeared once more. It emitted a faint light that brought him back from the brink of death, and his body slowly recovered. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin vaguely heard someone speak. "There's still someone alive here. Take him away." "There's no need. There's not a single piece of flesh left on his body. He's dead for sure." "It's none of your business. Take him to Drift Charge Planet. The higher-ups have ordered that as long as he's not dead, take him away." "Understood." There was a thump as Lu Yin painfully opened his eyes. The glaring light was unbearable, and his vision was blurry. What was going on? How can this person survive after being injured like this? He was probably hit head-on. He's lucky that he didn't die. "You still want to save someone like this?" "Shoo, of course not. It's meat." "What meat?" "The slaves on Drift Charge Planet can't even be considered humans. They eat anything." "You mean?" "Ugh." When Lu Yin regained consciousness for the third time, he saw himself falling from a high altitude. He had been thrown down from a high altitude, and the air he breathed in was rather pungent. His surroundings were dark red, and lightning flashed past him from time to time. He had seen such a scene before, and it usually occurred on a planet that was about to be destroyed. He looked down and his pupils shrank. He could vaguely see countless black dots below him. Were those people? Lu Yin wasn't the only one who had been thrown down from the sky. There were many others around him who were still alive, but they could also be considered dead. They were meat for the miners below. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and looked at his arm. His cosmic ring was gone, and his gadget was gone. Everything was gone, and the star energy around him was quite thin. Thankfully, the star energy stored in his body hadn't been used up, and he still had some left. He couldn't just fall down like this, or he would be eaten even if he didn't fall to his death. As he got closer and closer to the ground, Lu Yin's gaze turned sinister. He could clearly see the slaves' appearances, and they couldn't even be considered humans. They were like beasts with their mouths wide open, grabbing the smashed corpses and biting them. Lu Yin wasn't unfamiliar with this scene, as he had seen it during Earth's trial. Back then, he had been in a higher position, but now, he was waiting to be eaten. He got closer and closer, and just as he felt the hands of the slaves about to grab him, he growled and forced himself to raise his hand. Shockwave palm. Bang! The ground was smashed apart by the palm, and shockwaves swept out in all directions within a radius of 10 meters. All of the slaves within range were instantly killed by the shockwaves. Lu Yin had used the roving step in the nick of time to fall to the ground, panting heavily as intense pain shot through his body. The surrounding slaves hurriedly fled, looking at Lu Yin in fear. They were just ordinary people, not even cultivators. They didn't dare to get close to Lu Yin, even if he was severely injured. Lu Yin didn't dare to faint, as that would kill him. He wanted to move his body, but he didn't know how long it had been since he had eaten. He had no strength left, and he could only move his fingers. He looked around and saw that all his hair had been burned away, and he wasn't wearing anything. Perhaps the slaves had wanted to make it easier for the slaves to eat, so they hadn't given him any clothes. He just lay there on the ground and looked around fiercely, scaring the slaves into running even further away. The dust on the ground gave off a pungent smell. This planet wasn't suitable for human habitation. Strange insects would occasionally crawl out of the cracked earth, and Lu Yin was famished and swallowed them all in one gulp. It tasted terrible, but that was all he could eat. Otherwise, he would starve to death and become meat again. He had never imagined that he would experience something like this. This inhumane torture was indescribable. He faced off against the slaves on this planet for several days, but no matter how severe his injuries were, he couldn't sleep. He kept his bloodshot eyes open with all his might. On the 5th day, the surrounding slaves inexplicably dispersed, and a skinny old man with a hunched back appeared in front of him. The old man walked over step by step until he was right in front of Luin and slowly squatted down. Luin could even smell the decaying odor coming from the man's body. Scram! Luin roared with all his might. Star energy flickered at his fingertips, forming flames in an attempt to scare the man away. A strand of battle force even seeped out of his body, but it disappeared in an instant. The old man was shocked and said in a hoarse voice, "Battle Chi? Little guy, are you a disciple of a great power?" Luin did not reply and continued to stare at the old man, his heart sinking. This person knew so much, so he was obviously not an ordinary person. He was most likely a cultivator, and Luin could not scare him. Was he going to be eaten? He had never imagined that he would become a sacrificial pawn in a game between great powers. He didn't even know who was behind all of this. He was like an ant that could be easily trampled to death. "Do you want something to eat?" The old man opened his mouth, and 2 rays of light flashed in his skeletal eyes. His words shocked Luin, and he stared at the old man with bloodshot eyes that were filled with desire. The old man's lips curled up in a strange arc, and his sinister and terrifying face sunk in. He approached Luin and whispered, "Human flesh is called white meat. Do you want some?" Scram! Luin growled. The old man chuckled strangely and just sat there in front of Luin. He did not move, but he did not leave either. A strange insect crawled out of the ground once more, this one the size of a palm and with a green barb on its tail. Luin bit down on it again, and the green barb pierced his lips. However, nothing was more terrifying than starvation in his current state. Green liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes continued to stare at the old man. The old man did not move, and he continued to stare at Luin until Luin could no longer hold on and collapsed. Luin did not know if he had died or fainted. Perhaps there would be no future for him once he closed his eyes. Just as Luin lost consciousness, the old man suddenly stood up and walked behind him. He tapped Lu Yin's back and then moved his hands along the surface of Lu Yin's body in a strange pattern. Star energy seemed to circulate within Lu Yin's body as well. After half an hour, the old man finally stopped and collapsed to the ground. He stared at Luin and said, "Whether you die or not will depend on your luck. If you don't die, then my family still has a glimmer of hope." At the same time, the date of the Astral Combat Tournament was set. It would be held in 3 months. The Astral Combat Tournament was the most important event in the Astral 10 Academies, but it did not have much of an impact on the outside world. At most, it would attract a few great powers to recruit talents, but the effect was not great. This was because almost all of the geniuses who could enter the Astral Combat Academy came from the various great powers. However, the Astral Combat Tournament was related to the Astral Domain War, and it was a plan by some of the universe's great powers to recruit soldiers. Regardless of their profession or status, everyone would do their best to watch the Astral Combat Tournament on the day of the tournament. Because of the Astral Combat Tournament's great influence, many of the great powers' hidden geniuses had come out and joined the Astral Combat Academy in anticipation of the tournament in 3 months. However, at this moment, Astral 10 was shrouded in a shadow. Old Kai helplessly looked at the screen on his gadget and sighed before shaking his head with a bitter smile. The screen was showing the scene of Luin being struck by a beam of light at the pirate port. It was only a brief moment, and there was no end to it. However, no one believed that Luin would have survived. That beam of light was a weapon specially designed to deal with cruisers, and even explorers would find it difficult to survive, let alone a mere melder. Why did that brat just happen to appear at the pirate port? Old Kai was speechless. Michelle stood beside him and was also watching the screen. When she saw the final scene of Luin being struck by the beam of light, she frowned. No matter what, he's still Astral 10's leader. He can't die in vain. There's no way to avenge him there, Old Kai said. Michelle was puzzled. Old Kai calmly replied, "That's the pirate port. If he's killed there, he'll bear the reputation of being a pirate. No matter who he is, as long as he dies, he'll bear the reputation of being a pirate. This is also the reason why those people are attacking the planet so recklessly." Michelle was furious. "Are we just going to let it go?" Old Kai waved his hand. "Of course not. Don't worry, someone will stand up for him." Lu Yin was a lockbreaker, and one with great achievements at that. His death would incur the wrath of the Lockbreaker Society, and unless they found out that he was a pirate, the Lockbreaker Society would not let his killer off. Soon, all of Astral 10's new students knew about Lu Yin's death. Old Kai did not hide it, as the Astral Combat Tournament was about to begin, and Lu Yin was the leader. News of him could not be hidden. What? Brother Lu is dead? Coco was sorrowful as she carried the large syringe. It's all my fault that I wasn't by his side. Otherwise, I would have given him a shot. Zora was speechless. Coco, this has nothing to do with you. Right, Brother Lu seemed to be on the same planet as Senior Brother and the others. Are they all right? Coco was worried. Don't worry, they're fine, Zora assured her. Xiao Luo looked at the screen and revealed a rare expression of helplessness. Did he die so easily? What a pity. Lulu was depressed. She had long since treated Lu Yin as a friend, and they had been friends ever since Earth's trial. She had never thought that he would suddenly die. Life was too fragile. It was rare for Silver to not smile, and his eyes were filled with an endless chill. Lu Yin's death had disrupted his rhythm. Astral 10 was not the only academy that could see the scene of Lu Yin's death. The other academies could as well. After all, he was a student of the Astral Combat Academy, and his death was enough to attract the attention of the Astral Combat Academy. I thought that Astral 10 was going to rise up, but who would have thought that their leader would die so easily? And at the pirate port, haha. The Blaze Realm's people are going to be happy. Right, could it be that the Blaze Realm did it? Impossible, they wouldn't have the guts to harm an Astral Combat Academy student. This guy is just unlucky. They were trying to eliminate pirates, but he got involved. Our previous guess was right. This guy must have been released by Astral 10 to confuse the other academies. Don't be fooled, Lu Yin isn't the strongest in Astral 10. It's Xiao Luo, Lulu, and Mavis. Wrong, it's Big Pow and Little Pow. They teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, so they're definitely the top experts among the area masters. In Astral 6, Sharon was excited. He's dead, he's really dead. That's great. Wait, that's not right. What does this guy's death have to do with me? His uncle, that bastard. On the other side, Lu Ji frowned. He's still a lockbreaker, but he actually died at the pirate port. The society won't let this matter rest. In Astral 8, Jared smiled. Lu Yin's death had made him happy. Go tell Shiyu about this and make her happy. In the Innerverse, in the Soul Dream Tribe's territory in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, Shiyu watched the scene of Lu Yin's death on a screen. She didn't know why, but she couldn't feel happy. Her mind kept replaying the scene from the second layer of the Sand Ocean, and she felt depressed. At the same time, Master Wuxing received the news as well, and he was furious. Investigate who dares to touch a member of the Lockbreaker Society. I don't care if it's the Leo family or some other random organization. Investigate all of them. They must give the society an explanation for this matter. Because of Lu Yin's death, the enormous machine that was the Lockbreaker Society began to move. Every single Lockbreaker was a treasure of the universe, and they could not be easily killed. If a Lockbreaker's death was not investigated, then the Lockbreaker Society's status would plummet. This was something that the 630,000 registered Lockbreakers could not accept. Let alone a mere one-star discerning elementary Lockbreaker, even the death of a Lockbreaker without any contributions would be investigated thoroughly. This was the terror of the Lockbreaker Society. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin heard the sound of water dripping, as well as a strange noise that sounded like an insect's wings rubbing against each other. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a strange insect. He subconsciously wanted to swallow it, but he licked his chapped lips. They were too dry, and he wanted to drink some water. At that moment, the insect flapped its wings and flew away. A dark red ray pierced towards him, and Lu Yin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw a skinny old man in front of him. When he saw the old man, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to get up, but he couldn't feel his entire body. Wait, he couldn't feel anything? It couldn't be gone, right? He looked down at his body, but thankfully, it was still intact. There was a thump, and a large piece of roasted meat was tossed in front of Luin. Eat. You haven't eaten in a month. Luin stared at the meat in front of him and swallowed, but he couldn't find any saliva. He resisted the urge to take a bite and looked at the old man. The old man laughed strangely. Relax, it's not white meat. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his gaze flickered. The old man shook his head and moved aside. Behind him was a huge insect that was 3 meters long. Several of its legs had been cut off, and he could vaguely see tendrils of flesh. Lu Yin confirmed that it wasn't white meat and immediately took a bite out of it. He swallowed it without even chewing, and the large piece of meat was quickly devoured. What followed was the discomfort of dehydration. The old man raised a finger, and the water droplets that were dripping from the wall slowly flew into Lu Yin's mouth. Lu Yin had finally found some rain after a long drought, and it took him a long time to recover. He licked his lips and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why did you save me?" The old man sat in front of Lu Yin. "I didn't save you for nothing. What are your conditions?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. The old man smiled, and the smile on his skeletal face sent chills down Lu Yin's spine. "I want you to help me bring some things to the Neoverse." "The Neoverse?" Lu Yin was confused. The old man replied, "You don't need to know about it right now. Once you have the ability to go to the first flow zone of the Innerverse, you'll naturally know everything about the Neoverse." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "Do you think I have the ability to go to the Innerverse? I can't even leave this planet." There's no rush. "There'll be a way," the old man said slowly. Then, he seemed to recall something. "I almost forgot. In order to ensure that you keep your promise, I placed a layer of hidden energy on you. Only the person that I asked you to meet can remove this hidden energy. No one else, including hunters, can remove it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them to try, hee." Lu Yin didn't care. He wasn't far from death, so why would he care about some hidden force? "Where are we?" Lu Yin asked. "Drift Charge Planet. It's a dead-end planet that's about to be destroyed," the old man replied. He then raised his hand and used his star energy to carve something into the stone wall. Lu Yin looked at it for a while with a strange expression on his face. He could understand the old man's carvings, but he could only understand the words and not their meaning. After half an hour, the old man finally stopped and exhaled. He looked at the stone wall with a complicated expression before looking at Lu Yin. "Memorize it." Lu Yin was stunned. "What?" "I told you to memorize it," the elder said in a low voice, his tone extremely unpleasant. Lu Yin was speechless. "You've been writing for half an hour and you want me to memorize it? How long do I have to memorize it for?" The old man stared at Lu Yin. "Either you memorize it or you go out and become white meat." Lu Yin was helpless. "Fine, I'll memorize it, but don't blame me if it takes too long." "You can't be fast even if you want to," the old man sighed, but then he lost interest in talking and walked out of the cave. Lu Yin lay on the ground, unable to move. He looked up at the wall. To be able to communicate with people is not allowed by the Tao of Heaven. To leap through the starry skies is to lie down. To be given by the Tao of Heaven, to leap through the boundless expanse is to lie down. Lu Yin's strength as a melder had greatly improved his body in all aspects, so memorizing this passage wasn't difficult. What was difficult was that the passage was very strange. He felt a sense of oppression as he memorized it, as if something was staring at him. It wasn't obvious, but after 20 minutes or so, he felt dizzy and fell asleep again. The old man stepped into the cave and glanced at him. "If I hadn't messed it up for you to memorize, you wouldn't have been able to memorize even one sentence." He then looked at the stone wall. "I hope this can really be passed down." Half a day later, Lu Yin woke up with a splitting headache. "What's going on? Why does my head hurt from memorizing something? What is it?" "Continue," the old man said from nearby. Lu Yin looked at the old man. "Can I ask what's the point of memorizing this?" The old man replied, "Go to the Neoverse and copy this down for the person I want you to meet." "All right," Lu Yin agreed. The old man glanced at him. "Memorizing this is good for you. Don't you feel that the more you memorize, the more pressure you'll feel?" Lu Ying frowned, even though his eyebrows had been burned away. What's the point of being stressed? The old man looked up. Humans are divided into physical and spiritual forces. Some powers target the physical body, while others target the spiritual force. Stress will temper your spiritual force so that you won't have any weaknesses. Lu Ying thought of the Day-Night clan. Their battle techniques were very unique. For example, the Will-O-the-Wisp was immune to all physical attacks, but it couldn't block the Day-Night punch. This was because the Day-Night clan's battle techniques seemed to have the effect of injuring the soul. This was their weakness. Alright, continue reciting, the old man said in a low voice after giving him a taste of his own medicine. Lu Ying exhaled, looked up at the stone wall, and began to memorize. This time, it took him nearly half an hour before he fainted, which was a few minutes longer than the previous time. However, he only managed to memorize a small portion of the wall's contents. Before he knew it, half a month had passed. During this time, Lu Ying had been constantly memorizing the words on the stone wall. He had fainted after just 20 minutes, but now, he was able to persist for an hour. In the elder's words, if he could one day completely memorize the words on the stone wall, then no one under the hunter realm would be able to harm his spirit. Lu Ying knew that the old man was encouraging him, but he still accepted the advice. It was truly effective, and he could feel that his spiritual force had become more resilient. The most obvious example was that he could endure hunger better. In half a month, Lu Ying had memorized half of the Stonewall scriptures. Although he had been reprimanded by the old man for not having any talent, Lu Ying was already satisfied. Others could not understand the pain that he had endured. He had to memorize the scriptures every day when he woke up, and then he fainted the moment he did. These days were very painful, but fortunately, his body had recovered quite a bit. That beam of light had almost torn his body apart, but for some reason, he had recovered slightly after falling onto this planet. Now, he could move his arms again. Your body is very strange. It's very strong, the old man said. This was the first time he had spoken in half a month. Every day, aside from monitoring Lu Ying's memorization, he went out to do other things, and his mood was even worse when he returned. Lu Ying glanced at him. Strange? The old man replied, very few people can survive injuries like yours. Whether it's the outer verse, the inner verse, or the neo-verse, such injuries should have killed you. It's a miracle that you managed to survive. Lu Ying's heart skipped a beat. He had always felt that his body was very strange, and this oddity had only appeared after he had become a melder. His body had become somewhat terrifying, and it had continued to strengthen. Even the Sandmaster had been amazed by it. When he had first gone to the Tao of Purgatory, Frankfurt's spear had not pierced through his body, but had instead shattered his organs. During the ported battles, only explorers had been able to harm his body, no one else had been able to harm him. Breaking through to the Melder realm should not have caused such a drastic change, and Lu Ying did not know what he had experienced. You can tell that my body is strange? Lu Ying asked expectantly. The old man shook his head. Keep memorizing. Lu Ying helplessly looked up at the stone wall. The old man lowered his head, but his gaze continued to sweep over Lu Ying. This person's body was even stranger than he had described. Either he had eaten some incredible natural treasure, or he had an innate gift from some powerful clan that had allowed him to survive such injuries. Such a clan should not exist. The old man thought about it for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and smiling wryly. He did not have the ability to spy on others right now, and all he needed to do was preserve that sliver of hope. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Lu Ying had memorized all of the words on the stone wall, but he could only memorize part by part. It was impossible for him to memorize everything. When he saw the old man leave, Lu Ying's expression changed, and he slowly sat up. He could move now. He casually wiped his body, and a piece of skin fell off. This was the skin that he had shed. His injuries had allowed his body to regrow, and all of the dead skin from before had been shed. He touched his head, it was still bald, but there was a layer of almost invisible hair roots. He should be able to regrow hair soon. Lu Ying's gaze turned cold as he put down his hand. The attack at the pirate port had been unforgettable. His experiences during this time had been even crueler than the trials on Earth, and he had almost been turned into white meat. Luin walked out of the cave and looked up at the sky. Thick, dark red clouds had accumulated, and lightning streaked across the sky. It was a scene of the end of the world. Thick smoke spewed out of the ground, and violent tremors could be heard from time to time. Luin looked at the ground and followed the footprints to find the old man. At this moment, the old man was sitting in front of the protruding ground, crying and complaining incessantly. Luin listened for a while and realized that the old man's grandson was buried there. The old man went out every day to hunt, and he also came here to cry and complain. Grandpa knows it's cold down there. Don't worry, Grandpa will be with you soon. You won't be lonely, the old man said as he slowly climbed to his feet. Luin immediately left. When he returned to the cave, the old man still hadn't returned. He had probably gone out to hunt some bugs. Luin absorbed the drifting star energy, but it was too little. He unconsciously activated the Sirius art, and 9 stars revolved around him. 9 stars meant that he could move at 9 times the speed. No matter how little drifting star energy there was, it could still sweep over like a whirlpool, even though this whirlpool still looked very thin. The old man dragged the giant bug's corpse towards the cave, but he sensed that something was amiss. He let go of the carcass and walked into the cave. His expression changed when he saw Luin. This is the Sirius art? Luin didn't know that the Sirius art that he had been using to recover his strength had been discovered, and he was still absorbed by himself. The old man's expression changed as he looked at Luin. At times, his expression was strange, and at other times, his eyes flickered as if he was hesitating about something. This was especially so when he saw the perfect constellation formed by Lu Yin's 9th star, and the strange expression on his face intensified. This didn't seem to be the orthodox Sirius technique. The orthodox Sirius technique requires one to open the 36 death acupuncture points in the human body and eliminate all weaknesses. This kid's Sirius technique was forcefully activated by an almighty powerhouse, but this method can only be maintained for a short period of time. The Sirius technique isn't something that just anyone can deduce. This kid will definitely have to go to the Sirius sect, the old man thought to himself as his eyes flickered. After a while, as if he had made up his mind, the old man flicked his finger and sent out a gust of wind that hit the back of Lu Yin's head, knocking him out once again. On this planet, it was as if he had never woken up, and the cycle of fainting and not fainting continued. The old man walked in front of Luin and lifted the sole of his foot. One of the 36 death acupuncture points is right here. To learn the orthodox Sirius technique, one must open the death acupuncture points. I wonder what those old fogies from the Sirius sect will do when they see the pattern on the sole of your foot. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it. He then used his star energy to carve something onto the sole of Lu Yin's foot. Kid, when the pattern on the sole of your foot is exposed, your fate will change. I hope that you can withstand it, the old man muttered to himself as he looked at Luin with a complicated expression. He casually removed the hidden energy from Lu Yin's body, but there was no need to do so. He had only wanted to leave a sliver of hope, but now, it all depended on this kid's luck. With his background in the Sirius sect, his chances were much higher than others. But why would a Sirius disciple be in the outerverse? The old man couldn't figure it out. This kid had pretended not to know about the Neoverse, and he had been fooled. No matter what, even if this brat was a traitor of the Sirius sect, as long as the Sirius technique was not crippled, he would still have a chance. Moreover, to be able to deduce the 9th star sphere, this brat must have a big shot behind him. How could the old man possibly know that Luin had stolen the Sirius art? Of course, he didn't know about the Neoverse, and the Sirius sect's protection of the Sirius art was heaven-defying. The old man also didn't believe that anyone could steal the Sirius art. This was all a misunderstanding. As for whether or not Luin would go to the Sirius sect in the future, and whether or not he would expose the tattoo on the soles of his feet, no one knew. After an unknown amount of time, he regained consciousness and rubbed his head. What's going on? He had fainted for no reason. Could it be the after effects of reciting the Stonewall scriptures? Luin subconsciously looked up at the stone wall and was dumbfounded. The text from before was gone, replaced by countless numbers. What did this mean? He turned around to look for the old man. A piece of meat flew over to him. He caught it and looked outside the cave. The old man walked over. Eat it and carry it. Luin was speechless. Do I even need to memorize these numbers? Nonsense, just do as I say, the old man growled. Luin wanted to scold the old man. There were numbers all over the stone wall. He had spent nearly a month memorizing the entire text, and now there were even numbers. Don't worry, these numbers aren't pressurizing. You'll be able to memorize them quickly, the old man explained when he saw Lu Yin's increasingly ugly expression. Luin felt a little better. As long as he wasn't pressured, memorizing all of the numbers wasn't too difficult. After all, he was a melder, and his 5 senses were greatly enhanced. Right, I remember that you know battle force. Try it, the old man suddenly said. Luin was puzzled, but he still circulated his battle force. Streams of energy circled around his body, and then his battle force turned black and covered his entire body, forming lines that were purple. Black battle force with purple stripes was the symbol of 3-lined battle force. Luin stared at his body in disbelief. 3-lined battle force? How had he improved so much? It was clearly just basic battle force. The old man wasn't surprised. As expected, your body's innate talent isn't bad. You actually improved from basic to 3-lined. Not bad. You're quite strong among the younger generation. How can this be? Luin didn't understand. The old man laughed strangely. Because you're dead. Luin was confused. The old man's lips curled up. There's a very strange technique in the universe called the arcane art of life and death. It's not difficult, but the requirements to practice it are extremely harsh. Almost no one in the entire universe can do it because it's meant for the dead. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man. When you fell onto this planet, you overdraft your strength and used a battle technique to avoid being eaten. After that, you faced off against those slaves for several days. Actually, when I appeared, you fainted, but that didn't count as fainting because you were really dead. The old man stared at Luin, and when he saw the confusion on his face, he continued, I controlled your star energy to circulate the arcane art of life and death. This technique can't help you heal, and on the contrary, it might even worsen your injuries. At that time, I was just curious, so I tried it out, but I didn't expect you to come back to life. How did I come back to life? Luin frowned. How would I know? In any case, you came back to life. As I said before, your injuries aren't something that an average person can survive. No matter how strong they are, that kind of injury is equivalent to death. I gave you the arcane art of life and death out of curiosity, but since you've come back to life, you can enjoy the benefits of the arcane art of life and death, the old man said enviously. Luin smiled wryly. I've already cultivated another technique, so I can't cultivate another one. Don't worry, the arcane art of life and death doesn't require you to cultivate it. Only the dead can cultivate it, and its only use is to test your luck. If you die, then so be it. But if you come back to life, then congratulations, you'll transform, just like now. Luin looked at his hands and the patterns on his body. He could feel his own strength, and it was a strength that he had gained by gambling with his life. Then can I continue to use the arcane art of life and death to increase my battle force in the future? Luin asked. Anyone would be tempted by the sudden increase in his battle force. The elder shook his head. I've already said that you don't need to cultivate the arcane art of life and death, and of course, you can't use it either. It's a gamble, and it squeezes out your potential at the moment of your death. Everyone has the ability to heal themselves, but not only will the arcane art of life and death not stimulate this potential, it will even suppress a person's self-healing ability and worsen their injuries. This potential will then be converted into power. If you die, everything will be gone, but as long as you're alive, this power will be fed back to you. Luin stared at the old man. So you're saying that you didn't want to save me back then, but rather used the arcane art of life and death on me out of curiosity? The old man admitted it without any hesitation. Luin retracted his gaze, as only a fool would believe him. This old man definitely hoped that someone would be able to memorize those things and deliver them to the person he had chosen. However, the place he had mentioned was too dangerous, which was why he had used the arcane art of life and death to gamble. Whoever survived would naturally have a greater chance of survival. Luine was definitely not the only person who had been used by the arcane art of life and death, but he was the only one who had survived. The old man was truly ruthless. In that situation, Lu Yin's death had been certain, and he had even used the arcane art of life and death to suppress his ability to heal. It was practically murder, and it was a miracle that he had survived. Back then, someone coveted the arcane art of life and death, but he didn't dare to cultivate it. Thus, he searched the entire universe for 10,000 geniuses and beat them to death before using the arcane art of life and death. Unfortunately, all of those geniuses died, and not a single one survived. After that, this art was forgotten, the old man muttered as he looked at Luine enviously. Luine smiled. Old man, it looks like you've reached the point where you can cultivate the arcane art of life and death. Go ahead and practice it. Who knows, maybe your strength will increase and you'll be able to fly out. Fly out? Kid, do you think that I haven't reached the level of an explorer? Let me tell you, when I was at my peak, I could shatter over 100 planets like this with a single slap, the old man said disdainfully. Luine rolled his eyes. Only a fool would believe that. Even a hunter would find it difficult to shatter that many planets with a single slap. Alright, enough nonsense. Hurry up and memorize it, the old man urged. Luine had no choice. He looked at the stone wall and began to recite the random numbers. Although there were many numbers, he was able to memorize them all in just a few days without any pressure. In order to prevent Luine from forgetting, the old man forced Luine to recite the numbers as well as the stonewall scriptures from before every day. The numbers were easy to memorize, but the stonewall scriptures were very difficult. Luine could only memorize a little bit each time before he fainted and woke up to continue. This cycle repeated itself for another half a month. Starting from 10 days ago, Luine had taken over the hunting duties. Luine knew that the old man was very strong, but he wasn't used to having an old man who could barely walk find food for him. Luine felt depressed as he looked at the dry land and the slaves who were constantly mining in the distance. He looked up at the sky and saw a thick layer of dark red clouds covering the planet. This place looked like a graveyard. Hiss! A chilling sound rang out from behind him as a huge, strange beetle bit at Luine. This type of beetle could tear through metal with a single bite and tear through the earth. The slaves could only run when they encountered it, but this thing was food for Luine and the old man. With a thump, the beetle was killed. Luine retracted his hand and looked at the three-lined battle force that covered his entire body. He felt its strength and wondered what level he was at in the academy now. Was he an area master? Normal area masters were definitely not his match, and Frankfurt only had two-lined battle force. Perhaps Luine was qualified to fight for the title of the strongest area master. Luine didn't know when he would be able to return. He looked up again and then dragged the huge beetle back into the cave. There was only half a month left until the astral combat tournament. Luine tossed the beetle back into the cave and saw the old man staring at the sky. He asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" The old man frowned. "Something's wrong. They haven't collected any ores in a month." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Collected ores? Whose planet did this planet belong to? Who's collecting ores? When? The old man looked at Luine. Do you really want to go back? Of course, Luine growled. The old man laughed. Don't you know how much stronger you've become in the past 2.5 months? So what if I'm invincible in the universe? What's the point of facing you all day? Luine rolled his eyes. The old man replied, "This planet belongs to the Leo family." Luine was shocked. The Leo family? The old man nodded. That can't be right. I was attacked at the pirate port, so the Leo family should have been attacked and might have even been destroyed. How could it be the Leo family? Luine frowned, unable to understand. The old man was disdainful. Don't deny it when you encounter something. Think about how reasonable it is. This planet really does belong to the Leo family. Luine muttered to himself after hearing the old man's words. The Leo clan, the pirate port, and the attack. He seemed to have grasped something, but he could not completely understand it. The old man said, when a person encounters an enemy that's too strong, they will first hide and eliminate any clues that might lead to them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists. If this planet really did belong to the Liu clan, then the only reason they would attack the pirate port would be to eliminate all traces of their existence. They might even fabricate a war to make their entire family disappear in order to avoid powerful enemies. Lu Yin was just unlucky to have encountered such a situation. A nobody was just a nobody, and even if he was accidentally injured, no one would seek justice for him. Lu Yin believed that once the Liu clan discovered Shudainite's existence, they would definitely not throw her onto a planet like this. In the end, it was all about power, and Lu Yin began to desire it. He did not want to be sacrificed so easily in the future. So what if he was strong? Unless he was truly invincible in the universe, he would only be a pawn. He did not want to be a pawn, he wanted to be the player. The past few days had been unforgettable, and the inhumane torture had changed his way of thinking. The old man looked into Lu Yin's eyes and saw a different expression. His lips curled up. Sometimes, a single sentence could ignite a flame. You said that the Liu clan hasn't collected any ores for a month. Does that mean they've left? The old man shook his head. This planet is very well hidden, and the Liu clan will not give it up. However, the old man paused, and his gaze deepened. Once they give it up, the entire planet will turn to dust. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? This planet will be destroyed? The old man nodded. Large organizations have their own methods of doing things. The pirate port attack that you mentioned happened before you were thrown onto this planet. If the Liu clan really wants to disappear, then there shouldn't have been any movement after that. However, you were thrown onto this planet, and your existence is proof that the Liu clan still exists. In order to eliminate all evidence, they will definitely destroy this planet once they give it up. The Liu clan doesn't know that I'm still alive, Lu Yin said. The old man was disdainful. They don't need to know. What they want is to eliminate all possible evidence. Even if it's unfinished white meat, they can still determine how long it's been. What about you? Why are you on this planet? Lu Yin suddenly changed the topic. The old man was so calm that he might have a way to escape. Perhaps you'll find out about me in the future, but now. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed. Kid, I was right. Pray. Whether or not you live depends on this. Lu Yin looked up, and his pupils shrank. He saw a beam of light blasting towards the ground. It was so familiar, so unforgettable. He had almost been annihilated by this very same beam. Boom! The earth trembled as a shockwave swept over from afar. Strong winds blew away the thick layers of clouds, allowing Lu Yin to see the stars for the first time. Huge cracks spread across the ground as fiery red lava spewed out of the ground. The old man grabbed Lu Yin and soared into the sky. Although Lu Yin's physical injuries had mostly recovered and he could even use battle force, his internal organs were still heavily injured. It would be difficult for him to use battle techniques, and he had only absorbed a little of his star energy through the Sirius. There was no way for him to dodge the beam attack. Kid, there's a spacecraft 5 kilometers north of where my grandson is buried. Pray for good luck. The old man threw Lu Yin away and clasped his hands together. An indescribable chant sounded out from outside his body that seemed to originate from ancient times, but also from the distant future. It broke through the heavens and shot straight into the universe. Outside Drift Charge Planet, a super-large warship floated and bombarded it with beams of light in an attempt to completely destroy the planet. Inside the ship, a youth's eyes lit up as he looked at the bombarded planet and praised, "Third Grandpa, thank you for letting me tour. It's rare to see a planet destroyed. It's so beautiful." Not too far away, a middle-aged man smiled and looked. "Down at Drift Charge Planet, this is our Liu clan's property, but we have to give it up. Otherwise, the enemy will track us down." "Are there still people on this planet?" the youth asked curiously. The middle-aged man smiled. "They can't be considered people. They're just slaves." "It's a pity that I can't see them being destroyed," the youth sighed. The middle-aged man laughed. "There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. Once we go to the other weaves, Third Grandpa will catch more slaves for you to play with." "Thank you, Third Grandpa." The youth was delighted. Suddenly, a majestic chant broke through Drift Charge Planet's atmosphere and burst through outer space. The superlarge spacecraft shook, and everyone stared blankly at the strange phenomenon not too far away. The third grandpa's expression changed, and then it became heated. An inheritance. This is an ancient inheritance. I never thought that an abandoned planet would have one. He then rushed out of the spacecraft and towards Drift Charge Planet. At the same time, multiple figures also rushed out and headed towards Drift Charge Planet. They were all space-exploring powerhouses from the Leo clan, and the third grandpa was the clan's only cruiser. They were the protectors of the Leo clan, and at this moment, they were attracted by the old man and all rushed towards Drift Charge Planet. To space-exploring powerhouses, the destruction of a planet was not enough to threaten their lives. The inheritance was the most important thing. Luin was smashed into the ground in the distance, and beside him was the burial ground of the old man's grandson. He looked into the distance and saw that the old man had caused such a huge commotion. What was he trying to do? Kid, let's go. Remember to memorize the Stonewall scriptures, it'll be beneficial for you. I've also removed your internal energy, so forget everything that happened here and live well, the old man's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Luin stared at the old man. The two had been together for 2.5 months, and Luin had gone from being wary of the old man to being sullen later on. Luin did not know what he was feeling, but it was very complicated. No matter what, he had been saved by this person, and his strength had increased greatly. Let's go together, Luin shouted. The old man turned around and smiled. His face was as thin as a skeleton's, but his smile was full of sunshine, and Luin could even see kindness and gratification in his eyes. That's enough for me. Good kid, live on. Let's go, I'll break the path for you. Luin felt a strong gust of wind as he was pushed towards the north. There was a spacecraft there that had been prepared for him. What's your name? Luin shouted. Ha 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 ha, I've been unhindered all my life, but I never thought that I would be buried in a remote place like the Outerverse. Fate makes fools of me, the old man laughed maniacally. At that moment, several figures descended. They were the space-exploring powerhouses from the Leo family. When they saw the old man, they were shocked. How could there be such a powerful cultivator in this place? It's your honor to be buried with me. The old man waved his hand, and the entire Drift Charge Planet changed. Time seemed to stop, and the space-exploring powerhouses appeared in front of the old man without any ability to resist. Even the cruiser was stunned. Luin smashed into the ground again and looked back, just in time to see this scene. He could not understand how the old man had done it, the difference in their strength was too great. Following that, the void exploded as a black crack devoured everything and gradually spread out. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he slammed his palm against the ground to reveal a personal spacecraft. He entered it without hesitation and immediately activated it. The spacecraft shook and gradually rose into the sky. In the distance, the black hole grew larger and larger until it had already devoured the old man and the space-exploring powerhouses. It was about to swallow the entire Drift Charge Planet. Mountains and rivers were completely destroyed, and lava spewed out, but it was quickly swallowed up by the black hole. In the distance, some slaves cried out in despair, but no one could save them. A wave of lava swept over them, and everything disappeared. The spacecraft flew up at high speed, narrowly avoiding the black hole as it passed through the atmosphere and appeared in outer space. Louis looked back and saw that Drift Charge Planet was gradually disappearing. In front of him, an extremely large spacecraft came into view. It was the Leo family's spacecraft. A pulling force appeared, and Lu Yin's personal spacecraft was uncontrollably sucked into the Leo family's spacecraft. Everyone from the Leo family looked at Drift Charge Planet nervously. The entire planet was about to disappear, so why hadn't the family's powerhouses appeared yet? The spacecraft shook, and Luin opened his eyes. When the hatch opened, dozens of Leo family cultivators surrounded him and stared at him. Come out. Come out immediately. Luin slowly walked out. His entire body was wrapped in rags, and he looked like a primitive man. His hair had grown out a little, and his face was dark. He didn't look any different from the slaves. Take him to the young master, someone barked. This person was a Lemeter, and there were at least 5 other Lemeters around him. Luin didn't act rashly. With his invisible aura technique, these people had no idea how strong he was. What they wanted to know the most right now was what had happened to Driftcharge Planet. All of the family's space-exploring powerhouses had disappeared, which was a disaster for the Leo family. Without their protection, no matter how many resources the family had, it would be impossible to transport them away. This extremely large spacecraft was equivalent to a small city, and there were more than 100,000 people living inside. It floated in outer space, and the cruiser in charge was the one in charge. However, this person had disappeared along with Driftcharge Planet. At this moment, the entire Leo family was terrified, and they couldn't wait to hear the news from Luin. The door was pushed open, and Luin was pushed into the main hall, where he was surrounded by the Leo family's leaders. Lu Yin's gaze swept over the crowd. These were the people who had almost killed him. A single beam of light had caused him to fall into the abyss, but they hadn't cared at all. "Speak, what happened to Driftcharge Planet?" a middle-aged man barked, staring at Luin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person was not weak, and he gave off a sense of danger. He was a peak leader who could rival an area master, and there were several other peak leaders around him. Although these people were not as talented as the Astral Combat Academy students who were already very strong at such a young age, they had still managed to reach the level of an area master or even stronger. Fortunately, Luin hadn't encountered any leaders who could make his scalp go numb. This meant that the Leo family didn't have any leaders who could rival a realm master. The strongest group of space-exploring cultivators had all died on Driftcharge Planet. "My father is asking you a question." "Speak," a youth barked. He waved his hand, and another person walked out from behind Luin and punched him in the stomach. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand. Blood splattered onto the wall as the youth died instantly. "How dare you!" The surrounding leaders all attacked Luin at the same time. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as three-lined battle force appeared around his body, shocking everyone. The strongest leader's pupils shrank, and a chill ran down his spine. Three-lined battle force easily destroyed ordinary battle techniques. Even though Luin could not use any battle techniques due to his injuries, he could still use his battle force to quickly take care of two leaders. The strongest leader barked, and his star energy transformed into a thunderous roar as he punched at Luin. Luin raised a hand to block the attack, but his body was sent flying out of the hall and into the corridor. Countless soldiers from the Leo clan swarmed over and fired star energy guns at him, but these weapons could not harm him. There was a whoosh as thunder roared in front of him once more. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he dodged to the side while circulating his serious art. The thunder's transformations appeared in front of him, and he dodged to the side once more. This time, he dodged another thunderous attack and condensed his battle force at the tip of his finger. He pointed at the youth's heart, but the youth lived up to his reputation as the strongest leader from the Leo clan. More leaders attacked. From both sides. Luin coughed up blood, as his organs could not withstand the constant attacks. Although these leaders could not compare to the area masters of the Astral Combat Academy, they were all very experienced, and Luin could not take them down immediately. While everyone was attacking him, Luin endured his injuries and used flash to appear beside the youth. He grabbed the youth's neck and turned to glare at the crowd. The Leo clan members stopped. "Let go of the young master." "Let go of my son," the middle-aged man shouted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Let me go, and I'll let him go." "All right, we'll let you go." "Let go of the young master first," someone shouted. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Get lost." Everyone retreated and glared at Lu Yin. The young master was scared silly. He had never seen such a scene before, and he could not stop trembling. Lu Yin grabbed the young master tightly and whispered into his ear, "Take me to the mechanical warehouse." The young man was shocked. What are you trying to do?" "Shut up if you don't want to die." "I just want to destroy the warehouse so that you won't be able to control my spacecraft. Now, or I'll cripple one of your arms." The young man was terrified and hurriedly led the way. Lu Yin wasn't afraid of any tricks, as it would be difficult to deal with him while he was inside the spacecraft. He would have to rely on sheer numbers to deal with the important members of the Leo clan, and he could easily capture any one of them. Right now, all he wanted to do was leave. He could only exact his revenge after he recovered from his injuries. As long as he could use his battle techniques again, he wouldn't mind even if there were twice as many people here. Are you the head of this family? Luin suddenly stared at the middle-aged man and asked. The man nodded, his gaze calm. As long as you let my son go and tell me what happened on Driftcharge Planet, I can promise to let you go. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Prepare 10 million star crystals immediately to redeem your son's life. Everyone was shocked. Even the young man who was being held hostage was stunned. 10 million? You're crazy, the middle-aged man roared, and the others glared at Lu Yin as well. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Was it too much? Ever since Undying Yushan had mocked him for asking for bribes as a greeting gift, Lu Yin had felt that he should be more generous. But now, it seemed like it was indeed too much. Undying Yushan was the emperor of the Great Yu Empire, but he had only given Lu Yin 100,000 star crystals. The Liu clan couldn't compare to the Great Yu Empire, and even the pirates who had been robbing for more than a decade would only earn a few 100,000 star crystals. The Liu clan could afford to pay 10 million star crystals, but they definitely wouldn't do so for the person in Lu Yin's hands. How much can you pay? Lu Yin asked coldly. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, 500,000 at most. I don't have any more. The price was a little harsh, but Lu Yin thought about it and eventually nodded. All right, go and prepare. The middle-aged man gave a look to a Lemmeter behind him, and the person immediately left. With the hostage leading the way, Lu Yin smoothly arrived at the machinery area. This was the central area for controlling the super-large spacecraft, and it was strictly guarded. When Lu Yin approached, the expressions of the Liu clan members changed, especially the middle-aged man. He glared at his son, who was the one who had led the way. Kid, what do you want? Let go of my son, and I'll let you go, the middle-aged man barked. He couldn't let Lu Yin go any further. Lu Yin waited in place. Where's my money? It's here, here you go. The Lemmeter who had taken the money tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually sent a gust of wind into the machinery area, passing through the hatch and into the core area. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Take it out. The Lemmeter's face paled, and he immediately rushed inside. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. I knew you guys were up to something. He then pushed the youth he was holding into the machinery area as well, smashing through the roof to escape. The middle-aged man roared as he chased after Lu Yin, and a red alarm sounded throughout the spacecraft. There was an explosion that came from the machinery area, and the middle-aged man stopped in place. His expression changed, but he didn't chase after Lu Yin. Instead, he rushed towards the machinery area, as nothing could go wrong there. Lu Yin didn't leave immediately, but after some thought, he rushed towards the outer layer of the spacecraft, where the armory was located. Countless soldiers chased after him along the way, and there were quite a few Lemmeters who tried to stop him, but no one could stop him. He endured his injuries and decided to give it a try. He had originally planned to take revenge in the future, but the Liu family was too good at hiding. If they escaped this time, who knew when he would be able to find them again? He already had a plan for revenge. The explosion in the machinery area was finally contained, but when the middle-aged man heard that Lu Yin was rushing towards the armory, his expression changed completely. He ignored the damage to the spacecraft and followed Lu Yin's lead, smashing through the walls and rushing towards the armory. However, Lu Yin was still one step ahead. The weapons weren't locked down, and they were still aimed at Driftcharge Planet. Lu Yin easily dealt with the Lemmeters guarding the place, and he wanted to change the direction of the beam that was bombarding the planet towards the interior of the spacecraft. However, the warships had their own protective mechanisms, and it was impossible to change the direction of the beam. Still, every warship had a self-destruct mechanism that prevented it from being captured by the enemy. Lu Yin didn't know where the self-destruct mechanism was, so he could only detonate the weapons. By the time the middle-aged man arrived, the entire armory had already begun to explode. His expression changed drastically. Stop. Suddenly, the spacecraft's alarm went off, and the self-destruct mechanism was activated. Lu Yin laughed. His luck was too good. This spacecraft's self-destruct mechanism was right inside the armory. The middle-aged man roared and immediately rushed towards the self-destruct mechanism, wanting to stop it. Lu Ying rushed forward, and with a bang, the two collided and both retreated. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man roared, his eyes bloodshot. Lu Yin's tone was icy. "I'm someone who was forced into a corner by your Liu family. I can pay the price," the middle-aged man roared and rushed towards the self-destruct mechanism again. Lu Ying raised his leg and swept it out. Three-lined battle force was too terrifying, and even if his star energy was exhausted and he couldn't use any battle techniques, he could still suppress the family head of a large family. The middle-aged man couldn't do anything against Lu Yin's battle force, and he was injured every time they collided. More and more powerhouses from the Liu family appeared around him, and Lu Ying couldn't stop them all by himself. Helpless, he turned and left. Only 2 kilometers chased after him, while the others rushed towards the self-destruct mechanism. However, due to the previous battle, the system had malfunctioned, and the self-destruct mechanism could not be stopped. The middle-aged man roared, "Quick, take the young master and run." The entire spacecraft was enveloped in a terrifying atmosphere. Lu Ying endured the intense pain in his body and blasted through walls until he found the personal spacecraft area. He turned around and punched out with both fists. The 2 kilometers attacked at the same time, and one of them actually had an innate gift that caused an ear-piercing noise to ring out. Lu Yin's mind went blank, and his attacks paused. His body was struck, and he smashed through several personal spacecraft. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his battle force gradually disappeared. Battle force was not limitless, and his body was already heavily injured. He could no longer hold on. The 2 kilometers immediately tried to grab him. Lu Ying raised his head and struck out with a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. He repelled one of the kilometers with a single strike, but he was still struck by the other. However, Lu Ying tightly grabbed onto that kilometer's arm, and with a growl, he flung him away. This was pure physical strength, but it still placed a huge burden on his internal organs, and the kilometer spat out another mouthful of blood. While the 2 kilometers were repelled, Lu Ying boarded a personal spacecraft and immediately activated it. The 2 kilometers attacked once again. Lu Ying shouted, "This spacecraft is about to explode. Do you want to die with it?" The two paused and looked at each other. At this moment, many Liu clan soldiers appeared in the surroundings, searching for a spacecraft. The 2 kilometers gritted their teeth and rushed to search for a personal spacecraft as well. There were hundreds of personal spacecraft on this enormous spacecraft, but it was still too few compared to the Liu clan's numbers. At this moment, there were less than 15 seconds before the spacecraft would self-destruct. Lu Yin's personal spacecraft was the first to activate, and it quickly charged out of the large spacecraft and into outer space. Following that, one spacecraft after another fled. Sadly, perhaps due to a system malfunction, only a dozen or so spacecraft managed to escape. The rest of the spacecraft were blocked by the large spacecraft and could not leave. Screams of despair could be heard. Within the large spacecraft, the middle-aged man despaired. The Liu clan, which had been passed down for so many years, was finished. It had actually been destroyed by an unknown person. He was unwilling to accept this, and he turned to look outside the spacecraft, just in time to see Lu Yin's personal spacecraft escape. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot. "If we die, you won't live either," he roared as he aimed his weapon at Lu Ying. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as an endless chill surged through him. Extreme danger loomed over him, and this feeling was the same as when he had faced that beam of light at the pirate port. He turned around, and his gaze pierced through space as if he could see the Liu clan's patriarch in despair. "Die," the middle-aged man growled as he shot out beams of light like a madman. Boom! Suddenly, the spacecraft began to explode. The entire hull shook, causing the weapons to lose control. A beam of light brushed past Lu Yin's personal spacecraft and shot into the depths of space. Shortly after, the spacecraft was engulfed in a sea of flames and exploded violently. Although Lu Yin had not been directly hit, the beam had still destroyed his personal spacecraft's hatch. A powerful suction force spread out, causing the spacecraft to creak as the air was pushed away. The endless pressure made it difficult for Lu Yin to breathe. It was over, the spacecraft had still been destroyed. The strange sounds grew louder and louder, and Lu Yin felt bitter. He had not expected that he would still not be able to escape Drift Charge Planet's calamity. Death was inevitable. As his personal spacecraft disintegrated, Lu Yin's entire body was exposed in space. The enormous pressure almost caused him to explode, but fortunately, his body was tough enough that he did not die immediately. He held onto the hatch tightly, and the shockwave from the explosion pushed the hatch deep into space like a meteor. Lu Yin had already lost consciousness. He was only a melder and could not survive in space. Death was only a matter of time, and he subconsciously activated his arcane art of life and death. Not far away, another spacecraft was cruising steadily through space. Someone in the command room cried out, "Captain, there's an explosion on the right. It seems like a spacecraft has exploded. Don't worry about it. Continue sailing." "Yes, sir." At that moment, another voice cried out, "Ship captain, look. There's someone floating in space." Everyone in the command room looked at the screen in shock. A spacecraft's hatch was floating quietly, and a young man in ragged clothes was lying on top of it. He did not look very old, but he seemed to be heavily injured. "Zoom in," the captain suddenly said with a frown. The screen gradually zoomed in, allowing everyone to clearly see the young man's appearance. The captain was shocked. "It's him? Rescue him immediately." At the same time, in another luxurious lounge, a beautiful woman was looking at a star chart, deep in thought. The captain's voice sounded from her gadget, "Madam, please take a look at this." She looked at the screen and her expression changed. "Save him immediately." "I'll be right there." Not long after, Lu Yin was fished into the spacecraft, and someone immediately carried him into an escape pod where several healers attended to him. "Madam, this child's injuries are too severe. It's a miracle that he's still alive. What a strong body. He's at the standard of an explorer. His organs are severely damaged, and they're getting worse. It's like he doesn't have any self-healing abilities. Oh, he's only a melder, but he's still able to survive in space." "Madam, I didn't expect to meet him again so soon after we parted," the captain said in a low voice. The woman was Madame Naylan, and she had a strange look in her eyes as she watched the doctors discussing amongst themselves. "This is fate. It's very difficult to even find a planet in the vast universe, but I've met this person twice in a row, and both times were when he needed help the most." "You are his benefactor," said the captain, smiling. Madame Naylan looked at Lu Yin being treated, and the corners of her mouth curved. "A noble? Perhaps." There was only half a month left until the astral combat tournament, and at this time, Madame Naylan had rescued Lu Yin. For 7 consecutive days, all of the doctors on the Naylan family's spacecraft did their best to treat him, but they were barely able to keep him alive. They had paid a huge price for this, and even the Interverse's most precious herbs had been used on him. "How is he?" Madame Naylan asked. She looked at Lu Yin's naked body lying in the nutrient solution without any hesitation. One of the doctors replied in a low voice, "Madam, this child's injuries are quite severe, and he doesn't have any self-healing abilities. However, for some reason, there's a trace of life that's keeping him alive, and he just won't die. We did our best to save his life, but we don't know when he'll wake up." Madame Naylan nodded. At this moment, the door opened, and a beautiful girl in a long white dress walked in. It was worth noting that she carried a sword on her back, but it wasn't as simple as the ones from Myriad Sword's Peak. Instead, it was much simpler, and one could even say that it didn't have any style. "Auntie, who's this?" the girl asked, looking at Lu Yin without any hesitation. It was as if there was no difference between a man and a woman in her eyes. Madame Naylan smiled, "Your classmate from Astral 10. His name is Lu Yin." The girl was astonished. "Astral 10? I thought that Astral 10 had already disappeared. You don't pay attention to the outside world. This child isn't simple. He's the leader of Astral 10, just like you," Madame Naylan said. The girl was shocked, and she sized Lu Yin up again. No matter what Astral 10 was like, someone who could become the leader was definitely not simple. However, he was just a melder. "Auntie, since Astral 10 still exists, there's no need for me to rush back to the Interverse. I'll just go straight to Astral 10, the girl said. Madame Naylan's eyes lit up. "That's right, how could I forget? Astral 10 is closer. Alright, you can contact Astral 10. At this moment, in Astral 10, the Sandmaster was standing quietly on the sand, sizing up Big Pow and Little Pow. Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other. "Bro, look at how old I am. Why don't you let me be one of the seated contestants? I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life." "No, I want to be one of the seated contestants." "Bro, do you know what it means to be humble? I should be the one saying that to you." "Bro, don't bully the weak. Don't think that I don't know that you want to be the center of attention. You want to be famous, and you want to be one of the top 10 seated contestants. You heartless brat. If you keep arguing, I won't let you listen to Xiu's albums in the future." "You." The Sandmaster grew impatient. "Shut up, you two useless things." Big Pow and Little Pow immediately shut up. At this moment, the Sandmaster's gadget beeped, and he frowned. To be honest, he hated this gadget, but he was the one who handled most of Astral 10's affairs. The other old fellows didn't even bother to move him. "Who is it?" The Sandmaster's tone was unpleasant. On the other end of the gadget, a girl frowned and said, "Hello, Sandmaster. I'm Lu Xiaoyun, the leader of Astral 7. The Sandmaster was shocked. "The leader of Astral 7? Why are you contacting me?" Big Pow and Little Pow were just as surprised. Wasn't the leader of Astral 7 a realm master? A member of the student council? That was someone with real power, and it had been a long time since Astral 10 had spoken to someone of that level. "I would like to use Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain to enter the tournament." "Please approve," Lu Xiaoyun said. The Sandmaster was puzzled. "What about your own academy?" "I'm not in the Innerverse. I'm in the Outerverse." The Sandmaster grunted. "All right, as you wish. Come over." "Thank you, Sandmaster. There's one more thing. Your academy's leader, Lu Yin, is with me. We'll go together." The Sandmaster was shocked. "Lu Yin? He's still alive?" "He's alive, but he's heavily injured. However, he should be able to make it in time for the tournament." "When are you guys coming over?" "According to the schedule, it'll take about 10 days. The tournament will begin in 7 days, so we might only arrive when the lots are drawn." The Sandmaster replied, "Got it. Try to make it as soon as possible." He then ended the call and looked up to see Big Pow and Little Pow looking at him in shock. "There's no need to fight. Let Lu Yin be the seated contestant. He won't be able to make it back in time for the tournament, so we can only let him be the seated contestant. That way, he'll be able to make it in time," the Sandmaster said. "Lu Yin didn't die? That's amazing. It's a miracle that he's still alive after being hit by that beam," Big Pow exclaimed. Little Pow chimed in, "Then let him be the seated contestant. But then again, he's just unlucky to have to stand with the other 9 realm masters." "Hee, that's a lot of pressure." The Sandmaster grew impatient. "All right, enough with the nonsense. Get lost." At the beginning of the Astral Combat Tournament, each academy was allowed to choose a seated contestant to participate in the drawing of lots. Generally speaking, these seated contestants were the academy leaders. In Astral 10, Lu Yin was only the leader of the freshmen and not the leader of the entire academy. However, when Astral 10 reported Lu Yin's name, it still caused quite a stir. News of Lu Yin's death at the pirate port had already spread, but Astral 10 had still reported his name, which shocked many people. Both openly and secretly, countless people were discussing the fact that Astral 10 was still releasing smoke bombs. However, these discussions did not reach Astral 10's ears, and neither did they reach Lu Yin's ears. 7 days later, in the Great Yu Empire, within Xianxia imperial palace, a giant screen was raised. This screen was connected to the universe's network and would broadcast the entire Astral Combat Tournament in real time. Not only the Imperial Palace, but all of the screens on Xianxia would also broadcast the Astral Combat Tournament. This was a grand occasion for the entire universe. In the Hua family, Hua Xiaoling watched the screen rise with a complicated expression. She had also participated in Astral 10's entrance exam, but she had been defeated. Otherwise, she might have been included in this screen as well. Hua Xiaoling thought of Schutz and Lu Yin. One of them was the strongest of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, while the other was King Zishan. These two would probably appear. The Ana family also raised their screens, as they would also be able to watch the entire Astral Combat Tournament. On the screen, the seeded contestants of the 10 academies appeared, and the 10th contestant was Luin. Rumor has it that Luin died, but not only did he not die, he even became a seeded contestant, Rocky Ana said excitedly to Xianxia Ana. Xianxia Ana also looked at the screen with excitement and sighed. That's good. As long as he's not dead. Not far away, Jenny Ana was also shocked as she looked at the screen. Yu Academy, Zherbok, Tianming, and the others had all gathered together. While the others were just here to watch the show, they were here to see the gap between the two academies. This was an order from Wendy Yushan. The Astral Combat Tournament represented the pinnacle of each age group, and Wendy Yushan wanted them to know the difference between them and the other academies. I never thought that King Zishan would be a seeded contestant of Astral 10. That's terrifying. Yeah, even Schutz isn't a seeded contestant. Did he surpass Schutz? That's impossible. Schutz is the strongest in our great Yu Empire. In the 6th Squadron's encampment, Peach smacked her lips and ate her snacks as she stared at the screen. Hurry up and start. She's been waiting for so long. Luin, do your best. A warship floated in space as the second prince, Duke Yushan, stared at the screen. At this moment, he was no longer as lazy as he had been on Xinyu Star. Instead, he was completely exhausted and filled with complex emotions. Happy Lantern Festival, brothers. Today's third update, the third update, 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, thank you. On another spacecraft, the members of the Sword Guard mercenaries were also watching the screen. Since the Astral Combat Tournament was about to begin, the entire universe was forbidden from fighting each other, so they could watch without worry. Ian, pour the wine. Dana shouted as she crossed her legs. Behind her, Ian stared at the screen in a daze. Luin? That shameless robber? How could he have ended up like this? This was too unreasonable. In the north of Frostwave Weave, there was a blue planet that was extremely beautiful and dazzling. This was Earth. It had been a long time since Luin and the others had left Earth. When they had left, Earth had still been submerged in a sea of zombies, but now, there had been a huge change. The Great Yu Empire had sent troops to help Earth clean up the zombies, but they had not interfered with Earth's affairs. Now, Earth was at peace. In Jinlin, a giant screen rose up and countless people stared at it with envy. It was rumored that the upcoming tournament was a competition between the universe's top academies, the Astral Combat Academy. They would be able to clearly see the strength of the universe's powerhouses. After Earth had evolved, it had embarked on a different path, and this was only the beginning. They were about to see the true future of this path. A line of words appeared on the screen. It was the list of the 10 seeded students. Zhou Shan had been drinking water, but when he saw the list, he spat it out. At the bottom of the list was Astral 10 seeded student, Luin. Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire's King Zishan. Origin, Earth. This line of words stunned everyone on Earth. Their planet's name had appeared in one of the universe's top events. The word Earth was clearly visible, and at this moment, countless people in the universe could see it. The entire planet fell into a deathly silence. Beijing, Huansha, Elder Lian, Camp Blue in the northeast, Zhaoyu, Jinlin, Zhoushan, Fenghong, Luoyi, Qinxian, the grasslands, Wuxing, and so on. Everyone who knew Luin was stunned. This person had actually made it onto the list of the universe's top events, bringing Earth's name into the eyes of countless people in the universe. Not only China, but Europe, America, Africa, and so on, regardless of their relationship with China, everyone cheered wildly. At this moment, they were all Earthlings, and they were proud of the word Earth and Luin. This was someone who had walked out of Earth and entered the universe's most glorious palace. An insignificant and nameless planet had suddenly entered the eyes of the entire universe, and this moment brought a huge change to Earth. This simple line of words inspired countless people on Earth. In Jinling, a beautiful girl's eyes lit up as she stared at the screen. In the capital, a young man with an ashen face lay on the ground and looked at the last line of words on the screen. Even if the crowd blocked him, even if he was deep in the mud, it could not block his shining eyes. In the forest, the young man raised his head, his eyes filled with excitement. They also wished to join the most glorious palace in the entire universe. In the outer verse, there was a city in the sky above a vast continent called San Dios. This was the headquarters of the Outerverse Youth Council. At this moment, Wendy Yushan was looking at the screen with a strange look in her eyes. The last line of the list had surprised her. She had originally not paid attention to these insignificant people, but now, they were actually climbing up the ranks. They were now worthy of her attention. Not only in the Outerverse, but also in the various major flow zones of the Innerverse. Countless planets raised their screens as they awaited the arrival of the Astral Combat Tournament. This was a grand occasion that had occurred after the internet had connected the universe. The tournament was held to motivate the humans and to prepare for the battlefield at the border. Humans were not weak, and the Astral Combat Tournament would prove this point. Within the Nalan family's ship's infirmary, Lu Yin's treatment was still being carried out in an orderly manner. His heartbeat is obviously faster. He should be able to regain consciousness soon. His internal organs have recovered well. This child's vitality is astonishing. Will arrive at Astral 10 in 3 days. Madam has ordered that he must regain consciousness within 3 days. Intermittent voices entered Lu Yin's ears, causing him to frown and his eyelids to twitch. Where was he? What was going on? Drift charge planet, explosion, mutual destruction, the Leo family. Various scenes replayed in Lu Yin's mind. Suddenly, he saw a beam of light descend from the sky and shoot him into the abyss. He opened his eyes, and with a bang, the healing pod exploded. Nutrient fluid splattered everywhere. Lu Yin gasped for breath and widened his eyes as the fluid dripped down from his pod, drop by drop. Everyone around him was silent as they looked at him. After a while, Lu Yin raised his head and looked around with a confused expression. What's this? Where is this? Inform Madam immediately that the patient has regained consciousness. His self-healing ability is increasing, someone ordered. Lu Yin was confused. Madam? Not long after, Lu Yin met Madame Nalan once more in a luxurious lounge. This beautiful temptress had saved his life once more. Lu Yin bowed solemnly. Thank you for saving my life, Madam. I will never forget this. If there's anything you need, please feel free to ask. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Madame Nalan beamed at him. You've matured quite a bit after not seeing you for a while. After his near-death experience on Drift Charge Planet, Lu Yin's gaze had become even more profound, and his expression had also changed. After nearly dying twice in a row, anyone would change. Once upon a time, many things had been within his grasp, including Earth's evolution. However, his experiences in the past month had changed both his thinking and his strength. You saved my life once, and I've saved yours this time. We're even now, Madame Nalan smiled and poured him a glass of wine. Lu Yin accepted it and once again smelled the tempting fragrance coming from the temptress. It smelled good, and he liked it. However, this fragrance could easily numb a person's senses. I will never forget your saving grace. Madame Nalan pursed her lips and smiled as she sized him up. You have the same serious expression, but you're completely different from last time. It looks like you've experienced quite a bit. Lu Yin smiled. Everyone has to experience some things. By the way, do you know how long it's until the Astral Combat Tournament? Madame Nalan pointed at a nearby screen. It's already started. Lu Yin was shocked and quickly looked at the screen. A narrow but deep valley appeared before him, and there were many people on both sides of the valley. They were all students. Madam, what's this? You should know about the 3 Academies challenge, Madame Nalan said. Lu Yin felt helpless and smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew that 3 academies would be randomly selected. The higher-ranked academy could choose one person from the lower-ranked academy to guard the valley with them. They had to stop at least half of the students who tried to pass through the valley in order to qualify. Otherwise, all 3 academies would be eliminated. This meant that the Astral Combat Tournament had already begun, and he would not be able to make it in time. I never thought that I'd miss the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Yin said helplessly. Madame Nalan smiled. You didn't miss it. You're one of Astral 10 seeded contestants. You won't have a chance to compete for the next 3 days, and will reach Astral 10 in 3 days. Luine was shocked. I'm a seated contestant? Madame Nayland smiled. You're the leader, so of course you're a seated contestant. Luine was puzzled. Astral 10 still had Big Pow and Little Pow, and those two should be the seated contestants. Why was it his turn? Wait. Madam, did you just say that we're reaching Astral 10? Are you going to Astral 10? It's not me who wants to go, it's her. Madame Nayland pointed behind Luine. Coincidentally, the door opened again, and a young girl with a sword on her back walked in. Luine was shocked. The girl's eyes seemed to flicker with a sword light. This woman was not ordinary. The girl was not interested in Luine, so she just sat in front of the screen and calmly watched. Luine, let me introduce you. She's the leader of Astral 7, Lu Xiaoyun. Just like you, she's a seated contestant, Madame Nayland introduced. Luine was flabbergasted. Astral 7's leader, a realm master? For some reason, she missed the tournament, so she wants to borrow Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain to enter the Lifeseek realm. The Lifeseek realm is where the tournament will be held, Madame Nayland explained. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. So I can participate in the tournament? Of course, Madame Nayland smiled. At that moment, 3 people appeared in the valley on the screen. At the front stood a man with an arrogant expression. He was from the Day-Night clan, and his black and white hair was too eye-catching. Not far behind him was an older student, and at the very back was Silver. Luine was shocked. Astral 10 has been selected? The first is Astral 3's Chilean Day-Night, the second is Astral 7's Diao, and the third is Astral 10's Silver. Your Astral 10 is very lucky to have been selected in the last Astral Combat Tournament, which eliminated the other 2 academies, Madame Nayland introduced. Astral 7 was one of them. Lu Xiaoyun, who had been quietly watching the screen, suddenly spoke up. Luine felt a little awkward. What did it have to do with him? He wasn't even here. But you don't have to worry this time. Chilean Day-Night alone is enough, Lu Xiaoyun said. Luine was puzzled. Chilean Day-Night? He sounded very powerful. Chilean Day-Night is one of the top 5 students in Astral 3, and he's also one of the area masters of the Undying Realm. He specializes in group attacks, and no matter how many people attack him, as long as they can't defeat him, he'll be able to stop them, Lu Xiaoyun explained. The students who challenge the 3 academies can only defend and cannot retaliate. They can't use their innate gifts or battle techniques. Under these circumstances, Chilean Day-Night's advantage will be magnified infinitely. That's why he randomly selected the students from Astral 7 and Astral 10 to guard the 3 valleys, Madame Nayland added. Silver had been randomly selected. In other words, in Chilean Day-Night's eyes, it didn't matter if the other 2 were included or not. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the giant screen. As they spoke, the tournament officially began. With a loud bang, all the participating students in the northernmost part of the valley, except for the 3 academies, rushed out. As long as they crossed the valley, they would be able to enter the lot drawing stage. This was a chance to become famous throughout the universe. Whether it was due to strength or luck, even if they could only show their faces once, they would be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. For this opportunity, all the students would risk their lives. Chilean Day-Night looked at the numerous students rushing into the valley with disdain. He slowly squatted down and shook his palms. Star energy suddenly shot up into the sky, causing the void to ripple. Following that, green seaweed began to grow out of the ground, filling the entire valley with greenery. Happy Lantern Festival. Third update, 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. As always, I will never stop updating. Quality guaranteed. Lu Yin's eyes widened. This was Chilean Day-Night's innate gift. It was obvious that the seaweed was highly toxic, so it was no wonder why he was so good at attacking groups of people. There were about 1,000 students from the 10 academies participating in this competition, and this was under the control of the participants. Otherwise, all of the students would have chosen to participate. Astral 3, Astral 7, and Astral 10 had been excluded because they had students guarding the valley. Currently, there were about 700 students who had rushed into the valley. One could imagine the pressure of facing 700 Astral Combat Academy students alone, but Chilean Day Night remained calm as two-lined battle force appeared around his body. It was not surprising that an area master had two-lined battle force, but within the valley covered in poisonous seaweed, this scene caused many students to despair. The first 10 or so students who came into contact with the poisonous seaweed immediately collapsed to the ground before gradually disappearing. They had died on the spot. All of the students who wanted to break through the valley had to face the poison first. In front of their screens, countless people in the universe watched this scene and felt the terror of the poison. At the same time, Chilean Day Night's name became known to countless people. He alone was enough to deal with almost half of the students. At the very back of the valley, Silver leaned against a mountain wall with a relaxed expression. He still had that sly smile on his face. He did not know how the Astral Combat Academy had done it, but they had been able to broadcast what had happened in the Lifeseek realm in the form of a video. The moment he saw Silver's smile, Luin raised an eyebrow. He had a strange premonition that this guy, or rather, the Neo-Human Alliance, was up to something. Suddenly, the image of the valley on the screen changed. The sky was filled with blue frozen poisonous seaweed, and as far as the eye could see, blue had replaced green. Lu Xiaoyan's expression changed. This was forcefully using star energy to simulate ice, and even the color had changed. A powerhouse had taken action. Within the valley, Chilean Day Night's expression changed as well. He looked into the distance and gritted his teeth. Xia was a powerhouse from Astral 4 and the area master of the Path of Slaughter's ice. He was also someone who Silver had joined after joining the Path of Slaughter. You want to let these people pass and eliminate Astral 3? Impossible. Chilean Day Night was enraged. He soared into the sky and pressed down with both hands. Flower rain. With a low roar, the frozen poisonous seaweed shook as it attempted to break through the ice and attack the students. The students did not wait for him to attack, and they all rushed towards the back of the valley as fast as they could. Before this, Chilean Day Night had already eliminated close to 100 students. But now, he was being held back by Xia. More importantly, a gigantic creature had suddenly appeared and enveloped half of the valley. It rose into the air and separated Chilean Day Night from the students below. Outside the valley, many spectating students exclaimed, "It's Long Zhe. He's a powerhouse from the Sylvan Dragon tribe and one of Astral 4's area masters. It looks like Astral 4 is going all out to ensure that at least half of the students pass this round. This way, they can eliminate Astral 3 and eliminate one of their opponents." In the southern part of the valley, there was a tall mountain that towered above all the other peaks. There were 10 seats on top of it, and these were the seats for the 10 academies' seated contestants. The seated contestants represented the student leaders, and this was a convention. At this moment, aside from the 1st, 7th, and 10th seats, all the other seats were occupied. The 3rd seat was occupied by a girl with long black and white hair that fluttered in the wind. Half of her beautiful face was covered by her hair, revealing only a pair of purple eyes. She was Astral 3's leader, the realm master of the Undying Realm, Night Queen Xianxia. Night Queen Xianxia looked at the screen in front of her and glanced to the side. Was this your idea? Not far from Night Queen Xianxia, there was a man sitting in the 4th seat. His hair was red, and his expression was cold. There was also a faint red glow around his body. He was Astral 4's leader, the Path of Slaughter's realm master, Xue Luyun. After hearing Night Queen Yanqing's words, Xue Luyun did not say a word. He was colder than anyone else, but his eyes had turned scarlet. Night Queen Xianxia frowned, but before she could say anything, Kuang Wang laughed from further away. Day Night woman, you still don't understand old Xue after all these years. Does he look like that kind of person? It's obvious that his subordinates are doing this behind his back. Night Queen Xianxia snorted. People change. It's no secret that Astral 4 wants to replace Astral 3, but Astral 7 is going to suffer as well. Xue Luyun's eyes widened, and he said in a hoarse voice, I'll make Long Zhe pay, but I'm not familiar with the other person. You're talking about Xia. He's not very sociable, Kuang Wang said. Night Queen Xianxia did not say anything else, as Xue Luyun's intentions were clear. He had not been the one to instigate this. The Sylvan Dragon was too arrogant, and it had dared to go behind the Realm Master's back. Did it really think that it had established itself in the human domain? It was just a race that had betrayed the astral beast domain in the blazing mist flow zone. In the northernmost part of the valley, the poisonous algae finally broke through the ice and descended to attack the many students. However, most of them were blocked by Long Zay's enormous body. The Sylvan dragon was huge and possessed extreme speed. Although it could not actively attack Chilean Day Night, it could still defend itself. The next moment, the blue ice spread out once more and covered the sky above the Sylvan dragon. This time, it completely isolated Chilean Day Night from the sky. Night Queen Yanqing's expression turned ugly. That idiot. In the middle of the valley, the students of Astral 7 had solemn expressions. They had thought that things would be easy, but they had not expected Chilean Day Night to be targeted. Astral 4 had gone all out, and even the powerhouses of the Day Night clan were helpless against them. He could hear Chilean Day Night's angry roars, but it was difficult for him to break through the defenses of two area masters of the same level. On the spacecraft, Lu Xiaoyun's expression was ugly. This sort of situation rarely occurred in the Astral Combat Tournament. The Astral Combat Tournament was about fairness, and the Astral Combat Tournament was only about eliminating students who did not qualify to participate in the drawing of lots. It was very rare for someone to intentionally eliminate the guardian of the three academies, as this would only lead to conflict. Last time, the students of Astral 10 had been too weak, which had implicated the other two academies. Now, even Chilean Day Night had taken action, and more than half of the students had broken through. This meant that the Astral Combat Tournament was halfway to success. Xiaoyun, what about that student from Astral 7? Madame Naylan asked. Lu Xiaoyun answered, Dai Ao is very strong, and his true power is not inferior to Chilean Day Night's. However, he specializes in single combat and not group attacks. Astral 7 has a battle technique called the Astral Palm, which allows him to display his full strength with every strike without consuming any energy. This palm technique is very advantageous in single combat, but it is not very effective in group attacks. Furthermore, Dai Ao is not proficient in speed. Luyin was helpless. Not being proficient in speed meant that Dai Ao had been eliminated. How much could he block? These Astral Combat Academy students all had their own unique techniques, and even an area master would not be able to defeat them easily. Most of these students were Lemeters, and there were very few Melders. As he thought about this, Luyin turned to look at the very back of the valley. Silver was still casually leaning against the mountain wall, but there was a butterfly in his hand. A butterfly knife. No matter how angry Chilean Day Night was, he had still been defeated. With two area masters holding him back, it was very difficult for him to catch up. In the middle of the valley, Dai Ao took a deep breath. In front of him were many students who were trying to break through the valley, but his eyes remained calm. When the first student stepped within 100 meters of him, Dai Ao attacked. It was not the astral palm that Lu Xiaoyun had mentioned, but rather, gravity. When the black gravity descended upon the valley, the ground shattered. Countless people were shocked, especially those from Astral 7. Dai Ao had never revealed his innate gift of gravity, but he had directly used 100 times the normal gravity. Even a Lemeter would find it difficult to withstand. Even Lu Xiaoyun did not know that Dai Ao had an innate gift of gravity. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Gravity and an astral palm that did not consume any energy reminded him of Zhang Wuji, his opponent in the ported battle. The two had exchanged 23 blows before Lu Yin's organs had been crushed to death by his opponent's gravity. Lu Yin smiled bitterly as he looked at Dai Ao rampaging through the valley. He had thought that he could fight against this person, but Dai Ao had not even used his full strength. Perhaps the astral palm was only a small part of his strength. It was no wonder that Lu Yin had been defeated as soon as he used his gravity. Within the valley, Dai Ao had killed 7 people in a row, but the 8th person had blocked his attack. Dai Ao was shocked and glanced over. It was an area master, but he had ignored him. His goal had been to eliminate half of the students, but area masters were not included. If the Astral 7 students were shocked, then the other students who had entered the valley felt like they had eaten *T. They had thought that Dai Ao would be easy to deal with, but he had turned out to be a freak. His innate gift of gravity had isolated them from space, making it impossible for them to avoid him. This Dai Ao was not as easy to deal with as Chilean Day Night. Outside the valley, Coco was shocked. There are so many strong people. Sister Zora, are we really going to compete with these people? Zora was helpless. These are the most powerful people. There's no need for us to compete with them. Michelle's eyes blazed as she looked into the valley. The stronger these students were, the more eager she was to fight. The entire valley was shaking. Regardless of whether they were in the valley or watching the light screen, they could all feel the suffocating power of that power. Within the Great Yu Empire's palace, undying Yushan sighed, this is the gap between the younger generation. Jerbak and the others were speechless. If they were thrown into the valley, they would not even be able to fight back. On Earth, everyone was watching the screen and marveling at the terror of the universe's powerhouses. Dai-Ao's sudden outburst had pushed the astral combat tournament to its climax. From the very beginning, this astral combat tournament was destined to be extraordinary. Just as everyone thought that Dai-Ao would be able to continue, a melodious tune caused him to pause. A beautiful woman was singing in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. That's Xiyu, the superstar. The Soul Dream Tribe's young matriarch has made her move. Xiyu's tune doesn't seem to be within her attack range, and it's not powered by star energy. It can't even be considered a battle technique. It's just a type of music. Astral 8 and Astral 4 are trying to attack Astral 3 and Astral 7. Xiyu's tune was very unique. Even without star energy, her psychedelic song still managed to catch Dai-Ao off guard. It was not an attack, but rather a vortex of desire. One by one, the students swept past Dai-Ao and rushed towards the back of the valley. Everyone was excited as there was only one student from Astral 10 left. That academy had been eliminated. Although the report had emphasized that there were powerhouses among the students of Astral 10, so what? Did they really think that they could compare to the other academies? Impossible. Xiyu's tune did not trap Dai-Ao for long. He suddenly opened his eyes just in time to see a student trying to sweep past him. He did not hesitate to use his starburst palm, but that student curled his lips and raised his leg to kick him. Bang! The void shattered as a spatial crack spread across the sky and tore through the valley. Third update, wishing all of you a happy Lantern Festival. Thank you for your support. Countless people were stunned. He had actually tore through the void. Very few people actually attacked during the Astral 3 challenges, as the powerhouses would simply charge forward. The defending students generally did not provoke the powerhouses as that would only delay them. Dai-Ao's attack had allowed countless people to witness the true power of the Astral Combat Academy's top powerhouses. That student was unlucky enough to be eliminated because his actions were considered offensive. His opponent was also an area master. Dai-Ao cursed his bad luck, as he had actually gone all out against an area master. At this point, only 100 or so students had been eliminated. Most of them had died to Chilean Daynite's poisonous algae, while some had died to Dai-Ao's attacks. Aside from the remaining 200 who had not passed through Dai-Ao's location, the remaining 400 had rushed to the back of the valley. The situation was the same as the previous Astral Combat Tournament. Last time, the defending students of the 3 academies had failed, and this time was no different. So what if a student from Astral 10 was praised to the heavens? Did he really think that he could stop so many people? Many of the students from Astral 7 had already given up hope. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned cold. The Astral Combat Tournament was the most anticipated event, but she did not even have the right to participate. Those idiots. On the spacecraft, Lu Xiaoyun frowned as helplessness flashed through her eyes. Madame Nayland sighed. Forget it, Xiaoyun. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lu Xiaoyun felt helpless. Do you really think that Silver won't be able to hold on? Lu Xiaoyun glanced at him coldly, not interested in talking to him at all. Madame Nayland's eyes lit up. Do you think that he can hold on? Lu Yin shrugged. I'm not sure, but maybe. He did not know how strong the Neo-Human Alliance was, but he knew that Silver was definitely not simple. Even now, that sly smile was still plastered on his face. Outside the valley, the students from Astral 10 were also helpless. They also did not think that Silver could hold on. Someone nearby commented, "Look, that bastard from Astral 10 is smiling so viciously." I really want to tear his face off and stomp on it. Yeah, that smile is so sinister. It's so creepy. He's definitely not a good person. The students from Astral 10 silently retreated. Within the valley, more than 400 students had rushed to the back of the valley. When they saw Silver still leaning against the mountain wall, they became excited. Had he given up? That was even better. In the crowd, Lu Ji froze the moment she saw Silver. It's him? Astral 10's Silver was one who had left a deep impression on her. Lu Ji, what's wrong? Go. Gus urged from the side. Lu Ji's eyes flickered, but she did not answer. A group of students at the front had already rushed in front of Silver and swept past him. Countless people were furious, and they cursed Astral 10 for finding such a piece of trash. That person had been restricted, but he still didn't dare to make a move. Outside the valley, Wu Da's eyes widened. This person was definitely a powerhouse, even if he was only a melder. A gust of wind blew past, and several students passed by Silver. There were even some who scolded him for being trash. At this moment, Silver's eyes completely opened. In an instant, an indescribable bone-chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. All the students felt a chill run down their backs as they saw a scene that made them tremble. The students who had just passed Silver had all died. They died silently and without a single ripple. All they saw was a butterfly with a gleam of light. The butterfly knife and the bloodstain. How fast could Silver kill people? Of all the students present, only the domain lords could see clearly. Most of the students couldn't even see clearly. Butterfly Blade was already dead. The only cause of death was a red mark on their necks. There were no other wounds on their bodies. In just 10 seconds, no less than 20 people had fallen to the ground. Silver stood in the middle of the valley and smiled at them. That sly smile on his face was terrifying. If Chilean Day Knight's attack was dazzling and Daiao's was shocking, then Silver's attack was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. There were no ripples, but Silver's attack was the most terrifying. The valley fell silent as all the students stared at Silver. He had killed more people in an instant than Chilean Day Knight and Daiao. He was a demon who killed without batting an eyelid. On the southern peak of the valley, Night Queen Yanqing's eyes lit up. Interesting. What a fast attack. Even an area lord can't reach that speed. Is this the power of Astral 10 students? Not bad. Quang Wang was shocked. I thought that only the 2 students who stayed behind to guard Astral 10 were strong. I didn't expect them to be so fierce. Now I'm looking forward to seeing who Astral 10's leader is, a man in the 8th seat said curiously. He was Feng Shang, Astral 8's leader and the Realm Master of Illusion. He was also one of the people that Jared feared. After Feng Shang finished speaking, he glanced to the side, where the 9th seat was occupied by a man wearing extra-large headphones. He was shaking his head, but no one knew what he was doing. This person was Astral 9's leader, and he was the main voice of the seeding world. Luin, can you hear me? Feng Shang shouted. Luin was still shaking his head. Feng Shang was speechless. Silver's killing style stunned everyone, including the students outside the valley and the mentors from the 10 academies. They had never expected Astral 10 to produce such a character. Within the spacecraft, Madame Nailin looked at Luin in shock. This student is very powerful. Lu Xiaoyun was also surprised. Of course he's powerful. Even I don't know his background. Aren't you Astral 10's leader? Madame Nailin asked curiously. Luin could not help but laugh. My position as the chief disciple is baffling. Perhaps he gave it to me. Is that so? Madame Nailin did not pursue the matter. Within the valley, Lu Ji's eyelids twitched. She knew that this guy wasn't simple. Although Silver's killing speed was extremely fast, these students had only joined the Astral Combat Academy after passing the blood test. Although they were shocked, they were not afraid. After all, Silver was only a melder. Soon, many students rushed out. Silver grinned as he looked at these students. He flipped his butterfly knife, and with a flash of light, a few more died. Silver's killing speed was too fast, and he completely disregarded his opponent's defenses. However, Silver's targets were not area masters. He was not arrogant enough to block everyone by himself. Chilean Day Knight and Dai were the same, and they simply swept past the area masters. Then, the butterfly knife disappeared, and Garth clutched his neck. He was a powerhouse close to an area master, but he had still been killed. Beside him, Luji's face was pale. She was not as strong as Garth, and when she looked up, she met Silver's cold gaze. Silver smiled faintly at her. The butterfly knife stabbed out. Luji gritted her teeth, and her eyes flashed. She had used her innate gift to see through butterfly. She could see the butterfly knife's trajectory, but she could not block it. There was a thump. The butterfly knife was blocked, and a palm appeared in front of Silver. It was Sharon who had blocked Silver. "I'm sorry, but you can't touch her," Sharon said coldly. Silver smiled, and his body flickered. The butterfly knife stabbed into the neck of a student beside him. The student collapsed in disbelief and then disappeared from the Lifeseek realm. The entire back of the valley was like a giant battlefield. Silver's killing was an art, but to outsiders, it was terrifying to the extreme. The butterfly knife split into 2, and then 3. Countless people felt their scalps go numb. That's a domain. That guy has comprehended a domain. Many people were shocked by the scene. Not everyone could comprehend a domain, and even a genius lockbreaker like Sharon had only just begun to comprehend it. At this moment, the crowd finally understood why this person was a melder, but he was able to easily defeat those stronger than him. For a powerhouse who had comprehended a domain, defeating those stronger than him was a piece of cake. Some people broke through the valley, while others fell. Although Silver was the last line of defense, he had killed more people than Chilean Day Knight and Dai combined. His domain was perfect for killing people. Even the realm masters on the peak looked at Silver with solemn expressions. Anyone who comprehended a domain could not be underestimated, even if this person was just a melder. In the 6th position, Dao Bo's eyes lit up. He was interested in all kinds of domains. There were 10 tall war drums in the south of the valley, and a person stood in front of each drum. They were the students chosen by the 10 academies to challenge the Dragon's Gate. Behind the war drums were 10 different areas, and at this moment, more and more students were arriving. The first few to arrive were the area masters of the trial zones, and they were extremely strong. The 3 people guarding the valley did not touch them, so they arrived without a hitch. As long as all the students from the various academies who had passed through the valley arrived, they could sound the war drums. In front of Astral 10's war drums, Lulu looked up at the screen with a shocked expression. She had not expected Silver, who had always kept a low profile, to be so powerful. This person was definitely not any weaker than Luin. No, he might even be stronger. Although Luin had comprehended battle force, he was only at the elementary level. Silver's domain was obviously not something that he had just comprehended. It was too terrifying, and no wonder he had laughed so disgustingly. As she thought about it, she glanced at the war drum furthest away. It belonged to Astral 1, and there was another girl standing in front of it. It was Grandine Mavis, and she was also from the Mavis family. Perhaps sensing Lulu's gaze, Grandine Mavis turned around and smiled at her. Lulu pursed her lips and glanced at the people in front of the war drums. These people were the top powerhouses of their respective academies, and they might even be second only to the realm masters. This was because it was very difficult to sound the war drums, and one had to be at least an area master to be able to do so. The others were nothing special, but the person from Astral 5 caught Lulu's attention. He was not very strong, but rather too weak. That man gave Lulu a rather delicate feeling. How could such a person sound the war drums? This was a strenuous task. Lulu retracted her gaze and subconsciously looked to the side. Astral 9 had chosen a lifeless young man with a pale face and a cold aura. If he closed his eyes, Lulu would have thought that he was a corpse. The Astral Combat Academy really did have all kinds of people. In the middle of the valley, Dai was still blocking more than 100 students. His innate gift of gravity had reached its limit, and even if these students did not retaliate, they were all very powerful and had many life-saving techniques. Dai-Ao's gaze turned sinister as the gravity that had covered the middle of the valley suddenly disappeared. He then increased his speed as he used his anti-gravity ability to increase his speed. Without the gravity restraints, a portion of the students immediately charged forward. Thank you for your reward, Brother Qianxia. Thank you for supporting the Stargazer Academy, thank you. With your support, the Stargazer Academy will have a bright future. Thank you again. Also, Happy Lantern Festival. At this moment, green poisonous algae floated down from the sky. Chilean day-night had broken through the seal and released the poisonous algae onto the entire valley. The poisonous algae covered a large area, so its power was greatly reduced. However, with Dai Ao and Silver's strength, aside from the top-ranked powerhouses of the various academies, none of the other students were able to pass through the valley. 20 minutes later, when the last student passed through the valley, the 3 academies challenge ended. In the end, there were 362 people who had broken through, which was almost half of the total. If there had been any more, the 3 academies would have been eliminated. Night Queen Yanqing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 3 academies challenge was just for fun. Otherwise, if the Area Master students had truly made a move, even all of the students from Astral 3, Astral 7, and Astral 10 combined would not have been able to stop them. The 3 academies challenge had shown countless people the strength of the Astral Combat Academy students. Not only were there students who had defended the Astral Combat Academy, but there were also students who had broken through. Many people knew that they would not have been able to break through the 3's defenses. The poisonous algae, gravity, and killing domains were all too terrifying. Even some of the explorers had serious expressions on their faces. The younger generation was getting stronger and stronger. In outer space, Lu Xiaoyun heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally passed. She looked at Silver on the screen and saw a smile on his face, but it sent chills down her spine. He was only a melder, but he was able to use his domain to seize the lives of Lemeters. Even if those Lemeters could retaliate, there weren't many who could stop him. Once this person broke through to the Lemeter realm, he would definitely be a strong contender for the position of Realm Master. It was not just Lu Xiaoyun, the Realm Masters on the southern peak of the valley were also very concerned about Silver. In the Great Yu Empire, Zhu Lang frowned. This person's identity was mysterious, and he was from the Great Yu Empire. However, there was pitifully little information about this person in the Empire, and it seemed to have been covered up. Just where did this person come from? Undying Yushan's gadget displayed Silver's resume. It was very normal and simple, but also very mysterious. Within the valley, Chilean Day-Night and Dai Ao sized up Silver with a strange look. This person really made them shiver. Almost half of the eliminated students had been killed by him. Even though this was the Lifeseek realm, they felt that even if they were not, this person would not show any mercy. This person was a madman. Silver's smile was so brilliant that no one knew who he was looking at. As all the participating students arrived at the empty space behind the war drums, the knocking on the Dragon's Gate began. All of Astral 4's students were the first to arrive. On the screen, under the gazes of countless people in the universe, a man growled as his palm suddenly expanded several times in size, distorting the void as cracks appeared beneath his feet. He then struck out with his palm, causing a faint crack in the void to extend upwards, shocking countless people. Bang! A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth as a visible sound wave swept out in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were all the participating students of Astral 4. This was the baptism of the war drums. In ancient wars, the war drums were the first to be heard. The sound of the war drums could shake the heavens and earth, and only those who could withstand the pressure of the war drums could enter the battlefield. The Astral Combat Tournament was the battlefield. Dozens of students from the 4 academies stood still. The sound wave swept over them. Even if they were bleeding from their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, they still endured it. At this moment, they would rather die than fall down. The sound wave swept past the students of the 4 academies and spread in all directions, gradually enveloping all the participating students, including the students from the 3 academies, 7 academies, and 10 academies who had just arrived. The ground cracked as broken rocks flew up into the sky and turned into dust. At this moment, another deafening explosion rang out from Astral 1. Under Lulu's gaze, Grandine Mavis punched out. She did not create a crack in the void like the man from the 4 academies had done, but she was just as shocking because she had used pure strength. Bang, 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 deafening explosions caused the sky to distort, and the sound waves caused the sky to change. In front of them, the three valleys of the three academies shattered, and the spectating students from the other academies were also affected by the sound waves. They covered their ears in pain. Behind Astral 10's war drums, Coco bit her lip. Mengyu's face turned red while Schutz gripped his blade tightly. The sound waves almost made them faint. Lulu growled and raised her hand to punch out. The moment her snow-white fist came into contact with the war drum, she finally understood why she had to attack with all her strength. The war drum was too tough, and a normal person would not be able to make a sound. Bang, layers upon layers of sound waves exploded, and finally, some students could not hold on any longer and collapsed. These students had all relied on luck to pass the three academies, but luck could not guarantee that they would pass the knocking on the Dragon's Gate. The Astral Combat Tournament was about true elites, not fishing in troubled waters. In front of Astral 5's war drum, a man that Lulu thought looked very weak raised his hand. Water gathered in the sky and formed a sphere. As time passed, the sphere's size did not change, but many people were shocked. This was because too much water had been gathered, and the sphere's weight was terrifying. Bang, Astral 5's war drum thundered, and this earth-shattering sound drowned out Astral 9's war drum. This sound caused more than 20 students to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Behind Astral 10's war drum, Dark Void looked up at the weak man. His name was Tubo, and like Dark Void, he was also a seed of Shamrock Enterprises, which meant that he had a terrifying innate gift. When all the war drums had been beaten, everything within a 10,000-meter radius was destroyed in an instant. The ground was completely pulverized, and dust filled the sky. Above the war drum, the void shattered as if it could not withstand the pressure. Cracks rained down like raindrops. Countless people in the universe were dumbfounded. It was just the sound of a war drum. Was there a need to cause such a huge commotion? Wasn't tearing through the void something only space-exploring powerhouses could do? Why did it seem so easy for these students? At this moment, Durbach and the others, who were watching the screen, finally understood the difference between them and the universe's top geniuses. They were not even on the same level, and they could not even be compared. Wendy Yushan had been right to look down on them. Lulu did not cause much of a stir because her origins were too obvious. She was from the Mavis family, an innately terrifying clan. No matter where she went, she would be considered an absolute genius. She was not as shocking as Silver Belt. At this moment, Wu Da's gaze had already shifted to the south, where 10 ancient incense sticks stood tall. These incense sticks were very difficult to light. Not because of the materials used, but because they were entwined with an ancient ancestor's battle intent. This battle intent was indescribable, and it was similar to a domain. Normal people would not be able to get close to it. Although lighting the incense seemed easy, it was actually the most difficult stage. In the history of the Astral Combat Tournament, there had been many academies that had failed to light the incense sticks and been eliminated. Thus, those who were qualified to light the incense sticks were the absolute powerhouses of Astral 10. The other academies all had strong foundations, but who would they send to Astral 10? Who would be able to light the incense sticks? Perhaps only Big Pow and Little Pow could do it, but those two could barely do it. Sometimes, a person's battle prowess did not mean that they would be able to successfully light the incense sticks. Their temperament would greatly reduce their chances of success. Lighting the incense and paying respect to the ancestors required piety. As the sound waves dissipated, the sky returned to normal. The screens changed, and countless people turned to look at the 10 towering ancient incense sticks, as well as the 10 figures standing 1,000 meters away from the incense sticks. In the previous tournaments, the people who lit the incense sticks were the last to challenge the student leaders of the various academies. They were the ones that everyone paid the most attention to. The 10 figures stood quietly in front of the incense sticks. The incense sticks that were 1,000 meters away from them were their test. Countless people turned to look at Astral 1, where a woman stood in front of the incense sticks. Her face was hidden behind a veil, but her aura was cold and had an ancient charm to it. No one dared to underestimate her. Astral 1 had been in this position for many years, and they had the most talented geniuses. Everyone looked at Astral 2, where a man wielding a longsword stood. Many people recognized him as Lu Tang, a disciple of the sword sect. Although he was not an area master, he was no weaker than any of them. In fact, he might even be stronger. There was no need for further introductions, as the word sword sect already represented everything. Astral 3 had sent out members of the Day-Night clan, and so had Astral 4. The Day-Night clan represented strength, but no one even bothered to ask about them, as the strength of the Day-Night clan was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Astral 5 had sent out an area master. He had a gentle appearance, a smile in his eyes, and a calm expression. Many people recognized him as Xiayi, the area master of the Tao of Heaven's machinery mound. Although many knew of him, almost no one truly understood his strength. However, the fact that he was able to stand here at this moment proved that he was definitely very strong. Astral 6 was a stranger. Many of the powerhouses from the 10 academies did not reveal their strength, and perhaps only the realm masters knew of their strength. Astral 7 and Astral 8 had sent out unfamiliar powerhouses that no one could fathom. However, if they were sent out to pay respect to the ancestors, their names would definitely spread far and wide. Many people recognized the person sent out by Astral 9. More accurately speaking, this clan was very famous. They were the traders of the Undying Bird family, the Black Undying Bird from the Phineas clan. The newcomer was Bonnie Phineas, who had broken through to the Lamita realm. Behind Astral 5's war drum, Heart Phoenix stood among the dozens of participants. His eyes burned with passion, and his lips curled up. He had narrowly escaped death during his family's trial and had finally transformed. He wanted to personally tear apart Luin and this traitor during the Astral Combat Tournament and show everyone the glory of the Undying Bird. 1,000 meters away from Astral 10's ancient incense stick, the person standing there caused countless jaws to drop. A Melder? A Melder had been sent out? Many people had originally guessed that it would be Big Pow or Little Pow. After all, these two had teamed up to challenge a realm master and had the strength of an area master. Although it was difficult for them to light the incense stick due to their temperament, there was no reason for them to send out a Melder. That's right, Astral 10 had sent out Xiao Luo. He stood there with a faint smile on his face, enduring the questioning and strange gazes of countless people in the universe. However, his expression did not change at all, and he even looked very relaxed. Wuda was excited. That's him. This person can easily resolve Iroha's attack, so he's definitely not simple. He might even have comprehended a domain and is a lockbreaker. If he succeeds in lighting the incense, he'll definitely shock the 10 academies. He'll be the first Melder in history to succeed in lighting the incense. Hurry up, he must succeed. In outer space, Madame Naylan was also stunned. She turned to look at Luin. Astral 10 is really bold. Luin smiled. He's very powerful. How powerful? Like silver? Madame Naylan was curious. Astral 10 had successfully piqued her curiosity. This expelled academy was very interesting. Luin nodded. I don't know exactly how powerful he is. He hasn't shown it yet. Lu Xiaoyun indifferently replied, it seems like the rumors are true. You're just a front for Astral 10. Madame Naylan growled, Xiaoyun, don't be rude. Luin smiled and did not mind. At that moment, the captain announced, Madam, we're about to arrive at Astral 10. Luin and Lu Xiaoyun's eyes lit up, it was finally their turn. In the Great Yu Empire, Hua Qingshan and Zhu Lang exchanged glances. This Xiao Luo had also come from the Empire, just like silver. When had the Empire become so powerful? The 3 academies challenge, knocking on the dragon's door, and honoring the ancestors were all from the Great Yu Empire, and even Luin was one of the seated contestants. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but look at the palace. When Xiao Luo had entered Astral 10, Crown Prince Doran Yushan was told that he didn't have the authority to investigate his background. Perhaps only His Majesty knew of Xiao Luo's origins. Undying Yushan looked at his gadget, which displayed Xiao Luo's background. However, there were only 2 words, top secret. Undying Yushan did not have the authority to investigate because Xiao Luo's identity was a secret in the entire Outerverse. Looks like the Empire has produced some amazing people in the past few years, Undying Yushan sighed as he rubbed his head. In the Lifeseek realm, as the student leaders of the various academies rose to their feet, the ceremony officially began. The 10 of them lifted their feet at the same time and approached the ancient incense stick. The secret of the ancient incense was no longer a secret. This kind of domain-like suppression had long since spread. But even though everyone knew about it, they were still quite shocked to experience it for the first time. As he stepped into the range of the ancient incense, Lu Tang's gaze turned cold. He saw countless streams of sword chi tearing apart the starry sky. This was the battle intent of the ancient ancestors. Numerous swords slashed through the void towards him. He walked forward step by step, facing death. The closer they got to the ancient incense stick, the greater the pressure they felt. The battle intent from the ancient ancestors also grew stronger and stronger. At this point, everyone could already see the difference between them. The girl from Astral 1, Lu Tang from Astral 2, the Day-Night clan member from Astral 3, Xiayi from Astral 5, and Xiao Luo from Astral 10 were still steadily advancing, while the rest of them had more or less paused. Xiao Luo's performance left many people in awe. It wasn't easy for a melder to reach this point. At this moment, Silver was walking out of the valley slowly. Looking at the light screen in the sky, his lips curled up even more. You can't hold it in anymore. Some people are born ants, and some people are destined to be extraordinary. Are you the same as me? Let me see it clearly. The incense stick was 1,000 meters away, but it was like the sky was falling. When Xiao Luo and the others were less than 100 meters away from the incense stick, they all stopped. Their fighting spirit roared as the ancient spirits of their ancestors allowed them to see something different. At this moment, even the girls from Astral 1 stopped and looked up at the sky in shock. They were looking at a scene that no one else could see. At the same time, the Nalan family's spacecraft entered Astral 10 space station. The hatch opened and Luin stepped out first, followed by Lu Xiaoyun. Aside from the 2 of them, no one else was allowed to enter. Auntie, I'll be leaving first, Lu Xiaoyun said. Luin thanked Madame Nalan once again. Madame Nalan smiled and looked at him. I don't know why, but I feel like you'll surprise me. I hope so, Luin smiled. When he saw Lu Xiaoyun glance over, he knew that she was anxious, so he immediately walked towards the teleportation device. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the trial zone entrance and saw the trial master. The trial master did not ask any further questions and allowed Luin and Lu Xiaoyun to smoothly enter the trial zone mountain. Lu Xiaoyun didn't say anything else and immediately flew to the highest point of the trial zone mountain. She was Astral 7's realm master and had always been at the highest peak. Luin could not help but laugh. Were all powerhouses this arrogant? His eyes suddenly blazed, and he wondered what would happen if this arrogance was destroyed. He was looking forward to the strength of a sector lord. The girl from Astral 1 took the lead and continued walking towards the ancient incense stick. Lu Tang was right behind her, and the rest of the group gradually arrived at the 100-meter mark. They did not stop for long and instead walked resolutely towards the incense stick. Battle intent did not cause any actual harm, and it only affected one's state of mind. It tested one's strength as well as one's temperament. Although there were differences between the students sent by the 10 academies, they were not that great. In particular, Xiao Luo had stayed at the 100-meter mark for the longest time and had already caught up with the other academies. At this moment, Luin appeared in a forest in the Lifeseek realm. He looked around and saw a figure rushing towards the east. His figure flashed and appeared in front of that figure, startling him. Student, may I ask where the Astral Combat Tournament will be held? Luin asked. That student had been eliminated during the knocking on the dragon's door, and he had endured the mental exhaustion after his death to re-enter the Lifeseek realm. He was in a very bad mood and wanted to scold Luin, but then he remembered that this person had mysteriously appeared in front of him. Perhaps this person was a powerhouse, so he muttered, "It's directly east." Thank you. Luin nodded and then disappeared. A crack in the void extended far into the distance. That student was stunned. What the hell? He's so fast that he can tear through the void? Where did this freak come from? He's not even an area master, and he's only a melder. Are there such freaks in the 10 academies? Or is he a powerhouse who's been frozen? That student was glad that he had not offended this person, as he would not have been able to re-enter if he had died again. Lu Xiaoyan's luck was much better than Lu Yin's, as she appeared not too far away from the tournament as soon as she arrived in the Life-Seek realm. When she appeared at the peak and walked to the 7th seat, the first incense stick in the distance emitted a green smoke that rose straight into the sky. All students of Astral 1 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls, forever young. As the girl from Astral 1 paid her respects to the ancestors, everyone from the Astral Combat Academy bowed solemnly, including the student leaders and many of the spectating mentors. All students of Astral 2 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls, forever young. All students of Astral 5 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls, forever young. Xiao Luo was the last to reach the incense stick. He was about to light it when he suddenly paused and looked into the distance. At the same time, many people saw a black dot in the sky approaching at a moderate speed. It was Lu Yin, and he had intentionally slowed down as he approached the tournament grounds. Lu Yin directly ascended the peak. Huang Wang frowned and waved his hand. Get lost. Do you think that just anyone is qualified to come up here? Huang Wang's wind swept towards Lu Yin with an unstoppable force. Lu Yin also waved his hand and easily dispelled the wind. I'm Lu Yin, Astral 10 student leader. Greetings, seniors. Huang Wang was shocked. You're Astral 10 student leader? The other student leaders also looked at Lu Yin. Coincidentally, Xiao Luo's voice rang out at that moment. All students of Astral 10 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls, forever young. 10 pillars of green smoke rose into the sky, seeming to reflect countless ancient powerhouses. Roars filled with battle intent could be heard in everyone's ears. This was a phenomenon in the Life-Seek realm that could not be transmitted to the rest of the universe. At this moment, countless people in the universe could only see the 10 pillars of green smoke rising into the sky and the 9 figures atop the peak. Wu De excitedly stared at Xiao Luo. Success! This melder has successfully lit the incense. He'll be my greatest resource in the future. Right, there's also silver. Astral 10 will definitely have a lot of potential. Many of the spectating Astral Combat Academy students bowed towards the incense once more and then looked towards the peak, especially towards Lu Yin, who was in the 10th position. Many people mocked him. Astral 10 really thinks that everyone is an idiot. They actually brought out a weakling. The strongest are Big Pao, Little Pao, Silver, Lulu Mavis, and Xiao Luo. Still, Astral 10 isn't weak. Don't underestimate this person. After all, he defeated Craner, who's ranked 2nd on the Blaze Realm rankings. Even Chiyu suffered at his hands, and many people have been blackmailed by him. It's obvious that someone helped him. After all, this is Astral 10, so it might have been a mentor. Behind Astral 5's war drums, Heart Phoenix stared at the screen. He's finally here. Just you wait, I'll tear you apart. Not far from Heart Phoenix, a man with a simple longsword on his back also stared at the screen. That's eldest senior sister's fiancé? He shouldn't be too weak. After all, he's a seated contestant. Behind Astral Six's war drums, Sharon gritted his teeth. That bastard isn't dead? Frankfurt's face darkened. The person he had killed with a single strike was actually standing at the same height as the realm masters of the various academies. This was intolerable. Yuro was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This was the person who had first ambushed him. Behind Astral 8's war drums, Jared's gaze was gloomy as he clenched his fists. Shiyu's eyes widened. Pervert, just you wait. I'll make you pay the price. She subconsciously looked down at her chest. Humph, it's not a washboard. In the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan looked at Lu Yin with gratification. This child had actually reached such heights. He hoped that Lu Yin would be able to endure it, but it was too difficult. It was impossible for Lu Yin to reach the level of a student leader in just a year. In the Anna family, Shueshan Anna and the rest were also watching the screen. They glanced at Jenny Anna. This girl was truly shocked. Lu Yin had reached such heights that she couldn't even imagine. Peach clenched her fists. Good luck, friend. On Earth, Zhou Shan and the rest were breathing rapidly. That's right, it was Lu Yin. It had only been a year since they had last seen each other, but he had already reached the peak of the universe's highest academy and represented Earth. Not many people on Earth knew Luin, but many had heard of him. Because of him, Earth had been spared from the fate of being banished to the frontier, and countless cultivators had been able to continue living on Earth. Lu Yin's reputation had long since surpassed that of the Seven Sages. Now, countless people were experiencing the terror of the universe's top powerhouses for the first time, and Luin was one of them. Above the vast continent, at the edge of Sky City, Wendy Yushan was staring at a screen, deep in thought. Half of the participants had been eliminated from the crashing 3 academies, so there were 362 remaining. Including the participants from Astral 3, Astral 7, and Astral 10, there were a total of 598 participants. However, another 100 had been eliminated by the Dragon's Door, so there were 434 remaining. The Astral Combat Tournament's lot-drawing battles would be decided by these 434 participants. The ancient incense turned into green smoke and disappeared, causing everyone to turn their attention to the south. Below the peak of the top 10 student leaders, there was a huge plain. In the sky, a gust of wind transformed into countless shockwaves that cut through the plain, dividing it into 217 arenas. Each arena was surrounded by invisible shockwaves that prevented any attacks from reaching the other arenas. The lot-drawing competition would be held here, and the peak not far away was their target, the top 10 student leaders of the combat academies. The 10 student leaders represented the realm masters of the trial zones, the Council of Astral Academy, and the 10 Arbiters Council. They had the right to directly submit issues to the 10 Arbiters Council. The 10 Arbiters Council was a powerful organization that encompassed the entire universe. Regardless of person, power, or region, the younger generation was nominally under the 10 Arbiters Council's jurisdiction. Not only did they have the power to judge, but they even had a direct army. This was the greatest change to humanity since the creation of formcast models. Countless people dreamed of joining the 10 Arbiters Council and following the 10 great figures to start a new chapter for humanity. The Council of Astral Academy was very close to the 10 Arbiters. There were close to 10,000 students in the Astral Combat Academy, and there were countless hidden powerhouses. Everyone was waiting for this moment to arrive, where they could defeat the student leader in front of everyone and enter the 10 Arbiters' sights, becoming a famous young powerhouse in the universe. Amidst everyone's anticipation, numbers automatically appeared in front of every participant's eyes and flashed continuously before finally stopping. "Place your hand on the numbers," a loud voice boomed from the sky. All the participants raised their hands and touched the numbers. The scene before their eyes changed as 434 people suddenly appeared in the arena. There were 2 people in each arena, and all the participants were divided into groups. Aside from the student leader on the peak, the rest of the participants saw their opponents. "Kill your opponent and you'll win," the voice boomed again. Everyone looked at the arena plains with fervor. The insufferably arrogant area masters, the powerhouses of the spirit hunters, hidden powerhouses, and frozen geniuses would all be exposed here. At this moment, no one could hide their strength. This was currently the most dazzling stage in the entire universe. With a loud shout, the battles in the 217 arenas began at the same time. Everyone could clearly see all the arenas on the screens. The battles began and ended quickly as well, as the gap between some of the participants was too great. In the trial zones, everyone had the symbol of their academy on their backs. Morrow felt that she was very lucky to have met a melder from Astral 10. It was obvious that he had just joined the academy not long ago. Although his appearance was a little intimidating, there were too many strange people in the universe. This did not necessarily mean that he was strong. Only the few that had been highlighted in the academy's newspaper were strong. Darkvoid stood opposite Morrow. He was very calm, and his black hair that seemed to swallow all light was indeed intimidating. Because of this, he attracted many people's attention. However, everyone's attention was quickly diverted away as a battle that attracted countless people was taking place not far from their arena. One of them was a day-night youth from Astral 4 who had come to pay respects to his ancestors. His opponent was also a youth who looked very ordinary, but this youth had managed to dodge several of the day-night youth's attacks. The man from the day-night clan was called Tiankong Day-Night, and he was one of the top 5 powerhouses in Astral 4. He was also one of the area masters of the Path of Slaughter. Unless his opponent was someone at the same level as him, he should have been able to instantly kill anyone. However, he was currently in a deadlock, and his opponent was a stranger. He was not a senior from the Astral Combat Academy, but someone who had only recently joined Astral 3. The news of the Astral Combat Tournament being broadcasted across the entire universe had attracted countless geniuses, and that youth was one of them. However, no one knew who he was. Bing Tiankong Day Knight's attack covered the entire arena, causing the air above the arena to crack and even distort space until it was blocked by the invisible air waves at the edge of the arena. This attack could definitely hit that young man. However, as the dust settled, the young man with a rigid expression was still standing there, seemingly unaffected. Tiankong Day Knight's eyes narrowed. Impossible. At the same time, in another arena in the distance, Frankfurt gripped his spear tightly as he looked at the approaching vortex. His attack was useless as his battle force was easily shattered. The beautiful Xianxia was standing in the center of the vortex. Is this the battle technique that you inherited from Blackwater Lake? Frankfurt's voice was hoarse, and there was a trace of disbelief in his voice. Xianxia's expression was cold as she looked at Frankfurt with her beautiful eyes. Disappear. As she spoke, a cold moon vaguely appeared above her head, causing Frankfurt's body to freeze as the vortex swallowed him whole. The first area master had been defeated, and this shocked all of the Astral Combat Academy students. An area master was a powerhouse that was second only to a realm master, and there were only a few of them in each academy. Even the weakest of them could rank in the top 10 of their respective academies, but now, they had been easily eliminated. This year's Astral Combat Tournament was unusual, and everyone knew that, but no one had expected an area master to be defeated so quickly. It was Xianxia from the Frostmoon sect, who had also only recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. Maro had been defeated in a baffling manner, but her heart had been shaken. She had been torn apart by a sliver of the void. That man from Astral 10 had been able to tear through the void so easily, which was too inconceivable. Astral 10 had hidden its strength far too well. Dark Void had won, but Schutz had lost. No matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to comprehend battle force in this short period of time. He had plenty of battle experience, but he could only be easily crushed by an area master. He was very unlucky to have met an area master. It wasn't just Schutz, even Zora and Zhao Ilong had been defeated without any suspense. All of the students who had been able to reach this stage were very strong. Although they couldn't compare to those who had been individually taught by their mentors for several months, a few months was still not enough to make up for the gap between them and a Lemaitre genius. Sometimes, 99% of effort was just 1% less than talent. In one of the arenas, Coco kept running while a man chased after her with a sword. He had been chasing her for a while now, and this scene attracted a lot of attention. Many people were attracted by Coco's cuteness. Was this girl here to compete? You, stop running. This is a fight, not a race. The man panted heavily as he looked at Coco helplessly. Coco pouted. I don't know how to fight. The man was speechless. Then admit defeat. I can't admit defeat. Either I win, or I die. Then I die. You can't beat me anyway. No, I'm afraid of pain. I'll be very gentle. I'm afraid. Be good, just let me hit you. It'll hurt. The groups that had been fighting in the nearby arenas looked at this scene strangely. Was it really appropriate to say such things here? On the peak, Lu Xiaoyun glanced at Luyin strangely. You guys from Astral 10 have quite the character. Luyin felt awkward. Coco is still young, but she's very tough. Tough? Huang Wang was confused. Tough how? Luyin pointed below. Her innate talent is tough. Huang Wang looked down, and his eyes widened. What's that? A syringe? He wasn't the only one. Lu Xiaoyun and a few other student leaders were also attracted to the scene. Even more people were attracted to Coco, who was hugging a giant syringe and aiming it at the man who was about to attack her. She puffed up her cheeks. Come on, let's stab each other. The man was stunned. What was that? Whoosh. Before the man could react, the needle had already pierced his body. Coco's eyes widened, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so slow. You were clearly chasing after me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The man's face twitched, and he looked at Coco helplessly. He felt like his reputation had been ruined by this brat. He was probably the first person in history to be stabbed to death by a needle. He felt like he was facing countless disdainful gazes from the entire universe, and he really wanted to die. As the man's body disappeared, Coco patted her chest and exhaled. She looked up at the peak and smiled sweetly. Luine smiled. This brat was very cute. Coco's victory was unexpected. At this point, many people had already been eliminated from the tournament, but the most shocking battle was Tiancong Day Knight's. No matter how he attacked, the youth in front of him was able to dodge. The more they watched, the more they felt that something was off. That's strange. The Day Knight clan's battle techniques are very strong, but that person's dodging is too smooth. It's like his body can instinctively dodge. Why does this reaction feel so familiar? I think I've heard of it before. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's Chaos God Mountain! It's Chaos God Mountain!" Countless people were horrified as they looked at the youth. At this moment, he had easily dodged Tiancong Day Knight's finger attack. Suddenly, he raised a hand and grabbed at Tiancong Day Knight. This attack was not fast, but Tiancong Day Knight could not dodge it in time and was caught by the youth. The next moment, Tiancong Day Knight's entire body was smashed into the ground. The arena was instantly shattered, and Tiancong Day Knight spat out a mouthful of blood. His pupils dilated, and a huge force almost pierced through him. However, this was not the end. He saw a black shadow in front of him, and in the next moment, he lost all of his strength. His vision turned dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already back at Astral 4's Trial Zone Mountain. Tiancong Day Knight roared. He had made a mistake and been defeated in an instant. That person was from Chaos God Mountain. That abnormal instinctive defense that could disrupt an opponent's breathing rhythm definitely belonged to Chaos God Mountain. Those lunatics. Outside the arena plains, Wu De was so excited that he found it hard to breathe. Chaos God Mountain? This is great. Another selling point. This is Chaos God Mountain, one of the rulers of the Innerverse darkness. Within Astral 10 space station spacecraft, Madame Nalen's eyes flashed. Even someone from Chaos God Mountain had appeared, which meant that the Astral Combat Tournament had indeed attracted quite a number of freaks. Out in the universe, countless people were at a loss. They did not know how Tiancong Day Knight had been captured or how he had been killed so easily. It felt like all of this was fake. Atop a high mountain, Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Chaos God Mountain? He had heard of them before, and their methods were truly terrifying. They had trained their disciples to have abnormal instinctive reflexes and the ability to disrupt an opponent's breathing rhythm. They had also trained their disciples to attack at full strength. This was Chaos God Mountain. They had unimaginable reflexes for dodging attacks, and those who fought against them would either be crushed or not caught. Once caught, it would be game over. Of the 8 largest flow zones in the Innerverse, one was called Chaos Flow Zone. It was filled with the dark side of the universe, and Chaos God Mountain was one of the overlords of that Chaos Flow Zone. Astral 3's leader, Night Queen Yanqing, had an ugly expression on her face. Although Tiancong Day Knight was from Astral 4, he was still a member of the Day Knight clan. Yet, he had been beaten up by Chaos God Mountain and used as a stepping stone for fame. This was unforgivable. Astral 4's leader, Shui Luyun, was still indifferent, but his eyes were fixed on the person from Chaos God Mountain. That person's name was Xianxia. Not long after Tiancong Day Knight's defeat, another area master died, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. The person who had killed the area master was Heart Phoenix, a Melder student. Although he was only a Melder, he had done something that had shaken the entire Astral Combat Academy. Phoenix? I remember that there's also a Phoenix in the 10 Arbiters. Someone exclaimed, but he was immediately stopped by someone beside him. Do you want to die? You can't mention the names of the 10 Arbiters. They are supreme existences. Heart had transformed into an unrecognizable person. He looked up at the peak with an undisguised arrogance on his face. His brother had always been a realmbreaker, and he had even fought against explorers as a Melder. He had only defeated a Lemmeter area lord, which was not his limit. He had already broken through the undying bird and become a different kind of life form. His goal was to become a realm lord, and Luin was no longer qualified. Many people knew that this astral combat tournament would attract many powerhouses, but they had not expected that several area lords would be eliminated in the first round of the tournament. They were area lords, after all. In the previous astral combat tournaments, area lords would usually fight until the third round, and they would only be eliminated when they met a realm lord. This time, however, several had been eliminated in the first round, which was unbelievable. At this moment, flames soared into the sky and even changed the temperature of the land. Countless people looked over and saw a man standing tall in the sky, looking down with cold arrogance. Flames roared all around him, but these weren't flames simulated by star energy. These were real flames, and they were accompanied by a black hue that distorted the void and caused spatial cracks to appear. In the arena below, a woman knelt and looked up in fear. The man laughed maniacally and rose even higher until he was level with the peak and the student leaders of the various academies. Fengshan, it's been so many years since we last met. I didn't expect you to become a realm lord. His words shocked countless people. On the peak, Astral 8's leader, Fengshan, looked at the man in astonishment. You are? The man laughed. Old friend. You really don't remember? I was the one who turned you to ashes back then. It's been so many years. Do you even know how to speak now? In front of their screens, countless people stared blankly at this scene. Fengshan's expression suddenly turned cold. I remember now. So it's you, Eriker. I finally remember. I didn't expect that the impulsive junior from back then would become a realm lord. You're quite capable, Eriker laughed strangely. Fengshan's expression was icy. You lost to Big Brother Nail when you fought for the position of realm lord, and then you ambushed him. It's been so many years since we last met, but you were able to rejoin the academy. It looks like your bone age has been frozen. Eriker's eyes narrowed, and a bone-chilling light flashed through them. There's no need to mention the past. This time, I broke out of the ice in order to wash away the humiliation from all those years ago. Nail has already died on the battlefield at the border of the star field, so it's up to you to repay everything he owes me. After he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down, and the void flames transformed into a black palm that covered the entire arena. With a bang, the woman who had been fighting against Eriker vanished, and a part of the arena disappeared as well. Countless people were shocked, as this person had actually competed with Astral 8's previous realm master. He was another frozen genius. Fengshan's expression was gloomy as he stared at the burnt arena. He recalled the battle that he had witnessed when he had first joined the Astral Combat Academy. It was because of that battle that he had gained a new understanding of power, and this person had been one of the main characters of that battle. What a powerful palm technique, Luin praised. Why is this person's attack style similar to that of the Blaze Realms? Fengshan replied calmly, he's a powerhouse from the Blaze Realm. He was ranked first on the Blaze Realm rankings before Jair. So that's how it is. No wonder he was so annoying, Luin muttered. To the side, Astral 9's leader, Luin, took off his headphones and looked confused. It's so hot. What happened? Luin glanced at him strangely. Is this guy really the leader? The first round of drawing lots eliminated half of the participants, leaving 217 people to advance. The arena planes changed once again, and this time, the 217 arenas were split into even larger arenas. There were now only 108 arenas, and numbers appeared in front of each participant once again. Everyone didn't need to be reminded, they just raised their hands and tapped lightly. The scene before them changed, and they all appeared in their respective arenas. Among them, a short man stood in a daze with a confused look in his eyes. Mentor, what about me? The short man asked as he looked up. You advanced. The loud voice gave everyone a fright. The short man was ecstatic, as one of them had indeed advanced in a 2-on-1 battle. He was just too lucky. Coco looked at him enviously, but when she looked forward, she was on the verge of tears. There was a muscular man standing in front of her. He was at least 3 meters tall and had a square face. One look and one could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. How did she end up with someone like him? Rest for 3 hours. The competition will begin in 3 hours, the loud voice rang out once more. A strong gust of wind appeared in the middle of the arena, separating the two participants. The break was not only for the sake of the participating students, but also for the sake of the countless spectators. It wasn't a good idea to end the astral combat tournament so quickly. A day had passed between the first round of the astral combat tournament and the end of the first round of drawing lots. The astral combat tournament would last for at least 3 days, which meant that there would be a break after each round of drawing lots. Luin sat in the 10th seat at the peak. He had to admit that he felt a sense of superiority from where he sat, and it wasn't unreasonable for all the other students to fight for this seat. The competition was temporarily paused, and countless people in front of their screens focused on the 10 student leaders. They were the 10 strongest people on the surface. Aside from Astral 1's student leader, who had yet to arrive, the other 9 were the focus of everyone's attention. Luin was the only one who attracted the most attention because he was the only melder. Astral 10 was good at creating miracles, and this was what many people thought. Silver had defended the valley's last line of defense, Lulu had beaten the war drums, and Xiao Luo had lit the ancient incense. These were all things that only a Lemeter could accomplish, and Astral 10 had only sent out melders. However, no matter how miracles were created, it was impossible for a melder to be able to match the student leaders. Only the 10 arbiters had managed to do so, so what did this person have? Lu Yin's identity was revealed layer by layer, and there was nothing special about him. The Great Yu Empire was just a weak power that could be destroyed with a flip of their hand, and Earth was something that no one had even heard of. Even though countless people were cheering in the Great Yu Empire and on Earth, there were too few of them, and they were like dust to the universe. However, Luin sat there with a clear conscience. He didn't care what others said, but the chair was a little hard. Fengshang sized Luin up curiously. Luin felt his gaze and smiled. Senior Feng, do you have any advice for me? Fengshang smiled. I thought that I was already very ambitious, but I didn't expect you to be even more ambitious. Junior, how does this seat feel? Luin nodded. Not bad. Aside from the fact that the chair is a little hard, everything else is fine. Right, it would be even better if there was something to eat. Haha, interesting. Fengshang laughed, but he didn't say anything else. He couldn't sense any great power from Luin. Either way, Luin was hiding it too well, or he was really just a front that Astral 10 had created. No matter what, no melder other than the 10 arbiters had been able to stand side by side with a realm master, and it was even more impossible for Luin to do so. It could only be said that Astral 10 was too careful, as they were afraid that others would rob them of their hopes of rising up. On Fengshang's other side, Lu Xiaoyun's gaze was fixed on a certain arena where a very young man was sitting. He was about the same age as Luin, and he was sitting cross-legged with a rusty iron sword condensed from star energy resting on his lap. He was just sitting there silently, but Lu Xiaoyun's gaze never left him. He was Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's gaze moved past Fengshang and the others to Night Queen Yanqing. Aside from Astral One's leader, he was most curious about this Night Queen Yanqing. She was a Night Queen from the Day-Night royal family, and she was just like Qingyu, one who stood above the rest of the Day-Night clan. He still remembered the name at the top of the stone tablet when he had first entered the Day-Night clan's inheritance corridor, Night King Zhenwu, but he didn't know who that person was. Night Queen Yanqing sensed Lu Yin's gaze on her, and she glanced at him and frowned. Lu Yin retracted his gaze, closed his eyes, and exhaled. Night Queen Yanqing snorted, as a mere piece of trash was actually sitting at the same table as her. It was a pity that she hadn't been able to kill Astral 10 with a single blow and had only managed to expel them from the inner verse. In the inner verse, in the erudite flow zone, a giant tributary of the Astral River flowed behind the inner verse, adorning the starry sky. It looked beautiful, but it also contained a threat that could kill a hunter. Outside the erudite flow zone's tributary was a giant defensive net formed by numerous planets that stretched for an unknown distance. This was one of the borders between the human domain and the astral beast domain. In the command room of an enormous warship, a man stood there. He was thin and not very tall, but his presence seemed to exude a boundless charm that caused all the soldiers on the battlefield to go crazy. This man was Shui Chuanxiao, the commander of the human domain's border war. He was known as one of the most strategic commanders in human history. As he watched the astral combat tournament screen, Xianxia's lips curled up into an indescribable smile. His eyes were filled with an unfathomable thought. 3 hours quickly passed, and as the energy in the center of the arena dissipated, the second battle was about to begin. This time, many people had their own targets. For example, Fengshan had his eyes on Eriker, Night Queen Yanqing had her eyes on Xianxia, and many other veteran area masters from the various academies had their own supporters. Jared's face was gloomy, as Eriker's appearance had caused him to lose all of his glory. The Blaze Realm had invested all of its resources into Eriker, and even the vessel for the Blaze Realm's inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword, had been given to Eriker. Jared had been stripped of everything, and he was unwilling to accept this. As he looked at the attacking student in front of him, Jared's suppressed anger erupted. He waved his hands and created a strange ripple that clashed with the Lemeter student. In an instant, the Lemeter student's eyes went blank, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. This scene was witnessed by many, especially Craner, who had been paying attention to Jared, who felt a chill run down his spine. This was the battle technique that Jared had inherited from the Tao of Illusions. It was strange, unpredictable, and unpredictable. Jared was not the first area master to erupt. The appearance of Eriker and the others made the veteran area masters of the Astral Combat Academy feel a sense of crisis, and they all began to erupt. Instantly, many familiar battle techniques and powerhouses were revealed, creating a visual feast for the eyes of countless people watching the screens. The effects of the Astral Combat Tournament were beginning to show. Many people felt that if the Astral Combat Academy students were this powerful, then the other astral domains would not be able to compare. Furthermore, even more people wanted to showcase themselves on such a glorious stage. Now that a considerable portion of the universe's network had been connected, such a glorious stage could be seen at any time. This completely ignited the passion of countless people. The defeat at the Astral Combat Tournament had nothing to do with the Astral Combat Tournament, but it had been used by some people to recruit soldiers. It had to be said that this method was very effective. At the very least, those who could not enter the Astral Combat Academy would choose to join the military, which was enough. Besides, the tournament's main purpose was to raise morale and reverse the negative effects of the defeat. From Liu Yin's perspective, the Astral Combat Tournament was more like a way to cover up the haze of defeat. However, it did not matter. The higher-ups sometimes had no choice but to make decisions, and it was not bad for the students to be given a stage like this. Liu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the geniuses fighting below the peak. He recalled the scene at the pirate port and the desperate situation on Driftcharge Planet. This was not the position that he wanted. He looked to his side, where the 10 student leaders stood at the peak, looking down on the masses. They seemed high and mighty, but in reality, they were just being toyed with by others. Those people could strip them of everything they had at any time. That was the position that Liu Yin wanted. Liu Yin smiled. He was overthinking things. He did not have the qualifications to think about such things right now. At this moment, Night Queen Yanqing's face suddenly sank. Liu Yin looked down and saw that many people were watching as well. Hui Day Night had been defeated. The Day Night clan was the focus of attention everywhere, even in Astral 10. Hui Day Night had attracted a lot of attention from his first battle, and his defeat had also caused a commotion. The one who had defeated him was a girl who looked very ordinary, but she had blocked Hui Day Night's battle techniques and left him helpless. In the end, he had been defeated. There were too many geniuses in the Astral Combat Academy, so Hui Day Night's defeat was not strange. However, not far from Hui Day Night's arena, a corpse fell down and attracted Liu Yin's attention. It was not just Liu Yin, Astral Six's leader, Dao Bo, also stood up and stared at the scene. Dao Bo's actions attracted the attention of others, and they all looked at the arena. The corpse that had fallen down was Euro. Liu Yin's face turned solemn as he looked at the man standing not far from Euro. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Euro had been instantly killed by this person. What incredible speed! No, rather than speed, it was more accurate to say that this person had broken through space. It was like a domain. Liu Yin's eyes lit up. Right, this person's domain was very similar to Silver's, and it seemed to have been comprehended for the sake of killing others. Many people looked at the person in confusion. This person was unfamiliar, but he had instantly killed Euro. Euro, who was an area master. Who was this person? Nobody recognized the man who had instantly killed Euro. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. At first glance, he appeared quite ordinary, but he had unleashed a thunderous attack. So it's him. I didn't think that he'd come as well, a pleasant voice rang out not too far away from him. When he turned around, his pupils shrank. When had this happened? The first seat, which had originally been empty, was now occupied by a woman with a veil covering her face. Her appearance was similar to the woman who had paid respects to the ancestors, and she had a graceful temperament that seemed like she could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, this woman had appeared without Louis noticing, and he had only noticed her when she spoke. That girl was Astral One's leader. You know him? Dao Bo asked in a deep voice. Calcifer, an assassin from 100 years ago. You know someone from 100 years ago? Feng Shang was surprised. The girl turned around, and a trace of a smile appeared in her resplendent eyes, as if the stars themselves were smiling. Because he tried to assassinate Star Sibyl. That one sentence shocked all the student leaders, and even Luin, who had been shaking his head from side to side, was stunned. He looked at Astral One's leader in disbelief. You're saying that he tried to assassinate Star Sibyl? Lu Xiaoyun was shocked. Astral One's leader nodded. Yes. Although he failed, it was recorded in the dossiers. Who would have thought that after being frozen for 100 years, he would join the Astral Combat Academy as soon as he came out? I don't know what he's thinking now that he's exposed to the entire universe. You guys allowed him to live? Night Queen Yanqing looked at Astral One's leader strangely. Astral One's leader smiled. It's fine. Luin was puzzled, but he did not ask any further questions. These people did not acknowledge him, and it would be even more awkward if no one answered his questions. However, Night Queen Yanqing's words caught his attention. Who was she referring to? What did Calcifer's assassination of Star Sibyl have to do with Astral One's leader? Calcifer's strength had shocked countless people, but not many had recognized him, so the news had not spread. Soon after, another unexpected battle overshadowed Calcifer and attracted all of Lu Yin's attention. Big Pao was in danger. Ever since they had teamed up to challenge Kuang Wang, Big Pao's and Little Pao's reputations had been constantly rising, attracting the attention of the entire Astral Combat Academy and even the outside world. After all, anyone in the younger generation who could rival a realm master was considered a genius. However, at this moment, Big Pao was not in a good state. He was panting heavily, and his entire body was in a sorry state. His shoulder had been pierced, and fresh blood was flowing down his arm. It was a Melder realm Sylvan dragon that had forced him into such a desperate situation. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was no stranger to Sylvan dragons, but a Melder realm Sylvan dragon had been able to force Big Pao into such a desperate situation. Its strength was comparable to that of Xia, Luo and the others. So it's Long Yi. The Sylvan Dragon tribe has really invested a lot for the Astral Combat Tournament, Feng Shang said in surprise. Luin looked at him. You know him? Feng Shang smiled. Of course. This Sylvan Dragon is very famous. 15 years ago, he challenged one of the 10 arbiters. Luin was shocked. The 10 arbiters referred to the current generation's 10 authoritative figures of the Universe Youth Council. None of the previous generation's authoritative figures had been referred to as the 10 arbiters, which meant that this Sylvan Dragon had challenged one of the 10 arbiters, even if it had been 15 years ago. I remember now. 15 years ago, an absolute genius appeared in the Sylvan Dragon tribe. He had a terrifying innate gift, and the tribe called him the symbol of their rise. It was him, right? Night Queen Yanqing asked disdainfully. Feng Shang nodded. That's right. 15 years ago, that arbiter was only a sentinel. The two of them battled, and this Sylvan Dragon suffered a crushing defeat. According to the bet, he should have become that arbiter's mount, but the Sylvan Dragon tribe acted shamelessly and hid him away. He was sealed in ice for 15 years before coming out. Kuang Wang sneered. He didn't come out just because of the astral combat tournament. Perhaps he also wants to curry favor with the 10 arbiters. Being their mount isn't shameful at all. This tribe is becoming more and more shameless. You guys seem to hate the Sylvan Dragon tribe. Luyin was curious. Fengshan glanced at him and smiled without saying anything. No one likes traitors, Daobo said. Luyin nodded and did not ask any more questions. Down below, Big Pao looked at the Sylvan Dragon in front of him and smiled bitterly. He had been careless. He had thought that he would be easy to deal with, but he had not expected to be heavily injured by a strange ray. If he had known earlier, he would not have held back and would have ended the battle right from the start. Across from him, Dragon One's enormous body pressed down and split into 5. This was the Sylvan Dragon's extreme speed, and it left afterimages in the void. It was impossible to distinguish the dragon's true form, and each of them opened their mouths. Big Pao's scalp went numb, and battle force patterns appeared on his body. He had already used his strongest power, but a ray still pierced through his body and killed him instantly. Many people lamented in front of their screens. Two-lined battle force was already very strong, and Big Pao was definitely an area master, but he had still been defeated. Luyin narrowed his eyes and stared at the ground. This was Dragon One's innate gift. Big Pao's corpse fell to the ground, but it had not completely disappeared. Dragon One stepped on it with a claw and raised his head to roar fiercely. He then turned back to face the peak and let out another roar that shook the void. This thing is still so disgusting. Kuang Wang's gaze was cold, as if he hated the Sylvan Dragon clan. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he stepped on Big Pao's corpse. This was an insult, and this thing deserved to be taught a lesson. In the second round, Coco was defeated by the muscular man. No matter how fast she was, the muscular man attacked the entire arena indiscriminately, and the intensity of his attacks exceeded Coco's limit. Just like Zhao Long, she could only lose. Many area masters were defeated in this round as well, and many powerhouses were exposed. Most of these people had only recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. This result displeased the various student leaders, as those who had only recently joined the Astral Combat Academy could not even be considered students. They were just outsiders, yet they had continued to provoke them. Luyin could already feel a few people on the verge of exploding with anger. These people were too arrogant and thought that defeating an area master would allow them to dominate the Astral Combat Academy. The true powerhouses of the Astral Combat Academy were all here. Astral 10's results exceeded many people's expectations. Xiao Luo, Silver, Dark Void, Lulu, Little Pao, and Michelle had all won. Astral 10 only had 14 students, and with Lu Yin, more than half of them had won. The Sandmaster and Rainmaster were watching from the sidelines, and they were very satisfied with this result. These students had only been under their tutelage for about half a year, so this result was already quite good. If this had happened when they had just entered the academy, none of them would have been able to defeat them. After the second round, there was also a 3-hour break to allow the spectators to catch their breaths. At this moment, the arena planes had undergone another huge change. The number of arenas had increased to 54, and there were now 108 participants. Once again, one person had advanced to the next round. At this point in the competition, no one was relying on luck anymore. The remaining participants were the true elites of their respective academies, and almost all of them were ranked in the top 10. Almost a quarter of them were area masters, which meant that anyone had a high chance of defeating an area master. Apu felt that he was very lucky, and he was sincerely grateful to the heavens for allowing him to rush through the 3 academies with the majority of the students. In the first round, his opponent had been a melder. Although a melder who had reached this stage was definitely a genius, geniuses still needed time to grow. That person had obviously not yet matured, and Apu had narrowly defeated him. In the second round, Apu had advanced to the next round. Apu's original goal had been to reach the second round at most, and that would have been enough to bring glory to his ancestors. Although he was ranked in the top 15 of his academy, he knew how monstrous those who could reach this stage were. He wasn't greedy, and all he wanted was to enter the second round. But now, his thoughts had changed. When he looked at the youth in front of him, he felt as if the god of luck had descended upon him. Another melder. The youth in front of him. No, although he looked young, he should be around 20 years old. Let's call him a youth for the time being. That youth in front of him must have relied on luck to reach this stage. What a pity, he had actually met Apu. That youth's luck had reached its end, but Apu didn't know when his luck would end. From Apu's point of view, he had easily passed the third round, but what about the fourth round? Apu felt a headache coming on, as the 10 student leaders would be participating in the fourth round. Hold on. Apu suddenly thought of something and looked up at the peak. There seemed to be someone among the 10 student leaders to make up the numbers. That's right, it was Astral 10's leader. That youth was just there to make up the numbers. Many people had said that he was just a front for Astral 10, and that was definitely true. That person would be Apu's next opponent as long as he was lucky enough. The more Apu thought about it, the more excited he became. God bless him. Could he not only make it to the fourth round, but even the fifth? That would make him famous throughout the universe. Apu's gaze drifted as he imagined the scene of him returning to his home planet. How would those high and mighty authorities welcome him? Would that super-rich, snobbish second uncle of his come to flatter him? There was also the beautiful Leona. Oh, Leona, his dream. He would definitely marry her when he returned. He was a super powerhouse who had made it to the fifth round of the Astral Combat Tournament. Apu was still dreaming when the energy in the center of the arena disappeared, signifying the start of the battle. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. What was that? Apu was displeased. Who was interrupting his discussion of life with Leona? The next moment, the scene in front of him changed. He looked around and blinked. Wasn't this the Trial Zone Mountain? Had he died? Apu's name had spread throughout the universe, not because he was strong, but because he had broken the record for speed of death. However, he had been killed in an instant. Those who could make it to the third round were all extraordinary powerhouses, and it was almost impossible for them to be killed instantly. However, Apu had died just like that, and he hadn't even raised his head when he died. This scene stunned countless people, and then, one after another, Lu Xiaoqiu's name appeared. Lu Ying stared at the arena where the youth who had instantly defeated Apu was. Was he Lu Xiaoqiu? Wasn't he a Lamiter? Lu Xiaoyun stared at Lu Xiaoqiu, and similarly, Lu Xiaoqiu turned to look at the peak. His gaze was very calm, as if he didn't place anyone in his eyes. Compared to Eriker, Long Yi, and the others, Lu Xiaoqiu was far too calm. However, it was precisely this calmness that caused the other student leaders to remain silent. This was because Lu Xiaoqiu had the qualifications to do so. He was a freak from the sword sect from the Innerverse First Flow Zone. Because of him, Lu Xiaoyun had been forced to join the Astral Combat Academy. If she had stayed in the sword sect, she would never have been able to defeat Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoyun did not care about the Astral Combat Tournament, she only cared about Lu Xiaoqiu. Astral One's student leader had a look of admiration. This generation's sword sect has produced 2 absolute geniuses. One became one of the 10 arbiters, and the other is right in front of us. I really want to experience the terror of the 13 swords. You'll regret this, Lu Xiaoyun said indifferently as she tightened her grip on her sword. Astral One's leader smiled but did not say anything. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Lu Ying with a strange look in his eyes. There was also a hint of battle intent. Due to the distance, no one knew who Lu Xiaoqiu was looking at. Only Lu Ying could sense that Lu Xiaoqiu was looking at him. It was a strange feeling. Could it be that this person could sense his strength? Lu Ying found it strange, but the invisible aura technique was very useful. At the very least, Lu Xiaoyun and the other leaders couldn't sense his true strength. Only Lu Xiaoqiu acted strangely. Boom. In another arena, Michelle had been defeated by Xianxia. Against that vortex, all of Michelle's attacks were useless as they were easily dispelled. The difference between them was too great. Xiyu had also been defeated. Even though her strength was close to an area master's, she was still lacking when facing a true area master. Dark Void had also been defeated, but his defeat was baffling. His battle had been an eye-opener for Lu Ying, not because of Dark Void, but because of Dark Void's opponent, a seemingly humble person. In the arena, the black ink slowly faded away to reveal a young man in long robes. He held a brush in his hand, an ancient writing tool that gave him a scholarly air. It was this person who had defeated Dark Void. Many people were confused, unable to understand this person's attack methods. Atop the peak, Astral 2's leader, Han Chong, smiled. He hadn't expected that those old fogies would allow their disciples to participate in such a competition. Interesting. The most eye-catching battle of the third round was a violent confrontation. On one side was Astral 7's Diao, the guardian who had broken through 3 academies, and on the other side was Astral 10's Lulu Mavis. No one had expected these two to fight so fiercely. Lulu's terrifying strength clashed with Diao's starburst palm, and they clashed head-on from the very start. The spectators were all fired up, especially one from the Mavis family. The Mavis family had always been synonymous with wealth, and everyone knew that they were very strong. However, few knew exactly how strong they were. This battle had made countless people realize just how strong the Mavis family was. There was no need to hide her terrifying strength, as she had forcefully broken Diao's starburst palm. Diao endured the pain as he looked at Lulu. This woman was very strong. Lulu rubbed her reddened wrist. Hey, you're still not using your innate gift of gravity? Diao frowned. Then be careful. Lulu pouted. Boring ego. With that, her body suddenly disappeared. This was White Flash, and Night Queen Yanqing, who was watching from the peak, raised an eyebrow. Diao's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this woman to possess such extreme speed. However, gravity was the nemesis of speed. In the next moment, the entire battle stage was enveloped by a black gravitational force. The gravitational force was 150 times stronger than normal, causing the ground to crack. Lulu's body flickered as she appeared in the air. Diao struck out with his palm, similarly using the starburst palm. However, facing Diao's attack this time, Lulu wasn't able to block it so easily. The gravitational force limited her attack speed. Diao pressed down with a single palm, intending to crush Lulu with pure force. Battle force suddenly appeared on Lulu's body, and she tore through the force to counteract some of the gravitational force. She then counterattacked with a punch towards Diao. Diao's eyes darkened, and the gravitational force on the arena suddenly disappeared. Only a black halo appeared on his palm as he struck out. The starburst palm collided with Lulu's fist, and shockwaves swept out in all directions, tearing through the void. Although the shockwaves were unable to break through the barrier between the two arenas, they changed direction and blasted into the sky. It was as if space itself had been sliced apart, and it was a shocking sight. Lulu was pressed into the ground by Diao's palm. The black halo of gravitational force greatly increased the power of the starburst palm, and it crushed her heart meridian. Lulu had been defeated. In a distant arena, Grandine Mavis shook her head. Lulu was still young, and she had not truly grasped the Mavis family's strength. However, she had tried to learn from other races to increase her strength, which had led to her taking a wrong path. In an arena just a few meters away from Grandine Mavis, a man looked at her with trepidation. At this moment, there was no arena beneath Grandine Mavis's feet, as everything had been reduced to dust. As for her opponent, he had long since disappeared. This freakishly strong woman. Xiao Luo, Silver, and Little Pao did not fight intensely. Perhaps it was because their opponents were not strong, but they had smoothly passed the third round of battles. Next up was the fourth round of battles, and the student leaders of the various academies would also participate. In the Lifeseek realm, outside the arena plains, all of the spectating students had solemn expressions. This was the true beginning of the Astral Combat Tournament. In front of their screens, countless people were excited. Would the 10 student leaders be able to fend off the freakish geniuses who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy? Wuda was so excited that he did not know what to say. This season's Astral Combat Tournament was enough for him to split it into 5 segments. Within Astral 10 Space Station, Madame Naylan was sipping her tea as she stared at the screen with anticipation. She hadn't told Lu Xiaoyun about Lu Yin's survival in outer space because it was simply too unbelievable. No one would believe that a melder could survive in outer space. Because of this, she had high hopes for Lu Yin. In the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan stood up with a solemn expression. Little Yin was finally going to fight. In the Anna family, Jenny Anna was speechless. She had heard countless rumors that the Astral Combat Academy was filled with freakish geniuses, but it was only now that she truly understood. Was Luine really going to compete with these people? On Earth, countless people were excited as they stared at their screens. At this moment, no matter what they were doing, as long as they could watch the tournament on their screens, they would all put down whatever they were doing and wait for the real Astral Combat tournament to begin. The fourth round of drawing lots took a full 5 hours. 5 hours later, Luine and the others stood up on a high peak. At this moment, the arena planes changed once again. The remaining 54 participants and the 10 seated contestants made a total of 64 people, and they were supposed to be divided into 32 arenas. However, the entire arena planes had returned to their original state, and even the traces of the previous battles had disappeared. The next round will be one battle at a time. There's no need to be dazzled, someone commented. That's true. The previous Astral Combat tournaments have always been like this. There's only one arena for the fourth round of drawing lots. No one can rely on luck to pass this round. Wrong. There's someone who's relied on luck to survive until now. That Luine not only used other people's help to defeat Craner and Heart Phoenix, but he also shamelessly created public opinion to promote himself. A while ago, he even made up a rumor that he died at the pirate port, and there was even a video of it. He's really shameless. That's true, but the higher he climbs, the harder he'll fall. This is a stage for the entire universe. Let's see how he'll survive. On a high peak, the number 1 suddenly appeared in front of Fengxiang. He looked up and tapped his finger lightly, causing his body to appear in the center of the arena plains. Luine was astonished, as he had not expected a realm master to fight in the first round. It seemed that the mentors of the Astral Combat Academy had been suppressing themselves for a long time. Fengxiang's opponent was Eriker. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then their gazes turned fervent. Fengxiang versus Eriker was definitely the most anticipated battle. After Eriker's identity had been revealed during the first round of drawing lots, many people knew that he was Fengxiang Sr. and a genius who had been frozen by the Blaze Realm. He had once competed with the previous leader of Astral 8 for the position of Realm Master and had lost. This battle between the two would definitely be a highlight, and it would also show the difference in strength between Fengxiang and the previous leader. Eriker excitedly stared at Fengxiang. I didn't expect you to fight in the first round. The mentors of the Astral Combat Academy are still so understanding. Fengxiang calmly replied, let's begin. It seems like you're very confident. Even Nail had to be cautious against me, Eriker sneered. Fengxiang squinted at Eriker's words, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. You're not worthy of mentioning Brother Nail's name. The reason why I lost to Nail back then was because the Blaze Realm didn't give me a vessel for the Karmic Flame Sword. This time, I brought it with me. Junior brother, have a taste of what it feels like to be burned to ashes, Eriker said arrogantly. After saying this, he soared into the sky. Black dots of light filled the sky, followed by surging flames. This scene was the same as before. Fengxiang stood in place and calmly watched as Eriker soared into the sky and pressed down with his palm. The flaming palm covered an area of 1,000 meters. On the screen, everything that could be seen was being incinerated by the flames, causing the void to distort. Spatial cracks spread along the flames, devouring the flames and accelerating the collapse of the void. It was an extremely shocking scene. Outside the plains, Jared's face paled. This was Eriker's black gold palm. His innate gift, black gold, could incinerate the flames as long as there was a trace of heat. The flames were extremely hot, and when combined with the Blaze Realm's battle techniques, they formed a battle technique that Eriker had used to dominate the Astral Combat Academy. It was also his trademark. Tearing through the void was the mark of a powerhouse. Generally speaking, only space-exploring powerhouses could do so, but in the Astral Combat Tournament, tearing through the void had become a common occurrence. The void was formless, and tearing it apart required an unimaginable amount of strength. The flames that could distort the void and cause it to collapse caused countless people's scalps to go numb, especially the Outerverse's younger generation. This palm made them realize the hopeless gap between them and Eriker. This palm was enough to make space-exploring powerhouses raise their eyebrows. Boom! The ground was reduced to dust by the black gold palm, and a pitch-black palm imprint appeared on the screen. The remaining flames swept out in all directions, burning the entire arena plains. As the scorching heat wave swept across the plains, a significant portion of the spectating students retreated uncontrollably. Even the nearby peak where the student leaders were seated trembled. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What a powerful palm, and what a high temperature. Compared to him, Anouk and the rest were nothing. As the flames on the ground burned away, everyone looked inside. How was Fengxiang doing? A gust of wind blew past, dispersing the last of the flames to reveal a trace of green. The ground within 1,000 meters had been incinerated by the palm imprint, and only that trace of green remained unscathed. Fengxiang's body was surrounded by a hurricane, and he slowly looked up. Is that all you've got? Many students cheered and shouted Fengxiang's name. In front of their screens, countless spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. That attack, which could be considered as a picometer's power, had not caused even the slightest bit of damage to this person. This was a student leader of one of the top 10 combat academies, a trial zone's realm master. High up in the sky, Eriker's pupils shrank. Impossible. Even Nail would have had a hard time taking my dark gold palm head on. How are you completely unharmed? Fengxiang's eyes were cold. Times have changed. Frozen geniuses? What a joke, they're just a bunch of pitiful creatures who can't keep up with the times. Shut up, you're just a mere follower of Nail. I'll let you experience the top battle techniques of the fire domain, Eriker roared. Veins popped out all over his body as a dark red color flowed through them. The karmic flame sword was the fire domain's strongest battle technique that had been passed down since ancient times, and only the top disciples could learn it. However, learning it was one thing, but a vessel was required in order to fully use it. This vessel was not a physical weapon, but rather an indescribable flame that had been unintentionally unlocked by an almighty from the fire domain countless years ago. Only by absorbing a trace of this flame could one use the karmic flame sword. This flame had been fused with star energy and was not an external force, so it could be used in the trial zones. It was similar to an innate gift, and this was something that Eriker had obtained from Jared. The fire domain had been constantly consuming this flame for countless years, and there was not much left. Even the top disciples were unable to obtain even a trace of it. Countless people in the Innerverse knew that the fire domain had the karmic flame sword, but very few knew what it was or why there was such a huge difference between the two techniques. High up in the sky, Eriker raised his right arm as a trace of dark red light swam around his body like a living creature. Finally, it appeared between his right index finger, and in the next moment, an indescribably terrifying fluctuation spread out, causing ripples in the void. The entire world turned dark red as an endless heat spread out. Many people were shocked, as they could already tell how terrifying this power was even before it was released. Eriker stared at his right index finger with a feverish gaze. This was the exact feeling he was feeling. The karmic flame sword that was being used with that trace of inherited flame was terrifying. At this moment, he would even dare to challenge an explorer, let alone a mere Fengxiang. Suddenly, Eriker felt his scalp go numb, and he instinctively turned to the side, but it was too late. Fengxiang's figure appeared in front of him, and he felt an intense pain in his abdomen. Don't take so long in your next battle. These were the last words that Eriker heard before he died. The karmic flame sword was very powerful, and it was an inherited battle technique from the fire domain, an ancient power in the Innerverse. It was enough to shock countless people, but with Eriker's strength, it was still too early for him to display its full power. He had prepared for too long enough for Fengxiang to kill him 10 times over. No one was a fool who would just stand there and allow himself to be attacked. Fengxiang's action stunned many, and they could not react in time. According to the script, shouldn't the villain unleash his ultimate move and then be killed off to show off the main character's strength? What was this? A sneak attack? Luing found it funny, but he was laughing at Eriker instead of Fengxiang. After being sealed in ice for so many years, Eriker's brain must have been damaged. Did Eriker really think that Fengxiang was an idiot and was waiting for him to unleash his ultimate move? However, Fengxiang's speed was inconceivably fast. Eriker's reaction speed was quite fast, but he was still unable to dodge. Fengshan's speed was much faster than Lulu's. This was the strength of a realm master. It was just a glimpse, but it was enough to shock everyone. The other student leaders' expressions did not change, and Kuang Wang was even more disdainful. What a piece of trash. No matter how strong a battle technique is, it's still trash if it can't be used. Fengshan returned and sat down naturally. Although he did not display any shocking strength, it was still shocking. Eriker was strong, but he had not been able to withstand a single attack from Fengshan. There was a giant pitch-black palm imprint on the arena plains. It was Eriker's black gold palm. The ground wriggled, and soon, the arena plains returned to its original state. The next moment, the number 2 appeared in front of Lu Yin, who was standing beside Lu Yin and shaking his head. Lu Yin was astonished. The first round was a realm master, and the second round was also a realm master. Lu Yin was still wearing his earpiece, and he tapped the number with his finger. His body suddenly appeared on the arena plains below, and there was already someone there. It was Little Pao. Lu Yin was shocked. It was actually Little Pao. He wasn't the only one, everyone from Astral 10 was shocked as well. Little Pao versus a realm master? Lu Yin looked very young, and he was also very hooligan. However, no one dared to underestimate someone who had become a realm master, not even Astral 9's realm master. Out of the 9 trial zones, the Dao of Seed was considered to be the zone with the most ancient bloodlines. There were many bloodline inheritances there, just like the other zones' battle techniques and cultivation methods. As the Dao of Seed's realm master, Lu Yin had never revealed his strange bloodline's innate gift. At this moment, no one knew if Little Pao would be able to force him out. Little Pao's expression turned serious. The 9 realm masters were all very strong, and this Lu Yin was still shaking his head, but Little Pao did not dare to underestimate him. As he thought about this, Little Pao soared into the air and raised his hand. Star energy simulated flames that formed black veined patterns on his palm. Black flare palm. He growled as a giant black palm pressed down on Lu Yin. Many were shocked, as this palm was very similar to Eriker's black gold palm. However, one was a true flame formed from an innate gift, while the other was a simulated flame formed from star energy. The black palm also formed a high temperature that scorched the void and caused it to distort. Even those who were not present could feel the high temperature. Lu Yin suddenly raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a fierce roar that gave everyone a fright. His voice was so loud that it tore through the void and tore apart the black flare palm. It formed a solid sound wave that blasted towards Little Pao. Little Pao's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly dodged. The powerful sound wave tore apart space, forming a fault. It was as if a deep abyss had opened up in the sky, and it was a shocking sight. Lu Yin raised his head and took a deep breath. Following his movements, another strange sound wave gathered in the sky. The sound clearly did not have a solid form, but it was forcefully condensed by Lu Yin, forming strange lines that twisted together. Little Pao knew that things were bad, and 2-lined battle force appeared around his body as he rushed towards Lu Yin in an attempt to interrupt his attack. However, he was too late. Lu Yin's movements were too fast, and the lines formed from the sound wave fell down like raindrops that covered half of the arena plains. Little Pao could not dodge and was easily struck. Each line did not have any substantial destructive power, but they formed a sound wave that rumbled within his body. Soon, he was shattered. The ground was also shaken by these sound wave lines, and countless bottomless cracks appeared in the ground. Countless people were dumbfounded. This was a realm master who had displayed his true strength. Victory and defeat could be decided in an instant. Lu Yin continued to shake his head as he returned to the peak. Those who had originally looked down on him were now horrified. This guy was silent, but he was quite terrifying. Lu Yin glanced at him. Was he really serious? There was no doubt that Little Pao was very strong. Back then, he had teamed up with Big Pao to force Kuang Wang, which showed his strength. However, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from a realm master. The difference between them was too great. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and looked at Kuang Wang. His eyes flashed when he saw the calm expression on Kuang Wang's face. The 9 student leaders should have checked each other's strength, and Kuang Wang was not surprised by Lu Yin's strength. This meant that Lu Yin's strength was on par with Lu Yin's. This meant that he had not been serious when he had faced Big Pow and Little Pow together. The Astral Combat Academy had been passed down for countless years, and it was not without reason that it had always been at the top of the universe. The 10 Arbiters Council had called the Council of Astral Academy one of the strongest subordinate councils, and it was on par with the Outerverse Youth Council. Luin did not understand this at first, but based on the strength of these realm masters, they definitely qualified. Once these realm masters broke through to the Explorer realm, they would immediately be able to challenge the top 100 rankings. Furthermore, their rankings would not be too low, and with their current strength, they could even reach the top 100 rankings. Aside from the 10 arbiters, these realm masters had the qualifications to challenge the top 100 strongest youths in the entire universe. For the next 3 matches, no realm masters took action, and neither did anyone else that Luin knew. It wasn't until the 4th match that a number 6 appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, it was his turn. At the same time, outside the arena plains, a number 6 appeared in front of Long Yi and he licked his lips. The moment Luin appeared on the arena plains, countless people became excited and had 2 completely opposite emotions. The students of the Astral Combat Academy were gloating, as they believed that Lu Yin's battle records were all fake and that he was just a cover for Astral 10. In front of their screens, countless people were excited to see another student leader fight. At this moment, Gerbach and the others from the Great Yu Empire were solemn. Undying Yushan's gaze was calm. The Ana family, the Hua family, the 3 ring continents, and so on all stared intently at the screen, at the thin figure that represented the Great Yu Empire, King Zishan. On Earth, Zhou Shan and the rest were so nervous that they couldn't breathe. They couldn't imagine that Luin would be able to participate in a battle of this level. He was practically at the top of the universe's younger generation. The city in the sky above the vast continent was very quiet. Wendy Yushan's gaze wandered as she calmly looked at Luin. In Astral 10 space station, Madame Naylan put down her teacup with a deep gaze. Every participant had countless people behind them, and Luin was no exception. His appearance had raised many people's hearts. Long Yi's huge body appeared in front of Luin and he grinned. Another Astral 10 student, and a student leader at that. Interesting. This time, I won't kill you so quickly. I'll crush your body and trample all of Astral 10 beneath my feet. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he recalled the scene of Big Pow's corpse being stepped on. You like to step on people? Long Yi laughed maniacally. Luin frowned. Is it because you're about to become a mount? This enraged Long Yi. It had lost that battle so miserably, and being reduced to a mount was an eternal humiliation. Although the clan had released it in hopes of using its status as a mount to get close to the 10 arbiters, this was a humiliation to it. Thus, it liked to step on people, and the word mount was taboo to it. Long Yi immediately opened its mouth and spat out a beam that swept towards Luin. This was the Sylvan beam that had severely injured Big Pow. Long Yi had become famous throughout the universe because of this powerful innate gift. Lu Yin's body suddenly disappeared and then reappeared above Long Yi's head. Long Yi's body suddenly split into 2, and then 5. This was the Sylvan Dragon's innate gift of extreme speed, and Big Pow had been helpless against it. Boom! The center of the arena suddenly shattered, and huge cracks spread out in all directions, kicking up a cloud of dust. While everyone was still reacting to the dragon's extreme speed, the battle had already ended. When the dust settled, countless people were dumbfounded. Underground, Long Yi's huge body was torn apart, and his blood dyed the plain ground red. A clear footprint could be seen on his head. He was trampled to death. In an instant, all the student leaders on the peak were shaken. What a fast speed, what a powerful attack. Luin quietly floated in the air with a calm expression. He then slowly returned to the peak and sat down. No one made a sound. Everything had ended too quickly, so quickly that no one could react. To the countless people watching the screens, this was nothing out of the ordinary, as this was the power of a realm master. However, to the students of the Astral Combat Academy, this was too shocking. Wasn't this guy just a cover for Astral 10? Why did he seem a little strong? Outside the plains, Lu Ji stared intently at Luin. He really was Astral 10's leader, and he really had been hit. by a beam that was powerful enough to instantly kill an explorer at the pirate port. How had he survived? His strength was also a little terrifying, and she hadn't been able to see his speed at all. Countless people were shocked, and even more people in the universe were shocked, especially those in the Great Yu Empire. Gerbok and the others couldn't understand this battle at all, as the difference between their levels was too great. Undying Yushan smiled. Not bad, not bad. At the edge of San Dios, Wendy Yushan was astonished. Compared to a Lameter, this speed was a little too fast. No, he was just a melder. Suddenly, Wendy Yushan recalled that Lu Yin was currently the leader of Astral 10. Once he truly became a realm master, he would automatically join the Council of Astral Academy, and his status as a member of the council would be the same as hers. Wendy Yushan wasn't the only one observing Lu Yin in San Dios. Puyu was doing the same, but his mood was completely different. He was even furious. Bazer, that trash. Why didn't you just kill him? Behind him, a figure stood silently. It was Vulture, who had fought with Lu Yin before. At this moment, he was also looking at Lu Yin on the screen. Before Lu Yin's shock could fade, two more people appeared on the plains. One was Grandine Mavis, and the other held a simple longsword. It was obvious that she was from the Myriad Swords Peak. Lu Yin was rather concerned about this disciple from the Myriad Swords Peak. He would eventually cross paths with this colossus in the future. Outside the arena plains, Lulu gritted her teeth as she glared at Grandine. This damned woman had just shown off to her. This battle had been shocking, but it had ended quickly as well. The Myriad Swords Peak disciple, Namu, had the strength to fuse 3,000 swords into one, which far surpassed Zhao Elong's. However, he had still been forcefully defeated by Grandine. Like Lulu, Grandine had relied purely on strength, but the shock of her strength was enough to make one's scalp go numb. It felt as if there was no limit to her strength. The next few battles didn't have any highlights, and they were all one-sided. Although her opponents were also area masters weren't that strong on this stage. Big Pow and Little Pow both had the strength of a top-tier area master, but they were still instantly defeated. It wasn't until Xiao Luo's appearance that Lu Yin straightened up. He had never been able to see through this person's limits. As for Xiao Luo's opponent, Lu Yin felt as if fate was playing with him. It was actually Jared. There was no need to elaborate on Jared's grudge with Astral 10. The Blaze Realm had originally wanted to replace Astral 10, but Eriker had been instantly defeated by Feng Shang and Long Yi had been stomped to death by Lu Yin. Of the three great powers, no one from the Ross Empire had reached this stage, leaving only Jared. Jared didn't care about Xiao Luo at all. Even though this person had performed outstandingly during the veneration of the Ancestors competition, Jared felt that Xiao Luo's willpower was at most a little too strong. He didn't know much about the details of the veneration of the Ancestors competition. Jared had wanted to fight Lu Yin. The two had a grudge against each other, and Lu Yin was definitely the weakest of the various student leaders. Defeating Lu Yin would be enough to make him famous throughout the universe. Senior seems disappointed, Xiao Luo smiled gently, his expression forever the same. Jared looked at Xiao Luo. There's no need for nonsense. Die. He then raised his right arm. This posture left a deep impression on everyone. Wasn't this the karmic flame sword that Eriker hadn't been able to use? Did this person want to repeat it? Xiao Luo's eyes lit up, and he looked at Jared expectantly. As an area master, Jared was also the strongest descendant of the Blaze Realm, so he naturally wouldn't make the same rookie mistake as Eriker. He didn't have that sliver of flame, so he didn't have much time to prepare. Very soon, he lowered his arm, and a sliver of flame ignited by star energy formed a strange sword light that slashed towards Xiao Luo. It incinerated space and tore open cracks along its path, causing the ground to burn and melt. This was the karmic flame sword. Although it wasn't ignited by an ancient flame, it was still extremely powerful. Many students retreated as they felt the scorching heat. Just from this attack, it was enough to see the strength of the Zone Lord Jared. Only a Zone Lord could tear open space so easily. Xiao Luo stepped forward with his right foot against the karmic flame sword and struck out with his palm. As his palm collided with the karmic flame sword, an arc-shaped shockwave swept out, splashing across the ground and piercing through a nearby mountain. The karmic flame sword was forced to a stop by Xiao Luo's palm, and then, with a shake of his palm, the karmic flame sword visibly shrank until it disappeared. Jared was shocked. How is this possible? You actually dispelled the karmic flame sword? It wasn't just Jared, all of the spectating powerhouses from the Blaze realm felt a chill run down their spines. Even Eriker's jaw dropped. Someone had actually been able to dispel the karmic flame sword so easily. Xiao Luo waved his hand, extinguishing the last of the flames. He then smiled at Jared. Didn't anyone tell you that there's nothing special about the karmic flame sword itself? If you can practice it, then it's not that complicated. Jared was stunned, and he stared at Xiao Luo in disbelief. That's one of the Blaze realm's top inherited battle techniques. Xiao Luo shook his head in disappointment. That's impossible. The Blaze realm's inheritance has been passed down for countless years. If the karmic flame sword was like this, then it would have been destroyed a long time ago. I could feel how powerful Eriker's karmic flame sword was. What's important isn't the battle technique itself, but rather something within it. Or rather, a primer. Unfortunately, you don't have it. Jared's heart trembled, and he gritted his teeth as he stared at Xiao Luo. What shameless boasting! You're just a new student from Astral 10. How dare you talk nonsense about the Blaze realm? With a loud shout, Jared's star energy transformed into flames that swept out in all directions. His body appeared amidst the flames, and he sent a palm strike at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo easily dodged the attack, but Jared continued to attack. He used all sorts of battle techniques from the Blaze realm at his fingertips. There were even some that did not belong to the Blaze realm, but they were all easily neutralized by Xiao Luo. On the high peak, Daobo exclaimed, "What an astonishing lockbreaking aptitude." Back when he had entered Astral 10 with Xiao Luo, they had been searching for gifts at the Rain Observatory. At that time, he had fused the dye into Delay's body, and he had been the first to grasp the realm of infinite star energy changes. However, Xiao Luo had surpassed him not long after that during the freshman competition. Now, Xiao Luo had no idea how much star energy Xiao Luo could control, but this was Xiao Luo. On the arena plains, Jared panted heavily as he stared at Xiao Luo. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Where had this guy come from? He's so terrifying, and he's definitely a lockbreaker. The technique that had just neutralized his attack was also a lockbreaker's technique. There were actually lockbreakers in Astral 10. There were almost 20 lockbreakers in the Astral Combat Academy, but only a few had reached this stage. Xiao Luo's performance had even shocked Daobo, let alone the other lockbreakers. Lu Ji was stunned. She felt that Xiao Luo was much stronger than her. How could this be? Jared's eyes flashed, and he charged at Xiao Luo once again. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed as he saw Jared's hands flip over. The scene in front of him collapsed and changed. This was a new battle technique, an inherited battle technique from the Tao of Illusion. Using this battle technique proved that Jared was serious. The two brushed past each other, and there were no injuries on either of them. As Jared fell to the ground, Xiao Luo emerged victorious. No one had seen how Xiao Luo had done it, except for Luin. He knew how powerful Xiao Luo's sudden attacks were, and even Lulu had been defeated. Even Luin himself had almost been tricked. This guy looked pure on the surface, but he was actually very two-faced. After defeating Jared, Xiao Luo turned around and smiled at Luin. Luin found it funny. Xiao Luo seemed to have a competitive spirit, and Silver was probably the same. These two were the only people in Astral 10 that he could not see through. Next up was Lu Xiaoyun's turn. Luin was looking forward to seeing her strength, but unfortunately, even though her opponent was an area master, the difference between them was too great. She was easily defeated. After Lu Xiaoyun was Han Chong, Astral 2's leader. He also ended his battle easily. The 14th battle left the crowd in awe. On one side was Sha, and on the other was Heart Phoenix. He was a genius of the Phoenix family who had defeated an area master as a melder. Luin, Lu Xiaoqiu, Xiao Luo, and Yin were all freakish melders. Heart Phoenix was also one of them, especially since he had an older brother who stood at the pinnacle of the universe, Sarati Phoenix, one of the 10 arbiters. After losing to Luin, Heart Phoenix had gone missing for a period of time and had only reappeared now. Luin was very curious as to what exactly had happened to him that he had become so powerful. His entire aura had also changed, as if he had ascended to a higher level. Most people were interested in Heart's strength, but only a few were interested in Xia, such as Luin and Silver. They were the only ones who knew that Xia was from the Neo-Human Alliance, an incomparably terrifying organization. Heart's gaze was not on Xia at all. Like Jared, he hoped that his opponent would be either Bonnie Phoenix or Luin. Xia's expression was indifferent, as if he did not care about anything. His entire being was as cold as ice, and he was the area master of the Path of Slaughter. Heart's gaze finally turned towards Xia, and he frowned. He hated coldness, so he didn't say a word. With a whistling sound, earth-shattering golden flames engulfed the entire arena plains. No one had thought that Heart's first move would cause such a huge phenomenon. Many students retreated, not daring to touch the golden flames. These flames had burned an area master before. The golden flame surged and enveloped Xia within. Heart had assumed that this person would be exhausted from dealing with them. However, the result was shocking. The golden flames were gradually sealed in ice, and a blue layer of ice spread out. The speed was very slow, but very stable. It completely sealed the golden flames that came into contact with it, forming a strange scene of ice sealing fire on the arena plains, enveloping the entire plains. Heart's pupils shrank. He was well aware of the terror of his golden flames, but his opponent was actually able to freeze them. This should not be happening. Xia did not make any unnecessary movements. Layers of extreme coldness spread out from beneath his feet, gradually freezing everything as it extended towards Heart. Heart Phoenix was furious. This was his stage, and he would not allow anyone to suppress him. The next moment, a bird cry shook the heavens and the earth. Within the ice, golden flames roiled. Then, they shattered the ice and soared into the sky, forming a golden phoenix that spread its wings. The high temperature caused the void to distort and crack. This scene was far more shocking than Eriker's dark gold palm. It was as if a divine phoenix had truly been born. Heart's undying bird had changed, and it looked even more majestic and powerful than before. The golden undying bird's flames almost evaporated everything it touched. Countless people were shocked and kept retreating. However, no one noticed that the extreme coldness beneath Xia's feet had not stopped. Star energy erupted from his body, and a blue light swept out, freezing everything within a kilometer of him, including the golden undying bird and Heart Phoenix. Before anyone could react, Xia raised his hand and a spear of ice shot out, piercing through Heart's body and nailing him to the ground. Following Heart's death, the golden flames disappeared, leaving only a world of blue ice in the arena plains. No one had thought that the golden undying bird would be sealed in ice. The confrontation between ice and fire was completely one-sided. Atop the high peak, the student leaders of the various academies had solemn expressions. What a powerful domain. Even the Phoenix family's undying bird can be sealed in ice. Shui Luyun, do you know how strong this area master of yours is? Feng Shang asked with a strange expression. The others all looked at Shui Luyun. Shui Luyun's gaze was indifferent as he stared at Xia. There was a rare look of surprise in his eyes, as he truly did not know how strong this person was. Outside the arena plains, Xiao Luo frowned. He hated the Xia, who had the same aura as Silver. It was an annoying aura. In the distance, Silver's smile grew even more radiant. Many of the students around him moved away, afraid that he would go crazy and take out Butterfly Blade. Butterfly Blade. This guy had killed around 200 people. He had truly killed 100 people. The next two battles were between area masters. Under normal circumstances, these battles would have attracted a lot of attention, but on this stage, they were not eye-catching at all. Wu Dalian was too lazy to record them. His small eyes swept over all the competitors, but no one knew what he was thinking. Many people were looking forward to the arrival of the 17th battle. In front of their screens, countless people from the Innerverse cheered as they saw their goddess, Xianxia, enter the arena. Xianxia was a student who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. Although she was very beautiful, she was still considered an outsider in the eyes of many students. Furthermore, she had stolen Blackwater Lake's inheritance as soon as she had arrived, which made her an eyesore. Her opponent was Sharon. Luin smiled as he looked at Sharon. he would definitely win this battle. Outsiders knew that Sharon was an area master and that he was very strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to occupy Whitebone's Hollow. However, only Luin truly knew Karen's true strength. His domain and control of star energy aside, just the unveiled sword alone was enough to allow him to move unhindered. He was definitely a strong candidate to challenge a realm master. However, he had not revealed his true strength, and he could not bring the unveiled sword into the Life-Seek realm. Xianxia slowly bowed in front of Sharon. "Senior, please excuse me." Sharon casually replied, "It's my honor to battle with the Frost Moon Sect's young master. The Frost Moon Sect is just a small sect and is not worthy of your attention. Please show mercy." Xianxia's tone was respectful, and when paired with her pleasant voice and beautiful face, many people would fall head over heels for her. However, Sharon was not one of them. He had been thinking about his sister-in-law, and when he thought about her, he was reminded of Luin. He subconsciously looked up and coincidentally met Luin's gaze. Luin glanced at him before looking at Xianxia. At this moment, this woman was not holding back and had immediately used Blackwater Lake's inheritance battle technique. Star energy mimicked flowing water, forming a whirlpool that protected Xianxia's entire body. A cold moon hung in the sky, looking extremely dazzling. It made Xianxia look like a fairy from the moon. Karen's expression was solemn as he watched the gradually expanding whirlpool. More than one area master had been killed by the whirlpool. The seemingly ordinary flowing water possessed a terrifying destructive power that no matter how strong one's physical body was, they would not be able to withstand. This ancient battle technique was indeed powerful. Sharon was a genius lockbreaker, and in terms of contributions, he far surpassed Xiao Luo and Luin. As the star energy spread out, a mysterious undulation swept through the area. Xianxia was shocked. This was a domain. She had not known that Sharon had comprehended a domain. This was the first time that many people had witnessed the power of a lockbreaker's domain. Sharon stepped into the whirlpool with ease and then walked over to Xianxia. "Do you still want to continue?" Many people did not understand why Sharon had broken through Xianxia's battle technique so easily. Xianxia was shocked, but then she felt dejected. "I'm not as strong as you. Thank you for showing mercy, senior." She then disappeared and left the Life-Seek realm. Karen's battle with Xianxia was the simplest, as they had barely moved at all. However, very few people could understand what had happened. A domain was a very mysterious power. Not only could it allow the user to become one with their surroundings, but it could also forcefully change the environment and infinitely increase one's power level. It could also form a visible force field, change one's heartbeat, enhance one's 5 senses, and so on. Everyone had a different understanding of a domain. Sha's domain was able to change the environment and freeze everything. Karen's domain focused on enhancing the 5 senses because he was a lockbreaker. Within the range of his domain, all star energy activity could be seen. This was the reason why Xianxia had lost. Her battle technique was very powerful, but it was also powered by star energy. There was almost no star energy activity that Sharon could not see through at the same level. Everything within a small area was under his control. This was a domain. Not all lockbreakers could comprehend a domain, but those who could were all very powerful. On the peak, Dao Bo's lips curled up. Sharon was now qualified to fight him. Not too far away from Luin, Astral One's leader saw 18. Everyone looked at her. It was finally her turn. She was Astral One's leader and also the most mysterious realm master of the 10 Astral Academies. Luin was also very curious. The 10 academies were ranked based on strength, and this woman had been able to suppress Night Queen Yanqing, Dao Bo, and Feng Shang to take first place. He was very curious about her strength. However, this battle did not take place. His opponent admitted defeat without even fighting. The students of the Astral Combat Academy did not find this strange. Against Astral One's leader, who could be considered the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy, an ordinary area master would not even have the qualifications to fight him. Luin was disappointed. However, he quickly regained his spirits because the next battle was just as exciting. One of the opponents was Chilean Day Knight. Countless people had witnessed his strength during the 3 academies challengers, especially when it came to group attacks. Those who were weaker than him would find it difficult to withstand his attacks, and his opponent was Lu Xiaoqiu. When Lu Xiaoyun saw Lu Xiaoqiu appear in the middle of the arena plains, her eyes trembled. She was not the only one. In front of their screens, especially in the Innerverse First Flow Zone, many of the experts from the various great powers had solemn expressions. There were very few rumors about Lu Xiaoqiu, but those who did were shocked. He was the second person in the sword sect to receive the inheritance of the 13 swords, and he was also a freak who could injure an explorer as a melder. In the First Flow Zone, countless people knelt on one knee in a dusky land that stretched for an unknown distance. There, a flag fluttered in the wind, emitting an iron-blooded aura. There was only one word engraved on the flag: serene. Beneath the flag, a little girl with delicate features in a dark dress was looking up at the screen, at Lu Xiaoqiu, who was calmly standing in the arena plains. Behind the little girl, an old woman knelt down respectfully. "Little princess, this is your fiancé, the sword sect's current genius, Lu Xiaoqiu." The little girl blinked her large, curious eyes. Her eyes were bright, and although she seemed calm, her gaze was strange and lively. Many students around the arena plains excitedly looked at Qilian Day Night. They did not recognize Lu Xiaoqiu, only Qilian Day Night. He was one of Astral 3's top powerhouses who was qualified to represent the Day Night clan. Qilian Day Night did not recognize Lu Xiaoqiu either, but anyone who could reach the stage and was also a powerhouse from Astral 2 was clearly not a simple person. Facing Qilian Day Night, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze suddenly shifted to the peak. He gripped the hilt of his sword and swung the rusty sword in front of him. Lu Xiaoqiu gently retracted his sword and slowly walked out of the arena. Countless people were stunned. What was he doing? Was this guy stupid? Was he admitting defeat just because he moved? That made sense. Admitting defeat against a powerhouse from the Day-Night clan was not shameful. However, in the next second, Qilian Day Night's body split in two and disappeared from the Lifeseek realm. Everyone fell silent as they stared blankly at the scene. Qilian Day Night had died. At this moment, both the Astral Combat Academy students and the countless people watching their screens were in disbelief. What had just happened? Why had Qilian Day Night died? Had he died without any warning? Was it because of that person? On the peak, the 10 student leaders had solemn expressions. Others might not have understood that sword, but they did. It was a sword that could traverse space. Traceless autumn water was extremely sharp, and it did not cause any damage to space. However, it had still been able to easily kill Qilian Day Night. Luine frowned. What a powerful sword technique. That was the first sword of the 13 swords, Lu Xiaoyun said bitterly, her voice filled with envy and unwillingness. The 13 swords was the sword sect's strongest inherited sword technique, but she did not have the qualifications to receive it. She was like a thirsty traveler in a desert who could not take a single step forward when water was right in front of her. Her despair was unimaginable, and it was precisely because of this that she had joined the Astral Combat Academy and even left the sword sect. She wanted to defeat Lu Xiaoqiu one day and prove that the 13 swords were not that amazing. However, after being separated for so many years, Lu Xiaoyun realized that she had not given up on the 13 swords. As Lu Xiaoqiu displayed his strength, her desire to obtain it grew. Unfortunately, she did not have the qualifications. He glanced at Lu Xiaoyun's right hand, which was tightly gripping the sword hilt, and his eyes flashed. He also wanted to experience the 13 swords, but he did not know if he could learn it. It was unlikely, as the sword sect was not any weaker than the Day-Night clan. It was already difficult for him to learn the Day-Night clan's battle techniques, let alone the 13 swords. No matter how confused the crowd was, the next battle continued. The arena plains did not need to be repaired, as there was no damage to it. The next battle was between Bonnie Phineas and Chu Feng. He was the humble man who defeated Dark Void and whose attacks were incomprehensible. In the first flow zone, the sword sect did not even look at their screens. Their confidence in Lu Xiaoqiu was ingrained in their bones. He would definitely take first place in the Astral Combat Tournament. In the darkness, the little girl clapped her hands. Amazing, amazing. Granny, he's my fiancé. Amazing. The old woman respectfully replied, yes, his battle technique is called the 13 swords. That was only the first sword. The little girl was very happy. Really? I really want to see the complete 13 swords. The old woman smiled bitterly. Even the person who had become one of the 10 arbiters had not fully comprehended the 13 swords. It was unknown how many swords Xianxia would be able to comprehend, and it would take at least a few decades to see the complete 13 swords. The battle between Chu Feng and Bonnie Phoenix left many people at a loss. Chu Feng's attack style was too strange. He won just by spilling ink nonstop. No matter what, Bonnie Phoenix was still a fallen undying bird, but his death was even more tragic than Heart Phoenix's. At least Heart Phoenix had released the golden undying bird. Bonnie was very sullen, but he had no way to deal with Chu Feng. That's a very strange technique. Why does it seem a little similar to Han Cheng's? Nearby, Feng Shang smiled. Chu Feng and Han Cheng both come from the Innerverse erudite flow zone. That flow zone is very strange, and it inherits the style of ancient scholars. Its attack style is very different from the other flow zones. No wonder. Luin understood. The 2 consecutive battles were incomprehensible, but the next one excited many. One of the participants was Xianxia from Chaos God Mountain. He had defeated Tiancong Day Night and used the Day Night clan as a stepping stone to become famous throughout the universe. His opponent was Xia, a powerhouse from Astral 5 and the area master of the Tao of Heaven's machinery mound. An area master was supposed to be a powerhouse second only to a realm master, but this astral combat tournament was too special. More than half of the area masters had already been eliminated. On the other hand, a freak like Xianxia, who had only recently joined the astral combat tournament, made many people nervous. No one knew how strong they were. Xiaoye's performance in Astral 5 had not been too conspicuous, and he could be considered a mediocre figure among the area masters. Otherwise, he would not have only been able to snatch the machinery tomb. That place was worthless to most people, and it was more like an abandoned processing plant. Many people did not hold much hope for Xiaoye, as he was not even as strong as Tiancong Day Night. However, Lu Yin was watching very seriously, as Xiaoye was also from a primeval surname, just like Xiao Luo. People like him would either not explode, or once they did, they would be so terrifying that they would make others doubt their own existence. Xianxia was still the same, waiting for his opponent to attack. Xiaoye did not hold back and rushed forward to punch him. Many people were disappointed, as Xiaoye's attack was not as strong as Tiancong Day Night's. His strength was definitely not on par with Tiancong Day Night's. Xianxia's gaze was calm, and he dodged a few times before suddenly attacking. His body swayed as he tried to disrupt Xiaoye's attack rhythm. Xiaoye did not disappoint, as he was caught and then smashed into the ground. Many students from the Astral Combat Academy sighed. Xiaoye had been defeated, and it was a pity. Xianxia leapt out of the crater and looked at his fist with a strange expression. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, and he was not as confident as he had been when he had defeated Tiancong Day Night. Xiaoye's body had not dissipated, and he was not dead. He slowly stood up and rubbed his abdomen. As expected of a disciple of Chaos God Mountain. His attacks are so strong. Xianxia looked at Xiaoye strangely and spoke for the first time. Your heartbeat isn't right. Xiaoye smiled casually. Don't worry about it. It's just a habit. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his right fist. Suddenly, he took the initiative to attack, punching Xiaoye in the heart and sending him flying. Xiaoye's back was repelled by the shockwave, and he crashed into the mountain walls of the high peak. Even after that, he was still pierced through by the unstoppable force and smashed into the ground. Countless people in front of their screens sucked in a breath of cold air. This attack was too vicious. If Eriker and the others' attacks were dazzling, then Xianxia's attack represented the pinnacle of strength. It was different from Grandini's pure strength, and there was a sense of sharpness to it. Everyone had thought that Xiaoye was dead for sure, but he still stood up and walked back to the center of the plains. He rubbed his chest, and his heartbeat suddenly changed as it sped up. In that instant, Xianxia's expression changed, and he raised his arms to block the attack. Before the Xiaoye in front of him could disappear, another Xiaoye appeared in front of him. This was an afterimage created by Xiaoye's extreme speed, and it had not pierced through the void. Bang! There was a loud explosion as a shockwave swept out and tore the ground apart. Xianxia was sent flying just like Xiaoyi, and he crashed deep into the ground. Xiaoyi leapt up, but his entire body slammed into the ground, causing the crack in the ground to widen even further. Loud explosions rang out in everyone's ears, and it seemed as if the entire arena plains were about to be overturned. Many people were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the usually gentle and quiet Xiaoyi would suddenly explode? He was even more like a dinosaur than Grandini, and both Lulu and Grandini were filled with fighting spirit. With a roar, Xianxia retaliated. Their fists collided, and a turbulent shockwave spread out, inadvertently killing many of the spectating students. Even the mountain peak was torn apart by the shockwave. The two figures rose from the ground and clashed in midair, tearing through the void. The disciples of Chaos God Mountain had abnormal physical reactions, and they could effectively dodge battle techniques. For example, Tiankong Day Knight's attack had no effect on Xianxia, but Xiaoyi did not attack at all. In other words, Tiankong Day Knight's attack had accurately calculated the direction that Xianxia would dodge in, so Xianxia had no choice but to meet the attack head-on. This Xiaoyi is very strong to be able to force a disciple of Chaos God Mountain to fight head-on. Kuang Wang, your Astral 5 really has hidden its strength, Night Queen Yanqing mocked. Kuang Wang's expression was solemn, as he did not know Xiaoyi's strength at all. The two of them had never crossed paths before, but from what he could see, Xiaoyi's physical strength and battle experience were quite formidable. At the very least, Kuang Wang was not confident that he could force a disciple of Chaos God Mountain to fight head-on. There was a loud boom, and Xianxia's body suddenly turned purple. A shockwave swept out in all directions, almost causing the void to collapse. 4 lines. That's 4-lined battle force, someone cried out. The first 4-lined battle force. Powerhouse to appear in the Astral Combat Tournament. As Xianxia's 4-lined battle force erupted, Xiaoyi's entire body was blasted into the ground and suppressed just like before. Xianxia's gaze turned sinister. Chaos God Mountain had always been the overlord of the dark powers, so he showed no mercy in his attack. He raised his right fist and condensed his purple battle force as he punched downwards. This punch filled with battle force overturned the arena plains. With Xiaoyi at the center, the entire plains flipped over, and the purple battle force swept out in all directions through the cracks in the ground. At this moment, a shockwave descended and separated the battlefield from the spectating students. Only then was the shockwave not able to affect the spectating students. Quite a few students were frightened out of their wits. If they were touched by 4-lined battle force, they would definitely die. Because of the 4-lined battle force, the ground began to reveal a faint purple color. Xianxia seemed unwilling to give up and punched downwards once more. However, he was firmly stopped by a hand. The palm and fist collided, causing an arc of shockwave to surge out from the ground. The battle force tore apart everything in its path, and even the nearby peak where the student leaders of the 10 academies were seated shook. Xiaoyi appeared in front of everyone, and his body was also covered with purple 4-lined battle force. The collision of the two battle forces caused the void to boil, and cracks spread out between the two of them. Countless onlookers were dumbfounded. In front of their screens, countless spectators were stunned. Those who understood battle force knew that 4-lined battle force usually only appeared on explorers. Limiters who could control 4-lined battle force were few and far between, and they could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. But now, 2 of them had appeared at the same time, and even the void was unable to withstand the collision of their battle forces. This was an absolutely terrifying phenomenon, and even ordinary explorers would not be able to casually interfere in this battle. These 2 people already possessed the strength to fight against an explorer. Xianxia looked at Xiaoyi's sinister gaze, and for some reason, even though he had 4-lined battle force, he still felt that something was amiss. He subconsciously wanted to distance himself from this person. Xiaoyi slowly exhaled, and his heartbeat quickened once more. This time, it returned to a normal heartbeat, and Xianxia could hear it. He had felt that there was something wrong with Xiaoyi's heartbeat from the very beginning, but now that it had returned to normal, he felt an intense pain in his fist. Many thanks to Brother Lan Qiang for the Guildmaster's reward. I'll give you the second update. It's been a long time since I've used my full strength. Thank you for letting me familiarize myself with it before the final battle, Xiaoyi said calmly as he kicked out. The Chaos God Mountain disciples' reaction was extremely fast, and he kicked out the moment Xiaoyi spoke. The two were less than half a meter apart. Xiaoyi's right hand tightly gripped Xianxia's right fist as he kicked out at the same time. There was a loud bang as the void exploded. Many students could not withstand the loud noise and covered their ears. In that instant, the void within a kilometer began to distort and crack. Xiaoyi's kick shattered the battle force on Xianxia's leg and then landed on Xianxia's abdomen. At the same time, he released his grip, sending Xianxia flying and dissipating in midair. Everyone stared blankly at the arena plains and then at the calm Xiaoyi. This battle had been the most intense one so far in the Astral Combat Tournament, and it had also been of the highest quality. There had been a terrifying clash of physical bodies, extreme dodging, reflexes, and attack power, as well as shocking four-lined battle force. In the entire Astral Combat Academy, there were less than 100 people who had comprehended battle force, and only the area masters had raised their battle force to the level of two-lined battle force. There were no more than 20 people, and there were no more than 15 of them. As for those who had raised their battle force to the level of three-lined battle force, Xiaoyi was the only one who had revealed his four-lined battle force. Even the 10 student leaders had never revealed four-lined battle force before. This was the Astral Combat Academy, the top academy in the entire human domain. If this was the case, then when the scope of the entire universe's younger generation was expanded, the probability of this happening would be greatly reduced. At this moment, Xiaoyi had become the idol of countless people throughout the universe. Atop the high peak, Quang Wang's expression was solemn and even a little unsightly. Xiaoyi's strength had exceeded his expectations, and even he was not confident in defeating this person. Why had he kept such a low profile before? The other student leaders were the same. Xianxia was very, very strong, and even the other student leaders did not dare to say that they could defeat him with four-lined battle force. However, Xiaoyi had still won. The strength of his battle force was even higher than Xianxia's. This was someone who had hidden his true strength well. He had thoroughly received the Astral Combat Academy's teachings and was an elite who had reached his current level. Rumor has it that one of the 10 arbiters broke through to the realm of 5 lines while in the Astral Combat Academy, and he was able to crush explorers as a limiter. Xiaoyi isn't too far off, Daobo praised. Astral One's leader smiled. It's just a single step, but it's like a bottomless abyss. Over the course of countless years, many monstrous geniuses have appeared in the Astral Combat Academy. Although there aren't many who have broken through to four-lined battle force as limiters, there are still a few. However, there are only a few who have broken through to five-lined battle force and become one of the 10 arbiters. Since ancient times, no one in the younger generation has been able to surpass the 10 arbiters. It's also the beginning of a new era, Luyin suddenly interjected. When he saw Astral One's leader, Dao Bo, and the others looking at him, he smiled and did not say anything else. Night Queen Yanqing snorted. Don't talk about the 10 arbiters. Just as she finished speaking, a number appeared in front of her. It was her turn. Night Queen Yanqing stood up and tapped on the numbers, causing her body to appear in the arena plains. Many students silently looked at Night Queen Yanqing, including those in front of their screens. Countless people were staring at Night Queen Yanqing, as she was a Night Queen from the Day-Night royal family. Night Queen Yanqing's opponent admitted defeat. He was an area master from the Astral Combat Academy, and he knew that he was powerless against Night Queen Yanqing, so he did not even show his face. Following Night Queen Yanqing was Shui Liuyin's opponent. Astral 4's leader also had no opponent, and his opponent immediately admitted defeat. 2 strangers appeared in the next match, but they could not be considered strangers. One of them was Astral 5's representative from the Knocking on the Dragon's Door, and his opponent was a beautiful girl. When the girl's name was announced, Luyin was stunned. Angie? What a familiar name. He thought about it and suddenly remembered that she was the young matriarch of the Umbral Butterfly tribe. Amu had mentioned that their young matriarch was in the Astral Combat Academy. So it was her. The Umbral Butterfly tribe seemed to be able to absorb the power of plants to infinitely strengthen themselves. Although they had their weaknesses, Luyin looked around. This was not a swamp, so there were no poisonous plants. There were quite a few ordinary plants, and although they could not provide much power, they could still strengthen themselves. He was curious to see how much Angie could strengthen herself. However, the results disappointed him, as the battle ended quickly. Angie's strength was not bad, and she could be considered close to an area master, but against Tu Bo, she was defeated in an instant. Luin shook his head. The young matriarch of the Outerverse Umbral Butterfly tribe was too weak. It could only be said that the Astral Combat Academy had accepted too many geniuses, including geniuses from the entire universe. It was not something that a normal person could imagine, and even Schutz, the #1 expert of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, could not even make it past the first round. Very quickly, a person appeared in the arena plains, Silver. His appearance attracted the attention of countless people, as his performance in the 3 academies tournament had been too dazzling. His killing domain had caused many to tremble. His appearance also attracted the attention of Dao Bo and the other student leaders. Although he was only a melder, the fact that he could reach this stage meant that he was a freak. Silver's opponent was from Astral 9, and he was not a nobody. He had also participated in the knocking on the Dragon's Gate. His name was Main, and his face was pale. His entire body exuded a suffocating aura of death, and he looked like a corpse. One had a creepy smile, while the other gave off a chilling aura just by standing there. The two were very similar, and this was what many people thought. In the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan was seriously watching his screen. Ever since Silver had joined the Astral Combat Academy, the Great Yu Empire had been investigating his background, but there had been no progress. Silver's background was too ordinary, and he was definitely not a simple person. Without wasting any time, the two figures attacked at the same time on the plains. It didn't take long for the spectators to be astonished. The two's battle styles were very similar. Silver's style was silent and sharp, while Main's was sinister and murderous. The two were like two ghosts that shuttled back and forth across the plains. Xiayi and Xianxia's battle was earth-shattering, while Silver and Main's battle was like a ghost's. Many people were bored by it, as they could only see two shadows constantly crisscrossing each other, and they could not see anything special about each other. However, a significant number of people had serious expressions, and some were even shocked. Silver had already used his domain, but he was still unable to take down Main. This was because Main's body was covered by a layer of gray air, 3-lined battle force. Everyone's understanding and usage of power was different. Xiayi and Xianxia's usage of power was destruction, while Main's was defense. He even used a layer of incomprehensible gray air flow to conceal himself, not wanting to be discovered. Silver's domain was like mercury flowing through the ground, pervasive yet undetectable. The only exception was the butterfly that separated from Hua. Only Butterfly's butterfly blade could be seen. Butterfly's blade was like a butterfly flying through flowers as it wantonly danced about, bringing with it a beautiful silver brilliance that blossomed across the arena plains. Silver's every blade was aimed at a vital point, and the smile on his face did not disappear even after Main revealed his 3-lined battle force. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Atop the peak, Luin suddenly spoke up. He can't hold on much longer. Who? Fengshan asked. That man with battle force, Luin replied. How do you know? Fengshan was puzzled. Luin pointed at his ear. I heard it. Dao Bo spoke up. Main should also be a genius who was sealed in ice, but he's been sealed in ice for too long. Even now, his body still hasn't completely adapted to his battle force. He won't be able to hold on much longer. Sure enough, it didn't take long for streaks of blood to appear on Main's body. Silver's smile grew even more brilliant, and soon, there was a flash of light, and Main died. The appearance of 3-lined battle force should have been shocking, but it had been concealed by Main. Furthermore, Main had been defeated, so Silver's victory did not cause much of a commotion. Only those who had witnessed it knew how terrifying Silver was. That butterfly blade had cut through 3-lined battle force. In terms of threat, Silver was not inferior to Xiayi. He did not know if these people were really faking it or if they had improved too quickly over the past few months. Each of them had become so terrifying, and it seemed like there was no limit to Xiao Luo and Silver's improvement. Lu Yin's improvement was already abnormal, and there were very few people who could match up to an area master within a year or so of joining the Astral Combat Academy. However, Xiao Luo and Xiao Luo had done it, and they had even surpassed them. Luyin had no idea how these two had done it. The next few battles were very ordinary, as Dao Bo and Kuang Wang each faced an area master. Just like before, anyone who had not recently joined the Astral Combat Academy automatically admitted defeat. 31 battles had already been fought, and only one battle remained. Calcifer appeared, and his opponent was an ordinary-looking young girl from Astral 9. Calcifer's origins had been revealed by Astral 1's student leader, as no one else would have known. He had instantly defeated Euro, and this had attracted the attention of countless people. Only the few people on the peak knew of his origins through Astral 1's student leader. He had assassinated Starsabil and was a powerhouse who had been sealed in ice for 100 years. Starsabil was a title, and no one knew her full name. All they knew was that she represented the future, divination, and the hope of countless people. Her sect was also known as a super sect, and this was the impression that the outside world had of Starsabil. However, no one knew the specifics of her identity. Over the countless years, Starsabil had been praised as a form of faith. Luyin had heard rumors that Starsabil had predicted a great change in the universe a few decades ago. Because of this, various powers in the universe had sealed geniuses in ice, waiting for the day of the great change to break out of the ice and fight for a sliver of destiny. This showed just how influential Starsabil was. Calcifer was definitely a madman who had dared to assassinate Starsabil. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, no one would let him go. There was no place for him in the entire universe. However, such a person had openly appeared in the Astral Combat Tournament, and he had even joined Astral 1, which was very puzzling. Luyin had heard rumors about Starsabil more than once. The first time he had heard of her was from Geraldine, who was a student of the Great Yu Empire's first military academy. Even a remote place like the Great Yu Empire had heard of and even seen Starsabil, which showed just how influential she was. No one believed that this girl would be able to stop a powerhouse who could instantly kill Euro, except for Calcifer. He stared at the girl in confusion. He did not know why, but the closer he got to her, the more dangerous she became. This was especially so when he wanted to take another step forward. That sense of danger was like a giant blade that could slash down on him at any moment, and it made his heart palpitate. This was an assassin's intuition, and he had felt it more than once. He had always avoided it, except when he faced Starsabil. But now, facing this girl in front of him, this feeling appeared once again. His instincts made him want to retreat, but this was a competition, and retreating meant defeat. Everyone looked at the arena strangely. Calcifer did not move, and neither did the girl. However, the two's expressions were completely different. Calcifer was staring at the girl, but the girl's gaze was drifting around, as if she did not care at all. Many thanks to Brother Lan Xiang for the Guildmaster's reward, I'll give you the third update. At that moment, the 10 student leaders also realized that something was wrong. Astral One's leader's eyes flickered as he realized that he had misjudged this woman. Shui Luyun frowned. Luyin had a strange look on his face, since when did Astral 9 have such a freak? Even he could feel the sense of danger that was looming over him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, this woman was not simple. As an assassin, Calcifer had plenty of patience, but this woman was different. After waiting for a while, she saw that Calcifer did not make a move. Finally, she looked over and slowly raised her hand. With a wave of her hand, a gale appeared out of nowhere and swept through the arena plains. The gale was gray in color. Calcifer's scalp suddenly went numb, as this was a sign of extreme danger. Without thinking, he appeared behind the woman, intending to end this match as quickly as possible. The woman still did not move and just stood there. Calcifer's innate gift-enhanced star energy dagger stopped a centimeter away from the woman's neck. His clothes began to decay, followed by his hair and skin. Finally, his entire body decayed and turned into dust that fell to the ground. Everyone was silent, as they had been shocked countless times by this match. This time, however, their shock was tinged with fear. What was this? A living person was gone, just like that? Feng Shang suddenly stood up and stared at the woman in disbelief. Ji Feng, this is Ji Feng. What's Ji Feng? Kuang Wang asked. Feng Shang solemnly replied, it's a battle technique that's been lost for a long time. The wind of the 4 seasons decays everything, so this battle technique should have been Lost. How did she learn it? Luine was shocked. Wind of the Four Seasons and Decay. Could it be related to the domain of time? This astral combat tournament has really attracted a bunch of monsters. Calcifer is very strong and can instantly kill an area master, but he can't do anything against these monsters, Daobo exclaimed. Luine glanced at him. These people were the real monsters in everyone's eyes. Assassinating Star Seville did not mean that they were strong, they were just arrogant. Calcifer did not give Luine the same sense of danger that Lu Xiaoqiu had, but this woman was different, she was a potential threat. The fourth match ended with the shock caused by this woman called Chao Ji, and the fifth match was set to take place in 12 hours. Luine immediately left the Life-Seek realm and appeared in the Trial Zone Mountain. Many people had already left. After such a long match, even the spectators were tired, but it had all been worth it. There were too many powerhouses, too many battle techniques, and even four-lined battle force had appeared. Countless people in front of their screens, as the match's progress had caught everyone's attention. Only now did they realize how tired they were and hurriedly rested. On Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Luine opened his eyes and immediately saw Michelle, who had awakened at the same time. She saw Luine as well, and the two looked at each other. Aside from a trace of confusion in her eyes, there was no other expression on her face. Coco opened her eyes as well, and she happily ran over when she saw him. "Brother Lu, we thought you were dead. Was what happened at the pirate port true?" Coco stuck out her tongue. "I also think that it's fake. My mentor said that the power of that beam is enough to kill an explorer. You're just a melder, so even a scratch would be enough to kill you." Coco suddenly sized him up and asked expectantly, "Brother Lu, are you injured?" "No, I'm not injured at all." Luine was very straightforward and decisive, which disappointed Coco. Big Pao and Little Pao came over as well, and they looked at Luine strangely. "Junior, did you feel a lot of pressure sitting with those realm masters?" Luine shrugged. "It's alright. They're quite easy to get along with." Big Pao laughed strangely. "Is that so? If you feel pressured, then just say it. We're all brothers, so there's no need to hide it." Luine smiled. Xiao Luo also appeared, and his appearance aroused Coco's admiration. He had easily defeated Jared, and his strength had astonished everyone. Although Luine had also easily killed Long Yi, Long Yi's death was not as shocking as Jared's. Of course, Big Pao's gaze towards Luine became more affectionate, and he even felt touched. "Senior Little Pao, how do you feel about being easily defeated by that delinquent from Astral 9? Zora appeared to interview Little Pao. Little Pao laughed dryly. "Well, the weather's pretty good today." "Senior Little Pao, don't change the topic." Coco shouted. "Yeah, Senior Little Pao, don't change the topic." Silver appeared with a smile that was standard for a fox. His appearance scared Coco so much that she jumped behind Zora like a rabbit. Even Schutz, who had just arrived, was on guard. This guy was too terrifying, and he gave off the impression of a butcher. "Oh, everyone's here. Luine, Xiao Luo, and Foxy Face. Let me remind you guys, don't go easy on that bitch Grandini. Go all out and don't give her a chance to breathe," Lulu shouted as she appeared. Luine was curious. "Do you have a grudge against her?" Lulu was unhappy. "That woman mocked me and actually called me small." Everyone subconsciously looked towards Lulu's chest. Lulu's face turned red, and she clenched her fists so tightly that they cracked. Everyone felt awkward. Not too far away, Hui Day Knight glanced at the crowd with disdain. They were just a bunch of weaklings living in a group. The powerhouses of the Day Knight clan had always acted alone. Zhao Ilong, Meng Yu, and Dark Void had also woken up and were not too far away from them. They were at the Trial Zone Mountain, waiting for the fifth battle to begin in 12 hours. At the peak of the Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Xiaoyun looked down. Everyone gathered around Luine as soon as he appeared. This was a kind of aura, not strength, but it still attracted many people. This person had a unique charisma. "Right, does anyone have an extra gadget? Can I borrow one?" Luine asked. Lulu generously threw one at him. "Take it and play with it. Wow, it's a limited edition. It's made of metal that can defend against an explorer's attack. Just one set costs a lot. Coco exclaimed. The others looked at the gadget in Lu Yin's hand with envy. Lulu raised her head. She was a mavis, and she did not lack money. Lu Yin was thick-skinned, and he immediately used the gadget. As for returning the money, that could wait. After logging in, he found that many people had contacted him, including Undying Yushan, Jirbok, Coco, and the others from the academy. There were also unknown contacts. Lu Yin guessed that they were from his family, as there were over 100 of such unknown contacts. It seemed like his family was worried about him, but there was no need for that now. The entire universe had seen his appearance. There was actually someone else, Mira, the Red Lotus Witchbow. Mira had actually contacted him, and Lu Yin subconsciously glanced at Michelle. Compared to Mira, the two were stunning beauties. However, Mira was seductive while Michelle was cold and aloof. Back then, Mira had told him that as long as he made some achievements in the Astral Combat Academy, she would be able to recommend him to join the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. The Outerverse Youth Council and the Council of Astral Academy were difficult choices to make. Not long after, the crowd dispersed and went to rest. Lu Yin did not think about anything else. His priority now was to settle the Astral Combat Tournament. At the same time, at the peak of Astral 3's Trial Zone Mountain, Night Queen Yanqing's expression was solemn, and there was even a hint of fear in her eyes as she stared at the screen in front of her. A stalwart man looked at her. Remember, you cannot lose the Astral Combat Tournament. No matter who you face, the Night King clan cannot lose. Fear flashed through Night Queen Yanqing's eyes as she looked at the screen. Yes. On the screen, not far behind the stalwart man, a figure stood solemnly with his back slightly bowed. Night Queen Yanqing did not recognize this person, but if Lu Yin was here, he would definitely recognize him as Lu Xiaoga. He should have been following Qingyu, but now, he was standing behind the stalwart man. At Astral Six's Trial Zone Mountain, Sharon woke up. Less than 1,000 meters away, Frankfurt also woke up. They were both area masters, and the two of them were evenly matched. However, at this moment, Frankfurt subconsciously retreated when he met Karen's gaze. The Astral Combat Tournament had clearly shown everyone's strength. Frankfurt could only be considered an ordinary area master, while Sharon was definitely at the top. He could even fight against a realm master. 12 hours quickly passed, and the group once again appeared in the Lifeseek realm. In the first battle, a realm master appeared. Night Queen Yanqing against Chu Feng. Chu Feng's battles were very strange. Dark Void and Bonnie Phoenix were not weak, but they could not display their full strength against Chu Feng. His attacking style came from the erudite flow zone, and he was modest and amiable. He indeed had the style of a scholar. Scholars focused on righteousness, while the Day-Night clan style was slightly darker. Chu Feng's expression turned solemn when he faced Night Queen Yanqing. Use your domain, Night Queen Yanqing said the moment she appeared in the arena plains. Chu Feng's expression turned solemn, and his star energy transformed into a brush. Black, ink-like star energy spread out as a peculiar undulation swept through the area. The crowd stared at this scene, as they were no stranger to it. Dark Void and Bonnie had both been defeated at this moment, and they had not even been able to use their innate gifts. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes were filled with disdain. Your domain is very strong, but do you think that it can seal my Night King clan? The people from the erudite flow zone are still so naive. She then charged towards Chu Feng and swept out with her leg. Purple veins spread out in the air as an incomparably powerful four-lined battle force erupted and crushed everything in its path, including Chu Feng. Even the arena plains were blasted apart. Countless people were stunned. Four-lined battle force. Another four-lined battle force from the Night King clan. Night Queen Yanqing's strength shocked countless people. This was a powerhouse from the Night King clan, someone who could instantly kill an expert who had reached this stage. Atop the high peak, Han Chong shook his head. Chu Feng's domain was too one-sided. It had infinitely strengthened his battle technique and tried in vain to seal everything. However, against a powerhouse who surpassed him, he could only be instantly killed. Night Queen Yanqing returned to the high peak. At this moment, she seemed to be beginning to display the strength of the Night King clan. The Day-Night clan did not only have battle techniques. The next match was Feng Shang's, and he easily won. The next match was Tu Bo's, who also won easily. His water flow seemed soft, but it was indestructible. The fourth match attracted everyone's attention. Astral One's student leader was up next, and her opponent was Lu Tang. Lu Tang was one of the sword sect's most outstanding disciples, and his battle prowess was enough to shock many people. Astral One's student leader was even more mysterious, and no one knew her name. Many thanks to Brother Lan Qiang for the Alliance Master's reward. Here's the fourth update. Lu Yin was really curious as he looked at the arena. He turned to Feng Shang. What's the name of Astral One's leader? Feng Shang's lips curled up strangely. Star Sibyl. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. What did you say? Feng Shang laughed strangely. She's Star Sibyl. Impossible, Lu Yin denied. Although there was no concrete evidence, Star Sibyl was definitely an explorer, and her status was no lower than that of the 10 arbiters. How could she only be a Lamiter? Feng Shang smiled. I knew you'd be surprised. Let me tell you something. Sometimes, Star Sibyl doesn't just refer to one person. Of course, there's only one Star Sibyl, but before the final selection is decided, there are several Star Sibyls, and she's one of them. Lu Yin was stunned. Star Sibyl's final selection had not been decided yet? That meant that the Star Sibyl that Geraldine had seen in the Great Yu Empire was also one of them, and she might not necessarily be an explorer. As they spoke, the battle between Star Sibyl and Lu Tang began. The moment he attacked, Lu Tang used his star energy to form a sword and displayed an extremely powerful sword technique from the sword sect. Endless sword chi swept out and enveloped the entire arena plains. Countless people retreated, and even though there was a gust of wind blocking the attack, it still gave people the illusion that they would be cut down at any moment. Streaks of sword chi tore through the void and continuously expanded until they enveloped Astral One's leader, Star Sibyl. However, Lu Tang did not attack Star Sibyl. Instead, he suddenly turned around and stabbed out with his sword, causing ripples to appear in the void. A pure white finger stretched out and collided with the tip of the sword. There was a thump that caused everyone's eardrums to hurt, and in the next moment, the ground rapidly dried up as endless sword chi filled the entire area and forced Star Sibyl out of the void. Her distant figure gradually disappeared. Many people were confused. When had Star Sibyl escaped into the void? Atop the mountain peak, Lu Yin reached out and touched a strand of sword chi. He felt a stabbing pain at his fingertips and frowned. This was a sword technique supported by a domain, and it also had a desolate aura to it. Lu Xiaoyun was shocked. She had actually underestimated this junior brother of hers from the sword sect. His strength was not much weaker than hers. I want to know the name of this sword technique, Star Sibyl suddenly said as she easily dodged the sword chi. Lu Tang's gaze turned cold. Autumn Tang sword intent. Star Sibyl sighed in admiration. Very powerful sword techniques, domains, battle techniques, and even your emotions have been perfectly displayed. Your strength is enough to rival the previous realm masters, but it's a pity that this generation has changed. She then pointed out a finger. Lu Tang's gaze didn't change. He resolutely stabbed out with his sword, but in the next moment his body gradually dissipated. He didn't even realize when he had been seriously injured, or even killed. Everyone stared blankly, unable to understand at all. Lu Yin was shocked, as he could not understand what was going on either. Star Sibyl's attacks had surpassed his understanding. It was not that her power level was too great, but rather that it belonged to another type of battle style. It was very strange and mysterious. The other student leaders were already used to this, as this was Star Sibyl. Very quickly, Star Sibyl returned to her seat at the peak. Lu Yin looked at her solemnly, but Star Sibyl merely smiled at him. Everyone was still immersed in Star Sibyl's mysterious strength. After 3 consecutive matches, Grandine Mavis, Xiao Luo, and Dao Bo had all won. The 8th match was about to begin, and a person appeared on the arena plains, Lu Xiaoqiu. At the same time, on the peak, a number appeared before Kuang Wang's eyes. Everyone shivered, as a realm master had finally faced off against a freak from the sword sect. Lu Xiaoyun subconsciously tightened her grip on her sword, and the others also looked at Kuang Wang. Kuang Wang smiled and licked his lips. Just in time, Let me try out the so-called strongest in the sword sect. He then pointed at the number, and his body appeared on the arena plains. In the Innerverse, countless people were silent. The battle that would truly test Xianxia had begun. Whether or not the godly 13 swords could defeat a realm master from the Astral Combat Academy was a hurdle. On the dusky ground, the old woman woke up the little girl. "Little princess, Master Lu's battle has begun." The little girl rubbed her large eyes and looked at the screen. On the arena plains, Kuang Wang's expression was solemn. He would not underestimate Xianxia, as this person gave him a great sense of danger. Lu Xiaoyun had joined the Astral Combat Academy because of this person, which showed how terrifying Xianxia was. Kuang Wang had released the Azure Dragon from the very beginning. The Azure Dragon was not an external object, and it was sealed within his body. It was a type of battle technique that Kuang Wang could use in the Lifeseek realm. As the Azure Dragon roared, the void froze. The enormous creature cast a shadow over Xianxia, and it reached out with its sharp claws. A gale condensed into a wind blade that could easily tear through the void. Xianxia's gaze was calm as his star energy transformed into a rusty iron sword. With a sweep of his sword, the wind blade was shattered. This was just an ordinary strike, but the Azure Dragon could feel an extraordinary power. The Azure Dragon pressed down with its claws, attempting to use its body to suppress Luin. At the same time, three-lined battle force appeared around Kuang Wang's body. Back when he had faced Big Pao and Little Pao together, he had easily defeated Little Pao with his three-lined battle force. Most of the beast tamers' flow zone strength was placed on their tamed beasts, but they were not powerless themselves. Kuang Wang even had a terrifying three-lined battle force. Xianxia soared into the sky and easily avoided the Azure Dragon's attack. His star energy circled around his body as he gripped the hilt tightly with his right hand and stabbed at the Azure Dragon. His body followed the sword, and the Azure Dragon stopped moving. At the same time, Kuang Wang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled as he looked at the sky in disbelief. There, Xianxia slowly appeared. A single strike had defeated the Azure Dragon, shocking everyone. Kuang Wang was Astral Five's leader and the Tao of Heaven's realm master. Back when Big Pao and Little Pao had teamed up to face the Azure Dragon, they had been unable to retaliate. The Azure Dragon had the defense and strength to directly face an explorer, but it had been defeated by a melder like Xianxia with a single strike. It wasn't just Kuang Wang, the other student leaders and even the academy mentors could not believe their eyes. Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword tightly as she stared at Xianxia. This was the 13 swords. The one that had instantly killed Qilian Day Knight was the first sword, and now, the one that had defeated the Azure Dragon was also the first sword. Just the first sword alone was unfathomable. Astral One's leader, Star Sibyl, had a solemn expression. The sword sect's strength was publicly acknowledged throughout the universe, and Xianxia was the most outstanding descendant of this generation. The strength that he had displayed so far was worthy of his status. Luin slowly exhaled. This person was a little troublesome. Outside the arena plains, Big Pao and Little Pao were speechless. This was the Azure Dragon that had suppressed them so much that they could barely breathe. It was an astral beast that only a freak from the Divine Grade Hall could tame in the Beast Tamer's flow zone, but it had been defeated just like that. The people watching the battle from their screens were even more shocked. That was a dragon, and even an idiot knew how terrifying dragons were. Xianxia calmly looked at Kuang Wang, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. If this is the power of a leader, then you're not fit to sit in that position. There was blood at the corner of Kuang Wang's mouth, but he laughed inexplicably in an insolent manner. I never thought that I, Kuang Wang, would one day be challenged by a realm melder. In the entire universe, I fear no one at the same level as me, but now, I'm being looked down upon by a mere melder. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, a dark green blade of grass appeared on the cracked ground beneath his feet. It gradually grew lush, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters. As the blade of grass swayed, it gradually transformed into the shape of a butterfly. As the butterfly-shaped blade of grass bloomed, a dark green light spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire arena plains and even the mountain peak. Everyone felt that something was wrong. There was an indescribable strangeness and awkwardness, as well as a strange sense of danger. A shockwave blocked the area outside the arena planes to prevent the shockwaves from spreading out and injuring the spectating students. However, the shockwave was unable to block the green light, which drifted away like fireflies in the daytime. It was a beautiful sight. Butterfly Emperor grass. That's butterfly emperor grass. Don't touch those light spots, someone suddenly cried out. This person was from the Beast Tamer's flow zone and had just recalled a terrifying legend. Many people were confused. Atop the mountain peak, Starsibyl's expression changed. No wonder it looked so familiar. It's butterfly emperor grass. Kwang Wang is really going all out. What's butterfly emperor grass? Han Chong was confused. Starsibyl calmly explained, it's a plant-type astral beast. It's very beautiful, just like a butterfly, but the moment it's formed, it disperses all the star energy within its range, creating a vacuum of star energy. It's a very strange and powerful plant-type astral beast. I never thought that Kwang Wang would be hiding this. Lu Xiaoyun indifferently replied, it's useless. Although the 13 swords is powered by star energy, it consumes very little. As long as you have a little bit of star energy in your body, you can still use it. Starsibyl smiled. The most terrifying thing about butterfly emperor grass is its tyrannical nature. It repels star energy, and any star energy attack will be repelled as long as it touches those green light spots. Simply put, if Lu Xiaoqiu's sword was at full power, it would only have 10% of its power left when it reached Kwang Wang. Everyone was shocked. This was truly tyrannical. Kwang Wang had actually been hiding such a powerful trump card. It was no wonder that this guy had raised his battle force to 3 lines. Without using star energy, Lu Xiaoqiu would have a hard time fighting purely with his physical body. The introduction of the butterfly emperor grass spread, and countless people stared at Kwang Wang in shock. As expected of a freak from the Beast Tamer's flow zone's divine grade hall, he could even tame butterfly emperor grass. This is your trump card? Lu Xiaoqiu's tone remained indifferent, and he was not surprised by the butterfly emperor grass at all. Kwang Wang stood in front of the butterfly emperor grass and said in a low voice, I know that you won't be helpless just because your star energy has been sealed. The sword sect doesn't just rely on star energy, but as long as the 13 swords are sealed, I have enough confidence to fight you. Lu Xiaoqiu slowly raised his sword. Swords are weapons, and weapons are divided into long-range and short-range attacks. You seem to have forgotten that swords are originally close-range weapons. Lu Xiaoqiu's body moved with his sword, and his speed broke through the void as he thrust his sword towards Kwang Wang. Kwang Wang's eyes widened. With 3 lines of battle force, he was not afraid of any close-range combat. With a whoosh, Lu Xiaoqiu and Kwang Wang brushed past each other, and blood splattered onto the ground. Lu Xiaoqiu slowly turned around. You're very strong. You forced me into a close-range battle. Unfortunately, the 13 swords has no weaknesses. The green light spots dissipated from the Lifeseek realm, leaving Kwang Wang bitter. He had actually been the first student leader to be defeated, but he had wholeheartedly accepted his loss. No one could believe that Lu Xiaoqiu had only used 3 swords from start to finish to defeat Kwang Wang, Astral 5 student leader. It was simply shocking. On the high peak, all the student leaders were silent. Lu Xiaoqiu was different from the other geniuses who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. He truly had the strength to become the champion. There was now an empty spot on the high peak. Kwang Wang had been defeated, and he did not have the qualifications to ascend to the peak. Many thanks to Brother Lan Qiang for the Alliance Master's reward. I'll add 5 more chapters. Suifeng was an office worker, and all the brothers who supported King Stage knew that. They even knew Suifeng's work and rest schedule. Adding 5 chapters was already the limit. Once again, thank you Brother Lan Qiang for your Alliance Master reward. Thank you all for supporting me from the Throne stage to the Star Treader stage. Only by guaranteeing quality can I repay everyone. I also promise that I will never stop updating. I'll update at least twice a day. Thank you for your support. Kwang Wang's defeat had shattered everyone's belief that the academy leaders were invincible. The 10 academy leaders were very strong, but they could still be defeated. Once this belief was born, it could not be stopped. The remaining participants all looked towards the peak, wondering how many seats would be left after the Astral Combat Tournament. The most attractive aspect of the Astral Combat Academy was the Student Council. Joining the council was equivalent to being protected by the 10 arbiters, and only the academy leaders could join the council. Lu Xiaoqiu's defeat of Quang Wang did not mean that he could join the council. He had to formally challenge the academy leader of his academy before he could join the council. However, since he had defeated an academy leader in the Astral Combat Tournament, he could also formally challenge the academy leader. Everyone's eyes burned with passion. Perhaps he had a chance. The next 2 matches were very ordinary. Han Chong and Xia Yi each won a match. Many people automatically equated Xia Yi with the academy leader, as he was a freak with 4-lined battle force. After Xia Yi, it was Xue Liuyun's turn. This Astral 4 Academy leader had a cold expression on his face. Everyone had thought that this match would end quickly like Han Chong's, but the outcome was beyond their expectations. The battle had reached a stalemate, and Xue Liuyun's opponent was Xia. Xia's performance was very strong, and he had defeated many powerhouses along the way. In his last match, he had defeated Heart Phoenix, sealed the golden undying bird in ice, and nailed Heart to the ground. That scene had left a deep impression on many, but no one thought that he could defeat Xue Liyun. Both of them were from Astral 4, but Xue Liyun was a realm master while Xia was only an area master. However, the results of the battle shocked many, as Xue Liyun could not do anything to Xia. On the plains, the 2 powerhouses from Astral 4 faced each other. They were both cold, but the difference was that Xia's expression was icy while Xue Liyun's was sinister. Atop the peak, Dao Bo said, "Rumor has it that when Xue Liyun was born, his planet was slaughtered to the point that even the sea was dyed red. He was the only survivor of that planet." Lu Yin was astonished. Was it a vendetta? Dao Bo shook his head and coldly said, "The planet's evolutionary trial." Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked down. At this moment, Xue Liyun's eyes were turning redder and redder, but they were different from Myra's bewitching red. Soon, an uncomfortable aura spread out. Lu Yin was shocked. This was Xue Liyun's attack. He could control a person's blood, which was a terrifying innate gift. The blue layer of ice on the surface of Xia's body grew colder and colder. An icy blue color gradually spread out. At the same time, that uncomfortable aura also spread out. This was the collision of their domains. It was formless but fatal. Whoever's domain had the upper hand would win. Since the start of the Astral Combat Tournament, the peak of battle force had been 4-lined battle force, while Sharon had been the strongest in terms of domains. At this moment, the 2 people below were clashing with their domains, and the battle between blue and blood red gradually became clearer. The entire arena plane was enveloped by their domains, changing its color and affecting everyone. The coldness and the acceleration of their blood flow made many people tremble in fear. They felt as if their bodies could explode at any moment. Both of them have focused all their strength on their domains. The outcome of this desperate battle will be decided very quickly, Feng Sheng said with a sigh. Domains were not as clearly differentiated as battle force, and everyone used their domains differently. Although Sharon had only recently comprehended his domain, his experience as a lockbreaker allowed him to use his domain to enhance his 5 senses. Any battle technique powered by star energy would find it very difficult to defeat him. On the other hand, the 2 people on the arena plane were completely controlling the area with their domains, and they were trying to invade each other's domains. With the passage of time, the void above the plane began to tremble and crack. This was especially true at the point where the 2 domains collided. From the beginning, the formless space had transformed into a shocking spatial crack. It was like a black river flowing through the sky and gradually spreading out. Countless people in front of their screens were stunned and confused. Neither of them had taken a single step, but the weather had changed. This was the strength of the Astral Combat Academy student leaders. On Earth, Zhou Shan and the rest could not believe their eyes. Tearing through the void was something that he could not imagine. How much strength was required to do such a thing? Within the Great Yu Empire's first military academy, Geraldine was shocked. This was Lu Yin's opponent, and it was too terrifying. In the city in the sky, San Dios, Wendy Yushan's expression was solemn. The Outerverse Youth Council had always been on the same level as the Council of Astral Academy, and the other members had tacitly agreed to it. This made her feel uncomfortable, as the Council of Astral Academy's members were only leaders, while they were space-exploring powerhouses. Even their subordinate members were explorers, such as Bazer. She had always believed that the Council of Astral Academy's status was due to the fact that several of the 10 arbiters had studied in the Astral Combat Academy. However, after watching the Astral Combat Tournament, she truly understood what it meant to be the strongest student leaders of the universe's top academies. Once these student leaders broke through to the explorer realm, their strength would definitely surpass that of ordinary explorers, and they would even have the qualifications to enter the top 100 rankings. The Astral Combat Academy was just an academy, and the student leaders were just students. Their strength only proved that they had outstanding innate gifts. Once they were tempered by battle, their strength would increase even more, and they would become powerhouses that could shake the universe in the shortest amount of time. It was no wonder why they could stand on the same level as her. The domains collided for a few minutes. The blue was no longer pure blue, and the red was no longer pure red. Xia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which transformed into a sharp blade in midair and slashed towards him. Xia dodged at the critical moment, but his neck was still cut open. The blood that flowed out once again transformed into countless tiny blades that invaded his blood vessels. Xia's face paled, and a layer of ice spread over his body, sealing half of his neck in ice. Only then did he stop the vicious cycle. Many people were frightened by the scene, and they looked at Xue Luyun in horror. This was too frightening. Blood could not be shed in a battle against him, as the moment one did, their blood would become his weapon, which was very difficult to defend against. What was even more frightening was that Xue Luyun had an innate gift of his domain, which allowed him to cause his opponent's blood to explode. It was simply impossible to defend against someone like him. However, the situation quickly reversed. Although Xia was heavily injured and half of his neck was sealed in ice, Xue Luyun's entire body was instantly sealed in ice. The blue color replaced the red color, and the entire arena was frozen, just like how Heart Phoenix had been frozen. A gust of wind swept past, and the icy air swept into the distance. Lulu's body trembled. It's so cold. The others also felt the extreme cold, which was unbearable for them. A river in the distance was instantly sealed in ice. This was Xia's domain. As Xue Luyun's body collapsed, the second academy leader was defeated. Many of the Astral Combat Academy students were speechless. The academy leaders were supposed to be unbeatable, but in just a few short matches, 2 of them had been defeated. Xia's strength had been completely exposed, and he now had the power to defeat an academy leader. In the next match, Lu Xiaoyun stepped up. Her opponent was only an ordinary area master, and he could not even withstand 2 strikes from her. When Lu Xiaoyun returned to the peak, the number 13 appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. It was his turn to fight in the 13th match. At the same time, a girl appeared in the arena. She had an ordinary appearance and a calm expression. It was Chao Ji. In that instant, countless people grew excited. The scene of Chao Ji defeating Calcifer had left a deep impression on them. That scene of Calcifer rotting away with a wave of her hand was enough to give them nightmares. That battle had been one of the most shocking battles in this Astral Combat Tournament, and now, she was going to face Astral 10's leader. Lu Yin appeared in the arena. Regardless of whether it was the many students watching from outside the planes or those watching from the light screens, none of them believed that he could win. Chao Ji's previous battle had truly been too shocking, so much so that even outsiders could see that she had the strength to challenge the champion. Lu Yin was still a melder, and he was an entire realm lower than the other student leaders. Furthermore, he was the weakest student leader of Astral 10. Even if he had a record of crushing Long Yi, it could not compare to the shock that Chao Ji had brought. Many still believed that he was just a cover for Astral 10, and that he was inferior to Xiao Luo and Silver. On the peak, Star Sibyl, Han Chong, Dao Bo, and the rest all stared at Chao Ji. They also did not believe that Lu Yin could win, especially Feng Shang. Ever since he had recognized Ji Feng's battle technique, he had treated Chao Ji as his greatest competitor. Only he knew how terrifying Ji Feng was. Lu Yin took a deep breath as he stepped onto the arena for the second time. The Astral Combat Tournament had shocked the outside world too much, but he had only fought one battle, so he was still a little unfamiliar with it. He looked up at Chao Ji, but her eyes were still drifting about. It was the same as when she had faced Calcifer, as if she did not care about him at all. Lu Ying frowned as he recalled the Ji-Feng that Fengxiang had mentioned. Could it really be related to the domain of time? It shouldn't be that terrifying. The astral combat tournament had been broadcasted to the entire universe, which meant that neither the serious technique nor the serious palm could be used. If Astral 10's mentors could tell, then the other terrifying powerhouses in the universe could as well. After all, this technique had been obtained through illegal means, and it would not be good if he was hunted down. Lu Yin's head hurt. If he did not use the serious technique, should he just use his battle force? Everyone watched as Lu Ying continued to ponder, not knowing what he was doing. Haha, that Astral 10's leader must be afraid. Xiaoji instantly defeated her previous opponent, Calcifer, and Calcifer also instantly defeated Euro. That's Euro we're talking about. That's the area master who was previously defeated by several of Astral 10's top students. Lu Ying probably won't dare to make a move against Xiaoji. That's very likely, but he's still quite strong. He killed Longyi with a single stomp, which isn't bad. Longyi is just a melder. How can he compare to Xiaoji? She can instantly kill an area master. Everyone from Astral 10 looked at Lu Ying expectantly, not knowing how strong he was now. Xiao Luo's eyes flickered, and he hoped that Lu Ying would not be disappointed. On Earth, countless people watched Lu Ying on a screen. The further he progressed, the greater Earth's reputation would become. After all, Lu Yin's introduction had originated from Earth. In San Dios, Wendy Yushan's gaze was calm. This person could only go so far. She had seen Xiaoji's battle before, and she was definitely comparable to the other student leaders, excluding Astral 10. This Lu Ying could not even be considered a true student leader, the difference was too great. The invisible aura technique that Undying Yushan had brought out from the innerverse was too effective. No one could see Lu Yin's true strength, and they could not even measure his actual stats during battle. Xiaoji had probably waited for too long, and she grew impatient. She faced Lu Ying and waved her hand. Countless people's hearts skipped a beat as that grey gale appeared. It was this grey gale that had decayed Calcifer, causing him to not appear even now. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He couldn't use serious technique, so he couldn't see the essence of the grey wind. He had no choice but to learn from Grandiani and Xiaoyi. His battle force erupted, and a bright black aura covered his entire body with purple lines. He used flash to tear through the void and appear in front of Xiaoji, kicking out. Three-lined battle force, someone exclaimed. Everyone stared at Lu Ying in disbelief. This person had actually grasped three-lined battle force, and there weren't many people in the entire Astral Combat Academy who had reached this level. Frankfurt's mouth hung open in shock. He only had two-lined battle force, and Lu Ying had been killed by his spear. How had he changed so much in just a few months? There was a boom as Xiaoji retreated. The ground exploded from Lu Yin's kick, and a grey wind swept past. Lu Yin's battle force shattered, and he was shocked that even three-lined battle force could not defend against it. It was no wonder why Lu Ying had been able to instantly kill Calcifer. The grey wind swept through the area and suppressed the entire arena plains. Even the void was unable to withstand it, and cracks rained down from the sky, tearing the ground apart. The three-lined battle force around Lu Yin's body dissipated. Once it completely disappeared, he would also be corroded, and he would only last for 5 seconds at most. On the peak, the student leaders were not surprised. Fengxiang sighed. Three-lined battle force can't even stop the Ji-Feng. I really don't know where this woman learned this battle technique. Starsabil replied, Xiaoji should be a genius who was chased into the astral wilderness 30 years ago. You know? Fengxiang was astonished. Starsabil smiled. I calculated it. Fengxiang rolled his eyes. He didn't believe her. If this girl really is that Xiaoji, then that's interesting. She wasn't able to escape because of the Ji-Feng. Starsabil had a strange look in her eyes. Han Chong, Dao Bo, and the rest were shocked. The Ji-Feng was not her strongest power. When his three-lined battle force collapsed, everyone thought that it was over for Lu Ying. Even Undying Yushan, who was watching from his screen, thought so. They had to admit that Lu Ying was a genius for reaching his current level in just a year, but there was still a gap between him and those freaks. In Astral 10 space station, Madame Nayland sipped her tea and watched without blinking. There was an inexplicable smile on her face. How could someone who could survive in space as a melder be corroded by a mere wind? Following the collapse of his three-lined battle force, the gray wind began to corrode Lu Yin's body. However, in the next second, a purple stream of air surged upwards, shaking the heavens and earth. Countless people gaped in shock. Four-lined battle force. The student leader's pupils shrank. How could this be? No matter who it was, no one dared to believe that Lu Yin had actually grasped four-lined battle force, including the students and mentors of Astral 10. They were more surprised than anyone else because Lu Yin had only recently comprehended battle force. Outside the planes, Xiu covered her mouth as she stared in disbelief at the soaring purple. It really was four-lined battle force. How could it be so fast? She had received help from the clan, but she had only managed to obtain a single vein. On the plains, Chao Ji was astonished, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on her face. Four-lined battle force was the symbol of the absolute pinnacle, and any opponent who had comprehended four-lined battle force was very strong. She could not underestimate this opponent. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and his lips curled up. Drift Charge Planet's life or death calamity had caused his strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. Before that, he had only been an area master and had not been able to defeat Euro. He had even needed to work with Xiao Luo and the others. However, after Drift Charge Planet's life or death calamity, he could easily kill Euro. It was also at this moment that he realized why the 10 arbiters were so high and mighty. They were all from the same generation, but the gap between them was so great that it was unimaginable. In the past, he had not been able to understand why the 10 arbiters were so strong. No matter how strong they were still part of the younger generation. But now, this confusion had transformed into anticipation and passion, and he saw the possibility of reaching the 10 arbiters level. Another four-lined battle force user had appeared in the Astral Combat Tournament, and this strength shocked the elites of the other academies watching their screens. Regardless of whether it was the outerverse or the innerverse, battle force was the symbol of a genius. Now, another four-lined battle force user had suddenly appeared in the Astral Combat Academy. This was simply shocking. Four-lined battle force's defense blocked the Ji-Feng. Lu Yin looked at Chao Ji and slowly raised his right fist before punching out. His strength was already great, even surpassing Lulu's. Coupled with his battle force, even if he did not use any battle techniques, the might of his punch was enough to shatter the void. The shockwave formed a visible shockwave that destroyed everything in its path. Chao Ji's eyes trembled, and she quickly retreated. In front of her, the shockwave caused by Lu Yin's strength had caused the void to crack and spread even further. If not for the energy from the mentors outside the planes, even an area master would have been killed by the shockwave. The might of Lu Yin's punch surpassed even that of Xiayi and Xianxia. Chao Ji suddenly stopped, and the Ji-Feng disappeared. What appeared next was the same as Lu Yin's purple battle force that soared into the sky. It swept out like a storm and neutralized the shockwave. Another four-lined battle force user. Many people were speechless. Another four-lined battle force user had appeared. When had four-lined battle force become so worthless? Atop the peak, Starsabel smiled. That's right. The reason she was able to avoid death back then was because of her battle force. However, she only had three-lined battle force back then. Now, she's broken through to four-lined battle force. Chao Ji's strength had widened the horizons of countless people. She was definitely at the level of an academy leader, and Lu Yin was the same. Two four-lined battle force users were facing off against each other, just like Xianxia and Xiayi. Lu Yin sighed. Four-lined battle force. Amazing. Chao Ji's expression was calm. You're not my opponent. Why not? Lu Yin was puzzled. Chao Ji slowly turned to the side. Even if we're both four-lined battle force, there are still differences in strength. The carrier of battle force is the physical body, and I'm very confident in that. She then twisted her body and sent a roundhouse kick towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his left arm and smirked. Boom! There was a huge explosion as the ground shattered, and everything within a kilometer turned into a deep crater. A huge crack extended from the bottom of Lu Yin's feet all the way to the peak, cutting off a corner of it. Smoke and dust filled the air. Xiaoxi's pupils shrank, and she stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. She was still in her kicking posture, and Lu Yin was still in his blocking posture with his left arm. The ground beneath his feet had not been destroyed, and he had not even moved a single step. "Sorry, but I'm more confident in my physical body than you are," Lu Yin said indifferently. He raised his leg and kicked out at Xiaoxi's abdomen. Xiaoxi spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. She tried to twist her body, but she was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. 9 consecutive explosions rang out. This was 9 stacks. The 9th explosion almost threw her into the void crack. Lu Yin bent his legs, and his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right above Xiaoxi, and he punched out. Xiaoxi's pupils shrank, and her right knee collided with Lu Yin's. There was a thump, and an arc of energy swept out, overturning the ground and shaking the clouds. The entire plane trembled, and Xiaoxi's right leg was shattered as her body was ruthlessly pressed into the ground by Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his right fist again. "It's over." He punched out again, and everything within 100 meters was pulverized. Then, everything within a kilometer was reduced to dust. Countless people stared blankly in front of their screens. This destructive power was terrifying. This was the life-seek realm of the trial zones, and even a battle force powerhouse could only damage a limited area. However, Lu Yin had almost completely pulverized the entire arena plane. Even the distant peak had been affected, and a small portion of it had been reduced to dust. Many of the Astral Combat Academy students stared at Lu Yin in horror. Was this the so-called feint? Bullshit, whose feint was so terrifying? He was an absolute leader with 4-lined battle force, and he was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. A single punch had caused Xiaoxi to disappear from the Lifeseek realm. They were both 4-lined battle force powerhouses, but Xiaoxi had been unable to retaliate. Lu Yin's physical body was too powerful, to the point where he didn't even know his own limits. The Great Yu Empire went crazy, and countless people chanted King Zishan's name. Even if they didn't know Lu Yin, he was still the Empire's King Zishan. The Undying Duo had once made the Great Yu Empire famous throughout the universe, and now, the 5th Princess Wendy Yushan had also shaken the heavens. Now, another King Zishan had appeared. Earth was also in an uproar. Compared to the Great Yu Empire, Zhou Shan and the others were even more shocked by Lu Yin. They didn't understand battle force, domains, or the Life-Seek realm, but they knew that Lu Yin had won. In San Dios, Wendy Yushan stared at her screen in shock. She looked at the calm Lu Yin, and no one knew what she was thinking. Elsewhere, Bazer's face was pale. How could this be? A puny ant had actually climbed to this point? Impossible. That was 4-lined battle force. Even he hadn't grasped battle force, but that ant had. At this moment, he regretted his actions, as he shouldn't have been so ruthless. The planes had been destroyed, but the mentors had been unable to fathom Lu Yin's strength, so they had quickly recovered. Lu Yin calmly returned to the peak and sat down in the 10th seat. At this moment, no one doubted or ridiculed him. Everyone only looked at him with respect, worship, and fear. He had received the honor that truly belonged to this seat. Clap 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 clap. Fengshang applauded and looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Brilliant, Brother Lu. Your performance was brilliant. Fengshang's words represented his approval. Lu Yin smiled. I was just warming up the atmosphere. Please don't take offense. Night Queen Yanqing glanced at Lu Yin fearfully, but she didn't say anything. Lu Xiaoyan's eyes were still filled with shock. She had misjudged Lu Yin, and she had thought that he was just a disguise. She hadn't expected him to be an absolute powerhouse whose strength wasn't any weaker than hers. Why hadn't she noticed him in person? This person's methods of concealing his strength were even more terrifying. Starsabille's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Yin, but she smiled and didn't say anything. The next match was between Silver and Longzhe. Longzhe had displayed his brilliance during the tournament of the 3 academies, where he had stopped Chilean Day Night. At that time, many people had been stunned by his strength, as he had been an area master. However, after so many matches, area masters were no longer considered much. At least, they were nothing compared to this year's Astral Combat Tournament. The truly stunning ones were people like Luyin, Lu Xiaoqiu, and Chao Ji. Silver's domain was enough to defeat Longzhe, and there were no surprises. The next two matches were between Sharon and Luyin, and there were no surprises as well. Both of them won. At this point, the fifth round of the drawing of lots had ended, and 16 people had advanced to the next round. At this point in the tournament, they were already at the same level as the finals of the previous Astral Combat Tournament. However, this year, they hadn't even reached the semi-finals. The strength of this year's Astral Combat Tournament had left the other top academies, who had been trying to catch up to the Astral Combat Academy, in the dust. They had calculated that the strongest students were probably only at the level of an ordinary area master, and it was very difficult for an ordinary area master to enter the semi-finals. This year's Astral Combat Tournament's most outstanding student was not a freak like Lu Xiaoqiu, but rather Astral 10. A total of 3 people had entered the top 16. Ever since the crazy headmaster had destroyed Astral 10 1,000 years ago, Astral 10 had never experienced such glory again. This result had shocked many. When the 5th round ended, many students looked at Astral 10's students strangely, and Coco was so frightened that she immediately disappeared. Silver smiled as he looked around, his foxy expression causing many to shudder. Xiao Luo was still as gentle as ever, and many girls were tempted. Atop the peak, Luyin stood up and looked down at everyone. "Everyone, I'll see you in the top 16. With that, he vanished. Fengshang stretched lazily. "Did you hear that? Junior is provoking us, haha." Night Queen Yanqing's eyes narrowed. Even though Luyin had displayed 4-lined battle force, it was still not enough for her to take him seriously. At most, she was wary of him, as her true opponents were Starsabil and Han Chong. The 6th round would only begin a day later, which gave everyone plenty of time to rest. Luyin opened his eyes on the trial zone mountain and was greeted by shocked expressions. "What's wrong? What's wrong? You're asking what's wrong? Brother, tell me, do you have a secret to increasing battle force?" Big Pao asked in an exaggerated manner. Everyone else stared at Luyin with eager expressions. Luyin nodded with a serious expression. "There is." Everyone was shocked. "There really was? What is it?" Big Pao asked. Luyin's lips curled up. "Experiencing life and death." Everyone rolled their eyes, thinking that Luyin was joking. Unfortunately, he was not. Drift Charge Planet's Samsara transformation had resulted in his current strength. The first time he had used the arcane art of life and death had forced him to unleash his immense potential and raise his battle force to 3 lines. 4 lines was the result of his second use of the arcane art of life and death. He had indeed experienced life and death, and it was not fake. Unfortunately, this method could not be replicated because he had really died. "Brother Lu, you have to take care of me in the future." Coco approached Luyin with an adorable smile. Luyin laughed and patted her head. Lulu raised her fist. "Wait until I've raised my battle force to 4 lines, then I'll challenge you to a duel." In the distance, Michelle was still looking at Luyin with shock in her eyes. Her current thoughts were completely different from when she had first entered the academy. Back then, she had come here to pick on Astral 10 and hoped that it would be suppressed. Now, she truly approved of Astral 10, especially since these students were not weak. Even the weakest of them, Coco, Schutz, and a few others, could be considered average compared to the other academies, not to mention the unfathomable Xiao Luo, Silver, and the strongest Luyin. Lu Xiaoyun walked down from the top of the trial zone mountain. Her appearance startled everyone. "Why is there a living person here?" Zola exclaimed. Lu Xiaoyun frowned, as these words were not pleasant to hear. She calmly looked at Luyin. "Sorry, I underestimated you." Luyin smiled. "It's nothing." Lu Xiaoyun continued, "The trial zone mountain is the entrance to the trial zones. The higher you go, the higher your status. You can have the peak." She then calmly walked to the other side. Luyin looked at the peak. It was tall, but he did not like it. It was too eye-catching, and now was not the time. "If any of you want to go up, then go ahead. Astral 10 doesn't have such rules." No one cared. There were only 14 students in Astral 10, so who was he going to show off to? At the same time, at the border of the erudite flow zone, Commander Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back and looked out into space. Countless planets were connected into a single line, and beyond this line of defense was the astral beast domain, which was extremely difficult for humans to enter. It was also vast and unfathomable. 2 more battles and we'll be done. There's no need to reveal everything in one go. After all, these are the next generation's outstanding talents, so don't get on the celestial vanquishers list, Xianxia said. Behind him, an officer respectfully replied, "This subordinate will notify the Astral Combat Academy." Wait. Xianxia turned to look at the giant star chart and pointed at one of the lines of defense. Who's the guardian here? Master Chu Ao from the erudite flow zone's Lost Radiance Academy. What about here? Master Jaluya from the Beast Tamer's flow zone's first hall. Here? As he looked at the star chart, Xianxia said, "Notify the Astral Combat Academy that all of the top 16 are to gather at the border of the Astral Beast domain. The top 4 will be the leaders, and they'll be stationed at the border." The officer was shocked. "Commander, the border war is too dangerous. The Astral Combat Academy will not agree." Xianxia sneered. "This is my order. I don't need their approval." "Yes, sir." "Right, is there another powerhouse on the other side?" The officer solemnly replied, "The Astral Beast domain's 3rd-ranked race, the Void Thunder Beast, Yao Gu." Xianxia was stunned. Yao Gu? The one who made it onto the Skymenders list and fought to a draw with Sarati Phoenix of the 10 Arbiters? Yes. Xianxia frowned. This was troublesome, as this was a heavyweight who could change the outcome of the war. Contact the 10 Arbiters Council immediately. If we need their support, we can reveal Yao Gu's existence. Yes, Commander. The officer hesitated before asking, "Commander, since Yao Gu is here, the border war will be even more dangerous. What about the students?" "Carry out the order." "Yes." Elsewhere, in outer space, a spacecraft was approaching Astral 10. It was under the orders of a day-night girl to deliver a cosmic ring to Astral 10's leader, Luin. As it approached Astral 10, the spacecraft shook for a moment before stabilizing. The people inside did not seem to care, but no one noticed that there was an extra person in the cabin. It was a very large person. The spacecraft smoothly entered Astral 10, and Little Pao came out to welcome them. "Please tell Luin that Miss Xue Day Night asked us to return this cosmic ring to him," one of them said politely to Little Pao. Little Pao accepted the cosmic ring and nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a figure suddenly appeared in the space station. It was the Rainmaster. Little Pao was shocked. The Rainmaster? On the other side, Madame Naylan also saw the Rainmaster through the spacecraft. The Rainmaster's expression was solemn as he scanned the entire space station. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. A familiar aura. As he spoke, the star energy in the space station boiled. The large person was repelled by the star energy and could not hide. He took a step forward and tried to charge into outer space. The Rainmaster's gaze was cold. "Since you're here, don't leave, Void Thunder Beast." A Void Thunder Beast? The others were shocked, as they had all heard of this name before. It was a race that was ranked 3rd on the Astral Beast domain's Heavenly Beast list. They were powerful astral beasts, but this person was a Void Thunder Beast? Roar. An earth-shaking roar exploded in Astral 10. Lightning flashed and spread through the void, attempting to tear apart the heavens. This was a Void Thunder Beast with the strength of a cruiser. The Rainmaster was not surprised. Void Thunder Beasts were ranked 3rd on the Heavenly Beast list because any adult Void Thunder Beast had the strength of an explorer. This was a very powerful race. "Stay here. Human, you can't keep me here," the Void Thunder Beast roared, and a bolt of lightning pierced through the void. It arrogantly glanced at Astral 10 before charging into the void. This was the Void Thunder Beast's life-saving technique. It was very difficult to kill a Void Thunder Beast, and even though it was only a cruiser, it had an escape technique that even a hunter could not capture. The Rainmaster's eyes widened, and he pointed a finger forward. The void that had originally disappeared distorted, and blood splattered across the void as a strange beast appeared in a sorry state. This was the Void Thunderbeast's true form. The Void Thunderbeast was shocked. Impossible. How can a mere human academy, an Astral 10, which is the weakest academy, force me out? Impossible. You're too arrogant. Even your ancestors wouldn't dare to charge into Astral 10. How bold of you, the Rainmaster shouted. The Void Thunderbeast trembled. Enlighter. Human Enlighter. No. I don't want to die. My young master is Yao Gu. You can't kill me. I'm just helping my young master find something that he lost. Senior, please don't kill me. Boom. The Void Thunderbeast exploded, and its enormous body disappeared from outer space. Little Pao, Madame Nailin, and the rest watched in horror. This was a battle that they could not comprehend. It had taken place in the void, an environment that they could not even touch. The Void Thunderbeast had died just like that, and the Rainmaster hadn't even asked about it. Little Pao had never seen such an iron-blooded side of the Rainmaster. Madame Nailin looked at the Rainmaster with a grave expression. They had once thought that Astral 10 was just an ordinary academy, and that the mentors who stayed behind were at most hunters. However, the strength that the Rainmaster had displayed was definitely above that. The Void Thunderbeast had shouted that he was an Enlighter before dying, which meant that this mentor was an Enlighter, which was a realm above the Hunter realm. Why would an exiled academy have an Enlighter? Could the rumors be true? Had Astral 10 become a prison ever since the Dean had gone crazy 1,000 years ago? The Rainmaster watched as the distorted void gradually calmed down and then turned to look at Little Pao. Without saying a word, he calmly left. Little Pao exhaled. It was too terrifying. That kind of power that could destroy the void with a flick of his finger was too terrifying. The Void Thunderbeast had been unlucky. It had been ordered by Yao Gu to search for a lost bank card, but it had been killed instead. The bank card was not important. What was important was that it had been lost in Yao Gu's hands. He was a powerhouse who could rival the 10 arbiters, and anyone who could take the bank card from him without him noticing was definitely not a simple person. Yao Gu had originally only ordered the Void Thunderbeast to secretly investigate, but the beast had underestimated Astral 10 and had actually charged in. It had died a miserable death. In the entire human domain, there were very few powerhouses who could kill a cruiser realm Void Thunderbeast, and Luyin had just happened to run into one. Not long after, he happily took the cosmic ring from Little Pao. He had never thought that he would be able to find it. Apparently, a day-night woman asked someone to bring it to you, Little Pao said. Luyin grunted. Thank you, Senior Little Pao. Little Pao nodded and went to the side to rest. Luyin checked the cosmic ring and smiled. He had never thought that he would be able to recover what he had lost. There were all sorts of things that he had painstakingly obtained, such as 97,500 star crystals and 710,000 star crystals in his Mavis bank card. It was a huge sum, but fortunately, he had been able to recover it. Saving Zhuo Day Night had not been in vain. Luyin looked up. Back at the pirate port, he had guessed that the Leo family would not kill Zhuo Day Night if they discovered her existence. Now, it seemed that this woman was safe. This was her background. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. If he had a background in the Day-Night clan, then he would not have experienced the despair of Driftcharge Planet. He would have been rescued by the Leo family and respectfully sent to the Innerverse instead of being treated as white meat. Unknowingly, Lu Yin's budding thoughts grew stronger and stronger. He suddenly thought of something and took out a ring from his cosmic ring. This was the Great Yu Empire's ring of authority. After undying Yushan's death, anyone could use this ring to command the Empire's army. Luyin had originally rejected this ring and had not wanted to accept it, but after his near-death experience on Driftcharge Planet, his mentality had changed. It was quite suitable for him to wear this ring. A day passed quickly, and when everyone appeared in the arena plains once more, many places in the human domain were silent as they stared at the screens that had been activated once more. The top 16 battles had begun. Shui Luyun and Kuang Wang still had not appeared at the peak. The losers did not have the right to reach the peak, this was the reality. When Lu Yin appeared, many people were shocked, and the scene of him killing Chao Ji, who had four-lined battle force, appeared in their minds once more. The top 16 battles were obviously much more attractive than the previous battles, and more people were watching. The first student leader was Dao Bo, Astral Six's leader, realm master of the Tao of Purgatory, and one of the Lockbreaker Society's most talented lockbreakers. Just like Sharon, he was only one step away from becoming a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. However, unlike Sharon, Dao Bo lacked both power and lockbreaking abilities. Dao Bo was much more terrifying than Sharon. Dao Bo's opponent was Xiao Luo. When he saw Xiao Luo, Dao Bo's eyes lit up. He admired this junior, whose astonishing lockbreaking aptitude was enough to make him a genius, but he was still immature. Xiao Luo was very strong and had easily dispelled Jared's karmic flame sword as well as the battle techniques from the Tao of Illusion inheritance. However, against Dao Bo, this was an opponent on a completely different level. He did not know how far Xiao Luo could go. Everyone from Astral 10 looked at Xiao Luo sympathetically. Xiao Luo was very carefree. He stepped onto the plains with ease and faced Dao Bo directly. "Senior, please advise me." Dao Bo smiled. "I'm a Lamiter, and you're a Melder. This battle isn't fair to you. We're both lockbreakers, so why don't we neutralize each other's star energy?" Xiao Luo smiled. "I'll listen to Senior." Dao Bo nodded. "Alright, let's begin." As soon as he spoke, the two moved at the same time. They casually threw out their palms and collided with each other. There was no earth-shattering tremor, just the collision of two waves of star energy that seemed to split the world in half. Not only was the star energy within their bodies separated, but even the star energy drifting around the arena planes was also separated. They were neutralizing each other's star energy while trying to seize control of the world around them. This was a battle between lockbreakers. Lockbreakers only cared about star energy, and they wanted to neutralize all forms of star energy. This was the foundation of being a lockbreaker, and in the eyes of Dao Bo and Xiao Luo, their opponent was a sourcebox that was enveloped by their own star energy. Gradually, the two waves of star energy transformed into visible tornadoes that surged upwards and collided with each other in the air. They were formless, but it felt like they were colliding with the heavens and earth. Quite a few people felt dizzy from the impact, and at almost the same time, two extraordinary waves of energy swept out. These were domains. Xiao Luo had also comprehended a domain. A similar scene had occurred in the previous battle between Xia and Shui Luyun, and both domains had clashed. The only difference was that they had clashed head-on and suppressed each other. Now, their domains were trying to neutralize each other's attacks, and the difficulty had increased by more than one level. Invisibly, the world around them distorted like ripples of water. A curious student stretched his hand past the energy barrier set up by his mentor and touched the void. His entire body was torn apart, and the spectating students felt their scalps go numb. Ordinary people could not understand a battle between lockbreakers, only lockbreakers were able to. In Lu Yin's eyes, the world around them was very dangerous, and Xiao Luo was in even more danger. His star energy was gradually being neutralized and replaced by an almost invisible silver-gray color. Not long after, the two stopped at the same time. Xiao Luo smiled. "Congratulations, Senior. You've won." Dao Bo replied, "You're not bad. You're not any worse than Sharon." Xiao Luo smiled and left the Lifeseek realm. Dao Bo calmly returned to the peak and sat down. Many people were confused, but they did not ask any questions. Some people would pretend to understand even if they did not. Lu Yin glanced at Dao Bo and sighed inwardly. If he had not used the serious art, he would not have been able to participate in such a battle. His control over star energy was still too weak. The first match ended peacefully, and the second match was between Lu Xiaoyun and Tu Bo. Lu Xiaoyun had not paid much attention to Tu Bo at first. Although he had also reached the top 16 and was a top-tier area master, there was still a gap between him and a realm master. However, when they actually fought, she realized that she had underestimated Tu Bo. His control over water was simply inconceivable. Lu Yin and the other student leaders were shocked as well. Tu Bo was very strong. Sword Chi crisscrossed the plains as water raged. The invincible Sword Chi battle technique was blocked by the gentle water flow, and Lu Xiaoyun's attack was rendered invisible. A few minutes later, Lu Xiaoyun looked at Tu Bo in shock and raised her sword once more. Her clothes fluttered without any wind, and her eyes lit up as a shockwave rippled out from her feet. Many felt a chill run down their spines, as if a blade was hanging over their necks. This was a domain. To the various student leaders, domains were not rare. The void in the sky was torn apart and transformed into the shape of a sword that covered the entire arena plains. Countless jaws dropped as they stared at this scene in shock. Using a domain to tear apart the void and transform into a sword, this attack covered the entire arena plains and even the void. Tu Bo could only brace himself for the attack. Outside the plains, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was calm, and there was even a trace of disdain in it. As the endless rain of swords fell, it was as if the void had been torn apart and extended to the ground. The entire world became unstable, and all of the spectators felt their scalps go numb. Every single sword rain was enough to instantly kill an area master, and this technique could stop an entire army. In front of their screens, countless people were similarly shocked. This was too terrifying, and this was only a limiter. Once Lu Xiaoyun became an explorer, what would happen if she used this technique in outer space? Even a warship would not be able to block it, and this was practically a strategic attack. A section of the arena plains was blasted away, and Tu Bo was also sent sprawling on the ground. Only the protruding section of the ground beneath his body was visible, and it was especially eye-catching. Lu Xiaoyun looked at Tu Bo with a grave expression. This person was still alive. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew past and lifted up Tu Bo's torn clothes, revealing 3 dark green leaves. These were Shamrock Enterprises insignia. Shamrock Enterprises? He's a seed of Shamrock Enterprises, someone exclaimed. Many people stared at Tu Bo in shock. Shamrock Enterprises searched the entire universe for gifted children and allowed them to grow up on their own so that they could become part of Shamrock Enterprises in the future. These people were called seeds, and any seed was an absolute genius. Dark Void of Astral 10 was one such seed, and so was Tu Bo. Lu Xiaoyun was astonished. No wonder he was so powerful and had been able to block her endless rain of swords. He was actually a seed of Shamrock Enterprises. Tu Bo slowly stood up. His body was covered in countless bloody scars, but he was not seriously injured. He calmly looked at Lu Xiaoyun and suddenly raised a hand. The water around Lu Xiaoyun immediately wrapped around her and spun rapidly, isolating her from the void. With a wave of his hand, the water ball was blasted into a spatial tear. No matter how strong one was, unless they were an explorer, it would be very difficult for them to escape from the void. Tu Bo did not need to defeat Lu Xiaoyun, he only wanted to banish her into the void. However, just as Lu Xiaoyun was thrown into the void, a flash of sword light flashed past, and Tu Bo fell straight to the ground, dead. Less than 2 seconds after his death, Lu Xiaoyun was also thrown into the void. She could only leave the life-seek realm by dying. In this battle, both of them had perished together. Many people looked at Tu Bo's corpse in confusion, not understanding how he had died. Only Lu Xiaoqiu, who was outside the plains, had a gleam in his eyes. You actually imitated the first sword of the 13 swords. Sister, you're still as stubborn as ever. No one had expected Lu Xiaoyun to die together with Tu Bo. In fact, if not for her final sword, they would have lost this battle. However, Tu Bo had died before Lu Xiaoyun, so this battle was considered Lu Xiaoyun's victory. Feng Shang's expression did not look good. The various student leaders had been challenged one after another, and including Lu Xiaoyun, 3 of them had already died. Their prestige was gradually eroding, and they could not afford to lose again. In the third battle, a number appeared before Han Chang's eyes. It was another student leader. Many people felt strange, as there had never been a battle between student leaders before. The Astral Combat Academy had been too obvious. Han Chang's opponent was Xia Yi. Many people turned solemn, as Xia Yi was a powerhouse with 4-lined battle force. Would Han Chang be able to block him? The current rankings of the 10 academies were based on the previous Astral Combat Tournament. Aside from Astral 1 and Astral 10, which had remained unchanged for 1,000 years, the rankings of the other academies would change. Although Han Chang was Astral 2's student leader, that did not mean that he could defeat Dao Bo, Feng Shang, and the other student leaders of the lower-ranked academies. Old Han, give us some face, Feng Shang said. Han Chong tapped the number and appeared in the center of the arena plains. Xiayi had already appeared across from him. At this point, many people had already revealed their trump cards, and Xiayi was no exception. Thus, when facing Han Chong, he immediately displayed his four-lined battle force and punched across space. He wanted to rely on his physical strength to crush Han Chong. At the same time, atop the high peak, Star Sibyl, Night Queen Yanqing, and the others were all staring at Han Chong. Even now, no one knew what his trump cards were or how strong he was. Lu Ying also stared at Han Chong. This person's ability to hide his strength was not inferior to his own. Or rather, all the student leaders had their own methods of hiding their strength, but for some reason, Lu Ying felt that Han Chong's concealment was deeper than his own. Xiaoye's fist tore through the void and directly descended in front of Han Chong. Han Chong was calm as he spread out his hands and used his star energy to draw a picture of mountains and rivers. Xiaoye's four-lined battle force fist was blocked by the seemingly weak star energy landscape. Han Chong was shocked at first, but when he saw the landscape clearly, his eyes flashed with a strange glint of ecstasy. Boom! The star energy landscape pushed Xiaoye back before enlarging and crushing the ground. Xiaoye stood in place like a fool as his entire body was crushed to pieces by the landscape painting. Everyone was stunned, this had happened too quickly. A four-lined battle force cultivator had been killed just like that. Han Chong himself was stunned as well. Xiaoye should not have been this weak, but a win was a win. Night Queen Yanqing frowned, as she could not understand. Han Chong's attack had been powerful, but it should not have been enough to make Xiaoye unable to dodge it. How had he been killed so easily? Star Sibyl, Feng Shang, and the rest were all puzzled. Lu Ying felt the same way, as he felt that Han Chong's attack style was too unconventional. He was truly a scholar when it came to painting. Very quickly, the next two contestants appeared in the arena plains. Another student leader had appeared, and it was Astral Nine's leader, Lu Ying. His opponent was Grandini Mavis. The moment Lu Ying saw Grandini, he removed his earpiece with a solemn expression. No one dared to underestimate a powerhouse from the Mavis family. Grandini clenched her fists and immediately attacked the moment Lu Ying appeared. Her stance was exactly the same as Lulu's, but she was much more violent. Lu Ying opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar that caused the void to collapse like a bowstring being pulled. The sound waves formed a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Even with the energy barrier, many students still fainted from the shock. Grandini's fist smashed into the sound waves, but she was unable to advance any further. She stomped her right foot on the ground and suddenly, there was an explosion as her body advanced an inch. Another explosion followed as her body advanced once more, and the sound waves were torn apart. Lu Ying was shocked. 9 stacks? That's right, it was definitely 9 stacks. He had not expected Grandini to know 9 stacks as well. No wonder 9 stacks could not be added to a powerful battle technique. However, the Mavis family relied on their monstrous strength, which made this battle technique the most suitable. With Grandini's monstrous strength combined with 9 stacks, Lu Ying could already imagine Lu Yin's tragic fate. When the 8th explosion rang out, Grandini tore through the sound waves and punched Lu Ying in the abdomen. Lu Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, but he grabbed Grandini's arm and roared again. The space around them rippled as countless birds chirped. Grandini's eyes went blank as she was dragged into an illusion. Lu Ying was the realm lord of the Tao of Seeds, and he had obtained the bloodline of the ancient illusory sound bird. His voice could create illusions. However, Grandini soon broke free from the illusion. At this moment, Lu Ying once again pulled away from her. High up in the sky, lines of sound waves converged to form a sphere that crashed down. Many students subconsciously covered their ears. Grandini's eyes widened as she punched out. Immediately, 9 loud bangs rang out, followed by a 10th, an 11th, and a 13th. She didn't know 9 stacks, but 13 stacks. The terrifying monstrous strength combined with the 13 stacks forcefully shattered the sound wave without losing any momentum. The force formed a visible shockwave that blasted towards Lu Ying. Lu Ying suffered another blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. In front of him, Grandini leapt up and raised her right leg before smashing it down. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he closed them. The space around him trembled, and everyone saw that everything within 100 meters of him had turned dark. This was the soundless realm. It was said that everything in the world had sound, and once all sound was removed, a soundless realm would be formed. A person would hear the sound of their own blood flowing through their veins, and this noise could be used to attack Luin. Grandini's face paled, and she clutched her forehead as she fell to the ground. Her entire body trembled as she endured the immense sound waves. Luin panted heavily. It was very difficult for him to maintain the soundless realm, and it all depended on who could last until the end. However, Luin had forgotten that even Lulu could comprehend battle force, let alone Grandini, who was even stronger than Lulu. As Grandini's three-lined battle force enveloped her body, Lu Yin's soundless realm was shattered, and he became yet another defeated leader. Many students heaved a sigh of relief, as they finally did not have to endure the sound waves anymore. Grandini also heaved a sigh of relief, as the torture of the soundless realm was unforgettable. She decided that if she ever fought against someone with an innate gift of sound in the future, she would immediately use her full strength to crush them. She did not want to endure such torture again. On the high peak, 4 out of the 10 seats were empty. Although Lu Xiaoyun had won, a mutual destruction victory was not convincing enough, and she did not appear again. In the previous astral combat tournaments, very few leaders had been defeated, but this year was an exception. Not only were there freaks who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy, but there were also hidden powerhouses like Xia Yi, Tu Bo, and Grandini. Feng Shang and the others had been caught off guard. In the next match, Starsabil went up against Silver. Luin was speechless. Were the mentors targeting Astral 10? Xiao Luo's opponent was Dao Bo, while Silver's opponent was Starsabil. There was no hope of victory, and no matter how confident Luin was in Silver, he did not think that he could defeat Starsabil. The Neo-Human Alliance was very strong, but Starsabil's sect was also a colossus. Furthermore, Starsabil herself was a legend, and no one could understand how she had defeated Lu Tang. Silver admitted defeat and left the Life-Seek realm. Although the crowd felt that it was a pity, they were not surprised. No one had thought that he could defeat Starsabil. Luin frowned. He had been watching Silver the entire time, and the moment he left the Life-Seek realm, Silver's gaze had been filled with helplessness. He really wanted to fight for something in this astral combat tournament, but unfortunately, he had only made it this far. At this point, Astral 10 Xiao Luo and Silver had both been eliminated, leaving only Luin. This result made the other students heave a sigh of relief. This was how it should be. The top 16 would determine the top 8, and even the leader had been defeated. If more than one person from Astral 10 advanced, it would be embarrassing for them. After all, Astral 10 was famous for being exiled. Jared and the other students from the Blaze realm had ugly expressions on their faces. With Astral 10's results, it would be impossible for them to be exiled after the tournament. Their plans to replace Astral 10 had failed. In the next match, it was Feng Shang's turn to face Xia. Many people were solemn. Xia had defeated Shui Luyun and was one of the rare powerhouses who had climbed up the ranks by stepping on the leader's seat. Feng Shang would definitely feel some pressure against him. Many people looked at Feng Shang and were stunned. At this moment, Feng Shang was smiling very happily. He was abnormally happy as he appeared in the arena plains. Starting from the 4th match, Feng Shang had been the first to make a name for himself. His ability to crush Eriker had shown countless people what it meant to be a leader and a realm master. However, as the matches progressed, the pressure on the other student leaders increased. This was especially true after 4 empty seats had been vacated at the peak, which greatly reduced the prestige of the leaders. Feng Shang had long since wanted to face the people who had defeated the leaders, and now, his wish had been fulfilled. Senior Dao Bo, what do you think of this match? Luin asked curiously. Dao Bo answered without hesitation, Feng Shang will definitely win. Luin was surprised. Why? Feng Shang is not Shui Luyun. Shui Luyun specializes in studying his innate gift and improving himself, but Feng Shang likes to spar with all sorts of people. He's very famous in the ported battles, and he definitely has the most battle experience out of all the other leaders. He's already thought of a way to deal with Xia's first attack, and he's even fought so many matches. Luin was curious. Senior Fengxiang is very famous in the ported battles? Dao Bo nodded. That's him, brother de Feng. Luyin was shocked, and he stared blankly down below. So this bastard was brother de Feng. He would never forget how he had been instantly killed during his first ported battle. He hadn't even been able to find his footing before he had been killed by brother de Feng. After that, he had also been instantly killed by brother de Feng when he had wanted to win consecutive matches. Luyin had always assumed that brother de Feng was an explorer, but he had never expected that it was actually Fengxiang. This guy had instantly killed him twice in the ported battles. On the plains, the two stood at the same time, and Fengxiang attacked without hesitation. The world suddenly turned green as a fierce wind pressure pressed down on the plains. Sha's eyes trembled as blue ice spread beneath his feet. This scene was very similar to his battle with Shui Luyun, a clash of domains. However, Fengxiang was one step faster and used his own domain to forcefully change the weather, turning the plains into a domain of wind. The star energy above the plains changed color, turning green and suppressing the blue ice. Sha's domain was completely suppressed underground, and even though it was still cold, it could not spread above the ground. Fengxiang raised a hand, and the green wind in his palm transformed into a spinning blade. It was so fast that it cut through the void and turned into black threads that extended outwards. Many people felt a chill run down their spines as they could feel the terror of that attack from Fengxiang's palm. Fengxiang casually shot the attack at Sha, but Sha's face turned gloomy. He had been suppressed from the start, and when he saw the attack coming, he immediately dodged. An immeasurably deep gully appeared where he had been standing, and a huge spatial crack transformed into a crescent that tore into the distance. At the same time, Fengxiang appeared beside Sha, raised a hand, and slapped out. Sha turned around to block, and blue ice covered his entire body. There was a boom as Sha was pressed into the ground, and the ice on his body cracked before being crushed by the two colliding domains. Everyone was stunned. This had been a complete suppression from start to finish. Fengxiang had not given Sha any time to catch his breath and had directly attacked him to death. It was not because of the difference in power, but rather because of Sha's battle experience and control of the battle's rhythm. Fengxiang's final attack had not been simple, and there had been a miniature wind blade at the center of his palm that had shattered the ice on Sha's body. Otherwise, Sha would not have been defeated so easily. Had Fengxiang planned this from the start? This person's battle experience was too terrifying. The quality of this battle had been very high, but not many people had been able to tell. Many people felt that Sha did not live up to his reputation, and some even thought that he had gone easy on Luyin. After all, he was the powerhouse who had defeated Shui Luyun, the leader of Astral 4. Fengxiang calmly sat back down on the peak and proudly looked down at the ground. Big wind? Luyin called out. Fengxiang looked at Luyin. You called me? Luyin nodded. I didn't expect you to be big wind. Fengxiang's eyes lit up. You fought against me in the ported battles? Why don't I remember? Luyin smiled and did not say anything else. He was looking forward to fighting against Fengxiang and taking revenge for being instantly defeated twice in the ported battles. Thank you very much for the Alliance Leader's reward, Brother Silas. Thank you very much. I've added too many chapters and haven't recovered yet. Please wait a moment, I'll add 2 more chapters on the 8th. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In the 7th match, Night Queen Xianxia stood up. It was her turn, and her opponent was Sharon. When they saw Night Queen Xianxia and Sharon appear on the plains, many people's attention was not on them, but rather on the last two, Luyin and Lu Xiaoqiu. The last match of the top 16 was between Luyin and Lu Xiaoqiu. Fengxiang looked at Luyin sympathetically. Bro, you haven't warmed up to your seat yet. Luyin smiled. Do you have no confidence in me? Dao Bo sighed inwardly. Aside from the unfathomable Star Sibyl and Han Chong, who would have absolute confidence in Lu Xiaoqiu? After all, up until now, Lu Xiaoqiu had not used the second sword of the 13 swords. He had relied on the first sword to enter the top 16 and even defeat Kuang Wang. His strength was too terrifying. Outside the plains, Lu Xiaoyun stood quietly as she looked at Luyin on the peak. He had only reached this point, and no one understood the power of the 13 swords better than her. Of all the student leaders, perhaps only Star Sibyl, Han Chong, and Night Queen Yanqing had the qualifications to force Lu Xiaoqiu to use the second sword. Dao Bo and Feng Shang might be able to do so as well, but no one else could. Lu Xiaoyu knew that Lu Xiaoqiu had comprehended the third sword a year ago, and he had the highest chance of becoming the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament. Even if Star Sibyl stood in his way, it would be useless. This was the tyrannical power of the 13 swords. The Sword Sex Lu family was a family with a primeval surname that was not recognized by the universe, but it had relied on the 13 swords to stand tall in the universe for countless years. It was also because of the 13 swords that countless sword experts yearned to join the Lu family. The Lu family was practically the emperors of the sword. This was the prestige of the 13 swords. In the distance, Xiao Luo and the rest felt that it was a pity. Lu Yin definitely had the qualifications to enter the top 4, but unfortunately, he had met Lu Xiaoqiu. In many people's eyes, the top 8 of the top 16 was already clear. Dao Bo, Lu Xiaoyun, Han Chong, Grandine Mavis, Star Sibyl, Feng Shang, Night Queen Yanqing, and Lu Xiaoqiu were the top 8. In front of a screen in the Innerverse, the magnificent Sword Sex Sword Chi filled the void. Go and report to the sect master that the top 8 of the Astral Combat Tournament have been decided. The Erudite Flow Zone, Mavis Family, Lockbreaker Society, Night King Clan, and Star Sibyl have all entered. As for my sword sect, 2 people have entered. Under the O banner, the little girl raised her head and pointed at Lu Yin on the screen. Granny Du, is he Lu Xiaoqiu's opponent? Old Lady Du smiled, yes, little princess, but you don't have to care about this kind of mortal. He's destined to be young Master Qiu's stepping stone. Young Master Qiu's opponent is everyone else. The little girl blinked. Lu Xiaoqiu can definitely beat him? What if it fails? Old Lady Du laughed, and everyone who was kneeling in front of her laughed as well. Their little princess was just that naive. Little princess, you're too kind. For mortals, this position is already the peak. The difference between them and young Master Qiu is not only in status and background, but also in innate gifts. This is something that mortals can never imagine. You're the same as young Master Qiu, and you have a powerful innate gift that mortals like us cannot fathom. You're destined to look down on the rest of the world, Old Lady Du explained with a smile. The little girl nodded and curiously stared at Lu Yin on the screen. She really hoped that this person could win, but it was impossible. It was such a pity. If only she could find a mortal who could defeat Lu Xiaoqiu, then she would have a reason not to marry into the sword sect. Regardless of what the outside world was saying about the final battle, at least for now, the battle on the plains was between Night Queen Yanqing and Sharon. This battle was very disadvantageous for Sharon. The Night King clan's battle techniques did not only contain star energy, but also an unfathomable power that seemed to tear apart one's soul. Even a genius lockbreaker like Sharon could not see through it. In less than a minute, he had been injured by Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's appearance was cold, and her black and white hair hid a trace of gray, which represented her status as a member of the Day-Night royal family. The edges of her eyes were tinged with a faint purple color, which made her look seductive and noble. Her long, snow-white legs were exposed, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. One could almost see the blood vessels flowing through her veins. Her entire being exuded an aura of absolute control, just like a queen. Everyone knew that the Night King clan was very strong, and that they were even stronger than the Day-Night clan. They were one of the most powerful clans in the universe, but no one knew exactly how strong they were. Even Sharon, who was fighting against Night Queen Yanqing, had no idea. The strength that Night Queen Yanqing had just displayed was very ordinary, but it had been unstoppable. On the high peak, Dao Bo was helpless. Although the rankings of the 10 academies had changed, the top 3 academies were still the strongest because they controlled the 3 realms of the trial zones. Astral 1's Star Sibyl was mysterious, and so was Astral 2's Han Chong. Astral 3's Night Queen Yanqing was not mysterious, but the strength that she had displayed was overwhelming. Sharon did not have the qualifications to make her display that kind of strength. But now, everyone could see that Night Queen Yanqing had not even used a third of her strength. On the plains, Night Queen Yanqing arrogantly glanced at Sharon. You're not bad. With your innate gift, it would be a waste to waste it on increasing your power level. Join my Night King clan, and I can ask the elders of my clan to guide you in lockbreaking. You should understand the authority of my Night King clan in lockbreaking. Karen's eyes were filled with reverence. When it came to lockbreaking, the Night King clan indeed had the qualifications to speak. Since ancient times, the Night King clan had never given up on lockbreaking, and there were several Day-Night clan elders in the Lockbreaker Society. Lockbreaking is my goal, but it's a pity that I don't like being ordered around. Karen's gaze changed, and he looked at the arrogant Night Queen Xianxia. Suddenly, a desire to battle surged within him. At this moment, Night Queen Xianxia was very similar to that woman, and he wanted to break free from that woman's influence and completely walk out of it. As he thought about this, Karen's eyes turned cold, and undulation swept out from his body. He was going to use his full strength. Night Queen Xianxia frowned. What a waste of time. Her eyes flashed with a purple light, and she turned to leave. Karen's body stiffened and gradually turned gray. He had been petrified. Countless people were shocked. They had thought that Sharon was going to explode, but he had been instantly killed. What had happened? On the high peak, Dao Bo and Feng Shang had solemn expressions. Even Starsabil and Han Chong frowned. This was Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift, so how could they avoid it? This was a problem. He was well aware of Karen's strength, and he had easily dispelled Yu Xianzi's inherited battle technique. In the realm of area masters, Sharon had surpassed Big Pow and Little Pow, and he was an absolute powerhouse. However, he had still been instantly killed. Was this Night Queen Yanqing's strength? She did not even seem to have used much strength. This was an innate gift, and any battle technique that used star energy could not escape from Karen's grasp. Since he had comprehended a domain, he could easily dispel such a technique. However, innate gifts were different. The strong were strong, and the weak were weak. The gap between them was overwhelming. At this moment, everyone looked at Night Queen Yanqing's arrogant figure and felt as if she was baring her fangs. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Tiankong Day-Night, Hui Day-Night, and Qilian Day-Night had all been defeated. Night Queen Yanqing's thunderous attack might not have been without the intention of redeeming the Day-Night clan's reputation. Her goal was to become the champion of the tournament. Outside the plains, Wu De was continuously recording the results of the tournament, and he could hear the discussions of many people around him. He had recorded all of their words and used them as material for his report so that he could compare them with the results of the tournament and highlight the highlights. The top 8 are out, and Lu Xiaoqiu will definitely win the last match. Have you heard? He's a freak from the Sword Sect and is considered a candidate to become the next 10 arbiters. One of the current 10 arbiters is from the Sword Sect and has also inherited the 13 swords. Lu Xiaoqiu is the second, and he'll definitely become the next 10 arbiters. Kuang Wang couldn't even force out the second sword of the 13 swords. Although Luin is strong and his 4-lined battle force is comparable to Kuang Wang's, it'll still be difficult for him to force out Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword. If he wants to win, he'll have to rely on Starsabil, Han Chong, and Night Queen Yanqing. Only the top 3 academy leaders have the qualifications to face Lu Xiaoqiu head-on. Wu De looked at the plains with a burning gaze. Come on, it's the last match. Brother Lu, even if you lose, you have to hold on for a little longer. As long as you can force out Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword, your report will definitely sell like hotcakes. Brother, you can do it. In the city in the sky, San Dios, a person arrived behind Wendy Yushan. It was Counselor Puyo. Counselor Wendy, I've asked someone to bring over some top-grade astral beast meat from the Beast Tamer's flow zone. Would you like to have a drink with me? Puyo smiled elegantly. Wendy calmly looked at her screen. There's still one more match. Puyo laughed. The result is already decided. I have to say that the Great Yu Empire is full of geniuses. It wasn't easy for this King Zishan to reach the stage. Unfortunately, no amount of luck or hard work can make up for the gap between him and those people. Wendy Yushan frowned. She could look down on Luin, but others could not. Luin was her fiancé in name, but of course, that was only limited to the Great Yu Empire. However, Wendy still admired Luin for reaching this stage. If she had not coincidentally joined the Myriad Swords Peak, then she would not have been able to do better than Luin in terms of cultivation in the Outerverse. She had already acknowledged this King Zishan, and she did not wish for others to humiliate him. However, Puyu was not wrong. Lu Xiaoqiu was a genius that even she had to look up to. She was only slightly older than Lu Xiaoqiu, but once Lu Xiaoqiu broke through to the explorer realm, then the gap between the two of them would disappear. The 13 swords would even allow Lu Xiaoqiu to challenge those who were a realmbreaker, and being a 10 arbiters candidate was no joke. Lu Yin had done very well, but he had no hope against Lu Xiaoqiu. She suddenly remembered what her father, Undying Yushan, had said. Perhaps her father was right, and she should meet Lu Yin. Under countless gazes, Lu Yin's figure appeared on the arena plains. At the same time, Lu Xiaoqiu's figure appeared as well. The two were less than 100 meters apart, and they calmly looked at each other. At this moment, perhaps only those from Earth were sincerely cheering for Lu Yin. They did not know who Lu Xiaoqiu was, nor did they understand the meaning of the sword sect's 13 swords. They only knew that Lu Yin represented Earth. On the screen, Lu Yin's name was written with Earth behind it. The two did not speak. And everyone else thought that Lu Xiaoqiu was ignoring Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin himself knew that Lu Xiaoqiu had been paying close attention to him from the moment they had met, and this attention had been reflected in the first sword. Lu Xiaoqiu had used the first sword of the 13 swords against Lu Yin. Qilian Day Knight and Kuang Wang had both died under the first sword of the 13 swords. The difference was that Lu Xiaoqiu had ignored Qilian Day Knight's death, while Kuang Wang's death had been treated with respect. Lu Yin's star energy transformed into an iron sword that slashed downwards. It was exactly the same as the sword that had killed Qilian Day Knight. Countless people's hearts stopped as they stared at Lu Yin. Was he dead? Thank you for the tip, Brother Silas, for the 4th update. Thank you very much. Lu Yin's body turned into nothingness. He had chosen to dodge Lu Xiaoqiu's sword. This sword could shock even gods and ghosts. This was the 13 swords. Lu Yin stepped out of the void and stared at Lu Xiaoqiu in shock. He had felt as if every cell in his body had trembled when facing that sword. It was not fear, but rather excitement. This person was a true opponent that he could fight after the life or death calamity. Lu Yin did not hesitate to cover his body with 4-lined battle force. Again. With a whoosh, Lu Yin tore through the void and used flash to appear in front of Lu Xiaoqiu. He pressed down with a 9 stacks, 9-fold shockwave palm. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was indifferent as he shifted to the side and his body suddenly disappeared. The sword slashed down, and Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He instinctively dodged, but a huge spatial crack appeared where he had been standing. Following Lu Xiaoqiu's sword, Lu Yin extended his index finger, which flickered with deep purple battle force. He pointed at Lu Xiaoqiu's forehead. Lu Xiaoqiu's body moved with his sword, and his entire body swapped positions with Lu Yin. Both attacks missed at the same time, back to back. One sword slashed through the void, while the other pierced through the void. 2 indescribably terrifying attacks extended outwards, splitting the entire arena plane in 2. The battle had only lasted for an instant, but it had shocked countless people who had witnessed it. There was no need to mention Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords, but Lu Yin had actually been able to dodge the first one. This was something that many could not understand. If the 13 swords were so easy to dodge, then Qilian Day Knight and Kuang Wang would not have died. Lu Yin's speed was just enough to dodge the first sword. Atop the peak, Fengshang was shocked. What speed? He tore through the void at extreme speed. His physical body's endurance is too high. This guy really hit his strength well. Dao Bo sighed in admiration. To be able to dodge the first sword and even send out an attack that Lu Xiaoqiu dodged, this junior is even more powerful than we imagined. Starsibel's eyes flashed with a strange light, and her lips curled into an indescribable smile. It was not just them, many of the Astral Combat Academy students were shocked as well. However, the sword sect was the most shocked. They had not expected someone to be able to dodge the first sword, let alone a melder. In the sword sect. How is this possible? How can someone at the same realm dodge the first sword? This person is so fast, and his attacks are so fierce. Look, he condensed his battle force at his fingertips. This is something that can only be done with a profound understanding of 4-lined battle force. That attack. Under the Duskyo flag, the little girl clapped and cheered. Granny Du stared at the screen in shock, he actually dodged the 13 swords as a melder. What incredible speed! This kid isn't ordinary. The little girl was overjoyed. Grandma, do stop praising Lu Xiaoqiu. Their sword sect has placed the 13 swords on too high a pedestal. In truth, it's not like there aren't any battle techniques in the universe that can rival or even surpass the 13 swords. Are you family? Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the old woman. The old woman's face was pale, and she looked at the little girl in horror. Little princess, don't speak nonsense. The little girl curled her lips and stopped talking. On the arena plains, Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu turned around at the same time, less than 3 meters apart. Just as I thought, your strength really does amaze me. Lu Xiaoqiu was the first to speak. He looked at Lu Yin, and unlike his previous calm demeanor, there was now a trace of battle intent in his eyes. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as he felt an intense desire to fight. He hadn't used his full strength since the life-or-death calamity, and he was feeling suffocated. Let me experience the second sword. As you wish. Lu Xiaoqiu's tone was cold as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Let me remind you that no matter how fast you are, it's useless against the second sword. He then closed his eyes. To others, nothing had changed, but to Lu Xiaoqiu, the entire arena plains had transformed into a world of swords. This was a domain. The 13 swords had its own domain, and if one wanted to comprehend the second sword, they had to first comprehend a domain. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he glanced at his clothes. They didn't seem to have changed, but through his star energy, he could sense that cracks had appeared. It wasn't just his clothes, his own skin, the ground, and even the heavens and earth were all showing signs of cracking. They couldn't withstand the pressure of the second sword. At the same time, the force that separated the arena plains from the outside began to distort. No matter how many battles had been fought, that force had never been shaken. Now, however, it was actually distorting. Many students were shocked, and they subconsciously retreated. Atop the peak, Feng Sheng and the rest had solemn expressions as they sensed danger. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He wanted to attack, but he couldn't sense any openings. Although Lu Xiaoqiu was standing there with his eyes closed and did not move, Lu Yin still felt like he couldn't attack. There were no openings in the 13 swords, even if Lu Xiaoqiu was just standing there. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqiu opened his eyes and stared at Lu Yin with a scorching gaze. You're more interesting than I thought. You didn't even try to attack. Can you feel it? Lu Yin remained calm. Let me ask you a question. How many swords have you comprehended? Everyone stared at Lu Xiaoqiu. It wasn't just Lu Yin who was curious, everyone, including those from the sword sect, was curious. How many swords had Lu Xiaoqiu comprehended? Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes shone brightly. 3 swords. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had stepped on thin air. The first sword had been enough to kill a student leader from the Astral Combat Academy, and the second sword was at least comparable to the strongest student leader or even the entire Astral Combat Academy. What about the third sword? What about it? It was rumored that Lu Xiaoqiu had roamed the universe and injured an explorer, which should be true. Although there was only a single realm between the Lamita realm and the Explorer realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Many sentinels and melders could challenge powerhouses above their realms, but even Lamiters could not challenge explorers. These were 2 different realms, and only the 10 arbiters had been able to surpass realms and crush explorers. Outside the plains, Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword with a look of disbelief. 3 swords, 3 swords. It really was 3 swords. She had guessed that Lu Xiaoqiu might have comprehended 3 swords, but now that her guess had been confirmed, she felt an unbearable pressure. She could at most rival the first sword, but she was powerless against the second sword. As for the third sword, she didn't even have the qualifications to force Lu Xiaoqiu to use it. This was the sword sex freak, a 10 arbiters candidate. On the other side, Kuang Wang was bitter. As the leader of Astral 5 and the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, he couldn't even force Lu Yin to use the second sword. It was too lamentable, he couldn't even compare to a junior melder. Wu De was so excited that he could barely contain himself. Lu Yin had indeed forced Lu Xiaoqiu to use the second sword and had even obtained such valuable information. Although what Lu Xiaoqiu had said might not be true, 3 swords should be enough. It was rumored that even the current 10 arbiters hadn't been able to comprehend more than the 10th sword. 3 swords. What a terrifying innate gift. Since that's the case, I shouldn't hide anything. I'll take the 2nd sword head-on. Lu Yin raised his head and raised his right arm. There was a soft sound as the void trembled and rippled outwards. 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm. Not long ago, before Lu Yin had comprehended the 9th star, the combination of his battle force and the 9 stacks, 9-fold shockwave palm had been his strongest attack. Now that he couldn't use the serious palm, he had increased his shockwave palm to 15-fold. At this moment, the muscles in his right arm let out a tearing sound. His right arm was about to reach its limit, and the purple of his 4-lined battle force was becoming increasingly deeper. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes blazed. 2nd sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the world darkened as an endless sword light covered the sky. This was the 2nd sword of the 13 swords, and even if one stepped into the void, they would not be able to dodge it. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he struck out with his palm. An earth-shattering pressure swept out in all directions, causing the ground to shatter and the void to collapse. Streaks of sword chi pierced through the void, and even the peak where the student leaders of the various academies were located was affected. Feng Shang and the others all left the peak and appeared outside the plains. The first layer of energy that the mentors had set up could not last for more than 5 seconds before it was torn apart. Only the 2nd layer of energy remained. No one could clearly see the battle taking place on the plains as the void was already distorted, making it impossible to display a complete image. Everyone could only see the distorted spatial cracks on their screens. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned serious. The exchange between the two was definitely enough to threaten her. Lu Xiaoqiu was one thing, but how could that student from Astral 10 compete with the 2nd sword? This was something that the sword sect could not understand as well. The 2nd sword had easily torn through the void, and even an Astral Combat Academy student leader would be instantly annihilated. However, from the current situation on the plains, it seemed that Astral 10's student leader was still alive. Lu Yin could clearly feel the might of the 2nd sword, and the terrifying sharpness that was omnipresent was enough to tear anyone to shreds. This reminded him of the Tao of Purgatory's Blackwater Lake inheritance and the whirlpool that had appeared. It was a pity that Xianxia could not even display 1% of that whirlpool's power, otherwise, she would not have been so easily defeated by Sharon. At this moment, the 2nd sword that Lu Yin was facing was about as powerful as that whirlpool. If not for his 4-lined battle force, he would have been injured even if he could withstand it with his physical body alone. As the ripples swept through the entire arena plains, the nearby peak was directly pulverized and the ground turned into dust. The entire arena plains no longer existed. Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu stood facing each other within 100 meters of each other. Lu Xiaoqiu's white robes were spotless, and he held his star energy sword as he stared at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin panted heavily as his right arm trembled. The 15-fold shockwave palm was something that only a space-exploring powerhouse's physical body could withstand. Coupled with 9 stacks, even Lu Yin's body could not withstand it. Fortunately, he had been able to block the 2nd sword. Everyone was silent as they stared at Lu Yin as if they were looking at a monster. This person had actually managed to block the 2nd sword. Astral 5's leader had not even been able to block the 1st sword before he had been killed. No one had expected Lu Yin to be able to do this. Wu Da's mouth hung open in a daze, but then, a thought flashed through his mind as he thought of the biggest headline in the Academy newspaper: the decisive battle begins early. In San Dios, the city in the sky, Wendy Yushan and Puyu were both silent as they watched on in shock. Under the dusky flag, the little girl clapped her hands happily. Well done, Grandma Du, look, he didn't lose. The old woman was shocked. There's actually a mortal who can block the 2nd sword. But that's it. The 3rd sword can instantly kill him. The little girl pouted. The arena plains no longer had any plains. The ground had been reduced to dust and had sunk dozens of meters. The two hovered in midair as they stared at each other. Lu Xiaoqiu sighed. You really didn't disappoint me. Among those in the same realm, you're the first to force me to use the 3rd sword. Lu Yin swung his right arm. Honestly, your 2nd sword was really terrifying. I couldn't even block it with my 4-lined battle force. As expected of the 13 swords. If I could, I'd really like to fight you in real life. Lu Xiaoqiu nodded. I also hope to fight you in real life. Let's make a promise. If you can block the 3rd sword, we'll both break through to the Lamita realm and challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. How does that sound? Lu Yin laughed. Alright, I've always wanted to experience the top 100 strongest youths in the universe. It'll definitely be fun to challenge a genius from the sword sect at the same time. Lu Xiaoqiu smiled. But that's only if you can block the 3rd sword. He then calmed down and a strange light flashed in his eyes. His star energy turned into a shockwave that spread out from his body. His star energy had no color, but it was like sword chi that soared into the sky and suppressed the entire arena plains. The ground trembled as countless specks of dust floated into the air and were immediately destroyed. Outside the plains, many students looked down at the ground and saw dust fill the sky. At this moment, they had a feeling that even if the mentors tried to block it, they would not be able to block Lu Xiaoqiu's killing strike. This was the 3rd sword. Within the Astral Combat Academy, many mentors were shocked. It's been a while since I've seen the 3rd sword. That student is done for. It's a pity that the 3rd sword is a domain that these students can't touch. Normal students can't block it at all. Perhaps only Star Sibyl can. Night Queen Yanqing can as well. Don't forget that the Day-Night clan's battle techniques have more or less incorporated that kind of power. It's useless. This is the sword sect's 13 swords. Being able to comprehend the 3rd sword proves that this child already has the ability to match it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to display the 3rd sword. The Night King clan is very strong, but it's difficult for them to face the 3rd sword. Lu Xiaoqiu's sword slashed down, and just like the 1st sword, no one knew what had happened. Only Lu Yin could sense that an invisible attack had fiercely shaken him. This power was very familiar, as it suppressed one's spiritual force. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques and the Sand Ocean's 2nd layer all had this kind of suppressive power, but it was still far inferior to the 3rd sword. Regardless of whether it was the Day-Night clan's battle techniques or the Sand Ocean's 2nd layer, this kind of spiritual force suppression was invisible and did not pose any threat. However, Lu Xiaoqiu's 3rd sword had used this power to form an invisible slash that directly targeted a person's spiritual force. Lu Yin did not know whether it was spiritual force or not, as the elder from Drift Charge Planet had said that a person's body and their spiritual force. Lu Yin did not know if it was spiritual force or not. Drift Charge, the elder from Drift Charge spiritual force. Lu Xiaoqiu sheathed his sword. It was over. Even a peak Lamiter or even an explorer might not be able to completely block this attack, let alone a melder. Back then, Lu Xiaoqiu had relied on the 3rd sword to severely injure an explorer. In the entire Astral Combat Academy, perhaps only Star Sibyl could withstand this attack. Lu Yin feigned ignorance. What did you do? Lu Xiaoqiu's pupils shrank, and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. He had never been so surprised since he had inherited the 13 swords. It wasn't just Lu Xiaoqiu, even the Academy's mentors were shocked. The sword sect seniors in front of the screen, Granny Du under the O banner, and many others stared at Lu Yin in shock. They understood the 3rd sword, which was why they were so surprised. How had Lu Yin managed to block it? If this had happened before Drift Charge Planet's Samsara, Lu Yin definitely would not have been able to block the 3rd sword and would have died long ago. But on Drift Charge Planet, he had memorized the strange ancient text on the stone walls. At first, he had only been able to memorize it for 20 minutes before fainting, but now, he could memorize it for an hour. Although he was still far from being able to memorize the entire text, his spiritual force had become much more resilient. The elder had said that if he could one day memorize the entire text, no one below the hunter realm would be able to harm his spiritual force. Lu Yin had not believed the elder at first and had thought that the elder was just encouraging him. But now, he was convinced. The 3rd sword had only shaken him slightly, and it was still far from harming him. Lu Xiaoqiu's attack had been ineffective against him. Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How is this possible? You're actually immune to the 3rd sword. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You finished your attack. It's my turn now. He then flashed in front of Lu Xiaoqiu and pressed down with a single palm, unleashing a 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm. This was a terrifying attack that could rival the second sword, and Lu Xiaoqiu had no choice but to raise his sword and use the second sword. Boundless sword light covered the sky above the plains once more, and the terrifying attack caused the void to shatter. Countless people watched in a daze as Lu Yin flashed through the sky while Lu Xiaoqiu's body followed his sword. The two constantly clashed in the air, emitting blinding lights that were accompanied by giant spatial tears that tore into the distance. Suddenly, while the two were fighting, two blurry shadows appeared from their bodies and charged into the distance. They were war spirits. War tigers were formed from the battle projections of powerhouses in the trial zones. Lu Yin had never imagined that he would personally witness the birth of his own war spirit. Many students felt their scalps go numb. Quick, get rid of those two war spirits. Otherwise, anyone who touches them will die. Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu's war spirits were too terrifying for the students of the Astral Combat Academy. Even realm masters were not confident of winning against them. No, it was almost impossible. Only Star Sibyl, Han Chong, Night Queen Yanqing, and a few others could withstand them. Unfortunately, the war spirits were too fast, and they disappeared into the distance. Bang! The two exchanged blows and separated at the same time. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqiu was no longer as carefree as he had been at the start of the battle. He was also panting heavily, and the hand that gripped his sword trembled. Lu Yin's attack was not that easy to block. Lu Yin was not having a good time either, and bloody scars had appeared all over his body. Lu Xiaoqiu's first sword and second sword attacks were hard to defend against, and each attack was enough to kill a student leader like Kuang Wang. Lu Yin had almost been heavily injured several times, and it was too dangerous. In front of their screens, countless people in the universe watched nervously. This battle had been the most intense battle of the Astral Combat Tournament so far. Even though they could not understand it on several occasions, it did not stop them from feeling its terror. Even the peaks that supported the student leaders had been destroyed, and one of the energy barriers that the mentors had set up had been destroyed. The four-lined battle force around Lu Yin's body gradually dimmed, but Lu Xiaoqiu had used the third sword, so it was impossible for him to not be affected. His pale face showed that he was not having a good time either. However, Lu Xiaoqiu smiled happily. He was a melder, but he had no opponents within the same realm. Very few people could understand this feeling. He had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament to find an opponent, and he had thought that it would be Star Sibyl, Han Chong, or Night Queen Yanqing. However, Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere and was immune to the third sword. This was too interesting. Lu Yin's head hurt. He wanted to end the battle, but Lu Xiaoqiu was not that easy to defeat. It looks like it won't be that easy to beat you. I'll have to use the fourth sword, Lu Xiaoqiu said calmly as his smile faded. His words caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. The fourth sword? He had comprehended the fourth sword? Lu Xiaoyun's face paled. Impossible. How could a melder have comprehended the fourth sword? Star Sibyl and the others' expressions changed. Silver's eyes widened. That's impossible. Xiao Luo's smile disappeared as well. Coco covered her mouth. Everyone was shocked by Lu Xiaoqiu's words. Lu Yin raised his brows. You've comprehended the fourth sword? Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze landed on his sword. Not yet, but I can try. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned exceptionally solemn. From the first 3 swords, he could feel the power of the 13 swords. The sword sect had dominated the universe with only the 13 swords, but they had become the emperors of the sword. Any one of the swords was invincible. If Lu Xiaoqiu really could use the fourth sword, then Lu Yin would be in trouble. A gust of wind blew past, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the ruined plains. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his sword and slowly rotated it, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. These weren't afterimages created by the sword's extreme speed. Instead, it was more like the sword had been frozen in place, the void. Lu Yin did not wait and used flash to appear beside Lu Xiaoqiu. He then raised his palm and pressed down. Lu Xiaoqiu's sword moved horizontally, and one of the afterimages that had been frozen in the void slashed out with the first sword. The moment Lu Yin's palm descended, he suddenly struck to the right. His body shifted to the side and his legs swept out. Lu Xiaoqiu had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly change his attack. He had exchanged dozens of blows with Lu Yin, and Lu Xiaoqiu was caught off guard by Lu Yin's sudden change in attack. He was only a split second slower, and Lu Yin's kick landed on his abdomen, sending his body crashing to the ground. Lu Yin followed closely behind and struck out with both palms. He endured the extreme pain in his arms as he used the 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm. The ground caved in once more, and a huge crack extended from the surface of the ground to the outside of the plains. Along the crack, a powerful 4-lined battle force erupted. Underground, Lu Xiaoqiu knelt on one knee with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had relied on the afterimages of his sword to block Lu Yin's attack. When his sword spun and pointed upwards, Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up. In an instant, an indescribable sense of danger swept through the plains. This was the 4th sword. Everyone seemed to see a sword coming from the west. This sword was enough to make everyone tremble in fear. Starsibil and the rest stared at the ground, as this sword would determine the final victor. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as Lu Xiaoqiu's star energy sword shattered. Lu Xiaoqiu's pupils shrank as Lu Yin's palm pressed down from above his head. The ground trembled once more as Lu Xiaoqiu disappeared from the Lifeseek realm. Lu Yin had won this battle. Everyone was silent, as no one had expected Lu Yin to win before the start of the battle. His opponent was Lu Xiaoqiu, a freak from the sword sect. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in a daze, their minds blank. In front of their screens, the Earthlings cheered as Lu Yin advanced to the top 8. Countless people in the Great Yu Empire were celebrating as well. In the entire Great Yu Empire, there were very few people who could understand the meaning of this battle. Only powerhouses like Undying Yushan and Hua Qingshan, who had entered the Innerverse before, could understand the significance of this battle. They also understood how shocking Lu Yin's victory was. From this moment onwards, Lu Yin's name would shake the heavens. Shuashan Anna trembled with excitement, and he looked at Jenny Anna as if she were a precious treasure. He could already foresee Lu Yin's future glory. This person would definitely not be in the Outerverse in the future, as he had just defeated one of the top geniuses in the Innerverse. In the city in the sky, San Dios, Wendy Yushan's lips curled up as she turned to leave. Puyu stood in place and clenched his fists as he stared at the man on the screen. This person was definitely going to be a great threat to him. In the Innerverse, in the Sword Sect, the disciple who had reported to the sect master was pale. Who would have thought that Lu Xiaoqiu would be defeated? Lu Xiaoqiu had even used the 3rd sword, but he had still been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a melder, which was unimaginable and a violation of the rules. Behind everyone, an old man in white robes faced the screen with an indescribable expression in his eyes. He's actually immune to Xiaoqiu's 3rd sword. What an interesting child. Send a message to Astral 10. The Sword Sect is willing to accept this child as a direct disciple with the same status as Xiaoqiu. Countless Sword Sect disciples were shocked. Direct disciples had the highest status among the disciples, and they could command countless people in the sect. Lu Xiaoqiu's status was second only to that of the 10 arbiters, and there weren't many people like him in the first flow zone. This child had used a single battle to climb to the top and become the crown prince of the Innerverse first flow zone. Under the Duskyo banner, the little girl clapped her hands excitedly and looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. The shock in the old woman's eyes had yet to dissipate. A mortal had stepped into the heavens. In Astral 10 space station, Madame Naylan was in a daze. She didn't even realize that the wine in her cup had spilled as she stared at the screen in shock. She recalled the first time they had met, when she had mentioned Lu Xiaoqiu's legend to Lu Yin. At that time, she had only wanted him to not be dispirited by his loss and focus on studying lockbreaking. She had never expected that this person would defeat Lu Xiaoqiu in the blink of an eye. How long had it been? Lu Yin's victory over Lu Xiaoqiu had shocked the outside world far more than that. He also did not know that this battle had caught the attention of the 10 arbiters. Regardless of how shocked the bystanders were, the 6th battle had ended, and the top 8 had emerged. They were Dao Bo, Lu Xiaoyun, Han Chong, Grand Aini Mavis, Starsibil, Feng Sheng, Night Queen Yanqing, and Lu Yin. These 8 were the strongest of this year's Astral Combat Academy, and the 7th battle would begin in a day to determine the top 4. The finals of the tournament were getting closer and closer. It was worth mentioning that all of the geniuses who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy had been defeated without exception. Before the Astral Combat Tournament, countless people had guessed that the original students of the Astral Combat Academy would be targeted by the various freaks, such as Lu Xiaoqiu, Yu Xianxia, Chao Ji, Calcifer, Xianxia, and so on. A series of geniuses had appeared one after another, but they had all been defeated. As time went on, the ones who had displayed even greater strength were the students who had been hiding in the Astral Combat Academy, such as Xia, Xiao Luo, Silver, Luin, Grandine Mavis, and Tu Bo. This result shocked all of the major powers in the universe. Although the Astral Combat Academy was known as the universe's top institution, it was still only an academy. Many of the major powers did not send their elite disciples to the Astral Combat Academy, as they believed that the academy's teachings were not as good as theirs. However, this result had slapped those people in the face. There were too many powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy, and they were all too monstrous. Even Lu Xiaoqiu, who was publicly recognized as the strongest, had been defeated. The Astral Combat Academy was very satisfied with this tournament. Although they had purposely separated the student leaders and prevented them from killing each other, everyone could see that the various student leaders were more than enough to crush the geniuses from the various great powers. It was foreseeable that after this tournament, many powers would place more importance on the Astral Combat Academy, and they would send even more outstanding disciples there. At the border of the erudite flow zone, Xianxia was shocked as he watched the screen. He praised, "Not bad, not bad. The Astral Combat Academy is really not bad. They actually managed to train a student who defeated Lu Xiaoqiu from the Sword Sect. Not bad. Right, when he comes, let him become a war drummer." Behind Xianxia, a blonde woman in a military uniform immediately said, "The war drummer must be a space-exploring powerhouse. Otherwise, they won't be able to pick up the attack hammer, and they won't be able to withstand the attacks of the astral beasts. He's immune to the third sword, so he's qualified to wield the attack hammer," Xianxia replied nonchalantly. The blonde woman frowned. "Commander, I have to remind you that our agreement with the Astral Combat Academy was only to let these students experience the cruelty of the battlefield, not to send them to their deaths. Ever since you arrived at the border, a total of 127 war drummers have died, which is 127 space-exploring powerhouses. This student is far from being qualified to become a war drummer. You're sending him to his death." Xianxia sighed. "I say, Enya, I didn't call you here to go against me." Enya coldly replied. "I'm not going against you. I just don't want to see this student die in vain." Xianxia laughed. "Alright, then let me tell you something. Do you really think that the Astral Combat Academy is sending these students to the battlefield just to experience it? Let me tell you something, the Astral Combat Academy is about to change." "Change?" Enya was confused. Xianxia's lips curled up. "The Astral Combat Academy has been the top academy for too long, and it can only fall and not rise. As time passes, the 10 academies will drift further and further apart, and they might even completely separate and form independent academies. Astral 10's ambush by the Blaze Realm is the best example of this. That's why the Astral Combat Academy wants to send their students to the battlefield so that they can preserve their lives as much as possible at the borders of the star field. They're also starting to change, and they're interacting with the military to form a top academy that sends talents to the border." Why? Enya did not understand. Even if the Astral Combat Academy wanted the students to experience the battlefield in advance, there was no need for them to ally with the border army. Xianxia sighed. "Do you know how high the mortality rate is for students who graduate from the universe's top academies? Let me tell you something." Xianxia stared into Enya's eyes. "There's a 90% chance that those students will die at the border." Enya was shocked, she had never heard of such a thing before. "Now you know. There are very few graduates from the Astral Combat Academy, but regardless of whether they've graduated or been expelled, they'll all come to the border. Less than 10% of them will return alive, and it's the same for the other academies. This is the fate of the students. Even if they don't enter the Astral Combat Academy, they'll still have to go to the border if they want to gain some experience in the universe and become stronger. This includes the descendants of the various great powers, and this is the law of the entire human domain. The Astral Combat Academy's transformation is inevitable in order to preserve the lives of these students as much as possible. Protecting the students is also protecting the Astral Combat Academy itself, so it's necessary to let them experience the battlefield in advance. Xianxia paused and patted Enya's shoulder. Yes, Enya replied and respectfully watched Xianxia leave. Suddenly, she felt that something was amiss. What did the Astral Combat Academy's transformation have to do with this student becoming a war drummer? That bastard was playing with her again. At Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Luin opened his eyes and stretched. The others gathered around him once more. Brother Lu, you're amazing! Coco exclaimed in admiration. Luin smiled and swept his gaze across the crowd, pausing on Hui Day Knight's face for a moment. Hui Day Knight awkwardly turned his head away. Silver beamed as he walked up to Luin. You're amazing. You're barely on par with me when I used 30% of my strength. Luin disdainfully replied, I only used 20% of my strength. I only used 10% of my strength to defeat that guy with 3 swords. I didn't even use 10%. Everyone else was bewildered. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyun walked over, and the crowd unconsciously made way for her. She looked at Luin seriously, her eyes still filled with disbelief. How was the first strike? Luin thought for a moment. It was swift and fierce. What about the second strike? Lu Xiaoyun continued to ask. Luin blurted out, it covered a large area and had a strong attack. Then, what about the third strike? Lu Xiaoyun stared at Luin. Luin smiled back at her. Lu Xiaoyun was disappointed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Luin smiled. Madame Nayland saved my life, so I can tell you about the third strike. He paused for a moment as everyone stared at him. I didn't feel anything from the third strike. Everyone else was stunned, as they didn't understand. Only Lu Xiaoyun stared at Luin in a daze and bitterly said, so there really are geniuses like you in this universe who are immune to the third strike. You might be the Day Knight clan's nemesis. This shocked Hui Day Knight, and he turned to look at Luin in confusion. Why would he be immune to the third strike of the sword sect be the Day Knight clan's nemesis? Luin knew what Lu Xiaoyun meant. The Day Knight clan's battle techniques all had the same spirit-destroying effect as the third strike. If Luin was truly immune to spirit-destroying attacks, then the Day Knight clan's battle techniques would just be ordinary techniques to him. Of course, even though he knew this, he didn't show it. He just looked at Lu Xiaoyun in confusion. Lu Xiaoyun looked at Luin deeply. Be careful of the Night King clan. She then turned and left. Luin exhaled. Perhaps he had made a mistake, as he shouldn't have been completely ineffective against Lu Xiaoqiu's third strike. If even Lu Xiaoyun thought that he was the Day Knight clan's nemesis, then what about the Day Knight clan itself? He couldn't help but recall the scene when he had first entered the Day Knight clan's inheritance corridor and the name at the top of the stone tablet outside, Night King Zhenwu. He had a feeling that this was a mountain that he had to cross. Just as Luin was about to rest, his expression changed. He walked out of the Trial Zone mountain and arrived at the Trial Zone entrance, where he bowed respectfully to the Trial Master. Mentor, you were looking for me? The Trial Master opened his eyes, and a trace of surprise appeared on his aged face. You were able to defeat an inheritor of the Sword Sect's 13 swords. Kid, you're quite astonishing. Luin modestly replied, I was just lucky. He wasn't able to use the fourth strike. The Trial Master smiled and shook his head. It wasn't that he wasn't able to use it, but that you destroyed it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Trial Master looked at Luin seriously. When you attacked him, you deliberately destroyed the iron sword that he created with his star energy, but you didn't completely destroy it. You were waiting for the moment when the iron sword couldn't withstand his strength and would disrupt his aura, which would then allow you to deal the fatal blow. Am I right? Luin smiled. I can't hide anything from you, Mentor. The Trial Master smiled. Kid, you're very smart. Not only did you do that during the battle, but you also didn't reveal that technique. Lu Yin's heart trembled. He had long since guessed that these mentors would be able to see through the serious art. The Rainmaster and Sandmaster had both vaguely mentioned it before, and the crazy headmaster had even helped him simulate the ninth star. However, this was the first time that the trial master had mentioned it, and he had even mentioned it directly. Please give me some pointers, mentor. The trial master looked at Luin seriously. I don't know where you obtained this technique, but regardless of whether it's the right or wrong path, it has nothing to do with us. I just want to remind you that this technique came from an extremely terrifying sect. That sect's strength is even greater than the sword sect's. Luin was shocked. He knew that the serious technique was not simple, but it had actually surpassed the sword sect. The sword sect was the sect at the helm of the Innerverse's #1 flow zone and could be considered the strongest sect in the human domain. What sect could surpass it? The average person cannot see the serious technique, but through the live broadcast, there will definitely be people in the entire universe who will discover traces of this technique. You did the right thing by not revealing it, but the next few opponents you will face will all be very powerful. You will have to make a choice beforehand. Do you want to reveal this technique and fight for your chance of victory, or do you want to keep it hidden and fight head-on? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had considered this question before, but he had not come to a decision. Mentor, what will happen if that sect discovers that I know this technique? The trial master's lips curled up. You want to know if Astral 10 will protect you? Luin felt awkward. The trial master continued, I can tell you that Astral 10 will definitely protect you. Not just Astral 10, but the entire Astral Combat Academy will protect you. Luin relaxed. That's good. But they definitely won't be able to protect you. The trial master changed the topic and spoke in a strange tone. Luin was stunned and looked at the trial master, not knowing what to say. That sect is called the Sirius sect, and it's one of the strongest sects in the entire human domain. You've experienced the power of the Sirius technique, so you should understand how terrifying it is. Who do you think can stop it? Any random elder from that sect can sweep through the innerverse and outerverse, so don't expect anyone to protect you, the trial master said casually. Luin was helpless. I understand, mentor. I won't reveal this technique. The trial master looked at Luin and raised a finger. Next match. As long as you don't reveal it in the next match, you don't have to worry. Why? Luin was confused. The trial master closed his eyes and began to rest. Luin was confused. What was so special about the next match? He did not understand, but he shook his head and did not think too much about it. He stepped into the trial zone mountain and waited for the 7th match to draw lots. At the same time, in Astral 3, Night Queen Xianxia was bowing to the young man on the screen, not even daring to raise her head. Remember, think of a way to deal with that, Luin. Someone who is immune to the sword sect's third sword should not exist. I've already spoken to those old fellows from the Astral Combat Academy. Your next opponent's next match. Night Queen Xianxia firmly replied, yes. Are you confident? The man asked Night Queen Xianxia. Night Queen Xianxia's gaze turned cold. I've already cultivated the Night King's body, so he'll definitely lose. The man nodded in satisfaction. The sword sect's third sword deals extreme damage to one's mind, while the Night King's body deals extreme damage to one's physical body. He might be immune to the third sword, but he won't be able to resist the Night King's body. The next battle will be the final battle, and I want you to beat him until his mind collapses. Night Queen Xianxia clenched her fists. Yes. Soon, the 7th round of the drawing of lots was about to begin. The plains were restored once again, and even the peak was perfectly reconstructed. However, it was not within the plains, but outside the plains. The battle below was too intense, and destroying the plains was a common occurrence. The mentors were not stupid. What's the point of having that peak? It's an eyesore. Some students were dissatisfied. Someone beside him said, that's a benchmark. Only the winner can climb up. This is an example that the Academy has set up for all the students, and it's also for the countless people in the universe to see. To put it bluntly, he's just showing off. Big Pal popped out of nowhere and interjected. On the peak, one figure after another appeared. Of the top 8, aside from Grandine Mavis, the rest were all student leaders from their respective academies. So many genius powerhouses had appeared, but 7 of the 10 student leaders had remained. The Astral Combat Academy was very satisfied with this result. Of course, the inevitable battles between the student leaders were about to begin. The first battle was between Starsabil and Fengxiang. When Fengxiang saw that his opponent was Starsabil, his face immediately turned bitter. He had plenty of battle experience, and he was not afraid of anyone. He even dared to fight Lu Xiaoqiu, but he did not know where to begin against Starsabil, as he had no idea how to attack her. Starsabil smiled at Fengxiang. I don't recall that we've ever fought before. This is our first time. Fengxiang was speechless. If I'd known that I would be facing you in this battle, I would have pestered you for 10 or even 100 rounds. Starsabil smiled. Battle experience is useless against me, because my attack is based on divination and seeing the future. Fengxiang rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would believe that. Soon, the battle between the two began on the arena plains. Lu Yin and the rest stared at the arena below, all of them looking at Starsabil. What secrets did her attack hold? Not long after, everyone was shocked to see that all of Fengxiang's attacks had missed. Even if he used his domain to cover the entire arena plains in an attempt to suppress Starsabil, it was useless. Starsabil really seemed to be able to predict the future, and she was always able to dodge his attacks before he did, causing his attacks to miss. Not long after, Fengxiang's face paled. Starsabil was clearly right in front of him, but he could not hit her. This feeling was so stifling that he wanted to vomit blood. Hey, can't you just hit me twice? Fengxiang could not help but shout. Starsabil smiled. Sure. She then fluttered towards Fengxiang. Fengxiang pressed down with his palm. Whirlwind Slash, which had defeated Xia. Now that he was facing Starsabil, Fengxiang did not hold back at all. He slapped out with his palm, and a spinning wind blade tore through the void in an all-encompassing attack. However, the result was still the same. The wind blade pierced through Starsabil and landed on the ground, creating a giant crater in the arena plains. It's not over yet. Fengxiang flipped his hand and sent out another palm. This time, there was not just one whirlwind slash, there was another in his palm. However, Starsabil still managed to dodge it. This time, however, she did not completely avoid it. Instead, she brushed past Fengxiang. The arena fell silent as everyone stared in shock at Fengxiang's slowly dissipating body. A chill ran down their spines. Just how had she attacked? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as he still could not understand. This woman was not fast, but she had been able to easily dodge Fengxiang's extremely fast attack. He had clearly not seen her attack method, but she had still been able to instantly kill Fengxiang. What was going on? Han Chong and Night Queen Yanqing were similarly puzzled. Starsabil was just too mysterious. Outside the arena plains, Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes flickered as he stared at Starsabil. Out of all the students, he was the only one who had felt a trace of an attack intent. It was very similar to the third swords, but it was even more obscure. It was no wonder why the Sword Sect's headmaster had said that Lu Xiaoqiu's main opponent in the Astral Combat Tournament would be Starsabil. This woman was definitely the best opponent for the third sword. It was a pity that Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere. As he thought about this, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze swept towards Gao Feng. Lu Yin frowned, but he suddenly felt Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze on him. He turned around, and the two stared at each other. In that instant, Lu Yin seemed to have thought of something, and he looked back at Starsabil. Could her attack be similar to the third sword? Starsabil returned to her seat on the high peak and smiled at the crowd. She appeared very mysterious. Lu Yin retracted his thoughts, as it was possible. That spiritual force attack was invisible and formless. Based on Starsabil's mysteriousness, it was possible for her to use such a move. It was both useful and grand. It was a pity that Lu Yin only knew the day-night punch, which was not very useful. Soon, the second opponent appeared, Han Chong and Lu Xiaoyun. Han Chong was also very mysterious, and his battle with Xia Yi was especially puzzling. Hua Hua's battle style was clearly very gentle, but it had become unfathomable. Many people looked at Lu Xiaoyun, as they did not know how far she could push Han Chong. At this point in the competition, everyone's bottom line is pretty much clear. "You're not my opponent," Han Chong said calmly on the arena plains. Lu Xiaoyun gripped her sword hilt tightly. "At the very least, we need to know the difference in strength." Han Chong casually waved his hand. "Everyone calls me the art saint, so I'll paint a vast landscape for you to destroy." He then used his star energy to draw a picture in front of him. Mountains, rivers, forests, thatched cottages, and more formed a landscape painting that used star energy as ink. Lu Xiaoyun gripped her sword hilt tightly, and a shockwave spread out from beneath her feet that gradually covered the entire arena plains. This was her domain, a world of the sword, and her attack range covered the entire arena plains. Han Chong's landscape painting grew wider and wider until it also covered the entire arena plains. As the endless rain of swords rained down, countless cracks appeared in the void as they collided with the landscape painting. The scene before everyone's eyes warped, and even though the void had been shattered, the landscape painting was still able to hold it in place, blocking the countless spatial cracks. This scene was quite spectacular, as the attack that covered the entire arena plains was enough to easily crush an area master. In an instant, the arena plains that had been repaired shattered once again. Lu Ying frowned. Lu Xiaoyun's attack range was very large, and she was trying to use it to make up for the difference in speed. Unfortunately, her attacks were too scattered, and while each attack was enough to instantly kill an area master, they were not strong enough to seriously injure a realm master. This kind of power could not even compare to Lu Xiaoqiu's first sword. It was no wonder why she was so far away from the sword sect. Although she was Lu Xiaoqiu's older sister, everyone in the sword sect would compare her to Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu frowned as well, as this endless rain of swords made him feel rather uncomfortable. This sister of his had chosen the wrong path. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyun slashed at Han Chong. Many people suddenly thought of Tu Bo, who had been instantly killed by this attack. This attack was an imitation of the 13 swords. Han Chong's eyes flashed, and he waved a hand, summoning a tall mountain from the landscape painting. It was instantly split apart, but Lu Xiaoyun's attack was also cancelled out. "Not a bad attack, but it's useless against me," Han Chong commented. Lu Xiaoyun sheathed her sword. "I've lost." With that, she left the Life-Seek realm. She had used all of her strength, but Han Chong had not done much. The difference between them was obvious. In the first 2 battles, 2 academy leaders had been defeated, and the third battle was between Grandine Mavis and Dao Bo. Many people looked towards the peak, where there were only 2 people left, Lu Ying and Night Queen Yanqing. The scene was very similar to the previous battle, and Lu Ying was also in the last battle. Night Queen Yanqing was not surprised, as that person had already informed her of the outcome. She had also analyzed Lu Yin's power level and simulated it multiple times, and she was certain to win. Lu Ying glanced at Night Queen Yanqing. Was this a coincidence? He had actually gone up against someone from the Night King clan. Lu Xiaoyun had warned him to be careful of the Night King clan. Could this be a test? On the plains, Grandine Mavis clenched her fists. Her green robes were very eye-catching. Dao Bo felt helpless. Of all the opponents, the Mavis family was the last person he wanted to face. He was a lockbreaker, and his control and understanding of star energy surpassed everyone else. He was confident that he could even put up a fight against Han Chong, but the Mavis family was an exception. They relied purely on brute strength, and their strange strength made it impossible for Dao Bo to unleash his full strength. Outside the plains, many of the Academy's lockbreakers sighed. Dao Bo's strength was undeniable, and he had even defeated Mira, who had been in the same batch as him. He was a monster, but he had chosen the wrong opponent. The Mavis family could be considered the nemesis of lockbreakers. "Bring it on!" Grandine shouted loudly as she punched Dao Bo. Dao Bo was speechless. He did not like this sort of opening speech. It would have been great if he could have fought against Xiao Luo, as it would have been a battle between 2 civilized people. It would have been very elegant, but this woman in front of him made him feel as if he had returned to the wilderness. He hurriedly dodged, but a huge crater appeared where he had been standing. Several loud booms followed as the crater grew larger and larger, and a shockwave even swept towards him. Dao Bo sighed. When his feet touched the ground, the entire world changed, turning into a silver-gray color. Terrifying undulations swept through the plains as he used his domain to suppress Grandine. Within his domain, Grandini's every move was being monitored by Dao Bo. The strength of her punches, the trajectory of her movements, and even the direction in which she dodged could not be hidden from Dao Bo. If Grandini wanted to defeat Dao Bo with her current strength, it would be impossible. Fortunately, she had battle force. The next moment, a tyrannical purple battle force soared into the sky, shocking everyone. It was four-lined battle force. Dao Bo looked at Grandini's eyes that were filled with battle intent and felt rather helpless. He raised a hand and admitted defeat. Grandini was just about to charge over and fight when she was choked by Dao Bo. She was furious. "Are you a man? Why are you admitting defeat so quickly?" Dao Bo sighed. "The Mavis family has comprehended four-lined battle force, so my attacks cannot break through their defenses. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me either. Your attacks cannot even touch me. Then why are you admitting defeat?" Grandini was dissatisfied and eager to fight. Dao Bo was helpless. "Neither of us can win against the other. A man does not fight with a woman. I admit defeat." "You're looking down on women? You're courting death." Grandini charged forward once more, punching him in the face. Luin looked up at the sky. This scene was very familiar. Back during Astral 10's freshman tournament, Lulu had beaten Schutz up like this and forced him to apologize to her. Dao Bo immediately left the Life-Seek realm, causing Grandini's punch to miss. She felt very uncomfortable. Although she appeared to be more refined than Lulu on the surface, the Mavis family would never be able to change some of their bad habits, such as their belligerence. As she thought about it, Grandini's gaze swept over the peak, and when she looked at Luin, her purple battle force became even more vigorous. Luin laughed, stood up, and looked at Night Queen Yanqing. "It's our turn." Night Queen Yanqing stood up and stared coldly at Luin. "Let me remind you that it's best if you don't admit defeat. Otherwise, the Night King clan will teach you the meaning of despair." Lu Yin's smile faded, and his tone turned icy. "Is that so? It seems like you're targeting me." "The Night King clan doesn't need to target anyone. It's hard to find an opponent who's qualified to be crushed by me. I just don't want this to end too quickly." Night Queen Yanqing took a step forward and appeared on the plains. Lu Yin's expression darkened. The Night King clan, the Night King clan. This clan had been involved with him from the very beginning. Earth's Qingyu, Umbral Butterfly Weaves Shui Day Night, Astral 10's Hui Day Night, and now Night Queen Yanqing. He really did have some fate with this clan. "Brother Lu, don't mind her. That's just her temper. She's a woman, and there will always be a few days when she feels uncomfortable." Fengshang appeared and shamelessly sat on the peak. The other defeated academy leaders had not returned, he was the only one who had. Starsabil looked at Fengshang. "What did you say?" Fengshang was embarrassed. "Well, I didn't say anything, haha." Starsabil looked at Luin, but she did not say anything. Luin took a step forward and appeared on the plains, facing Night Queen Yanqing. Many people believed that the champion of this astral combat tournament would be decided, but in reality, this was already the final battle, and only a few people knew about it. If the sword sex Lu Xiaoqiu was not very famous, then the Night King clan was different. Their signature black and white hair with a strand of gray in the center was the Night King clan, the most powerful clan in the entire universe. Regardless of whether it was the outerverse or the innerverse, the Day-Night clan was extremely terrifying and had countless legends. In the Great Yu Empire, Hua Xiaoling, Jenny Anna, Geraldine, Jerlin, Eddie, and the others who had fought against Qingyu all stared with wide eyes. The final battle on Earth was still fresh in their minds, and Qingyu's strength had shocked everyone. Back then, it had been Luin who had defeated him, and the process had been extremely difficult. No one had expected Luin to face this clan again in the blink of an eye. Night Queen Yanqing was not Qingyu. Qingyu had climbed up the ranks as a member of the Day-Night clan, but Night Queen Yanqing had been born as a Night King. The cultivation resources and battle techniques that she had obtained were not something that Qingyu could compare to. No one had directly experienced the battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Luin, but when they faced Night Queen Yanqing, they felt a chill run down their spines. The words Night King clan were enough to describe everything. The two stood across from each other on the plains without moving. Luin stared intently at Night Queen Yanqing's eyes, as he had not forgotten how Sharon had been instantly petrified. That was Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift, and if he could not break it, then he would not be able to stop her. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up into a charming smile, and her gaze became arrogant. A strand of purple flickered, causing Lu Yin's scalp to tingle. His four-lined battle force covered his body, but it had been a close call. A strange undulation had been blocked by the four-lined battle force and isolated outside his body. Even so, a layer of the four-lined battle force had been shaved off, causing it to dim. Many people were shocked. Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift was so terrifying that it sent chills down their spines. A single glance was enough to weaken four-lined battle force. Let's see how long you can last, Night Queen Yanqing said disdainfully. She had simulated her battle with Lu Yin several times. Although this person was strong and fast enough to dodge the first sword of the 13 swords, could he be faster than her gaze? Her innate gift of purple eyes just so happened to be the bane of speed, and this person had no chance of winning against her. Lu Yin frowned and disappeared with flash. He tore through the void and charged straight towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's purple eyes swept back and forth, not leaving Lu Yin for even a moment. This caused his four-lined battle force to continuously weaken. Once it disappeared, he would be petrified and suffer the same fate as Sharon. This was a battle that had no solution, and Lu Yin had to fight for time. He could either defeat Night Queen Yanqing before his four-lined battle force completely disappeared, or he could wait to be petrified. Lu Yin chose the first option, which was to forcefully endure Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift of purple eyes and charge towards her. He raised his palm and used a 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm, which caused the void to collapse. He pressed down with his palm, which was comparable to the second sword of the 13 swords. He did not believe that Night Queen Yanqing could easily block it. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned cold, and her purple eyes flickered. She stood in place and suddenly looked up as purple battle force erupted from beneath her feet. Night King Technique, Night King Fist. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. Four-lined battle force? Boom. The ground caved in as a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, tearing apart the energy barrier that separated the planes. Fortunately, the mentors had set up a second barrier, or else the shockwave would have instantly killed many of the students. Night fell, and the Night King Fist changed the weather, leaving only one fist in Lu Yin's eyes. He stared closely at the Night King Fist. It was very familiar, very familiar. When he had first come into contact with the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone, he had seen this exact fist. It was from this fist that he had comprehended the Day-Night fist, and Night Queen Yanqing had used an even stronger Night King fist. Day and night alternated, tearing apart a person's spiritual force. This was the peak of Night Queen Yanqing's four-lined battle force. Although the might of this fist could not compare to the third sword of the 13 swords, it was very close, and even Xianxia was moved. Bang, bang, bang. More than 10 explosions rang out as the 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm collided with the Night King fist. The explosion caused the entire area to collapse, and spatial cracks appeared one after another, sucking in the smoke and dust. Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing shuttled through the spatial cracks and clashed head-on. He had originally thought that Night Queen Yanqing would combine the Day-Night clan's battle techniques with her innate gift to deal with him, but he had not expected her to be proficient in battle force. Her physical body was also terrifyingly powerful, even surpassing Chao Ji's. Bang! There was a loud explosion as he grabbed onto Night Queen Yanqing's fists and slammed them into the ground. Night Queen Yanqing's purple eyes stared at him as she continuously whittled away at his four-lined battle force. You really are immune to my Day-Night clan's battle techniques. Tell me, what's your innate gift? Lu Yin's knee slammed into Night Queen Yanqing, but she raised her long, white legs to block Lu Yin's kick. Your four-lined battle force won't be able to last much longer. You're dead. Is that so? Let's try again, Lu Yin growled and let go of Night Queen Yanqing's fists. He pulled his right hand back, causing his muscles to swell as an intense pain spread through his nerves. He gritted his teeth and growled, 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm. Night Queen Yanqing was stunned. Impossible. There was a thump as Lu Yin's right elbow sent shockwaves through the void. He struck out with his palm and sent Night Queen Yanqing flying out of the ground. 17 explosions rang out from her body, and her four-lined battle force almost shattered. Night Queen Yanqing spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned deathly pale as she floated in the air. Lu Yin slowly rose into the air as he panted heavily. His right arm was dripping with blood. The 9 stacks, 17-fold. Shockwave palm was practically the limit of his right arm, and it would be difficult for him to unleash a similar attack in his current state. In front of their screens, everyone was silent as they watched without blinking. This battle had already caused everyone's blood to boil. Who would emerge victorious in a clash of four-lined battle force? In a dark room in the Innerverse, a youth swirled his wine glass as he stared at a screen. His black and white hair was breathtaking, and a single strand of gray hair hung down to his shoulders. Behind the youth, Lu Xiaoge was also staring at the screen. He looked at Lu Yin with a twinkle in his eyes, and there was a strange glint in the depths of his eyes. In the sky above the plains, Night Queen Yanqing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her charming purple eyes turned cold as they swept over Lu Yin. Your physical body's strength has exceeded my expectations. 17-fold shockwave palm is something that even an explorer can't achieve. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. You're not bad either. You actually managed to survive. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up into a smile as she arrogantly looked down at Lu Yin. Hold on? Aunt, who gave you the guts to speak so arrogantly? I thought that I could finish you off, but now it seems that I have no choice but to use that move. Open your eyes wide, Aunt, and I'll show you what a Night King is like. This is a battle technique that only Night Kings can comprehend, Night King's body. With a low growl, a gray stream of air spread out and enveloped Night Queen Yanqing's body, gradually fusing with her four-lined battle force. Immediately after, a gale swept out in all directions, crushing the ground and distorting the void. Countless people watched on nervously. What battle technique was this? Was it a Night King clan battle technique? Outside the plains, Chilean Day Knight's eyes burned with passion. The Night King's body was an extremely powerful battle technique that only the Day Knight clan could comprehend. It could raise one's physical strength by a level, and this level was equivalent to an increase of one's battle force. In other words, Night Queen Yanqing possessed 5-lined battle force at this moment. Many of the great powers who were familiar with the Night King clan sighed in amazement. Every time a Night King clan battle technique was used, it would shock everyone. The Night King's body was quite famous, but there were very few people who could successfully cultivate it. No one had expected Night Queen Yanqing to succeed. In the Sword Sect, a white-robed elder exclaimed, "The Night King's body. I never thought that a little girl would be able to cultivate it. It's comparable to the third sword of the 13 swords, and it's a battle technique that can overwhelm those of the same level. This little brat is immune to the third sword, but I wonder if he can withstand the Night King's body, which is on the same level as the third sword." At this moment, Star Sibyl, Han Chong, and Grand Aini all had solemn expressions. They could all sense Night Queen Yanqing's strength. This woman had hidden her strength well. From the moment Night Queen Yanqing had displayed the Night King's body, she had already reached the same level as Star Sibyl, Han Chong, and Lu Xiaoqiu. In the eyes of many who understood the 13 swords, Lu Yin had only been able to defeat Lu Xiaoqiu because of his special constitution. This constitution allowed him to be immune to the third sword, but it was not an offensive power. It could be said that Lu Yin's strength had not been accepted, and even Grand Aini Mavis had not been accepted. This year's Astral Combat Tournament's true powerhouses were Star Sibyl, Han Chong, Night Queen Yanqing, and Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as he could sense that Night Queen Yanqing's power was rapidly rising. Her power was as deep as the ocean, but it was also as indestructible as a mountain. Don't admit defeat because you're afraid. Otherwise, I'll personally go to Astral 10 and crush you. Night Queen Yanqing's voice was cold as her body suddenly vanished. The next moment, Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as the scene in front of him rapidly receded. His entire body had been smashed into the ground by an enormous force. This force had shattered his four-lined battle force and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Night Queen Yanqing stood on the plains and looked down. She did not know how deep Lu Yin had sunk into the ground. She raised her head and swept her gaze across the plains. She saw Lu Xiaoqiu, Star Sibyl, Han Chong, and everyone else, and she smiled. This was the power of the Night King's body, which was comparable to 5-lined battle force. A single strike was enough to crush an ant. In front of his screen, Undying Yushan sighed. The Night King clan was too terrifying. On Earth, Zhou Shan and the rest clenched their fists as they watched the screen nervously. Luin had actually been knocked into the ground, and this battle boded ill for him. More than 1 billion Earthlings were silent as they anxiously watched the screen. In the city in the sky, San Dios, Wendy Yushan's eyes flickered as she gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. She felt that Night Queen Yanqing's arrogant expression was an eyesore. In Astral 10 space station, Madame Nalan put down her wine glass. Can the Night King's body survive in space? A shadow appeared behind her and answered in a low voice, anyone who hasn't become an explorer can't survive in space. The Night King's body can raise Night Queen Yanqing's battle force to the level of 5-lined battle force, but it can only allow her to stay in space for a slightly longer period of time. It's still not enough to survive, and this period of time is very short. Are there no examples of anyone below the explorer realm surviving in space? Madame Nalan was curious. Rumor has it that the 10 arbiters were able to kill explorers in space when they were limiters. However, rumors are just rumors, and they have never been proven. Madame Nalan frowned. The 10 arbiters, it was the 10 arbiters again. After the great changes in the universe, the 10 arbiters were like monuments to the younger generation. Their every move could be compared, but no one could truly compare. Since Night Queen Yanqing's current strength was not enough to survive in space, then what about Luin? Madame Nalan had not forgotten the shock she had felt when she saw that Luin was still alive. On the plains, Night Queen Yanqing stood proudly on her own. She exerted some force with her feet, causing a layer of light to flash across her long, white legs, and the ground to explode. Get out here. She pressed down with a powerful shockwave in an attempt to force Luin out. Everyone watched nervously, as the outcome of the battle was about to be revealed. Underground, Luin let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. He had thought that he would not need to reveal himself, as only the 10 arbiters had been able to reach this stage in the history of the Astral Combat Tournament. But now, it seemed that he could no longer suppress her. It was a pity that he could not use the Sirius Palm. Otherwise, the 9 stars of the Sirius Palm combined with his 4-lined battle force would not be any weaker than the Night King's body. Forget it, this was also good. He would be able to put a shocking end to this year's Astral Combat Tournament. As he thought about it, his eyes trembled. His 4-lined battle force, which had collapsed, reappeared once again. Purple battle force spread out from the cracks in the ground, creating a purple halo that distorted the void. Night Queen Yanqing was disdainful. 4-lined battle force could not even withstand a single attack from her. Countless people frowned as they watched. Was this still 4-lined battle force? In all of the previous tournaments, 4-lined battle force users were considered the strongest. However, things had changed in this tournament, and 4-lined battle force users were nothing more than foils. Suddenly, a dark golden light flickered and shot into the sky, dyeing the sky a dark gold and dispelling the shocking purple. Everyone stared blankly. That was 5-lined battle force? Starsabil and the others narrowed their eyes, and they subconsciously took a step forward. They looked down at the ground in disbelief. How was this possible? 5-lined battle force was something that only the 10 arbiters had been able to achieve back in the Astral Combat Academy. Night Queen Yanqing's body trembled, and she unconsciously took a few steps back. Beneath her feet, the dark golden light shone with a dazzling brilliance. High up in the sky, more than 10 mentors appeared, including Astral 10's Sandmaster. They all looked on in shock. After the 10 arbiters, another 5-lined battle force has appeared. This kid's talent is no less than that of the 10 arbiters. Another 10 arbiters candidate. In front of their screens, countless people were shocked, including space-exploring powerhouses. Battle force was very difficult to comprehend, and only top-notch institutions like the Astral Combat Academy could produce battle force users one after another. In the entire Innerverse and Outerverse, anyone who could comprehend battle force was considered an elite. Even space-exploring powerhouses who had comprehended battle force would find it difficult to achieve 5-lined battle force, as it was the mark of a powerhouse. Any space-exploring powerhouse who could comprehend 5-lined battle force could easily crush others of the same level. Now, however, a melder had actually comprehended five-lined battle force and possessed such a shocking color. Luin stepped out of the ground with a calm expression. He had experienced 2 near-death disasters on Driftcharge planet. The first time, he had used the arcane art of life and death to raise his battle force to 3 lines. The second time, he had unconsciously circulated the arcane art of life and death in outer space, which had raised his battle force to 5 lines. Even now, Luin found it hard to believe that he had been able to reach this step, but the arcane art of life and death was just that mysterious. He was grateful to that elder from Driftcharge planet. If not for that elder, he would have wasted his 2 near-death disasters. Now, his strength had transformed. The arcane art of life and death was the most mysterious technique. However, this technique was not something that could be cultivated. Luin did not know how to survive the first calamity, and he had almost become a piece of white meat. As for the second calamity, if not for the Nayland family's spacecraft coincidentally passing by, he would have definitely died. He did not want to experience that again. He clenched his right fist, and his purple battle force transformed into a brand that covered his entire body. Outside of this brand was a circle of dark golden lines that made his entire body appear dark gold. He could feel an incomparably terrifying strength. This was a strength that he had obtained at the cost of his own life. He would use this strength to end this year's Astral Combat Tournament. Not too far away, Night Queen Yanqing's pupils dilated as she stared in shock at Luin, who was slowly walking out of the ground. Her face was deathly pale. Impossible, how did you break through to 5-lined battle force? That's something only the 10 arbiters can do. You can't possibly do it. Luin looked at his own arm and then turned to face Night Queen Yanqing. At this moment, her innate gift of purple eyes did not affect him at all. Impossible? Then give it a try. I hope that you can withstand it. His body suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Night Queen Yanqing. His right hand appeared at her forehead, and he flicked his middle finger against her forehead. There was a soft thump, and a shockwave tore through the void as Night Queen Yanqing was sent flying. She felt dizzy, and she could barely see her surroundings. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he disappeared again. This time, he reappeared in the direction that Night Queen Yanqing had been sent flying. He pressed down with his palm, and there was a deafening boom as the ground was reduced to dust. Night Queen Yanqing was ruthlessly smashed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her clothes were torn apart, revealing her smooth stomach. Don't forget that you have the Night King's body, which is comparable to 5-lined battle force, Luin reminded her. Night Queen Yanqing, who had been smashed into the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. There was a sinister glint in her eyes, and she roared as she endured her heavy injuries and rushed out of the ground. She spat out another mouthful of blood as she glared at Luin. That's right, I have the Night King's body, which is comparable to 5-lined battle force. The victor is still unknown. She then charged at Luin. Night King Fist. Luin cracked his neck. This was the effect that he had been looking for. How could he train his 5-lined battle force without a suitable opponent? It would not be easy to increase his battle force, and he would have to experience battles. Night Queen Yanqing was the first suitable opponent for him to battle. Bang! 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 A glaring light flashed in the void as 2 figures collided with each other at a speed that no one could see. Their afterimages lingered high in the sky before gradually dissipating. Only Starsabil and a few others could see the real bodies of the 2, but even then, they could only see blurry shadows. Regardless of whether it was Night Queen Yanqing or Luin, they were both on the same level as Starsabil and Han Chong in terms of strength. No one dared to say that the 4 of them were the strongest. However, Starsabil and Han Chong's attacks were more focused on their domains and spiritual force, while Luin and Night Queen Yanqing's attacks were more focused on their physical bodies and battle force. These were 2 completely different combinations. Boom! A giant crack spread across the sky and tore through the second energy barrier that the mentors had set up. Fortunately, the mentors had appeared high up in the sky and blocked the shockwaves. Otherwise, some of the students would have died. Shockwaves blasted into the ground from high up in the sky. It was unknown how deep the ground had been blasted. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the ground and attacked the 2 people. No one had expected such a thing to happen. This was a fighting spirit that had been hidden in the depths of the earth. The previous battles had not affected it, but this battle had damaged the earth too deeply. The Black War Spirit used star energy to form a long staff that swept through the universe, causing the entire area to be filled with black staff shadows. This was a combination of a domain and a battle technique. High up in the sky, one of the mentors was shocked. This is the battle technique of Astral 2's leader from several hundred years ago. With a whoosh, Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing's figures flashed past the war spirit, causing it to freeze in place before collapsing and dissipating. The staff shadows that had filled the sky also disappeared. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Astral 2's student leader's war spirit couldn't even last a second. The difference in power was just too great. Bang bang! Lu Yin's left arm blocked Night Queen Yanqing's punch while his right hand grabbed her elbow. Is this your so-called Night King's body that's comparable to five-lined battle force? Night Queen Yanqing panted heavily as blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. She glared at Lu Yin fiercely. Lu Yin sneered, the Night King clan is only SOSO. Night Queen Yanqing bellowed and kicked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not even try to dodge, and instead, he slammed her into the ground with a palm and stared into her eyes. Night Queen Jinwu. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes narrowed. You've heard of the 10 Arbiters? Lu Yin was shocked. He's one of the 10 Arbiters? Night Queen Yanqing looked at Lu Yin and sneered. So you didn't know that Night King Jinwu is a rare genius of my Night King clan. He's one of the 10 Arbiters, and he's also my older brother. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, the universe's powerful Night King clan really did have one of the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin had only been curious about this person, but he had never expected to learn the name of one of the 10 Arbiters. Do you dare kill me? Do you dare to beat me? I'm a princess of the Night King clan, and I'm Night King Jinwu's younger sister, the younger sister of one of the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin looked at her with disdain. I thought that you were a powerhouse, but I didn't expect you to have a weak side. It's over. He then exerted some force with his palm. Not only did his 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm shatter the ground, but it also turned Night Queen Yanqing into dust. Everyone was silent as they watched Lu Yin slowly rise into the air. He had won this battle. Everyone from Astral 10 cheered. Wu De was so excited that he almost jumped up. There was hope that the newspaper would sell well, and he looked at Lu Yin fervently. This person had to be followed closely, he was a proper news producer. Starsabil and the others stared at Lu Yin deeply. It was only at this moment that they truly looked at this person and admitted that he was on the same level as them. High up in the sky, the dozen or so mentors looked at each other, their eyes still filled with shock. This year's Astral Combat Tournament had far exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, they had already decided to end the Astral Combat Tournament with this battle, as the top 4 were not suitable for them to reveal anything. In front of their screens, countless people in the universe stared at Lu Yin in shock. Melder, Astral 10, and 5-lined battle force. He was just too powerful. This person was just a minor character from the fringes of the outerverse, but he had accomplished something that even the heirs of the innerverse top powers could not. Who said that there were no miracles in the universe? The people on Earth were already cheering. They couldn't understand what was going on, but they knew how shocking this battle was. After all, it was a battle of the top 4. In San Dios, Wendy Yushan was similarly shocked. Lu Yin was only a melder, but once he broke through to become a leader or even an explorer, he would quickly rise to prominence and challenge the top 100 rankings. In a dark room in the innerverse, a wine glass shattered. Trash. Behind him, Lu Xiaoge stared at Lu Yin on his screen, and his eyes gleamed. In the Lifeseek realm, inside and outside the arena planes, all the students looked up at the sky. This was the first time that an Astral Combat Academy mentor had appeared. The Astral Combat Academy's teachings were very liberal, and the ported battles and trial zones were all controlled by the students themselves. The mentors would occasionally give guidance, and many students had never even interacted with the mentors before. Rather than calling them mentors, it would be more accurate to call them protectors of the Astral Combat Academy. All students, listen up. The following is a decision made by all of the Astral Combat Academy's mentors and the 10 Arbiters Council. The Astral Combat Tournament is temporarily over, and the Astral Combat Academy will respond to the call for a battlefield in the human domain. With the top 4 as the leader, the Astral Combat Academy will lead teams to the human domain's borders to contribute to the human domain. The time for the final battle will be announced at a later date. Then, he repeated the announcement. Many students were shocked. The Astral Combat Tournament had ended? Countless people cursed in front of their screens. The tournament had ended right after the top 4 had been decided. It was too disgusting. Luin sighed. It had ended. The trial master had reminded him that this was the final battle. As for when the Astral Combat Tournament's final battle would take place, that would be decided by the higher-ups. However, what about the rewards from the sponsors? He remembered that the Nayland family had donated a harmless sourcebox suitable for perceptive intermediate lockbreaking. It was said that there were also top-notch techniques and so on. Many people had come for this. Starsabil, Han Chong, and Grandini appeared on the plains and walked up to Luin. The final battle hasn't been decided yet. Let's use this time to improve ourselves, Starsabil said with a smile. Her voice was very gentle and comforting. Luin stretched his arms. The past few days have been too tiring. I should relax a little. Grandini sneered. Relax? Little brother, you probably haven't been to the astral battlefield before. Every day, space-exploring powerhouses die. Do you really think you can relax? Luin was shocked. We won't be going to the front lines, right? It's hard to say. With our strength, we're qualified to go to the front lines. At the very least, even explorers won't be able to defeat us that easily, Han Chong said. Starsabil looked at Luin and smiled. Let me remind you that Night Queen Yanqing is very petty. If you beat her, be careful of her revenge. She then waved and left the Lifeseek realm. Han Chong nodded. That's right. That woman is very petty. He then left as well. Grandini Mavis stared at Luin with a serious expression. Luin was surprised. Are you here to remind me as well? Grandini shook her head. Let me ask you a question. Go ahead. What's your relationship with Lulu? Luin was puzzled. What do you mean? Are we classmates or friends? Grandini was disappointed. I thought that you two were lovers. What a pity that I didn't get to see you two break up. Luin was speechless. What do you mean break up? Grandini laughed strangely. It's very difficult for the Mavis family to marry outsiders. What do you think? Luin rolled his eyes and left. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Xiao Luo and the rest had already left the trial zone mountain. Only Hui Day Knight was left behind, and he looked at Luin with a complicated expression. Luin looked at him and asked indifferently, What's the matter? Hui Day Knight shook his head and left the trial zone mountain. Luin seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly left the mountain to head towards Astral 10 space station. Unfortunately, the Nayland family's spacecraft had already left, and he didn't have time to bid farewell to Madame Nayland. A message came from his gadget, telling him to meet Old Kai at the treasury. Old Kai. Luin bowed respectfully in front of the treasury. Old Kai looked at Luin strangely. You're very surprising, kid. Luin smiled. I had a fortuitous encounter. Old Kai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. There's been a summons from the astral domain's borders. The top 4 will lead a team to train. Rest for a bit and you'll leave tomorrow. Luin was shocked. So soon? Old Kai rolled his eyes. This is a summons from the astral domain's borders. How can the military order not be fast? Did you think it was a mission? Where are we going? Luin asked. Erudite Flozone's border warfront, planet Conan. Old Kai then thought of something and tossed a cosmic ring to Luin. This is the reward for the top 4. You're lucky, kid. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he was just about to ask about the reward. There's no need to look. There's 500,000 star crystals and a harmless source box inside, Old Kai said enviously, his tone a little sour. The 500,000 star crystals were one thing, but Luin was more surprised by the harmless source box. Old Kai, who provided the source box? Luin had some guesses. Old Kai laughed strangely. The Nayland family. Speaking of which, kid, when did you get involved with that rich widow? This is the reward for the champion, but the Nayland family gave it to you. Madame Nayland's figure appeared in Lu Yin's mind, and his heart skipped a beat. When he saw old Kai's wretched mustache, he hurriedly said, "She's my savior. It's all thanks to her that I was able to return this time." Is that so? Forget it, your personal matters have nothing to do with the academy. However, I have to remind you that that woman has some connections to the sword sect. Take it easy, old Kai said. Luin didn't mind, as he already knew about this. Otherwise, Madame Nayland wouldn't have known about Lu Xiaoqiu and wouldn't have brought Lu Xiaoyun along. Her connections to the sword sect were deep, but that had nothing to do with Luin. Right, speaking of the sword sect, they sent a message yesterday saying that the sect leader is willing to accept you as a personal disciple. What do you think? Do you want to go? Old Kai asked. Luin was shocked. The sword sect leader? Personal disciple? Old Kai nodded, and his lips curled up as he stroked his mustache. That's right. You'll be the sect leader's personal disciple, and your status will be the same as Lu Xiaoqiu's. Luin was shocked. The sword sect was a colossus in the Innerverse that controlled the #1 flow zone, far surpassing myriad swords' peak. If he became a personal disciple, his status would be even higher than Wendy Yushan's, which was too tempting. Old Kai didn't mind, and he continued stroking his mustache as he glanced at Luin. Luin hesitated for a while before sighing. Forget it. The sword sect doesn't suit me. Old Kai was shocked. Kid, think carefully. That's the sword sect, the first flow zone sword sect. As long as you agree, you'll immediately become one of the most powerful figures in the Innerverse. A single word from you can even make an entire weave in the Outerverse submit to you. That's much more powerful than your King Zishan. Can you resist the temptation? Luin smiled bitterly. Old Kai, don't tempt me. It takes courage to refuse. Old Kai looked Luin up and down. Tell me the reason. It's simple. The sword sect doesn't suit me. They value me, and it's probably because my battle with Lu Xiaoqiu made me immune to the third sword. In reality, besides that, even if I've comprehended five-lined battle force, I'm still insignificant in front of a colossus like the sword sect. They even have 10 arbiters, and I'll just be a research subject. That kind of cultivation environment won't be beneficial to my progress, Luin explained. Old Kai praised him. Not bad, not bad. You're still able to resist such temptation. Kid, you've improved. Go and rest for a while. Someone will come to take you to the erudite flow zone tomorrow so that you can experience the Innerverse. It's completely different from the Outerverse. The scenery is completely different from the Outerverse. Luin left unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do about it. He really wanted to join the sword sect for the sake of his status, but it wasn't suitable for him to join at the moment. He could only wait until he had the strength to protect himself. Since the sword sect had extended an olive branch to him, it wouldn't be just this once. He would have to wait until he had the confidence to join. As soon as he left the treasury, he was stopped by Michelle. When are you going to do what you promised me? Luin felt awkward. He had promised to help her comprehend battle force when he had invited her to fight for a training ground, but he still hadn't fulfilled his promise. I'm sorry, but I have to go to the border tomorrow. How about you wait for me to come back? Michelle stared at Luin with obvious dissatisfaction. Luin sighed. I'm not trying to push you away, but I have to leave tomorrow. Michelle turned around and left. Luin wasn't interested in chatting with the students of Astral 10, so he found a random spot and started rolling his die. He had wanted to wait, but he had to leave tomorrow. Who knew if he would be monitored on the spacecraft? He had no choice but to roll his die now. He hadn't rolled his die in a long time, and he missed the moment when he took it out. Actually, he had tried it in the trial zones before. He could use other people's innate gifts, but he couldn't, which was very strange. He now had more than 597,500 star crystals on him, which was enough for him to use. He tapped the die and watched it spin rapidly. This scene was unfamiliar to him, but it made sense since he hadn't rolled his die since leaving Astral 10. When the die stopped spinning, it showed a -3. Luin was excited, it was actually a 3. This was very difficult to roll, and it had only appeared twice in his entire life. He hadn't expected it to appear on his first roll after such a long time. Wait, Luin muttered to himself. Could it be that the longer the time between rolls, the better the roll? 3 pips seemed to have been isolated by luck, and he had not been able to get it no matter how many times he had rolled it, especially when he had been in the Great Yu Empire's Imperial Palace. He had only managed to roll it after entering the time-stop space, and he could still remember the exhaustion he had felt. If it was true that the longer the time interval, the easier it would be to roll it, then that was a regular pattern. Looking at the 2 screens, Luin didn't even hesitate before tossing his formcast model onto the first one. The last time he had upgraded the formcast model, he had used over 10,000 crystals, but it had only decreased by a small amount. This time, he tossed in 290,000 crystals, causing the formcast model to rapidly descend until it finally landed on the next screen, where it reflected a bewitching light. Luin trembled as he took it and excitedly looked at the completely transformed formcast model. There was no mistaking it, this was a 5-stage formcast model. He actually had a 5-stage formcast model, which was enough to raise his formcast model to the Explorer realm. This formcast model was too precious, and he had never thought that he would be able to obtain it. Although upgrading the formcast model had cost him 300,000 crystals, compared to what he had obtained, it was simply too profitable. This kind of quintuple formcast model could not be bought even if one had the money. Luin absorbed the formcast model back into his body and looked at the 2 screens again. It seemed like there was nothing to upgrade for now, and he still had 300,000 crystals left. Would he roll 6 pips? He was looking forward to it, so he used another crystal to restore his die and rolled it again. The screen that had formed 3 pips disappeared, and the die spun rapidly before finally stopping at 4. Time stop space. The scenery changed, and Luin once again appeared in a familiar space. He took a deep breath and tossed out a large number of star crystals, changing the scenery around him into a picturesque landscape. Although it was all fictional, it was still comfortable to look at. He took out another 100,000 star crystals, crushed them, and began absorbing them. He wanted to reach the peak of the Melder realm. It had taken him 7 days to absorb 100,000 star crystals, but he still hadn't reached the peak. However, it had filled up a lot, and he estimated that another 100,000 would be enough. It had taken him 7 days to absorb 100,000 star crystals using the serious art, but now that he had 9 stars, the efficiency had increased by 100 times. It would take him less than 2 hours to finish absorbing them all. As he thought about it, the 9 stars revolved around his body, forming a perfect diagram of Sirius as he frantically absorbed the star energy, expelling the impurities as he did so. 2 hours passed quickly, and Luin had completely absorbed 100,000 star crystals. However, he still hadn't reached the peak of the Melder realm. Luin took a deep breath. The amount of star energy in his body seemed to far exceed that of others, but it didn't matter. He thought about it again and crushed another 100,000 star crystals. Another 2 hours passed, and the star energy in Lu Yin's body surged to the point that he could barely suppress it. He could feel the strength of a peak melder, and although it hadn't increased by much, sometimes a slight difference in strength could lead to a huge difference in strength. If he had been a peak melder in his battle with Night Queen Yanqing, then his 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm would have been even more destructive, and he might have been able to kill her. However, his current peak melder realm was just an illusion, there were too many impurities in his body. Luin closed his eyes and began expelling the impurities. 2 days passed, and the uncontrollable surge of star energy in his body dissipated. He opened his eyes and crushed another 100,000 star crystals. This time, he could completely reach the peak of the Melder realm. A day later, Luin left the time-stop space. Back in the real world, only a second had passed. He looked at his hands, he had finally reached the peak of the Melder realm after consuming more than 400,000 star crystals. If he hadn't used the serious art to absorb the crystals and had instead just absorbed the star energy in the universe, he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the peak of the Melder realm. Cultivation also depended on resources, and sometimes, resources were even more important than talent. Luine was beginning to understand the meaning of this saying. Nurturing an ordinary melder in the shortest amount of time required around 150,000 star crystals. This was a huge sum, at least for the outerverse. Even though there were countless planets in the outerverse, and some of them even produced star crystals, it was still difficult for the various powers to maintain this expenditure. It was no wonder why so many soldiers were only sentinels or seekers. This was only for nurturing melders. If they were nurturing lemeters, the expenditure would be 10 times greater, let alone explorers. There were two most difficult hurdles for explorers, one was star energy, and the other was breaking through. Luine had once asked Uncle Reuben about the difference between an explorer and a lemeter, and the old man had vaguely mentioned that explorers had different physiques compared to ordinary people. There was also a state called exhaustion. He hadn't gone into detail, but Luine knew that breaking through to the explorer realm wasn't that easy. Of course, there were still many explorers in the entire universe. Even if a civilization that had left the universe spent a lot of resources to nurture an explorer, the number of explorers in the human domain was still enough to scare people to death. And the place where the human domain's powerhouses suffered the most losses was the warfront. Luine turned on his gadget and searched for reports on the warfront, but aside from the general news, there was almost nothing else. However, he still managed to find some pictures, and through the pictures, he could feel the brutality of the warfront. Many of the pictures mentioned that the deceased had been explorers or even cruisers. He searched Planet Conan again, but there was no response. Luine put down his gadget and took out the harmless source box from his cosmic ring. He activated the Sirius art and also took out the giant Emperor's third eye. He stared at the source box and saw a boundlessly complex world. This was a world where star energy and various other types of energy mixed together. He had Karen's lock-breaking experience, so he could try to unlock this source box, but he didn't have time. Unlocking a source box would take too long, and there were too many uncertainties. Master Wuxing had once said that there was no such thing as a harmless source box, and any source box could cause death. Luine planned to take things one step at a time, and there was no need to be too radical. Right now, the most important thing was to rest and wait to go to the erudite flow zone. Beep beep beep. His gadget beeped, and Luine opened his eyes. It was time. When Luine arrived at Astral 10 space station, he saw a large warship with sinister weapons exposed. The ship's hull was engraved with the symbol of a bloodstained scroll, which was the symbol of the human domain's erudite border alliance. This was proof that this warship belonged to the erudite flow zone. No one came to greet him, and when the hatch opened, Luine walked in and saw Silver smiling at him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "You're going to the erudite border alliance as well?" Silver smiled. "That's right. You're my captain now." Luine shrugged. "We're just foot soldiers. You don't really think that I can be a captain, do you? You can be a small captain." Silver's smile was brilliant, and he seemed to be very satisfied with the journey. Luine looked around the interior of the warship. The decorations were simple, and there wasn't a single trace of extravagance. The patrolling soldiers all had stern expressions, and there was still a murderous aura around them. Luine had a feeling that every single one of them had been stained with blood. The two of them were brought to the lowest level of the dormitory by a soldier. "These will be your rooms until we reach the border. 2 people to a room." The soldier then left. Luine opened the door and walked in. The dormitory was very small, and after looking around, he randomly chose a bed and sat down. It wasn't bad. At that moment, the warship shook and activated. It left Astral 10 and headed straight into outer space. Silver casually laid down on the bed and smiled at Luine. "Are you disappointed, Captain?" "Why would I be?" Luine was puzzled. Silver smiled. "You're one of the top 4 students of the Astral Combat Tournament, and you're one of the top students of the Astral Combat Academy. Yet, you're assigned to the lowest level of the dormitory and squeezed in with these soldiers. Aren't you disappointed? Don't you feel like you've been treated coldly?" Luine laughed. "We're just students, not important people. Why would they give us special treatment? To soldiers, only the strong are worthy of respect. Aren't you?" The only people on this ship who can defeat you are probably explorers. How many explorers do you think there are on this ship? Silver's smile was very creepy, and Luin inexplicably recalled the rebellion that had occurred when he had traveled from Earth to the Great Yu Empire's capital star. He stared at Silver. What are you trying to do? Silver smiled. Captain, you're nervous. Luin suddenly reached out and grabbed at Silver. Silver's eyes suddenly opened, and they were filled with an endless chill. The butterfly knife suddenly flashed and streaked towards Lu Yin's neck, but he easily dodged it. Four-lined battle force appeared in his hand as he grabbed Silver. I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. Silver put away Butterfly. What did you say, Captain? Luin stared at Butterfly. Luin stared into Silver's eyes. I'm well aware of your background, and it won't be difficult for you to deal with a few explorers. However, you need to think about the consequences. If something happens to this spacecraft, countless important people in the human domain will pay attention to you, and everything about you will be exposed. Silver's lips curled up. So? You worked so hard to come to Astral 10 from the Great Yu Empire. It can't be just for this warship, Luin said coldly. Silver's eyes flashed coldly. If you know, then why do you still want to attack? Are you afraid? Lu Yin did not answer. He was indeed afraid of the Neo-Human Alliance's methods. It was a colossus. Captain, you're not worried about this spacecraft. You're worried about yourself, Silver suddenly said with a mocking gaze. The experience at the pirate port has left you traumatized. You're afraid that something will happen to this spacecraft and that you'll have to repeat that experience. Luin did not refute. Silver continued, you're also afraid that your innate gift will cause you to be targeted by us or even taken away by us. Luin looked at him for a while before letting go and sitting back down on the bed. Silver was astonished. You're not going to refute me? Luin looked up. What exactly is there in the Great Yu Empire that you want? Silver's eyes flashed. You're changing the topic. That's right, but I'm really curious. You guys are paying too much attention to the Great Yu Empire. In fact, it could even be said that you care too much about it. Your organization is indeed huge, but it can't easily nurture someone like you. You're definitely not at the bottom of the hierarchy in the Neo-Human Alliance, so I'm really curious as to what attracted you to the Great Yu Empire. Silver stretched lazily and lay down. There are many things that attract us. The food there is delicious, and I've told you before that I'm a gourmet. Luin smiled. This person had a flaw that even he didn't notice, and that was that whenever someone poked at his thoughts, he would unconsciously bring up the topic of food. Perhaps food was truly tempting to him, or perhaps it was the most peaceful part of his heart. However, the moment he started talking about food, Luin knew that he had guessed correctly. There was definitely something wrong with the Great Yu Empire. The two did not speak further as they listened to the occasional noise outside the door. It didn't take long for him to leave the dorm and head to the corridor, where he stared at the starry sky. The human domain's allied armies had come from all over the universe, including the innerverse and outerverse. In order to quickly gather troops, both the innerverse and outerverse had special wormholes for the allied armies to travel through. These wormholes were the military's express channels, and only the border armies could use them. After passing through the express channel, the warship arrived at the border between the innerverse and the outerverse in less than 2 days, where the Astral River was located. This was not Lu Yin's first time seeing the Astral River, but he was still amazed by its grandeur. The boundless Astral River was like a ribbon that separated the innerverse and outerverse. The interior of the Astral River was filled with all sorts of violent liquefied energies, as well as indescribably strange creatures that could easily kill space-exploring powerhouses. Only a giant ship that had been created by the entire human domain could traverse the Astral River. The Astral River arc traveled back and forth between the galaxies, and the person in charge of it was the Astral River Realm Envoy, Old Gouda. He remembered that Guer, who he had killed in the Tao of Purgatory, was Old Gouda's son. As the Astral River arc drew closer and closer, Lu Yin's gaze grew colder and colder. He would never forget that scene, it had been the same back then. The Astral River arc had slowly approached, but then it had suddenly stopped. Then, he had heard cries of despair and endless crimson. If not for old Guda deliberately delaying the Astral River arc, they would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Luin would definitely have his revenge. The Erudite Alliance's warship passed through the arc first, and behind it, a row of spacecraft boarded one after another. The arc was extremely large, and Luin could not figure out how the humans had built it. He did not look at it for too long and simply turned to leave. If he did, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would do something. Now was not the time. After passing through the Astral River, one would enter the Innerverse. The Innerverse and the Outerverse had completely different feelings. It was rumored that the deeper one ventured into the universe, the higher the chances of a powerhouse being born. Although this rumor could not be verified, the Innerverse was indeed much stronger than the Outerverse, which was why many Outerverse powerhouses wanted to enter the Innerverse. The Astral River covered the entire Innerverse, and its tributaries covered the entire Innerverse as well. The 8 largest flow zones were currently located in the Blazing Mist flow zone, and they circled around the edges of the Blazing Mist flow zone as they headed towards the Erudite flow zone. Not long after, just as the warship was about to leave the Blazing Mist flow zone, Luin saw a formless ripple spreading out in front of him. Outside the ripple was a giant spacecraft, and within the ripple was a rather ancient mechanical spacecraft. It was probably some civilization that had just made contact with the universe and was using the spacecraft to explore the universe. Inside the spacecraft, there were several figures constantly looking out, curiously sizing up the universe. This kind of spacecraft could not even land on nearby planets, let alone the giant spacecraft that was observing them through the ripple. This was the sorrow of a weak civilization. Perhaps to them, they were the only intelligent life forms in the universe. They were the center of the universe, but in reality, there were powerful civilizations observing them from just a few meters away. They were like pets trapped in a cage, allowing the advanced civilizations to observe them. They could not be seen or touched. Even the starry sky was fake. Captain, do you think that we're like them, trapped in a cage by a powerful civilization and being observed? Silver had walked over to Lu Yin's side at some point and asked with a grin. There was no answer to this question. Perhaps they were, and perhaps they weren't. Luin looked up. That's right. Could there be a pair of eyes right in front of him that could see him, but he could not see? The universe was too vast, and who could be sure that they were the most advanced civilization in existence? Just like the civilization within the ripple, they had walked out of the universe and believed themselves to be a highly intelligent life form. However, the more they explored, the closer they were to disaster. This civilization is very dangerous. Once they discover the truth, they won't be far from the planet's evolution trial, Silver said. This time, he did not smile. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched the spacecraft fly further and further away. The people there were still curiously looking out into the universe, but what they saw was fake. The Blazing Mist flow zone was one of the 8 largest flow zones in the Innerverse, and it was as large as several weaves in the Outerverse. The largest powers here were the Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, and the Sylvan Dragons. As the gatekeepers of the Innerverse, these 3 powers were considered the strongest in the Outerverse. No matter how large the Blazing Mist flow zone was, it would only take a single day to cross it. The express passage had greatly reduced the time needed to travel. Luin stopped looking at the sky and instead went to the training area. The battles in the trial zones were not real, and he needed to quickly adapt to the strength of his 5-lined battle force. The training area was huge, and nearly half of the thousands of soldiers on a single warship were training here. There were all sorts of training equipment, and there were even special training areas that simulated the external environment. Luin found the gravity training area, and there was a row of dozens of gravity training rooms. This place was different from the super-large spacecraft that he had traveled from Earth to the Great U Empire, where he could use the gravity training rooms as he pleased. This place was different, as the gravity multiplier varied from near to far. The soldiers could only choose the gravity training room that suited them, and it was impossible for them to casually determine the multiplier. Luin walked forward, and many soldiers around him looked at him and started discussing amongst themselves. He's one of the top students from the Astral Combat Academy and one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament. He's a powerhouse with 5-lined battle force. How terrifying. This kind of person can casually tear apart the space of an ordinary planet. He might even be able to tear apart the stable space of the Innerverse. He's too strong. Fatty, go test him out. Let's see who's stronger. Go to hell. Once he uses his battle force, you'll be crushed no matter how strong you are. Luin laughed. He liked spending time with soldiers, as that kind of simple yet firm relationship could only be found in the military. The military was the best place to foster trust. 110 times. Look, he's already outside the 110 times gravity chamber. Normal melders can withstand up to 60 times the normal gravity, and Lemeters can withstand up to 100 times the normal gravity. He's actually surpassed the limits of a Lemeter, and he's still moving forward, one of the soldiers exclaimed. Don't make a fuss. Didn't you watch the Astral Combat Tournament? The students who made it to the top 32 could easily tear apart space. Their physical bodies have long since surpassed a normal Lemeters, let alone someone with battle force. I estimate that he might be able to withstand 120 times the normal gravity, a tall soldier said. The surrounding soldiers gasped. No wonder so many people want to enter the Astral Combat Academy. They're not on the same level as us. Any one of their students could instantly kill all of us. We're not too bad. Those who can serve on the warships all use formcast models to enter the ranks of cultivators. Those wandering soldiers can't even compare to us. They're just cannon fodder on the battlefield. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Luin walked to the innermost gravity room and saw that the multiplier was 130. The last time he had been in the time-stop space, he had increased the gravity to 100-fold before he could even feel it. Based on his estimations, the maximum gravity he could withstand was around 110 times. However, that was only the strength of his physical body. If he added on his 5-lined battle force, he would definitely be able to withstand 150 times. However, the highest gravity he could currently withstand was 130 times, so he resolutely stepped into the time-stop space. Hey, there seems to be someone there. The captain's inside. The moment he stepped into the 130 times gravity room, Luin felt as if the world was collapsing around him. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were almost crushed. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him and pushed towards him. Luin immediately erupted with 5-lined battle force, and a dark gold palm shot out to meet the hand in front of him. There was a loud bang as the walls of the gravity room shattered and cracks appeared on the ground. The entire room sounded an alarm, and Luin took a step back and looked up to see a shocked middle-aged man. The 130 times gravity suddenly disappeared, and the door opened as a group of soldiers rushed in. What's all the commotion about? Get out, the middle-aged man shouted. All of the soldiers quickly saluted, yes, Captain. They then retreated like a receding tide. Immediately after, the 130 times gravity descended once more, and Luin once again felt the suffocating pressure. With the support of 5-lined battle force, Luin forcibly withstood the 130 times gravity and respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Student Luin greets Captain. The middle-aged man looked at Luin in admiration. I've seen you on the screen. You're very strong, and you're able to comprehend 5-lined battle force at your age. You flatter me, Captain, Luin politely replied. The middle-aged man nodded. You're welcome. The fact that you can speak means that 130 times gravity isn't your limit. However, it's close enough. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Luin nodded in agreement. Fortunately, he had already experienced 130 times gravity, or else he might have been seriously injured. The higher the gravity, the greater the pressure. He had underestimated it. Can you still walk? The middle-aged man smiled as he sized Luin up. Luin smiled and took a few steps. Although it was difficult, it was not a problem. The middle-aged man smiled. Even a normal explorer would find it difficult to withstand 130 times gravity, but you're a melder. It's incredible. I now understand why the 10 arbiters are so terrifying at such a young age. Based on your development, you won't be inferior to them in the future. I hope so. By the way, I'm not disturbing you, Captain, Luin said. The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm just warming up, so there's no need to disturb me. I thought that you had accidentally barged in and wanted to push you out. After all, no one else on this spacecraft can withstand 130 times gravity, but I forgot about you. Luin smiled but did not speak. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else and just continued warming up on his own. Luin looked at him enviously. As this man was able to move freely under 130 times the normal gravity, he was definitely not an ordinary explorer, and he must have undergone at least 4 body remodelings. Over the next few days, Luin trained in the 130 times gravity room and gradually suppressed his battle force to the level of 4-lined battle force. During this time, he occasionally chatted with the captain, but most of the time, it was just Luin listening while the captain spoke. They talked about the interstellar war. Luin was very eager to know more about these matters. The Starfield's border wars were humanity's greatest wars, and they had never stopped. After countless years, too many powerhouses had been buried at the border. I remember a genius from the Astral Combat Academy chatting with me 10 years ago, but it wasn't in the 130 times room. Instead, it was in the 110 times room. That young man was very strong, and I heard that he was even a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy. However, he never returned after going to the border and was buried in a foreign land. There was also a very beautiful girl who once chatted with me. She said that she was going to the border to gain experience and then go home to marry the man she loved. Unfortunately, before she could reach the border, she was destroyed by a giant beast that tore through the starry sky. I almost died that time. Border wars are cruel. No matter how talented or strong you are, there will always be 10,000 ways to kill you. Too many geniuses have been buried since ancient times, and to be honest, it's not wise for your Astral Combat Academy to send you to the border at this time. I don't know why Commander Shui agreed, but according to incomplete statistics, a third of the expelled students from the Astral Combat Academy are buried at the border, and a fifth of the graduating students are buried there. The one that left the deepest impression on me was when I went to pick up a young man more than 10 years ago. That young man was very passionate about battle, and he was also very simple and kind. I sent him to the border, and then... The middle-aged man paused. Luin was using one finger to support himself, and when he heard this, he asked, "He died too?" The man shook his head. "No, he became one of the 10 arbiters." Luin almost fell over when he heard this, and he looked at the man in shock. "You picked up one of the 10 arbiters?" The man smiled. "Of course. This warship is often used to pick up people." That young man was really terrifying, and he was able to do the same in the 150 times room. He was just a little too big, and his voice was too loud. It was jarring to the ears. "What's his name? What race is he from?" Luin asked curiously. Information about the 10 arbiters was too mysterious. Up until now, he only knew that there was someone from the sword sect who had comprehended the 13 swords and Night King Jinwu. Right, there was also a rumor that he was from the Phoenix family. He had heard from Big Pal that Hart was that person's younger brother. No one dared to mention the 10 arbiters' names, and Luin was becoming more and more curious about them. It was a pity that he had been dragged to the warfront right after the Astral Combat tournament ended. Otherwise, he would have definitely joined the Council of Astral Academy to learn more about them. The middle-aged man replied, "I can't tell you his name, as the 10 arbiters' names are taboo. I don't know his race either, but I do know one thing for sure. That person was truly terrifying. At the time, I had just become an explorer, but I still felt apprehensive whenever I faced him." Right, many people called him the War King. Luin frowned. War King? Even an explorer would feel apprehensive. What was his cultivation back then? The Lamita realm, the middle-aged man replied. Luin relaxed. Fortunately, he had already become a peak melder. If the 10 arbiters had been stronger than him when they were melders, then he really did not know how to surpass them. "Actually, even I don't know how to deal with you now. 5-lined battle force is truly powerful," the middle-aged man said as he looked at Luin. Luin shrugged. "Tell me more about the warfront. Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" "There's nothing to pay attention to, because whether or not you pay attention, astral beasts will still appear. All you have to do is fight hard and try your best to stay alive," the middle-aged man said casually. Although he spoke casually, Luin could hear the bitterness and desolation in his tone. There were ways to fight any war, but the human domain had no way of dealing with astral beasts. There were too many astral beasts and too many with strange innate gifts. No matter how advanced their technology was, they could not stop these beasts. They could only sacrifice human lives. This was the cruelest part of this war. Even the entire Warfront Command Center was not safe because the astral beasts could tear through the heavens and even shatter planets. "Captain, tell me more about Planet Conan," Luin suddenly said. Planet Conan was where he was going to serve his military service. The middle-aged man nodded. Planet Conan is one of the 37 guardian planets on the right side of the erudite flowzone's border. It was originally a very ordinary planet, but because of the human domain's border war, it was forcefully conscripted. Everyone on the planet moved away, leaving behind only the native creatures with no intelligence. However, most of them have already gone extinct. The highest guardian is Chuao from the erudite flowzone's Lost Radiance Academy, and he's a hunter. Luin also had a rough understanding of Planet Conan as he listened to the man's introduction. At the same time, he also had a rough idea of the situation at the erudite flowzone's border. Planet Conan was only one of the 37 planets on the right side, and there were still 37 on the left and 100 in the center. These planets formed a huge defensive net that protected the astral beast domain. Every planet was guarded by an explorer, and a large portion of the net was guarded by cruisers and even hunters. These powerhouses had either joined of their own volition or had been forcefully conscripted. Of course, there were also death row criminals and so on. The soldiers on the planets were also divided into nomads and regular soldiers. There were also cannon fodder who were even weaker than the nomads. Most of these cannon fodder came from the planet's cruel evolutionary trial. If Earth had not been protected by Lu Yin's identity as King Zishan, then these cultivators would have also been dragged to the battlefield. They would have either been fighting against the Great Yu Empire or other powers, or they would have been sent to the most brutal battlefield at the border. A few more days passed. Up ahead is the intersection between the Tempest Flowzone and the Erudite Flowzone. After passing through the flowzones, the ship will enter the space station for repairs, and then we'll reach the Erudite Flowzone. It'll take at most a day and a half to reach the border battlefield, the captain said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "Captain, is there a Mavis Bank in the space station?" The captain shook his head. "Of course there isn't one in the space station, but there are some on planets that aren't too far away. There's usually a Mavis Bank at the intersection of these flowzones." "Why? Do you want to withdraw money?" Luin nodded. "I used up all my star crystals when I broke through to the Peak Melder realm, so I want to withdraw some." The captain said, "I'll have someone take you there." "Thank you, Captain," Luin said gratefully. Not long after, Luin boarded a small spacecraft and left the space station, heading towards a nearby planet. The person who took him there was a Lameter soldier. The Mavis Bank had always been rich, and they could pick up universal currency as easily as scrap paper. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, universal currency was nothing more than scrap paper. After entering the bank, Luin wanted to withdraw all of his star crystals, but he suddenly remembered that his cosmic ring might not have enough space. The largest ring he had was the one that had won him 500,000 star crystals during the Astral Combat Tournament, but it could only hold 500,000 star crystals. He had a total of 710,000 star crystals, so it seemed that he would have to use multiple cosmic rings to store them. At that moment, an elegant young woman walked up to Luin and handed him a drink. "Hello, Student Lu." Luin was surprised. "You know me?" "Student Lu, you're now a famous person in the universe. We watched the Astral Combat Tournament, and it was amazing." The woman smiled. Her movements were elegant, and she carried a fragrance that made people feel good about her. "And you are?" Luin asked. The woman smiled and extended her hand. "I'm Mandy, the bank manager." Luin extended his hand as well. "Luin, is there anything I can help you with?" Mandy took out a purple crystal card and handed it to Luin. "This is an account that the Mavis Bank has opened for you. Please accept it." "Purple?" Luin was shocked, he had never seen a purple crystal card before. Purple is a currency that is calculated in star essence. It's not given out in the outerverse, only in the innerverse, Mandy explained. Star essence was a pure energy structure formed by compressing a star crystal to a certain degree and removing any impurities. Its quality and purity far surpassed that of a star crystal, and the two could even be said to be incomparable. It was like iron and gold, and the exchange ratio was exaggerated. Manager Mandy, I don't have any star essence to store, Luine said with a wry smile. Mandy smiled, this is our gift to you, Student Lu. We'd like to thank you for taking care of the Mavis family. You mean Lulu? Luine asked. Mandy smiled and nodded, there aren't many Mavis family members, and we're well aware of how well you've taken care of Miss Lulu. The star crystals that you've taken today will be given to you in increments of 10. This is the most I can do. What do you mean? Luine was puzzled. Mandy smiled, the exchange rate between star crystals and star essence is 1 to 100,000. No matter how many star crystals you take, we'll increase it to 10 in increments based on the exchange rate. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, I have 710,000 star crystals. We can give you 10 star essence, and you can keep 10,000 star crystals as change, Mandy said with a smile. Luine was speechless, as he felt like he had spoken too early. Based on this woman's attitude, even if he only had 1 star crystal, she could increase it to 10 star essence. Was she giving it away for free? Did she have to be that rich? This woman was just a manager. Manager Mandy, your gift is too extravagant. Besides, Lulu doesn't need me to take care of her. She's much more powerful than I am, and she can even tame an Explorer Realm beast as a melder. This is the Mavis family's goodwill. Please don't reject it, Mandy said with a smile. One of the staff took the purple crystal card away, but she returned a moment later. Student Lu, this is yours. Luine took it and took a deep breath. 10 star essence was equivalent to 1,000,000 star crystals, which meant that he had nearly 300,000 extra star crystals. And this was just the authority of a manager. The Mavis Bank was just too rich, and he even had the urge to chase after Lulu and become her son-in-law. Mandy left, as she had only wanted to give him the money. As for Luine, he generously took out all 10 star essence and placed them in his cosmic ring, along with the 10,000 star crystals he had saved for his pocket money. Although he had many Mavis Bank cards, he did not have a single cent left. The exchange rate between star crystals and star essence was at a ridiculous rate of 1 to 100,000. This wasn't just based on the quality of the star essence, more importantly, the rate at which star essence could be absorbed was much faster. Many disciples from large organizations would directly absorb star essence to reduce the obstacles in their path of breaking through to the Explorer realm. More importantly, they would be able to adapt to such pure energy, which was especially important to the innerverse since the astral river was made up of pure energy. No one could guarantee that they would not fall into the astral river while cultivating in the innerverse, regardless of whether it was the main stream or a branch of the astral river. As long as one could adapt and advance, their chances of surviving in the astral river would increase. Luine had wanted to obtain some star essence before coming to the innerverse, but he had found that he didn't have enough money, and he didn't have the means to do so. He hadn't expected the Mavis Bank to give him some, and he would remember this favor. He looked back at the Mavis Bank and couldn't help but admire them. They used universal currency to show off their wealth and reduce the bank's risk. They would occasionally show kindness to talented cultivators like him, which was an alternative investment. Even if they lost money, they wouldn't lose much, and if they made a profit, they would make a huge profit. The Mavis Bank had invested a small amount of money, but they had earned a favor that could never be repaid. The Mavis Bank had been able to survive in the universe for so long not only because of money, but also because of their methods. Just as he walked out of the bank and was about to head back, his gadget beeped. Luine looked at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He thought of something and quickly answered, "Hello. Little 7. Uncle Reuben, you finally contacted me." Luine was pleasantly surprised. "Little 7, it's good that you're fine." "I'm fine, but uncle, what's going on at the pirate port? Why is De Chong there? How is he?" Luine asked. "Do you remember when we escaped from the innerverse to the outerverse? We were also ambushed in the outerverse." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his voice grew cold. "Are you talking about the Leo clan?" "That's right. It was the Liu clan who ambushed us, but we weren't sure at the time. That's why we sent Chong to investigate the pirate port, but he was discovered. The Liu clan didn't want their past to be exposed, so they destroyed themselves and wanted to hide. That's why the pirate port was destroyed. Luin frowned. It's no secret that the Liu clan operates the pirate port, and it won't affect them if this matter is exposed. They're probably trying to hide the person behind the scenes. That's right. It's also possible that the person behind the scenes told them to do this, but there are no clues for now. The Liu clan has also been destroyed. Do you know who did it? The old man's figure from Drift Charge Planet appeared in Lu Yin's mind. I don't know that senior's name, but he single-handedly killed all the explorers from the Liu clan. However, I was the one who destroyed the Liu clan spacecraft. I see. It's good that you survived. Chong has always regretted not being able to save you. As long as he's fine. Luin smiled. You're going to the war front? Luin nodded. Yes, I'll be there soon. The person on the other end was silent for a while. Try your best to survive. Don't think that 5-lined battle force can save your life. It's normal for cruisers and even hunters to die at the warfront. Your defense won't even be able to withstand a single claw from a powerful beast. I understand, Uncle. Also, if possible, try your best to obtain glory. Glory? That's useless to me. I'm a lockbreaker. I know that you're a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker, but being a lockbreaker is only a guarantee. Glory is power. Don't ask too many questions. Try your best to obtain glory, but don't push yourself too hard. If you have a choice, don't overthink it. Just choose glory. Uncle Ruben's tone was very serious. Louis nodded. Got it. The call was cut off. Louis put down his gadget. He had finally solved some of the mysteries in his heart, but it also reminded him of some unpleasant memories. He shook his head and left to follow the soldier back to the space station. After 15 days, the warship finally arrived at the Innerverse Erudite Flowzone's border from Frostwave Weave's Astral 10. The speed of the express passage was astonishing, and it showed how much importance the various powers of the universe attached to the Astral Wars. They had even specially constructed express passages to recruit soldiers. After passing through the Erudite Flowzone's Astral River, Luin saw a spectacular sight through the warship. Countless stars were lined up in a row, blocking the Astral River. This was the Astral Domain's border, and countless warships were densely packed together. A single warship had the power to destroy an explorer, and it was impossible to count just how many of them there were. The entire region of space was sealed off, and with the planet at the center, defensive formations were formed. Occasionally, terrifying beast roars could be heard from the distance, causing space to collapse. The commander of our Erudite Flowzone's border alliance is Shui Chuanxiao, and the powerful astral beast on the other side is the Skyblaze Emperor, the captain whispered to Luin. Skyblaze Emperor? Luin was puzzled. It's a super astral beast with 3 fiery bodies that can control black, white, and red flames. It's one of the 7 strongest in the Astral Beast Domain's Desolate Beast Alliance, and it has a terrifying power level of over 200,000. Luin was shocked. A power level of over 200,000? This was a powerhouse that far surpassed a hunter, and they were known as Enlighters in the human domain. These powerhouses were also known as almighty beings. It turned out that they were facing such a terrifying creature on the other side of space. Did you just mention the Desolate Beast Alliance? Silver asked curiously. The captain glanced at him and answered, the Desolate Beast Alliance is an organization formed by 7 super-powerful astral beasts to deal with the humans. It's similar to the Blaze Realm and the Sword Sect. Don't underestimate these astral beasts, as their intelligence is no less than that of humans. In order to invade the human domain, they've been constantly seeking out our weaknesses. They're used to using star energy to forcefully alter their body structure to maintain a human form. They've even imitated humans and established academies to discuss ways to deal with us. They've been constantly improving. Using star energy to forcefully alter one's body structure was not difficult, but the pain involved was immense. If these astral beasts were truly so daring, then the threat that the humans faced would be even greater than imagined. There was a loud rumble as the warship landed on a desolate land. The surroundings were sealed off by ripples, creating a huge space. Not far away was a metallic base that reflected a cold light. "We're here. This is one of Planet Conan's bases. The higher-ups ordered me to send you here," the captain said to Lu Yin and Silver. Lu Yin was grateful. "Thank you for your care, Captain." The captain smiled and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "Remember, you'll survive here. Be careful." Lu Yin grunted and slowly walked out of the warship. Not long after, the warship lifted off and flew into the distance. Lu Yin looked around and saw nothing but yellow land. Strong winds blew, but there wasn't a single trace of green in sight. The ground beneath his feet was dry, and as the wind swept past, a layer of yellow sand was blown into the air, revealing the dark red soil beneath. This was the color of coagulated blood. This was a battlefield. There were many soldiers patrolling the area, and aircraft would occasionally take off into the distance. Even further away, another warship landed. It seemed to be transporting supplies. Lu Yin and Silver were brought to the bottom of a cliff, where someone was already waiting for them. A veteran was training the new recruits. Astral 10's Lu Yin reporting for duty. Astral 10's Silver reporting for duty. Everyone looked at Lu Yin and Silver in amazement, but the two were not surprised. The Astral Combat Tournament had been broadcasted across the entire universe, so many people knew who they were. The veteran nodded, his weathered face calm. "My name is Gilder, and I'm one of the 100 captains of this base. From now on, I'll be your instructor. I won't be teaching you how to fight, but rather how to survive on this land." "Yes, instructor," Lu Yin replied seriously. "Yes, instructor," Silver also replied with a smile on his face. Gilder nodded. "Go to the barracks next door and change your clothes. You have 1 minute to put all your miscellaneous items into your cosmic rings. Now." Lu Yin and Silver hurriedly entered the barracks and changed into their uniforms. Gilder looked at the barracks and muttered to himself. He had thought that these two would be difficult to discipline since they were both top students of the Astral Combat Academy, but now it seemed that they would not be so troublesome. When the new recruits first arrived at the barracks, Gilder did not teach them any combat techniques, just as he had said. All he did was make them stand and talk about various adaptations on the battlefield as well as introduce some astral beasts. Some of these new recruits had signed up voluntarily, while others were disciples of large organizations or families who had come here to train. There were also some like Lu Yin and the others who had come from academies. Their individual combat power was not bad, and they were only lacking in terms of adapting to the battlefield. "Have any of you seen blood before?" Gilder suddenly asked. One of the new recruits shouted, reporting to instructor, "I'm Trifa from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. I've killed astral beasts before." Reporting to instructor, "I'm Ku Yao from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. I've killed astral beasts before." Reporting to instructor. Many cultivators had grown up in cruel environments, so Gilder's question was unnecessary. Everyone here had seen blood before. "Have any of you killed anyone before?" Gilder asked again, his tone much harsher this time. Many fell silent, and Trifa spoke up again. Reporting to instructor, "I've killed 2. Reporting to instructor, "I've killed more than 10 pirates. Reporting to instructor, "I've killed villains." Many people looked at Lu Yin, waiting for him to speak. Lu Yin calmly answered, reporting to instructor, "I walked out of a planet's evolutionary trial." Many people were shocked, including Gilder. The evolutionary trial had been cruel, and the fact that Lu Yin had walked out was simple. He was a native, and it was shocking for a native to reach such a stage. Gilder looked at Lu Yin deeply before turning to the rest. "I'm asking this question because I want to know if you'll be able to kill your companions if you're forced to do so." "Instructor, why do we have to kill our companions?" someone asked. His name was Feng Tao, and he was from the Tempest Flow Zone. The Tempest Flow Zone was only a small one, but it had strong winds all year round, and the environment there was very harsh. Gilder answered, "Because you're often faced with 2 choices. 1. Kill your companions, and 2. Let your companions be eaten by astral beasts. Tell me your choices." Everyone fell silent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "That's right, this was a battlefield with astral beasts, so it was normal to be eaten. Reporting to instructor, I can let my companions die happily, Silver said with a smile, his words chilling the hearts of many. It was only then that they remembered that there was a top 4 in the astral combat tournament here, as well as a homicidal maniac. Silver had killed more people than the other two combined during the Astral 3 challengers, and his domain was terrifying, even though they had no idea what a domain was. The first day of training passed peacefully. When it was over, Luin walked around the base. The defenses were very stable, but the soldiers were still patrolling every corner of the base, especially the dark corners. Nowhere was safe, that was what the captain had told him. You're Luin, one of the Astral Combat Academy's top 4? Let's have a match. The man called Trypha appeared in front of him and looked at him provocatively. A group of people had gathered behind him, all of them from the previous batch of recruits. Most of them were curiously sizing up Luin. Why? Luin asked. Trypha clenched his fists. Everyone says that the Astral Combat Academy is the best academy in the universe. I want to see just how strong you are. Didn't you guys watch the Astral Combat tournament? What can you see through the screen? Especially since some of them were able to determine the winner just by standing still. What a joke. I think the Astral Combat tournament is more like a show put on by your Astral Combat Academy, Trypha said proudly. Many people behind him nodded in agreement. Luin was speechless. These people didn't even know what a domain was, which meant that they probably didn't have a deep understanding of battle force. But then again, the Beast Tamer's flow zone paid more attention to tamed beasts, and there were very few people like Quang Wang who could raise his battle force to 3 lines. Furthermore, Quang Wang was from the Divine Grade Hall. This guy probably couldn't even enter the first grade hall. Not interested. Luin turned to leave. Trypha frowned. Since you're looking down on me, I'll show you my strength. He then rolled up his sleeves, and a strange fish tattoo on his arm came to life. It suddenly soared into the air and opened its mouth to release a sharp aura at Luin. Luin tilted his head and easily dodged the attack. Just as he was about to attack, a scream attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked to the north and saw a group of soldiers being corroded and reduced to a puddle of blood. The alarm in the base blared loudly as a giant crack appeared in the sky. Countless one-legged birds flew out, causing a large amount of rain to fall. Trypha's pupils shrank. Not good. It's a beast attack. It's a one-legged bird that can summon extremely corrosive rain. At the same time, countless rays of light shot into the sky as all of the base's weapons were activated, instantly killing countless one-legged birds. Countless one-legged birds continued to fly out from the spatial crack. Suddenly, a strange tadpole-like creature wrapped in metal stretched out from the spatial crack and viciously smashed into the void. The void rippled and then collapsed. An angry roar came from within the base. Void Wanderer, attack. Kill it first. Void Wanderers were a very strange type of astral beast. They didn't have much attack power, but they had the innate ability to tear through space. They were the best way for astral beasts to launch surprise attacks. Most astral beasts would use Void Wanderers to open a path for them, but as long as they were killed, the spatial crack would quickly close. It wasn't just one Void Wanderer that was attacking the base. Spatial cracks were being torn open in all directions, and besides the one-legged birds, countless other strange astral beasts were also rushing out. These were not astral beasts, but rather beasts controlled by astral beasts. They were basically cannon fodder. Trypha and the rest didn't have the time to provoke Luin as they were surrounded by enemies. Luin hadn't expected to be attacked on his first day on planet Conan. This was a very strange feeling. He raised a hand and used the 90 forms of the Skybeast Claw to attack the void. Wrapped in battle force, he crushed the void and killed a Void Wanderer. Trypha was almost scared to death when he saw this scene. A melder that could tear through the void was not someone he could match up to. What he saw on the screen was completely different from what he saw in real life. He had originally thought that the Astral Combat tournament was fake, as how could there be so many youths who could tear through the void? It was too exaggerated. But now, he knew that it was King real. At that moment, a silver radiance flashed through the void not too far away. One Void Wanderer after another fell to the ground and was sliced in half. Everyone was shocked. This was Silver, and his attacks were clean and efficient. Tearing through the void was not difficult for him. Gilder was also shocked. This time, his superiors had really assigned him an incredible person. There were a few Lameters in the base, but very few of them could tear through the void. However, there weren't that many Void Wanderers attacking the base, and almost half of them were quickly eliminated by Silver. At first, the astral beasts did not react in time, but when they discovered Silver, they immediately tried to stop him. Several astral beasts emerged from the void and attacked Silver. They were all giant beasts with powerful defenses, and even with Silver's strength, he found it difficult to break through their defenses. Luin grabbed a Void Wanderer and slammed it into the ground. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a 9-stacks 9-fold shockwave palm that caused the void to tremble 100 meters in front of him. Several Void Wanderers were blasted away and instantly destroyed by a beam of light. There was a strange shriek as a giant praying mantis charged out from underground. It brandished 9 giant blades and slashed through the void, destroying many weapons. Trypha and the rest happened to be not too far away from this astral beast, and it glanced at them with disdain before swinging its blades at them. Gilder roared and unsheathed his blade to block the attack. There was a thump as the ground cracked and a shockwave swept out. Trypha and the rest were all blown away, and they all spat out blood. Gilder was pressed into the ground, his face pale. Although he was a peak Lameter, he was still a very ordinary cultivator. It was very difficult for him to block an astral beast that was also a Lameter, especially one that was relatively intelligent. When it saw that Gilder had blocked its attack, the astral beast raised 3 of its giant blades and swung them down. A crack appeared in the void, indicating that this astral beast was comparable to an area master from the Astral Combat Academy. Gilder could only watch as the giant blades descended, unable to block them. At that moment, Luin used Flash to appear in front of Gilder and grabbed one of the giant blades. He snapped it with a thump and then swept his hand across, breaking the other blades at the same time. He then exerted some strength in his palm and crushed the blade before throwing the fragments at the astral beast. The astral beast quickly retreated as it stared at Luin with apprehension. Star energy surged from its body as the 4 blades that had been crippled regrew. They were not man-made weapons, rather, they had grown out of the beast's body. "Human, you're very strong," the astral beast said without moving its mouth. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he was about to speak when Gilder whispered from behind him, "It's stalling for time so that more astral beasts can emerge from the void." Lu Yin's eyes trembled, as he had forgotten that this was a battlefield. He covered his entire body with 4-lined battle force and instantly appeared in front of the astral beast. 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm. The astral beast let out a terrifying shriek as it raised its 9 giant blades and slashed at Luin. At the same time, the void split open as a few more Lameters emerged to fight against Luin. Boom! The ground trembled as a giant crack split the base in 2. The void surged as a terrifying shockwave swept out. Lu Yin's palm had crushed several astral beasts to pieces and even caused the void to tremble, killing a few Void Wanderers. There were no space-exploring powerhouses in this base, so Luin was the strongest. He did not doubt this at all. The might of his palm was enough to make everyone's scalps go numb, and it immediately attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. Trypha and the rest were stunned speechless. This palm strike made them think that they had just seen an explorer. Endless amounts of astral beasts filled the base. Technological weapons bombarded the base, and soldiers went out to battle. The entire battlefield was filled with flesh and blood. Although Luin was strong and had killed as many Void Wanderers as he could, he was still unable to stop the tide of battle. The astral beasts that filled the mountains were not something that he could deal with by himself, and the strongest person in this base was only comparable to an area master from the Astral Combat Academy. Astral beasts and soldiers mixed together on the battlefield, and even if Luin had powerful battle techniques, he was unable to display them for fear of affecting the soldiers. At this moment, a warship arrived above the base and blasted the ground with beams of light, aiming at the battlefield where there were no soldiers. One by one, soldiers descended from the warship to reinforce the battlefield. At the same time, several more warships appeared. Suddenly, a giant crack appeared in the sky as a giant hoof wrapped in metal stretched out from the void and smashed into a warship, causing it to explode and shake the void. "How dare you, Z-Tai!" There was a furious roar as the void was torn apart. A man charged into the void where the giant hoof had been, followed by a shocking shockwave. This was a battle between space-exploring powerhouses. Densely packed black dots fell from the sky. They were all soldiers, and there were even some familiar faces among them. The war front was led by the top four, and as one of the top four, it was impossible for Lu Ying to bring only silver. The other top 32 students had yet to arrive, but 3 of them had already arrived: Chao Ji, Lu Ying, and an area master named Tasha. Those who had made it to the top 32 were all area masters, especially Chao Ji and Lu Ying, who both had the strength of student leaders. Their participation in the battle had greatly increased the casualties of the Beast Army. Chao Ji's 4-lined battle force and Lu Yin's soundless realm were great killing machines, and their attacks had killed countless beasts. Tasha was not weak either. She was an area master and could rank in the top 5 of any academy. She could easily kill a group of Lemeters. With the reinforcements from the army and the Void Wanderers being killed by Lu Yin's group, the number of beasts decreased. Finally, a shockwave swept through the sky, and the base was crushed. An incomparably large beast walked out of the void and tore through the void to leave. This battle had come to an end. The beasts could not escape, and without the Void Wanderers, they could only fight to the death. The ground was dyed red with blood, and both humans and beasts seemed insignificant in this bloody grindstone. This was not Lu Yin's first time encountering a battlefield. The planet's evolutionary trial had been a battlefield, but this was his first time at the warfront. When that space-exploring beast had escaped, the shockwave it had released had crushed at least 100 soldiers. This was the warfront, a battlefield where strength and luck were equally important. The soldiers calmly cleaned up the battlefield, showing no fear, unease, or even sorrow. They knew that sooner or later, they would also be reduced to a puddle of blood and be absorbed into this land. This was also the first time Trifa and the rest had faced such a battle, and they had almost died. Even veterans like Gilder had almost died. The most dazzling performance in this battle was Lu Yin's group. It could be said that without them, this battle would not have ended. There were too few powerhouses in the base who could kill Void Wanderers, and most of those powerhouses had been targeted. This was an organized attack, and Lu Yin's group could be considered a surprise attack. Gilder had Lu Yin's group return to the barracks to rest while he cleaned up the battlefield. Lu Yin and the rest did not return. Since they were already here, they were the most ordinary soldiers, and they followed the others to clean up the battlefield. Countless incomplete corpses needed to be cremated. They belonged to humans, exotic beasts, and even the remains of some technological weapons. "Please, I'm begging you. Kill me, a weak voice cried out. Lu Yin and the rest looked over and saw a young soldier with only half his body left wailing in pain. Many people around him were at a loss and could only stare at him blankly. Gilder walked over and killed the soldier with a single slash. His gaze swept across the crowd as he said, "Remember, this is a battlefield, and there's no way for him to survive. Only death can release him." The battlefield was very quiet. Everyone was quietly doing their own things. Suddenly, there was a flash of light and a silver butterfly appeared. The butterfly blade slashed across the front of a recruit named Maggie, drawing a smear of blood onto the metal wall. Inside the wall, the head of an exotic beast fell down. It couldn't be more dead. Many people were horrified. If it weren't for Silver, Maggie would have died. Thank you," Maggie said, her face pale. Silver beamed. "It's nothing." Not far away, Feng Tao stared at Silver in shock. This was the strength of a top student from the Astral Combat Academy. He had also seen the beast and wanted to help, but the battle had ended before he could do anything. If he had fought with Silver, the result would have been the same. He would have been killed before he could even make a move. The Astral Combat Academy was truly filled with monsters. Half a day later, a new layer of dust covered the ground. The blood was buried in the same way as when Lu Yin and the rest had first arrived, and as time passed, the blood would turn black. Within the barracks, many soldiers were busy repairing the base, as they were already used to this. Gilder gathered all the new recruits and had them patrol the base. Luine was the captain of the patrol team. Half a day later, a warship arrived, bringing with it a person who shocked the base and even planet Conan. It was Lu Xiaoqiu, the sword sect's top genius. Luine was astonished, as he had never expected Lu Xiaoqiu to appear on planet Conan. When he saw Lu Xiaoqiu, the base's highest commander immediately stepped forward to welcome him. This was a sign of respect for the sword sect, which controlled the first flow zone and was an absolute behemoth of the Innerverse. A significant portion of the Allied army's powerhouses were from the sword sect, and any sword sect disciple would receive such treatment, let alone Lu Xiaoqiu. Although Lu Xiaoqiu was treated courteously, nothing else changed. He was still assigned to be Lu Yin's subordinate, starting from the bottom. Lu Xiaoqiu himself was not arrogant, and he was very calm when he saw Luine. Trifa and the rest did not dare to provoke Luine. The previous battle had taught them what it meant to be a monster. Now, they were curiously sizing up Lu Xiaoqiu. The 13 Swords' reputation was too intimidating, and they wanted to experience it for themselves. However, Lu Xiaoqiu completely ignored them, minding his own business as the most ordinary soldier. Not long after Lu Xiaoqiu's arrival, 2 more Astral Combat Academy students arrived, Shui Luyun and an area master called Link. There were a total of 8 Astral Combat Academy students, led by the top 4. Each team had 8 people, so there was a total of 32 people. Luine did not know where Xiao Luo and the rest had gone, but his team was not simple. There were 5 people with Realm Master's power level, which was simply astonishing. The 8 Astral Combat Academy students, along with Trifa and the other new recruits, formed a new team led by Luine to patrol the base. The first day was uneventful. The second day was also uneventful. On the third day, while the new team was patrolling outside the base, they were ambushed by an underground astral beast. One of the recruits died, and Luine was punished by Gilder. Luine himself felt very uncomfortable, as he really had not sensed the presence of the astral beasts. These beasts were too strange, and they had disguised themselves as rocks. They were cold and lifeless, and none of them had sensed them. This had led to the death of one of the new recruits. This incident made Luine even more vigilant towards the battlefield. Even Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest became much more cautious. Over the course of 7 days, Luine and the rest gradually adapted to military life, and they also began to understand the temperament of this army. No one knew how many bases there were on planet Conan, and only the highest commander knew. This was to prevent the astral beasts from ambushing them, and more importantly, to prevent them from taking root on planet Conan. Many of the bases were hidden very deeply. Sometimes, a group of astral beasts would land, and the base would coincidentally discover them and exterminate them with superweapons. There were many such cases, so the number and location of the bases were kept a secret. However, Lu Yin's base had already been exposed, and Gilder had not appeared for the past few days. He was probably thinking about moving out of the base. However, before they could take any action, another large-scale attack appeared. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, extending into the distance. The soldiers in the base were all dumbfounded. The scale of this attack was much larger than the previous one. Attack! Exterminate the Void Wanderers! A shrill cry rang out, and the entire base began to tremble. An incomparably large mutant beast charged out of the void, crushing the base's command center with a single stomp. Everyone, including Gilder, was crushed into a puddle of blood. Lu Yin's pupil shrank, the base was gone. At the same time, countless astral beasts descended from the sky, and the cruelest battle began. Lu Xiaoqiu was the first to attack, and he immediately unleashed his second sword. Endless sword chi covered the base and swept upwards, tearing through the void. Nearly 100 Void Wanderers were instantly killed, shocking countless onlookers. Chaoji used her monsoon to sweep through the sky, and she also instantly killed dozens of Void Wanderers. Luine opened his mouth, and a visible sound wave exploded high in the sky, exploding in all directions. Shui Luyun, Silver, Link, Tasha, and the rest all attacked. This wave of attacks exceeded everyone's expectations, and even the astral beasts. They had originally planned to overwhelm this base with numbers, but they had been stopped by these Astral Combat Academy students, and nearly half of the Void Wanderers had been killed. Just as Luin was about to attack, the ground suddenly trembled as an enormous pressure descended. High up in the sky, another giant hoof covered in metal appeared. This time everyone could clearly see the beast's appearance. It was clearly a giant bull that had been magnified countless times. A pair of bell-like eyes stared downwards as it let out a maniacal laugh. "You're very lucky, human genius. Die." It then pressed down with its iron hoof. All of the soldiers in the base paled. Only explorers could withstand an attack from an explorer. It was all over. Xianxia and the rest raised their heads and were about to attack. They had the strength to challenge those above their realms, but they might not necessarily be an opponent. He had long since wanted to face an explorer. Exploring the universe was a qualitative change that not only affected one's strength, but also one's body. Once one broke through to the explorer realm, a human's body would undergo changes. Their cells, meridians, blood, heart, and so on would all undergo changes that would allow them to better adapt to the universe. Luin wanted to see just how big of a gap there was between himself and that qualitative change. If a Lemiter could really challenge an explorer, then they would truly be considered an absolute genius. In midair, 5-lined battle force erupted from Lu Yin's body, and purple lines covered his entire body. Dark golden lines adorned the void, illuminating the base as well as the astral beast's giant eyes. A human with 5-lined battle force? The astral beast was astonished. In the next moment, Lu Yin's serious palm slammed into the iron hoof. The void froze for a moment, and then a strong wind swept through the void. It spread out in a circular fashion, shattering the void and sweeping into the distance. Many of the void wanderers who had been torn into the void were directly crushed into pools of blood. 9 explosions rang out, and 9 shockwaves rippled through the void, causing a dark luster to appear. The 9-star Sirius palm was Lu Yin's strongest attack, and it was comparable to the 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm. More importantly, the Sirius palm did not burden him at all, and he could even use the 9 stars to absorb star energy to replenish his energy. The circulation of the Sirius technique allowed him to clearly see all changes in star energy, which was his strongest ability. When the 9th star exploded, Lu Yin was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into the ground. Zitai was also sent flying backwards as its attack had been deflected back. Countless people watched on in a daze. Only the 10 arbiters had ever defeated an explorer with the strength of a melder. At this moment, even Xianxia and the others were shocked. Although Xianxia had heavily injured an explorer before, that had been with the special power of the third sword. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had fought a space-exploring astral beast with his bare hands. Underground, Lu Yin stood up and shook his right arm. It hurt, but it also felt great. He now had a clear understanding of his own defense, and it was now comparable to an explorer's with a powerful physical body. This was the peak of his strength. The student leaders of the Astral Combat Academy could challenge explorers with their peak Lemiter power levels, but that also depended on their opponents. Zitai was not something that they could defeat. Lu Yin was deeply moved, as this beast's defenses were enough to render Xianxia's 13 swords useless, with the exception of attacks like the third sword. High up in the sky, Zitai was shocked. It was no ordinary explorer realm astral beast, but there was actually a melder who was able to block it. At this moment, its giant magnet eyes revealed an extremely excited expression. "You're the top freak of the human race. You're too lucky. Die." It then pressed down with its entire body, intending to crush everyone in the base. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and just as he was about to attack again, the void rippled. "Zitai, it's you again." Zitai didn't even look back, and he ignored the explorer as he ruthlessly charged towards the base. As long as he could kill Lu Yin's group, even if he died, it would be worth it. He had never heard of a melder fighting against an explorer, and such a freak had to be eliminated. Below them, Xianxia and the rest attacked. Lu Yin, Shui Luyun, Chao Ji, and the rest all attacked at the same time, especially Xianxia. His third slash caused Zitai to feel dizzy, and it unconsciously slowed down for a moment. Coincidentally, it was blocked by the explorer, and the 2 explorers once again clashed in midair. At the same time, outside of planet Conan, a gigantic flaming beast walked out of the void. Across from it, a figure walked out as well. Tangang Fire Beast, Are you trying to start a war? The figure asked. He was the protector of the right 37 stars, Hunter Chuao. On the other side, the star energy around the Tangang fire beast's body trembled as it spoke. Human, retreat outside the astral river. With the astral river as our boundary, we will not offend each other. Otherwise, this war will never end. Chuao frowned. The Allied forces have crossed the astral river for so many years. What ability do you have to drive us away? If you want to fight, then fight. As soon as he finished speaking, flames engulfed planet Conan as the hunters began their battle. A hunter had a power level of over 100,000, and their every action was enough to cause the heavens to tremble. This was especially true since the battlefield was so close to planet Conan, which had a significant impact on the planet. Within the base, Lu Yin and the rest received orders to retreat 5,000 kilometers to the north. They left without hesitation. A series of explosions rang out in the sky as scorching heat waves pressed down on planet Conan, causing the temperature to rise. Tasha looked up with a shocked expression. There's an extremely strong battle that's affecting planet Conan. It should be a cruiser or even a hunter. Lu Yin frowned. Why did it have to be planet Conan? He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. This was not the first day that this base had been exposed, but it had already suffered 2 large-scale attacks in the past few days. There was also that Zitai. Why had it chosen to attack this base, and why had the extreme powerhouses chosen to fight outside of planet Conan? There were so many planets out there, but planet Conan had been chosen. It was as if an invisible hand had been manipulating everything. There were nearly 50,000 soldiers in the base, and about 30,000 of them had fled with Lu Yin's group. The rest had either been scattered or killed. Although the initial large-scale attacks had been destroyed by Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest, a considerable number of astral beasts had still emerged. In the distance, more void wanderers had appeared. This did not seem like a surprise attack, but rather a decisive battle that had been planned for a long time. High up in the sky, Zitai and the explorers were battling. In the distance, warships appeared one after another. Reinforcements had arrived. Everything in the sky and on the ground had been turned into a battlefield, and there were even powerhouses fighting outside the planet. Lu Yin and the rest felt like they were trapped in a furnace and could die at any moment. In the north, dozens of spatial tiers appeared. Lu Yin and the rest reacted quickly and immediately attacked. Most of the void wanderers were instantly killed, but several spatial tiers still opened up, and all sorts of strange astral beasts rushed out to intercept them. A flaming bird flew out of the void and stared at Lu Yin and the rest. It charged over with excitement, as it would gain a great merit if it could kill these people. It would be able to obtain a large amount of resources to upgrade itself. It was a student of the Astral Beast Domain's Spiritual Academy, and as long as it could obtain enough resources to upgrade itself, it might even be able to rival the strongest powerhouses in the academy. The Spiritual Academy was the Astral Beast Domain's top academy, and it was modeled after the Astral Combat Academy. However, unlike the Astral Combat Academy, it was not split into 10 academies, but rather integrated all of them together. The Spiritual Academy students were all very gifted astral beasts, and they looked down on the Astral Combat Academy, believing that its students were too weak. This was because the Astral Combat Academy students had either graduated or been expelled from the Astral Beast domain. The Spiritual Academy students, on the other hand, were often on the battlefield, and they subconsciously felt superior. Die, you Astral Combat Academy students! The flaming bird star energy shook the air as it cried out excitedly. It swept towards Lu Yin and the rest, and even some astral beasts were unaffected. Before Lu Yin could even react, Lu Xiaoqiu raised his sword and slashed out. This was the first sword of the 13 swords, and it had the power to kill Kuang Wang. Kuang Wang was the current leader of Astral 5 and the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. In terms of status, he was equivalent to the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master. The Flaming Bird was just one of the experts under Academy Master Hua Yishou, and it was far weaker than the Academy Master. It was killed before it could even react. It wasn't just the Flaming Bird, many of the more powerful astral beasts targeted Lu Yin and the rest, but they were all easily slaughtered. This battle lasted for 3 hours, and corpses stretched from the base to the north. Tens of thousands of soldiers had died, and the number of astral beast corpses was uncountable. The stench of blood permeated the land, and even the air turned slightly redder. Blood flowed down the yellowed ground and seeped into the cracks in the ground. The scattered astral beasts fled in all directions. Howls of anguish filled the air. Luin was forced to kill a pained soldier. The soldier only had half of his body left, and he was begging Luin to kill him. During the planet's evolutionary trial, Luin had killed quite a few people, but they were all people that he felt deserved to be killed. This soldier was the first person he had killed that he respected, and he had killed him in order to free him. The explorer who had blocked Xitai was the planet's guardian, Nappa. He had been severely injured during the battle, but fortunately, he had endured the pain and forced Xitai to retreat. Luin and the rest boarded a warship and arrived at the base 5,000 kilometers to the north. 5,000 kilometers wasn't too far, and with their speed, they could reach it in no time. This base was also the closest to the previous one, and the reinforcements had come from this base. Luin and the rest were arranged to stay in the barracks, but other arrangements had not yet been confirmed. The destruction of a base was no small matter, and they had to record everything that they had seen and heard and hand it over to their superiors. Luin had recorded a theory in his notes, which was that the astral beasts had attacked them because the flaming bird had said, "Go to hell, you students of the Astral Combat Academy." How did it know that they were from the Astral Combat Academy, and why was it targeting them? It wasn't just the flaming bird, other astral beasts that were far more powerful than their peers were also targeting them. This matter was not simple, and Luin had even written down that there was a spy who was providing information to the humans. However, after thinking about it, he crossed it out. He wasn't qualified to make such a guess, and if someone wanted to mess with him, a single word of division and unity would be enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Luin exhaled and rubbed his forehead. It had only been a few days since they had arrived at the war front, but they had already encountered 2 large-scale attacks that hadn't even given them a chance to breathe. Gilder, the strict instructor, had also died. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, Luin still respected him greatly. It was rare for a veteran to be able to survive for several years at the warfront, and this was a treasure to the humans. However, he had died so miserably that he hadn't even had time to react. Luin was beginning to understand what the captain had told him. Countless geniuses and elites had died at the warfront not only because of strength, but also because of luck. In this battle, many of the recruits had died. Among them, Ku Yao, who had come with Trifa, had died. Maggie had also died. She had not been able to escape her fate of death. This time, Silver had not been able to save her. Luin had only learned of their deaths after the battle. This battle had taken so many lives. On the other side of the humans' defensive line, the Tangang fire beast's body surged with flames. Why did so many of the Spiritual Academy students die? How am I going to explain this to them? Are those Astral Combat Academy students really that strong? Let's invite Ghost Monkey to battle. I want to know who's stronger between the Academy Master and those students. In a short 3 days, the sky was once again filled with cracks. Another large-scale attack had begun. Luin and the others walked out of the barracks and looked up at the sky in shock. Something was wrong, and there was definitely something wrong. This was a massacre targeted at them, and their identities had been exposed. The Astral Combat Academy was one of the top academies in the human domain, and they were the ones who had made it into the top 32 of the Astral Combat Tournament. These people would not be something that an explorer like Nappa could compare to in the future. To the Astral Beast domain, these people were a great enemy, and they would rather sacrifice some to eliminate them. Luin, in particular, had also made it into the top 4 and had grasped 5-lined battle force as a melder. He was publicly recognized as one of the 10 Arbiters candidates. An alarm rang through the sky, and Nappa immediately appeared in an attempt to exterminate the Void Wanderers. However, he was stopped by Xitai. This giant astral beast tore through the void and forced Nappa back while also pressing down on the base. Underground, a giant beam of light shot towards Xitai and forced it back slightly. This was a weapon that could threaten an explorer, but Zitai's defenses were too strong, and Nappa could not do anything to it. The weapon could only push the beast away, but this gave Luin and the others a chance to catch their breaths. They all distanced themselves from the barracks and avoided Zitai's attack while simultaneously attacking the void. Spatial cracks spread out, and even though many people had taken action to exterminate some of the Void Wanderers, there were simply too many of them, and they were definitely not any less than the previous large-scale attack. There were even larger Void Wanderers that tore through the void and released countless astral beasts. Luin and the rest were trapped in a sea of astral beasts. This base had originally had tens of thousands of soldiers, and with the soldiers that had escaped from the previous base, there were nearly 80,000 of them. However, they were nothing compared to the horde of astral beasts. These astral beasts were individually stronger than many of the soldiers, and their defenses were strong as well. Without any weapons to hold them back, the army was quickly defeated. One after another, warships took to the skies and bombarded the ground with their weapons. At this point, they no longer cared about whether or not their attacks would affect the soldiers as they focused on the areas with the most astral beasts. These warships were not equipped with weapons that could threaten explorers, but even so, the weapons they carried were enough to instantly kill a Lemiter. Very quickly, the bombardment of weapons caused many soldiers to die, but they also managed to slightly suppress the astral beasts. Luin and the rest dealt a considerable amount of damage to the astral beasts, especially Lu Xiaoqiu. His sword was originally a killing weapon, and each of his strikes tore a bloody path through the astral beasts, which attracted the attention of the others. Suddenly, several warships in the sky exploded as an invisible attack destroyed all of them. High up in the sky, Zitai and Nappa were fighting. Aside from the explorers, the strongest people on the battlefield were Lu Yin's group. However, there was now an additional astral beast hiding in the shadows. There was an academy in the astral beast domain called the Spiritual Academy, and the strongest students were ranked according to the size of their territory. 5 astral beasts were the strongest, and they dominated the Spiritual Academy. The ghost monkey was one of them. Luin and the rest did not know that an astral beast that could rival a realm master from the Astral Combat Academy had joined the battle. It was only when Xiaoji was heavily injured that her 4-lined battle force had been shattered and she had almost died, that the ghost monkey was exposed. As expected of an elite human. "You actually survived my attack," the ghost monkey said coldly as it hid in the shadows. Xiaoji's gaze was cold, and a great current swept out in all directions, corroding everything in its path. Even Shui Luyun, who was closest to her, avoided it. The ghost monkey was caught off guard and was swept by the wind, revealing its tracks. Xiaoji's gaze was icy as her 4-lined battle force covered her body once more and she struck out with a palm. The ghost monkey was a short monkey with a terrifying face and sharp fangs that glowed a dark red. When it saw Xiaoji's attack, it did not retreat and instead struck out with a claw. The palm and claw collided, and the ground caved in. Shockwaves swept out in all directions, clearing out the surrounding 100 meters. Xiaoji and Ghost Monkey retreated at the same time. The difference was that Xiaoji had been pushed back, and her palm was dripping with blood, while Ghost Monkey seemed to have borrowed the momentum to hide in the shadows once more. In this battle, Xiaoji was at a disadvantage. Luin watched from afar, and he was surprised by the monkey's strength. However, that was all he could do as the monkey had been targeted by the Lu Xiaoqiu. The monkey hid in the shadows. He had already gauged the strength of this group of students, and he believed that as long as he hid in the shadows and ambushed them, he would be able to deal with them one by one. He had done the same in the Spiritual Academy, and he was the weakest out of the 5 Academy Masters. However, he was also the most difficult to find because of his innate gift. Suddenly, the monkey felt his scalp go numb. He looked up at the sky, and his expression changed drastically. The sky was filled with sword chi. What was this? The second sword of the 13 swords had its own domain. It ignored speed and cut through the void. The attack range could extend infinitely. As long as Lu Xiaoqiu was willing, he could even unleash an attack that covered the entire battlefield. Even though the monkey had hidden in the shadows, he was most afraid of this sort of attack that covered a large area. Generally speaking, the more scattered an attack was, the weaker it would be. However, this did not apply to the 13 swords. The boundless sword chi that seemed to cover the entire area contained a shocking amount of power. The monkey fled at top speed, but he was still unable to completely avoid the boundless sword chi. Everything within a kilometer was covered, and the void shattered. The ground was destroyed, and the herd of astral beasts was reduced to a puddle of blood. Fortunately, there were no soldiers around, or else no one besides Luin would have been able to withstand this attack. This sword even attracted the attention of Zitai, who was high up in the sky. Its large eyes excitedly scanned the area. As expected, this was a peerless genius of the human race, and it had to kill them all. Smoke and dust filled the sky as countless astral beasts stared at the destroyed ground in fear. They did not dare to approach it. Occasionally, sword chi would sweep through the void and easily kill melders. This was the first time that Luin had faced the second sword in the real world, and it was even more shocking than when he had been in the Lifeseek realm. If he had used the fourth sword in his previous battle with the Lu Xiaoqiu, then it would have been hard to say who would have won, even if he had five-lined battle force. There was a loud boom, and everyone looked up to see another giant crack in the sky. Nappa's pupils shrank. Another Explorer Realm astral beast. Zitai roared excitedly and viciously smashed one of its hooves into Nappa's abdomen, smashing him into the ground. At the same time, it smashed its other hoof into the void, drawing out the Explorer Realm astral beasts that had come to reinforce Nappa. The two explorers released terrifying auras as they stared at Luin and the others. In the next moment, both beasts pressed down. Lu Yin's entire body went cold, and he clenched his fists tightly. He was going to go all out. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes were cold, and he gripped his sword tightly. An indescribably terrifying fluctuation faintly swept through the area. This energy was not unfamiliar to him, it was the fourth sword. Silver was still smiling, but his smile was very sinister. Even Luin felt that things were not looking good for him against two Explorer Realm astral beasts. At that moment, a red arrow pierced through the void and shot towards Zitai. The beast was shocked and hurriedly dodged, but it was unable to dodge this arrow as even the void had been frozen. The red arrow pierced through Zitai's body and continued onward without any resistance. It did not slow down at all as it continued shooting into outer space. This scene shocked everyone. Nappa had been helpless against Zitai, but it had still been pierced through by an arrow. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with excitement. A red lotus arrow. He knew who had come, it was the Red Lotus Witchbow, Mira. He had joined the Astral Combat Academy, so he knew how terrifying the Astral Combat Academy was. Mira was a graduate of Astral 6 who had once competed with Dao Bo, proving that she had the power of a realm master. She had long since broken through to the Explorer realm, and her strength was comparable to a cruiser's. She might even surpass him. This woman was someone on the top 100 rankings. In the distant sky, a charming figure appeared. She walked barefoot through the void, and her long white hair flowed down to her ankles. There was a short tuft of hair on her forehead, and she looked very cute. Just like the last time Lu Yin had seen her, she was wearing a cool summer dress that revealed her sparkling skin. There was a faint smile on her face, and she held the red lotus bough in her hand as she slowly approached. When Nappa saw Mira, he relaxed and laid down on the ground, waiting for rescue. Zitai endured the intense pain. The Red Lotus Witchbow from the top 100 rankings. Retreat. The other astral beast fled much faster than Zitai, and the moment it saw Mira, it tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Mira's lips curled up, and her pure and beautiful face became slightly cold. She raised her Red Lotus Witchbow and shot out a second arrow. The second arrow was even faster than the first, and just like the first, it froze the void, preventing Zitai and the other astral beast from escaping. In the end, the two astral beasts had to work together to neutralize the arrow. Red Lotus Witchbow, we've lost this battle. We're still explorers, and it's 2 against 1. Don't fight recklessly. Zitai bellowed as blood dripped from its huge body. The other astral beast glared fiercely at Mira, as if it wanted to fight to the death. Mira disdainfully replied, "Fight to the death? I like it." She then shot out a third arrow. The battle between the 3 explorers in the sky attracted the attention of countless people on the ground. Even the horde of astral beasts paused and looked up at the sky. Underground, the ghost monkey was panting heavily as many wounds had appeared on its body from the sword chi. However, its physical body was strong enough to rival 4-lined battle force, so this attack was not enough to kill it. It looked up and saw that Zitai and the others were about to be unable to hold on for much longer. The ghost monkey's eyes turned ferocious, as it knew that it was time to leave. However, this battle could not end here. It would be too humiliating if the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master could not even kill a single student from the Astral Combat Academy. The ghost monkey then looked up and ignored Lu Xiaoqiu and Chao Ji, as those two would not be easy to defeat. Only Lu Yin remained. This person was the furthest away, and his aura was the weakest, so he should be the weakest. Lu Yin was watching the intense battle in the sky when he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. The ghost monkey had peeked out from the shadows and was swiping at him with a claw. Lu Yin turned around and struck out with his own palm as well, also using four-lined battle force. The monkey was shocked, but it did not care. However, when it collided with Lu Yin's attack, it realized that there were differences between different four-lined battle forces. Chao Ji's four-lined battle force was about the same as the monkey's physical body, but Lu Yin's four-lined battle force made the monkey feel as if it could not be shaken. With just a single palm, the monkey was once again pressed into the ground. At the same time, it also suffered the 9 stacks, causing the monkey to spit out a mouthful of blood. This person was even more terrifying. Lu Yin was amused, as this fellow had almost been killed by Lu Xiaoqiu. Instead of running away, it had even dared to attack Lu Yin. Still, the ghost monkey's strength was not bad, and it was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. However, the ghost monkey could not be blamed. To many astral beasts, humans were only differentiated by height, weight, and weight. They could not tell anything else apart from that. To them, everyone looked the same, just like how humans looked at astral beasts. They could not tell who was who, and the ghost monkey was one of them. At this moment, the ghost monkey had already guessed Lu Yin's identity. He was the most powerful student of the Astral Combat Academy, and he was also a freak who had made it into the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. "Get out here!" Lu Yin barked as he grabbed at the ghost monkey. At such a close distance, anyone below the Explorer realm would not be able to escape. Lu Yin did not dare to say that he was invincible against anyone below the Explorer realm, but he was close enough. The ghost monkey glared at Lu Yin ferociously before suddenly grinning, revealing its fangs. "Human, consider yourself unlucky." It then pulled something out from the cosmic ring on its claw and viciously swatted it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin focused on the item and his pupils shrank. His brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. It was a piece of skin with strange characters written on it. It was these characters that made him feel as if he had been punched in the head. At the same time, in outer space, outside the human's defensive line, a pair of eyes opened on a giant asteroid that seemed to be able to swallow the void. "This aura. Is it here?" Lu Yin was caught off guard by the attack, and the ghost monkey took advantage of the opportunity to pull out a void wanderer. It tore through the void, grabbed Lu Yin, and disappeared. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, and the battle in the sky was still intense. Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest were distracted by the battle and did not pay attention to Lu Yin at all. No one had expected that the ghost monkey, who had been suppressed by Lu Xiaoqiu, would be able to defeat Lu Yin. However, that was exactly what had happened, and Lu Yin had been captured by the ghost monkey. By the time everyone reacted, all they saw was an empty ground. Lu Yin was only struck once, but he quickly regained his senses and suddenly attacked from within the darkness of the void. The monkey had originally wanted to capture Lu Yin and take him to the astral beast domain, but Lu Yin had suddenly attacked him. The two of them fell out of the void at the same time, crashing into the ruins of an abandoned tribe. The two crashed to the ground and separated at the same time. The monkey was shocked. "How did you wake up so easily? Even explorers aren't that fast." Lu Yin casually crushed the void wanderer to death. Humans could not use such beasts, so it was better to destroy them to prevent the monkey from escaping. The monkey's eyes widened. "Human, you're courting death." It then took out the same piece of skin and slapped it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he also took out a piece of skin and slapped it at the monkey. He had just recalled that he had a similar piece of skin that he had obtained from rolling his die. His skin was also much larger than the monkey's. The monkey had not expected Lu Yin to have a piece of skin as well, and it shrieked in shock. It could not believe what it was seeing, and Lu Yin viciously slammed it into the ground. "Shut up. You. How can you have something like that? Impossible. This belongs to our domain." How can a human have it? The monkey shrieked. Luin frowned, grabbed the monkey's skin, and tossed it into his cosmic ring. This thing could not be looked at, as even looking at it would affect him. What is this? Luin asked. The monkey ignored him and continued to mumble to itself in disbelief. Impossible. How can a human have it? Luin stepped on the monkey, causing it to spit out blood again. Speak. What is this? The monkey shrieked and glared at Luin. Human, don't even think about getting any information from me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Then you can die. He then pressed down with his palm, causing the monkey's hair to stand on end. Human, do you really want to kill me? No one will tell you where this thing comes from. In the entire astral beast domain, only the absolute powerhouses know where this thing comes from. You won't be able to get any information from them. Lu Yin's voice was icy. Since you won't tell me, then there's no point in keeping you alive. Wait. I can tell you something, the monkey shrieked and looked at Luin in fear. Luin sneered. How do I know if you're telling the truth? I can swear it, the monkey hurriedly shouted. It's useless. Just this bit of information is of no use to me. Besides, you said that it's something from the astral beast domain. I can't just go there, can I? Luin raised his hand again, and a heavy pressure descended upon the ghost monkey, causing him to shriek in fright. Human, don't make a mistake. This is related to progenitor Wushang. Progenitor Wushang? What ancestor Wushang? The monkey rolled his eyes. Progenitor Wushang is my ancestor, and he's one of the most terrifying beings in the astral beast domain. It's rumored that as long as you gather all of the beast hides, you'll be able to find progenitor Wushang and obtain his inheritance. Luin narrowed his eyes. Since he's your ancestor, why would he need to collect all the animal skins? You don't know where your ancestor is? There are too many people in my ghost monkey clan, and I'm only from a side branch. I only managed to obtain this small one by chance, the monkey immediately replied. How strong is your progenitor Wushang? Luin asked curiously. The monkey hurriedly replied, very strong. He can swallow the sun, the moon, and the stars. He can even tear apart the astral river with a wave of his hand. It's rumored that his body is indestructible, and he can even form a continent for countless people to live in. Rumor has it that as long as he obtains progenitor Wushang's inheritance, his power level will immediately soar. Luin laughed, well said. Very smooth and logical. It's a pity that I don't believe you. You've said too much. Die. He then slammed his hand down. Human, the monkey shrieked, but he still could not escape his fate of being slapped to death by Luin. Luin muttered to himself as he looked at the monkey's corpse. Most of what the monkey had said was false, but progenitor Wushang's existence was real. It would not dare to lie when its life was on the line, and it would definitely try its best to tell the truth to attract Lu Yin's attention. However, the rest of the rumors were definitely false. Since Luin was not confident that he could obtain the truth from the monkey, then he would just forget about it. Luin did not believe that he would have the luck to go to the astral beast domain and obtain progenitor Wushang's inheritance. He was not the son of the universe. He glanced at the monkey's corpse one more time and then looked around. He checked his gadget, but there was no signal. Perhaps the battle outside of planet Conan had caused a huge change in the surrounding environment, but his gadget couldn't receive any information, and he couldn't even locate his current location. Perhaps this place wasn't even on planet Conan. Luin turned around to leave, as he needed to confirm his location as soon as possible. As he walked, he suddenly felt that something was amiss and frowned. He took out the giant emperor's third eye from his cosmic ring and activated the art of Sirius. He suddenly turned around and saw a shadow wriggling underground. You really aren't dead. This is your original body. Luin grabbed at the shadow. The shadow shrieked, Human, spare me. Spare me. This really is progenitor Wushang's item. I can tell you where his tomb is, so don't kill me. You're too cunning. Sorry, but you must die. Luin was about to attack. The shadow twisted, and just as Luin was about to attack, it suddenly spread from his palm to his arm. Luin felt a burning sensation on his arm, as if he had been scalded. With his current strength, it was very difficult for him to be scalded, let alone someone he had defeated before. He hurriedly pulled up his sleeve and saw a strange monkey tattoo on his arm. It was very cute. What was that? Human, I'm your tamed beast now. You can't kill me. The monkey's voice sounded in Lu Yin's mind, causing him to be shocked. Tamed beast? What do you mean? I once killed a cultivator from the human domain's beast tamer's flow zone and obtained a tamed beast technique. Now, I've transformed myself into a tamed beast and branded myself on your body. My life is now in your hands, so you can relax. I'll tell you a lot of information, the monkey said helplessly. Lu Yin looked at the tattoo on his arm in shock. Was that even possible? He had always been curious about the beast tamer's flow zone's techniques. Kuang Wang had been able to tattoo such a large azure dragon on his body, and he had no idea how he had done it. He had never thought that he would have won as well. Tamed beast techniques should be for humans, right? I had no choice. You wanted to kill me, so I had to take a risk. Fortunately, I succeeded. Human, my injuries are too severe, so I'll rest first. I won't wake up for a while, but my life is now in your hands, so you can kill me if you want, the monkey said before falling silent. Lu Yin sighed, feeling rather conflicted. To kill or not to kill? After thinking about it, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He looked at the adorable monkey tattoo on his arm, and he had to admit that it was a pretty good tattoo. However, it was a little strange for a man to have a monkey tattoo. He also felt that it was a pity, as Kuang Wang's first move was an azure dragon that could shake the heavens and earth. What about himself? A monkey? What use was that? Fortunately, he had more than one tamed beast. Kuang Wang also had an emperor butterfly grass, so Lu Yin should be able to tame another mighty beast. He decided to take some time to visit the beast tamer's flow zone. After dealing with the monkey, it was time to find a way out. This was clearly an abandoned tribe, and if this was planet Conan, then its civilization should be very backward, and it should still be considered a primitive tribe. He followed the tribe's small path and looked around. The land was still desolate, and there were obvious signs of battle in front of him. There were also burn marks, which should have been cleaned up after the battle. This meant that this was one of the planets protected by the Human Alliance, and it might even be planet Conan. The monkey had only used the Void Wanderer for a short period of time. At this moment, a meteorite appeared outside the 37 protective planets to the right. The first aura is here, and the second aura is over there. As the meteorite spoke, its eyes swept across the 37 planets before finally stopping on planet Conan. The second aura is clearly much stronger than the first. Perhaps, there's more than one. The meteorite then fiercely shot forward. Suddenly, there was a sigh. Brother Yao, please reconsider your actions. The meteorite suddenly stopped, and a giant void thunder beast appeared. It then forcefully shrunk into a 2-meter-tall humanoid man who stared in front of him in shock. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to come. The void in front of him rippled, and a young man walked out with a smile on his face. He held a scroll in his hand and wore white clothes with a folding fan at his waist. Brother Yao, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. I'm curious as to why a dignified 10 arbiters would appear at the border warfront. There doesn't seem to be any major battles here, the man said in a low voice. Xianxia smiled. If there isn't a major battle, then why is Brother Yao Gu, a powerhouse on Skymander's list, here? And why are you trying to barge into one of the protective planets? I'm curious. I heard that a human Astral Combat Academy student who inherited the 13 swords is here, and there's even someone who has 5-lined battle force as a melder. Shouldn't we meet such a young elite? Yao Gu asked indifferently. Xianxia shook his head and placed his hands behind his back. As long as I'm here, they shouldn't. Yao Gu's eyes widened. Rumor has it that the 10 arbiters have never had a clear victor. I'm curious as to who's stronger between you and that firebird. Xianxia smiled. Of course, he's stronger than I am. I'm just a scholar, and I don't like fighting. Yao Gu stared at Xianxia, but he did not say anything. Xianxia smiled back at him, but he did not say anything either. The heavens seemed to freeze. In the distance, Shui Chuanxiao glanced at the screen, and the female adjutant behind him rejoiced. It's a good thing that the 10 arbiters arrived in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find a powerhouse to stop Yao Gu. Why did Yao Gu barge into the right 37 planets? Even though students from the Astral Combat Academy aren't worth it, Xianxia muttered to himself, puzzled. Could it really be because of Lu Xiaoqiao? Rumor has it that Yao Gu was heavily injured by the 13 swords, the female adjutant guessed. Xianxia shook his head. No, the Skymenders list and the 10 arbiters don't casually go to war. This is a tacit understanding. The battle from back then was in the past, and if it did, it would affect both star domains. It wouldn't be as simple as a border war. Right, how's the situation on planet Conan? Xianxia asked. The female adjutant whispered, Mira killed 2 explorer beasts by herself, and the situation is stable. However, Luin has gone missing. Luin has gone missing? Xianxia was shocked. How did he go missing? I'm not sure. It seems like he was captured by an astral beast. End of chapter 236. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.